solar storm has unleashed its fury, devastating half of the world. Sweltering heat, drought, scarcity of water, and food shortages abound. Everyone grapples with the struggle for survival, with him being the sole exception. Upon his rebirth, he initially aspired to become a local champion of valor. Yet, due to the prevailing circumstances, he is compelled to emerge as the Eastern god of war. Chapter 1. The neighbor knocked on the wrong door. Wait a moment. Where is my husband? The beautiful neighbor, intoxicated from an evening's revelry, mistakenly knocked on the wrong door. Hence, the kind-hearted Yang Xiao carried her back to his bedroom, tending to her with meticulous care throughout the night. This woman is truly a lunatic. She is simply unbearable. I should send her away swiftly. Recalling the chaos she had caused the previous night, Yang Xiao felt a tremor of discontent. With dawn breaking and the streets relatively deserted, he hurriedly tidied up the neighbor and prepared to return her to her own doorstep. Unfortunately, she awoke at that moment. Her face was a mask of frost, her silver teeth clenched tightly, glaring at Yang Xiao with overwhelming fury and hatred. "You beast! I will definitely report you to the authorities." Although intoxicated, her awareness remained intact. She vividly recalled the events of the previous night. She had been determined to resist, clearly stating her refusal, yet her body had betrayed her intentions. Witnessing her sudden hostility, Yang Xiao, adjusting his trousers, was irked and retorted, "Go ahead, who's afraid? After all, I have surveillance footage. You knocked on my door and shamelessly clung to me, using force. If anyone should report it, it should be me. You scoundrel." The neighbor's face flushed crimson with rage, her delicate frame trembling as she wished to sink her teeth into this scoundrel. She recalled that in pursuit of securing a significant deal, she had made the rare exception of dining with a client the previous night, only to fall victim to foul play. Fortunately, the establishment was nearby, and seizing the moment when her mind was still clear, she had feigned a need for the restroom and escaped by taxi. However, she had never anticipated that in her muddled state, she would knock on the wrong door, inadvertently falling prey to this scoundrel. Observing the neighbor at a loss for words, Yang Xiao's lips curled into a smug smile. "So what do you say? Would you like me to assist you in calling the police?" "Be silent. I warn you, it is best for you to keep this matter to yourself. Let us pretend I was never here last night, or else you will not escape unscathed. Hey, at least offer me some compensation, considering the trouble I endured last night." "You scoundrel, go to hell." The neighbor's chest heaved with anger, her fists clenched tightly as she stormed out, brimming with murderous intent. Fortunately, her husband was away on a business trip. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse her reputation today. Yang Xiao scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Who can't talk tough? Next time, don't beg for mercy if you have the courage." Nevertheless, this woman, despite her fiery temper, was undeniably beautiful, exuding charm and possessing a splendid figure that left an indelible impression. However, this was not the moment for musings on women. Yang Xiao had more pressing matters to attend to. The impending heat apocalypse is merely 2 months away. I must expedite my preparations. Indeed, Yang Xiao is a reborn individual, having returned with a spatial ability. In his previous life, he had survived only 3 years beneath the scorching sun, witnessing no glimmer of hope. Eventually, he grew weary of such a life and incited a multitude of refugees to storm a wealthy enclave, engaging in looting and destruction. He was the first to breach the supply warehouse, pouncing upon the provisions like a ravenous dog, gulping down water and devouring food. Unfortunately, he was met with a brutal strike from an enforcer, resulting in his demise as a gluttonous specter. In the afternoon, he drove to a lottery shop. The previous day, he had clandestinely met with a high-ranking official, leveraging evidence of his embezzlement alongside threats to his family's safety to secure a favor. Unsurprisingly, he won the lottery, netting a staggering $220 million after taxes. The bonus had just been credited when representatives from various charitable organizations immediately flocked to solicit donations. A young man clad in a sharp suit spoke with an air of indisputable authority. "Hello, I represent the Children's Charity. You currently possess $220 million. Donating $200 million is hardly excessive, is it? Retaining $20 million would suffice for a lifetime of lavish living." Yang Xiao was not one to indulge such presumptions and retorted sharply. "Huh? Are you an imbecile? Handing over my money to you so you can use it to bed young, beautiful mothers? Do you take me for a fool? If such a windfall existed, would I not seize it myself?" Having delivered his rebuke, he turned on his heel, unwilling to linger another moment among these hypocritical scoundrels cloaked in respectable attire. No sooner had he dismissed this shameless crowd than a throng of bank account managers besieged him, batting their eyelashes and striking coquettish poses in an attempt to entice him to deposit funds. It was widely acknowledged that bank account managers were often seasoned women, youthful, shapely, impeccably groomed, adept at flirtation, and eloquent. Most men found them utterly irresistible. However, having indulged the charms of an exquisite female neighbor only the previous night, Yang Xiao held no interest in these commonplace coquettes. Moreover, he had yet to regain his full vigor. If he were to choose, he would prefer one with a voluptuous figure and striking looks, a bank manager perhaps. As fate would have it, there was indeed a client manager present whose curvaceous form and stunning appearance were impossible to ignore. "Miss, I find your bank's preferential policies quite intriguing. Shall we find a place tonight for a more in-depth discussion?" "Certainly, Mr. Yang. Here is my card. Please contact me this evening," she said, slyly scratching his hand as she handed over a card, casting him a seductive glance with a smile as beguiling as a fox's. Yang Xiao examined the card and noted her name, Bai Jia. A knowing smile played upon his lips. After departing the Lottery Redemption Center, he made haste toward the antique street without delay. According to memories from his previous life, tomorrow someone there would acquire an authentic masterpiece by Wu Daozi, fetching an astronomical price of 300 million. He was determined to claim this opportunity. He arrived at a street vendor's stall, manned by a shifty-eyed old man who plainly appeared untrustworthy. Yet, there it was, the painting he sought, visible at once. To avoid arousing suspicion, Yang Xiao feigned indifference and said casually, "Boss, I'll take 10 counterfeit paintings." The vendor bristled at this. "Hey, young man, how dare you speak that way? Everything I sell is genuine. Where'd I get fake paintings?" Yang Xiao shot him a disdainful look and replied with contempt, "We're all adults here, so let's skip the nonsense. Honestly, my family is renovating our place with an antique theme, so we need a batch of replicas for decoration. Authenticity is irrelevant as long as they look good. If you won't sell, I'll just have them printed elsewhere." The old man's lips twitched involuntarily. Then he relented. Fine. You seem straightforward, so I won't cheat you. These antique paintings behind me are aged. If you buy in bulk, 2,000 apiece, take your pick." "You're being unreasonable, boss. How about 500 each? I want 10. If that's acceptable, nod. If not, I'll head to the print shop." Seeing Yang Xiao's resolute demeanor, the vendor pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Though the vendor had yet to make a sale today, earning 5,000 was commendable, especially since the cost per painting was under 200. With money and goods exchanged, Yang Xiao departed without a moment's hesitation. He then proceeded to the largest antique shop, producing the authentic piece. The shop owner, a shrewd but unscrupulous dealer, mistook Yang Xiao for a naive youth and offered a paltry 50,000 for the masterpiece. Yang Xiao extended 3 fingers and declared, 300 million, not a cent less. Realizing he was dealing with a connoisseur, the owner forced an awkward smile. "Ah, I didn't expect you to be a true expert. In that case, I'll make you a fair offer, 250 million. After all, we bear the risk. If it fails to sell, we suffer a great loss." Yang Xiao considered the proposal and found merit in it. Auction fees alone would consume over 10 million, besides the waiting time, which he could ill afford. Thus, he countered, "Final offer, 280 million, considered a gesture of goodwill. Should you come across more treasures, I'll be willing to sell to you." After a moment's reflection, the owner agreed cheerfully. Although the acquisition cost was steep, with proper handling, he was confident of making a modest profit. Chapter 2. Buy one, get one free. That evening, Yang Xiao drove to a luxurious 5-star hotel, guided by the address sent by Bai Jia. She had been waiting at the entrance, and, upon seeing him, eagerly linked her arm with his. "Yang Xiao, you finally made it. I've been waiting for so long," she exclaimed. Today, she had meticulously adorned herself, her makeup exquisitely enhancing her natural beauty. The fragrance she wore was neither overpowering nor faint, perfectly enticing and difficult to resist. Her cascading waves of hair, combined with a short black skirt and high heels, turned heads effortlessly. "Apologies, I was caught in traffic," Yang Xiao replied with a faint smile. Once inside the private room, they ordered a selection of dishes and began to toast one another. As the alcohol flowed, Bai Jia playfully leaned against Yang Xiao, her allure heightened by the intoxicating blend of wine and perfume. Sensing the ambience was just right, she entwined her arm with his, a seductive smile gracing her lips. "Yang Xiao, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. The room upstairs is already booked. Would you mind helping me up to rest?" "Of course," he responded, thinking it only natural to indulge in a beauty who had presented herself so enticingly. After all, he was no paragon of virtue. As they reveled in their spirited conversation about deposit matters, Bai Jia's phone rang. "Sure, it's my boyfriend," she said calmly, multitasking with ease. After a brief exchange, she abruptly told him, "Darling, I really need to go. I'll call you back." Apologies for the interruption. She smiled apologetically at Yang Xiao. No worries. Let's continue discussing the deposits, he replied. After an in-depth conversation lasting over 2 hours, Yang Xiao was thoroughly impressed with Bai Jia's service and resolved to deposit 20 million to support her endeavors. The following morning, Yang Xiao visited the sales office, intending to purchase the last villa in the community. This villa was the most expensive, priced an astounding 88 million, spanning 2,000 square meters. It boasted 3 floors above ground and 2 below, complete with a garden and a swimming pool, all luxuriously furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. He was greeted by an exceptionally attractive young lady whose figure was strikingly impressive and somewhat familiar. She scrutinized him for a moment, astonished, and remarked, "Oh, you must be a resident of our community. I believe I've seen you before." Yang Xiao nodded. "Yes, I'm Yang Xiao, residing in building number 1. What a coincidence. I also live in building number 1. My name is Su Rue," she said, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Such a lovely name," Yang Xiao remarked with a knowing smile. "Thank you for the compliment. By the way, are you looking to buy a property?" Su Rue deftly steered the conversation back on track. "Yes, I'm considering purchasing a villa," he replied nonchalantly. Su Rue covered her mouth in disbelief. "You must be joking." "Not at all. Our community only has 1 villa left, and it's the most luxurious one at 88 million. Many find it too pricey, which is why it remains unsold. Are you certain you want to proceed?" She scrutinized him with skepticism, as she believed Yang Xiao's residence was rented, and he hardly appeared affluent enough to afford such a hefty purchase. Yang Xiao merely smiled, refraining from explaining, and logged into his mobile banking app to reveal his balance. A staggering 500 million left Su Rue utterly astounded. When she looked back at Yang Xiao, her eyes brimmed with admiration and warmth, her demeanor becoming exceedingly respectful and enthusiastic. Such is the allure of wealth. Yang Xiao smiled slightly, inquiring, "Is there still any doubt?" "No, none at all. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I hope you can forgive me," she replied, her tone now filled with genuine respect. "Not at all. Shall we proceed to view the property?" he suggested. "Absolutely, Yang Xiao," Su Rue exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried to fetch the keys and led him to the villa. Perched atop a gentle hill, the villa's architecture was ingeniously designed, seamlessly integrated into the landscape. The lavish interior was grand and opulent. Su Rue enthusiastically guided Yang Xiao on a thorough tour, her face alight with anticipation. "Yang Xiao, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the villa?" He nodded, acknowledging its priciness. "It is indeed costly, but it's truly impressive." Her heart soared at his words. "If you truly wish to buy, I might be able to negotiate a better price for you." Yang Xiao regarded her with a knowing smile. "Discounts are of little concern to me. However, I am interested in testing the mattress's elasticity and comfort. Is there a way to do that?" Su Rue paused momentarily, then quickly grasped his implication, her face flushing with embarrassment. You could try it out with your girlfriend. I guarantee your satisfaction." Yang Xiao shook his head. "I wish I could, but sadly, I'm still single. It would be difficult to assess alone. If only Miss Su were single." "Ah, Yang Xiao, you yist. I'm already married," she replied, but he interrupted her before she could finish. "What kind of discount can you offer?" he pressed. "I could likely secure a 2 discount for you," she replied. "How about this? I'll purchase the villa at full price, and the discount will be yours, provided you're willing to join me in testing the mattress's comfort. What do you say?" Su Rue hesitated, mentally weighing the pros and cons. Securing a 2 discount would yield around 8 million. Pushing for a 4 discount could net her 35 million. Coupled with her commission from a sale, she could potentially pocket 300,000. It was an enticing sum, and merely testing the mattress's comfort seemed a small price to pay. Though it might feel slightly disloyal to her husband, she justified it as a means to provide a better life for her family. After a brief, internal struggle, she convinced herself, her gaze toward Yang Xiao now infused with newfound affection. However, doubts crept in. How could she trust him? What if he reneged on their agreement afterward? Yang Xiao smiled warmly. "I can provide a deposit of 100,000 now, which you may keep should I change my mind." "Really?" "Just ensure that the money is labeled as a voluntary gift. Otherwise, it may cause complications," she stipulated. "Of course," he replied, promptly transferring the sum and clarifying its nature. Upon receiving the funds, Su Rue was elated, throwing herself into his arms, blushing as she said, "All right, big brother, today, I'm all yours. Let us thoroughly test the mattress's comfort." "Very well, let us begin," he chuckled. After an hour of testing, Yang Xiao found the mattress's comfort to be exceptional. Su Rue, reflecting on their earlier escapades, felt her feelings deepening. The initial pretense had transformed into something genuine, leaving her unable to extricate herself from the situation. "Yang Xiao, you're truly remarkable. This is no exaggeration. You surpass my husband by leaps and bounds." "Still calling me Yang Xiao? How adorable. Call me Brother Xiao," he teased. With a sense of triumph blooming within him, he said, "Let us tidy up. We should head to sign the contract now." "Sure thing, Brother Xiao," Su Rue exclaimed, bounding off to freshen her makeup. Yang Xiao felt a lingering desire, wrapping his arms around her from behind. The warmth of his breath against her ear sent shivers down her spine. "Stop it. I'm trying to touch up my makeup." But he began, only for Su Rue to turn and silence him with a kiss. "Behave. Once we finish signing the contract, I'll accompany you for the follow-up procedures." "All right then." Thus, they returned to the sales office and successfully completed the contract. Through her relentless efforts, Su Rue managed to secure a 4 discount, a significant gain. Despite Yang Xiao's financial prowess, he opted to pay an initial sum of 88 million, acquiring the villa outright. As for the remaining mortgage, he deemed any repayment thereafter an affront to the developer. Afterward, Su Rue accompanied Yang Xiao back to the villa to finalize additional paperwork. After an in-depth conversation, Su Rue departed with great satisfaction, returning to her work. Yang Xiao promptly contacted a renovation company, intending to transform the villa into an apocalyptic fortress, requesting a comprehensive design proposal. Before long, the company's manager and designer arrived. The manager was a middle-aged man, while the designer was a familiar face, the beautiful neighbor who had knocked on the wrong door. Upon seeing her, Yang Xiao's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Wang, and here is my business card. This is Lu Ruyin, our chief designer, particularly skilled in creating apocalyptic fortresses, which is why I brought her along." "Oh, how delightful. So it's the esteemed Ruyin. It's a pleasure to finally meet you," he remarked, humorously recalling 2 immutable truths. First, a woman who occupies a cherished place in one's heart should never be pursued. And second, Lu Ruyin is best acquired secondhand, as her first relationship was likely a stepping stone in her journey to success. Thus, obtaining a second-hand Lu Ruyin should bode well for him, he mused. Lu Ruyin turned her head away, her teeth clenching in irritation. The manager, noticing her demeanor, reprimanded, "Ruyin, what's the matter with you?" Yang Xiao interjected with a smile. "No need to worry, Mr. Wang. She and I are neighbors and quite familiar with each other." "Ah, I see. Ha ha. Since you're acquaintances, it makes things much easier. Mr. Yang, feel free to express your requirements to Ruyin. She will ensure your needs are met." Nodding, Yang Xiao articulated his demands. Heat resistance capable of withstanding temperatures of 70 to 80 degrees Celsius, durability that could withstand even a tank assault. A complete power generation system, including generators and solar panels, reinforced and elevated walls equipped with high-voltage electric fences adorned with rusted spikes, and a deep well, ideally reaching the aquifer. Momentarily putting aside their personal grievances, Lu Ruyin diligently recorded Yang Xiao's specifications. After some calculations, she presented her quote, "Your requirements are quite substantial, and completing them within 6 months will total 1.2 billion. Yang Xiao shook his head. "That 1T do? I can only allow you 2 months at most. That will require an increase in cost, at least 1.5 billion. Not a problem. I can pay a deposit of 50 million. However, you must guarantee timely and quality completion. Otherwise, I will not be held accountable." Mr. Wang quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Yang, we guarantee timely and quality completion." Thus, both parties signed a contract and paid the deposit. As the manager stood to leave, he meaningfully suggested to Lu Ruyin, "Ruyin, the company is not particularly busy at the moment. Why don't you stay and see if Mr. Yang has any additional requests?" Reluctantly, Lu Ruyin acquiesced, realizing that Yang Xiao was now her most significant client. "Haha, quite impressive. This young man has a bright future, and I have high hopes for you, Mr." Wang remarked as he departed, leaving only Yang Xiao and Lu Ruyin in the room. Yang Xiao appraised her with a smile. "Ruyin, might I have the pleasure of sharing a drink with you?" "Yumph." Lu Ruyin glared at him, frustrated yet determined to maintain her composure, reminding herself that he was a major client. "I shall endure." "Ah, Mr. Yang, you jest. It would be my honor to join you for a drink." He then opened a bottle of red wine, ordered some appetizers, and they began to sip and converse at home. As the evening progressed, Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed, revealing her slight intoxication. Perhaps swayed by the allure of wealth, her feelings towards Yang Xiao shifted from animosity to indifference. "I didn't expect you to possess such wealth at such a young age. Do you have a hidden fortune?" Yang Xiao smiled. "Not at all. I am merely the child of an ordinary family." "Well, if you want to share, then so be it." Lu Ruyin rolled her eyes and continued to drink. Suddenly, Yang Xiao inquired, "What about your husband?" The mention of this subject ignited Lu Ruyin's temper as memories of the previous night flooded back. "You wretched man. Do not bring that up again." "Ah, I merely asked casually, why the outburst?" Yang Xiao, bewildered, recalled how she had been the one incessantly inquiring about her husband the previous night. "Humph." Lu Ruyin shot him a fierce glare. "My husband is away on a business trip and 1T return for another 2 days. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. So you have 2 nights of freedom ahead of you? What do you mean by that? Lu Ruyan's gaze sharpened, emanating hostility. Cough, nothing at all. I merely meant that, as the chief designer for my home renovation, it would be prudent for you to reside here for a couple of days to personally assess what improvements are necessary. You Leicheer, keep your impure thoughts to yourself. Remembering the events of that night, Lu Ruyan's face flushed with indignation. Yang Xiao, feeling a rush of embarrassment, retorted, what do you mean? I simply wish for you to perform your job to the best of your ability. Haha, well, I thank you. Thank you for ensuring I work even after returning home. Her eyes glinted with a ferocity that could devour. Yang Xiao shrugged. All right, since you said that, I shall not press the issue. You're quite perceptive. Lu Ruyan lifted her head proudly, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Chapter 3, A Financial Prodigy. That evening, in the master bedroom of the villa, Yang Xiao opened Taobao on his computer, browsing items while taking notes. The preparations for the apocalypse were extensive, and his mind was somewhat disorganized. So he opted to peruse the online marketplace, jotting down anything that caught his eye to prevent any oversight. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and to his astonishment, it was Lu Ruyan. Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Lu Ruyan shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, Aren't you going to let me in? Do you want the entire neighborhood to witness me visiting you at night? Oh, my apologies. Please come in. He opened the door wide for her, then peeked outside to ensure there were no onlookers. Once satisfied, he closed the door. What brings you here? Didn't you suggest I personally experienced the villa's living environment to better refine the renovation plan? Lu Ruyan replied with a haughty demeanor, her heart racing as she feigned calmness while heading to the fridge for a drink. Initially intending to grab some milk, she opted for a cocktail instead, seeking the courage it might bestow. The truth was, she couldn't shake thoughts of Yang Xiao, prompting her to muster the audacity to visit him, despite her earlier threats. Upon reflection, she found that the thrill of their encounter was unforgettable, leaving her restless over the past few days. Compounded by her husband's severe exhaustion, his physician advising he would require a minimum of 5 to 6 years to regain his vitality, he had avoided her for half a year, even going so far as to deliberately take business trips to escape her. Recalling this infuriating situation, she decided in a fit of anger to seek out Yang Xiao once more. Well, are you not pleased to see me? Of course not. I'm absolutely thrilled. Almost eager to roll out the red carpet for you. Such flattery. Lu Ruyan shot him a sidelong glance, exuding charm. Please, feel free to find a room to rest. I have matters to attend to. Yang Xiao feigned innocence, his cheeks reddening as he discreetly retreated to his room, leaving the door unlocked, naturally allowing for the possibility of her entry. While inadvertently browsing an adult products page, he felt a fragrant breeze behind him. The Empress leaned over his shoulder, whispering sweetly in his ear, What are you browsing? Can you not see this living beauty before you? I was merely concerned you might report me, he replied with a smirk. By your logic, I have come here willingly. What is there to fear? Indeed, I fear you might beg for mercy. Yang Xiao turned and embraced her in his arms. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, the battle reignited, continuing unabated until the sun reached its zenith. Since his rebirth, Yang Xiao felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him, growing ever more formidable with each skirmish. Had it not been for Lu Ruyan's kneeling pleas for mercy, he would have never consented to end the confrontation. Glancing at the time, Lu Ruyan realized she was on the brink of being late for work, her anxiety mounting. Yet utterly exhausted, she found herself lacking the will to move and resorted to calling in sick. Strangely, her boss, who typically inundated her with questions during such calls, merely chuckled and granted her a day off without inquiry, advising her to rest well, leaving Lu Ruyan in a state of bewilderment. However, her mind was too weary to ponder this further. All she desired was a good sleep. Yang Xiao prepared breakfast and left a note for Lu Ruyan before heading out. A fervent tea enthusiast, he planned to procure 10 to 8 tons of tea from the tea market. Morning Fragrance Tea Shop, a favorite haunt of his, was owned by Mr. Wong, a tea master from a lineage of 3 generations. Their self-roasted black tea was exquisite and reasonably priced. In his youth, Mr. Wong traveled extensively, becoming a well of knowledge, and could engage in conversation on any topic for hours. Thus, Yang Xiao often spent hours there, passing time whenever boredom struck. Arriving early today, the tea market was still relatively empty, allowing for a leisurely atmosphere. As a familiar face, Yang Xiao required no greeting. He settled in, boiling water and brewing tea himself. After finishing his chores, Mr. Wong, with a beaming smile, approached. Mr. Yang, you're early today? I've come to bring you some business this fine morning. Yang Xiao replied jovially. Then I am most grateful. Mr. Wong chuckled, pouring him a cup of tea. What can I assist you with today, Mr. Yang? Yang Xiao lightly tapped the tabletop, articulating deliberately, I'll take all your top-tier teas. Zhengshan Xiaozhong, Jin Junmi I, Wild Black Tea, Taiguanyan, Lao, Banzhang, whatever you have remaining. Mr. Wang stared, momentarily taken aback, then swallowed hard, asking with a grin, Mr. Yang, are you jesting with me? Do I appear to be joking? Just give me your account number, and I shall transfer the funds directly. Huh, you certainly seem to mean business. Mr. Wang, though suspecting Yang Xiao was indulging in playful banter, nonetheless provided his account details with sincerity. Yang Xiao swiftly executed the transaction, transferring 10 million. Give me 10 tons of premium tea, using whatever means necessary, and have it ready within 2 months. Mr. Wang was left utterly astounded, nearly speechless. Mr. Yang, are you embarking on some grand project? My heart can scarcely take this. Just confirm that it's feasible. Yang Xiao responded with a chuckle. Absolutely. I assure you. I will procure you the finest tea, Mr. Wang declared, having nearly 2 tons of quality tea in stock, with the assurance that gathering the remaining amount would be a simple task. Just as their conversation flourished, a graceful figure entered the shop. The newcomer was a stunning young woman dressed in professional attire, tall and alluring, a clear indication of a recent graduate, a campus belle. Yang Xiao initially presumed she was there to sell insurance, only to discover she was involved in spot investments, primarily dealing with international crude oil, alongside other precious metals like gold and silver. Such salespeople were a common sight, and Mr. Wang, accustomed to their presence, waved her off. However, the young woman persisted, presenting her business card with a gentle smile. Yang Xiao glanced at the card, momentarily surprised. Xia Yubing? Yes, that's my name, she replied swiftly. If you have any intentions regarding crude oil investments, feel free to reach out. Yang Xiao gestured toward a nearby chair, inviting her to sit. While he was undeniably captivated by her beauty, he recognized her as a potential asset. He recalled a financial prodigy named Xia Yubing from his past life, known for her exceptional market acumen and precise judgment, which had garnered substantial profits for her clients within a mere month, making headlines and establishing her as a rising star. Did you graduate this year? He inquired. Yes, I did. Please forgive my naivete, she responded, slightly bashful. No need for that. Everyone starts as a novice, he reassured her. I do have some spare funds and am considering investments. However, I'm somewhat unfamiliar with commodity trading. Would you mind explaining it to me? Of course. That's my area of expertise, Xia Yubing replied eagerly, launching into an enthusiastic discourse filled with jargon that left Yang Xiao as head spinning, triggering his passive skill, inability to absorb information. All right, I think I grasped the gist of it. Essentially, it's about buying low and selling high, correct? She nodded, affirming. Exactly. Then I'll invest 100 million. What? How much? She gasped, her eyes widening. 100 million. Show me your capabilities. Are you serious? She stammered, her excitement palpable. Yang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Xia Yubing's face flushed with exhilaration, her body trembling at the prospect of such a substantial commission. Mr. Wang, sensing the charged atmosphere, advised, brother, remain composed. Don't let beauty cloud your judgment. Yang Xiao shot him a glance. Rest assured, I'm quite clear-headed. By the way, are you interested in investing as well? Who knows what fortunes may arise? Mr. Wang, interpreting Yang Xiao's interest in Xia Yubing as mere infatuation, felt compelled to maintain decorum, especially after Yang Xiao's impressive order. He agreed to invest 100,000 as a gesture. After lunch, the trio returned to Xia Yubing's company to finalize the agreement and establish their accounts. In gratitude, she invited them to dinner that evening. Mr. Wang, perceptive as he was, opted to excuse himself, allowing the two to share the evening alone. In the private dining room, Xia Yubing, in high spirits, indulged in a few extra drinks. Yang Gu, thank you immensely for your generous support. I'm at a loss for how to repay you. Don't worry. Just don't squander my money, Yang Xiao replied, smiling. With a flirtatious smile, she retorted, and what if I do? Then you shall have to sell yourself into servitude. As I am in need of a little maid, he declared earnestly. Their laughter filled the air, vibrant and joyful. After several rounds of drinks, Yang Xiao called for a designated driver, ensuring Xia Yubing returned home safely before making his way back to his abode. Upon entering, he found Lu Rian lounging on the sofa in a bathrobe, exuding an aura of grace and allure, her fair skin and long legs enticingly displayed as she watched television. I thought you'd be out reveling tonight, she teased. Not at all. I'm not one to indulge in late-night escapades. But what are you doing here? He inquired. She shot him a glare, puffing up her cheeks. If you find me bothersome, I can leave right now. Not at all. I've been thinking about you all day and would prefer you stay, Yang Xiao exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her waist to prove his sincerity. By the next morning, the renovation materials were nearly all in place, heralding the commencement of construction. Yang Xiao temporarily returned to his rented apartment, while Lu Ruyin went back to her own home. Unfortunately, her husband had returned from a business trip, making it inconvenient for her to visit Yang Xiao. which caused her great distress. After much effort, she finally found an excuse to call him, only to discover the line was busy. Little did she know that Yang Xiao was being seduced by another enchanting temptress. Summer Yu Bing, relying on Yang Xiao being her major client, frequently engaged him in lengthy phone conversations. Occasionally they discussed business, but most of the time it felt more like a romantic tete-a-tete filled with tender affections. Her current ambition was straightforward, to unleash her full potential and make a grand impact. If successful, she would achieve fame and admiration. If not, she would be left to serve Yang Xiao as his humble servant. Regardless, she felt she had nothing to lose. Yang Xiao's mindset was even simpler. Children make choices. But he wanted both the profits and the beauty. In this apocalyptic heat wave, a major dilemma loomed: the scarcity of water. Rivers had dried up, the earth had cracked, and crops had failed. Thus, he resolved to stockpile pure water in vast quantities. Purchasing bottled water was exorbitant, given a 50 yuan deposit for each bottle. So he directly acquired a water purification plant. He then procured numerous stainless steel water tanks and instructed the workers to toil day and night, ceaselessly producing pure water. Concurrently, he also acquired an ice factory, ensuring that ice blocks were manufactured nonstop. After 2 days of managing affairs at home, Yang Xiao bid farewell to the lovely ladies and boarded a flight abroad. This time, he aimed to procure a cache of weapons, enlisting a middleman to take him to Peshawar, where he easily established contact with the owner of a weapons shop. A brand new AK-47 was priced at around 1,500 renminbi, complete with 300 rounds of ammunition. With a grand flourish, Yang Xiao paid the deposit for an order of 10,000 rifles, in addition to 10 million rounds of ammunition. He also ordered grenades, RPGs, Barretts, Gatlings, Browning heavy machine guns, and more. The owner expressed his concerns about the complexity of the transaction. However, driven by the allure of cash, he managed to fulfill the order. The next day, the owner gathered the goods, and the two parties agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts for the transaction. Yang Xiao suspected the owner was not to be trusted and feared a potential double-cross. With a sly grin, he prepared for the worst. He made an early purchase of additional firearms and ammunition, positioning himself strategically within the warehouse. As the appointed time approached, Yang Xiao, using a drone for reconnaissance, discovered that the owner had discreetly surrounded the warehouse with his men. He chuckled at the thought. Did they really believe he was a naive lamb to be easily led to slaughter? Silently, he exited the warehouse and took his time, using a compound bow to eliminate the external threats without a sound, discreetly disposing of their bodies into his spatial storage. Then, he boldly re-entered the warehouse as if nothing had transpired. "Where's the money? Where's the merchandise?" he inquired, raising the suitcase in his hand. The owner pointed to a truck behind him and opened its compartment, revealing it brimming with weapons and ammunition. "Excellent. I hope we have further opportunities for collaboration," Yang Xiao remarked, extending his hand for a shake. The owner, grinning widely, responded, "It's been a pleasure working with you, but sadly, there won't be next time." Just as he was about to signal his men to act, he noticed Yang Xiao wearing a similarly cheerful expression. Indeed, it's a pity there won't be a next time. In the 5th chapter, Yang Xiao swiftly yanked the owner closer, gripping his throat with one hand. In his other hand, an AK-47 materialized, and he unleashed a hail of bullets into the crowd. The gang was caught off guard, and within moments, several of them lay dead. The few remaining men, realizing the gravity of their situation, sought cover, fearing to fire back. Did they think hiding would absolve them? How naive. With a mere gesture, Yang Xiao collected all the debris in the warehouse into his spatial storage. The once cluttered space was now laid bare, and the remaining gang members found themselves exposed to gunfire. Without waiting for their reactions, Yang Xiao pulled the trigger, sending them to their demise. After the battle was settled, he discarded the weapon dealer's body onto the floor. The owner, trembling in fear, stammered, "Demon. You must be a demon." Yang Xiao sneered, "A demon? Aren't you the real demons? I wouldn't stoop to such disgraceful tactics as a double-cross. If I'm to rob, it shall be done in broad daylight." The owner was left speechless, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Yang Xiao's phone rang. It was Lu Ruyin calling. He composed himself and answered, her alluring voice echoing through the line. "Hey, what are you up to?" "Nothing much, just in the process of procuring arms, but I encountered a black market dealer. We had a little scuffle just now." "Are you bragging?" "Indeed, if I weren't, I'd be dead." "Stop boasting. I just wanted to update you on the renovation progress." "Go ahead, I'm all ears." They conversed about the villa renovation for a while. On the other end, Lu Ruyin was still chattering away, while Yang Xiao felt a sense of urgency, given that the trembling arms dealer lay on the ground. "Ahem. Let us save the frivolities for when I return. I have serious matters to attend to." If you want tea talk, then I want tea either." Lu Ruyin pouted, becoming difficult to appease. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly whispered, "I miss you," and promptly hung up. This woman, Yang Xiao's lips twitched slightly, his heart racing at her words. He glanced at the quaking arms dealer and curiously asked, "Let me pose a question. Do you believe women are creatures of base desires?" "Huh? Stop stuttering and answer." The dealer nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Women are indeed creatures of base desires. If you make them comfortable, they could dig up their ancestors' graves for you." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "It seems you're quite insightful. Then you should know how to secure your own life. Shouldn't you?" The dealer looked utterly dejected. "I can offer you 10 million. No, 20 million in dollars. Please spare me. I have an elderly parent and children to care for." Yang Xiao's expression brightened. "What? You have a family? Then you'd better increase the offer. Otherwise, I might just send your entire family to reunite below." WTF? The unscrupulous dealer was flabbergasted, thinking to himself how this man was even more heartless than he was. Wasn't he the goal to treat others kindly? Wasn't it supposed to be about winning hearts through virtue? Reluctantly, the dealer agreed to pay $100 million to secure his family's safety. Yet, after receiving the money, Yang Xiao abruptly shot the dealer dead, swiftly storing his body away. Under the cover of darkness, Yang Xiao emptied the arms dealer's factory, leaving no trace behind in either the product or raw material warehouses or the production lines. He then boarded a flight to Tokyo overnight, intending to procure some goods there. Upon landing, he was greeted by a sea of opportunities, feeling as if they were ripe pumpkins waiting to be harvested. He checked into a luxurious 5-star hotel and ordered a bubble bath service. Due to his willingness to spend, the attendant assigned to him was extraordinarily charming. While indulging in the service, he also gathered intelligence, extracting a wealth of valuable information from her. Days passed, and he summoned various attendants each day, finally collecting all the intelligence he needed. Military bases, police stations, and naval facilities were to be avoided at all costs. He then focused on arms depots, major storage facilities, shopping malls, and wholesale markets as his next targets. His first stop was a traditional Chinese medicine market, where he procured a wide array of herbs, returning to the hotel to commence his preparations. In his previous life, he had encountered an old poison master who dedicated his life to the study of toxins. The master deemed him talented and casually imparted several techniques. Yang Xiao learned quickly, especially excelling in the craft of creating sedatives. These sedatives were cost-effective, difficult to detect, and ideal for surprise attacks. Therefore, he aimed to produce a substantial batch of such concoctions. After 3 days of relentless effort, he finally completed his creation, sufficient for numerous uses. Late that night, he ventured to Tokyo's largest warehouse base, mesmerizing everyone and plundering the entire facility. On his way back, he casually emptied several large shopping malls as well. The following day, this incident erupted into a global sensation, dominating news broadcasts worldwide. Japanese netizens erupted in outrage, flooding social media with condemnations of the perpetrator. It was deemed utterly cruel, having stolen so much. Conversely, domestic netizens offered congratulations and words of comfort, suggesting that they should come to terms with the situation as the assailant might continue his thievery. Lu Ruyan, aware that Yang Xiao was in Tokyo, discreetly called to check on him while her husband was distracted. Xia Yubing, also cognizant of Yang Xiao's presence in Tokyo, informed him that prices might rise soon, urging him to seize the opportunity. Yang Xiao pondered and inquired, if the oil storage facility in Tokyo were to be robbed, do you think international oil prices would surge? Xia Yubing, taken aback, was left bewildered by his question. That very night, the oil storage facility in Tokyo was indeed robbed, leaving not a drop behind. Xia Yubing quickly capitalized on the situation and made a substantial profit. "Brother, you're incredible. How did you know the oil storage facility would be targeted?" she exclaimed. Because I cast a curse upon them," he replied with a playful grin. The series of significant thefts incited widespread panic and outrage among the populace. They clamored for the government to swiftly resolve the cases, demanding that those incapable of doing so step down. The local government, feeling humiliated, could only promise to expedite their investigations. Yang Xiao scoffed, dismissing their incompetence, and began plotting his next move. With the authorities now on high alert and the self-defense forces involved, success would not come easily. Thus, he resolved to employ a diversionary tactic. That night, he used a drone to deliver a batch of gasoline to a residential area, igniting a fire that engulfed the buildings. The community was soon transformed into a raging inferno, filled with cries for help. Police, firefighters, and ambulances rushed to the scene, creating quite a spectacle. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao had already arrived at another grain storage facility, successfully emptying all its contents. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, he swiftly moved to a nearby food wholesale market, clearing it out as well. Before departing, he set ablaze the premises, indifferent to the lives of the Japanese, hoping the flames would spread throughout Tokyo, claiming countless lives. By the next morning, news of the extensive thefts in Tokyo spread like wildfire across the globe. Countries worldwide sent congratulatory messages, gleefully inquiring about the death toll and financial losses. Thanks to Yang Shao's cunning assistance, Xiao Yubing seized the opportunity, reaping significant rewards. Over the next 2 weeks, Yang Shao skillfully applied the wisdom of Sun Tzu's art of war and the 36 stratagems, navigating the nooks and crannies of Tokyo. He set fire to sacred sites, looted museums, and employed ruthless tactics. Nearly 80% of Tokyo's resources fell into his hands, resulting in soaring prices and widespread panic. As time progressed, the mysterious disappearance of a ruthless businessman from Peshawar caught the attention of Tokyo's intelligence agencies, which quickly focused their scrutiny on Yang Shao. He had been the last person in contact with the businessman before his vanishing act, and the subsequent emptying of an arms factory mirrored events in Tokyo. Consequently, they detained Yang Shao, attempting to extract confessions through psychological torture. However, these petty tactics were trivial to someone like Yang Shao, who had endured 3 years of apocalyptic survival. After enduring 48 hours of mental torment, he remained steadfast and refused to divulge any information. Ultimately, due to the intervention of the embassy, he was released, albeit under continuous surveillance. Sensing impending danger, Yang Shao realized that the unscrupulous and shameless Japanese might resort to underhanded methods to eliminate him. Convinced that he needed to take drastic measures, he concocted a lethal, odorless, and colorless poison derived from traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, undetectable by conventional instruments. Since you seek death, don't blame me, he thought. Under the cover of darkness, he incapacitated several of the intelligence agents monitoring him and concealed their bodies. He then stealthily infiltrated a water treatment plant, contaminating the water supply with the prepared poison. A manic smile spread across his face, his body trembling with exhilaration. He bore no compassion for the Japanese, recalling how many had previously crossed borders with the assistance of pro-Japanese factions, wreaking havoc in coastal cities, committing murder, arson, and heinous acts of experimentation on living beings. In this life, he intended to exact vengeance, allowing these beasts to experience the terror of slaughter firsthand. Seizing the moment before his actions could be discovered, he fled under the cover of night. The following morning, news of over 3 million Japanese being poisoned swept across the globe like a tornado, sending shockwaves worldwide. In Japan, a cacophony of wails erupted as enraged citizens protested, demanding the government swiftly identify the perpetrator and deliver justice for the deceased. The government's ineptitude further incited public fury, leading to widespread rioting and destruction. This created yet another opportunity that Xiao Yubing astutely capitalized upon. Netizens from various countries sent congratulatory messages, expressing their intent to send paper cranes as tokens of sympathy. Some pro-Japanese individuals clashed with them, vehemently denouncing their lack of humanity. Justice-minded netizens, unwilling to tolerate such insolence, retaliated fiercely, nearly drowning them in vitriol. What can mere traitors do against us? Meanwhile, Yang Shao had already boarded a flight to the central plains of North America, where vast farmland awaited him, brimming with abundant grain reserves. He intended to exploit this opportunity without hesitation. After his arrival, he checked into a clandestine motel and began diligently crafting hallucinogenic drugs. After several days of effort, he amassed a considerable quantity and was ready to proceed. He purchased a discreet vehicle and, under the cover of night, sped toward nearby farms. The expansive agricultural land allowed him to directly access storage facilities, incapacitating all present and completely depleting the grain silos. Once accomplished, he hurriedly drove to the next location. Throughout the night, he meticulously plundered a dozen or so farms and ranches in the vicinity. As daytime was ill-suited for his activities, he entered the nearest city, seeking out an unlicensed establishment for some relaxation and rest. After releasing his pent-up stress, he enjoyed a restful sleep, ready to continue his nocturnal escapades. While police scoured the streets for the thieving gang, he had already slipped away to the outskirts, seeking refuge in a grove for the night. As darkness fell, he resumed his thievery at nearby farms and ranches. By the time the farm owners alerted authorities, he had already moved to another city, indulging in massages and relaxation at various establishments, only to return to his nocturnal activities. Thus, he operated under the cover of darkness, stealing wherever he went. He played a game of cat and mouse with the police, but he remained cautious, never resorting to murder or the theft of military arms, to avoid attracting military intervention. Although his movements appeared erratic, making it difficult for authorities to predict his next target, a thorough analysis by intelligence agencies revealed a consistent trajectory leading eastward. Connecting the dots to the previously vanished resources, they speculated that his ultimate objective might very well be the Great Lakes. However, this hypothesis seemed absurd, and higher-ups were reluctant to accept it. The Great Lakes possess an immense capacity for water, allowing one to whimsically fill containers and test their limits. Thus, they missed the singular opportunity to apprehend the murderer. A month later, Yang Xiao arrived in Chicago. To avoid arousing suspicion, he refrained from acting within the city, instead venturing into the desolate outskirts by the shores of Lake Michigan under the cover of night. On a pitch-black evening, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face, a colossal black void emerged upon the lake's surface, voraciously drawing in the water. As the space could not sustain living organisms, the water was automatically sanitized upon being absorbed, requiring only a simple filtration when necessary, thus saving considerable effort. The space could not directly accommodate higher intelligent beings like humans, but it easily engulfed simpler creatures such as fish. An abundance of fish met their demise as they were sucked into the void alongside the lake's waters, preserved indefinitely. The interconnectedness of the Great Lakes led to a simultaneous drop in water levels. After an entire night of extraction, only a scant amount of water remained in the Great Lakes. As dawn approached, Yang Xiao, wishing to evade detection, hastily drove away. While the authorities frantically scoured the map in search of the deranged thief, Yang Xiao had already boarded a flight back home. Chapter 7. Returning home. Having consistently operated under the radar, utilizing unlicensed transportation and residing in clandestine accommodations, he left no trace of his identity, rendering the authorities unable to locate him in the immediate future. Alas, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. After all, when the apocalypse descends, these possessions will become naught. It is better for me to claim them in advance, contributing to the continuation of humanity. Yang Xiao mused, yet maintained a smile upon his face. The bizarre desiccation of the Great Lakes was too monumental to conceal, and thus it rapidly spread across the globe, inciting widespread panic. Initially, Tokyo suffered a near total loss of resources and the poisoning of over 300 million people. Now, it was the turn of Central North America's cities and farms to face theft, culminating in the Great Lakes themselves being ravaged, prompting many to speculate whether divine forces were at play. Others seized the opportunity to propagate doomsday rhetoric, attempting to instigate fear for ulterior motives. Governments worldwide endeavored to soothe public anxiety and control the narrative to prevent further hysteria. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of the chaos, Yang Xiao, had boarded a high-speed train back home, and after several hours of travel, finally arrived at his destination. However, upon disembarking, he was immediately surrounded by several police officers. Who am I? Where am I? The interrogation was led by an experienced officer and a young, attractive female officer. The veteran officer attempted to exert pressure, his expression stern as he inquired, "Confess honestly, what have you been up to lately?" Yang Xiao responded, bewildered. "What do you mean?" The officer raised his voice, persistently winking at him. Yang Xiao quickly comprehended that he had become a suspect due to the case involving a corrupt employer, and that the authorities from the United States were seeking him. For the sake of appearances, they were compelled to stage an arrest. Ahem, I merely indulged in a few bubble baths in Tokyo, and later found it inadequate. So I ventured to North America to seek some excitement. Surely, this does not violate any local laws? The female officer rapped the table and, with a serious demeanor, demanded, "What else? Be forthcoming. Anything else?" "Oh right, with all the recent events, I felt that it was too dangerous abroad, so I hastily left without completing the necessary paperwork." "Is that serious?" The veteran officer maintained a serious facade, declaring, "Very serious. That counts as a legal entry. You can either pay a fine of 500 or face 5 days of detention. Choose one." "I'll pay." Once all matters were clarified and the fine settled, Yang Xiao exited the station smoothly, with the veteran officer personally driving him. At the police station's entrance, the female officer silently watched the departing vehicle. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke the silence. "So, what did you learn during the interrogation?" The female officer saluted. Director Zhao. Director Zhao, with a stern expression, retorted, "There are no outsiders here. Address me properly. It's working hours." "Very well. Now, let us discuss the situation with Yang Xiao." Zhao scoffed disdainfully. "What is there to discuss? Just a scoundrel. He went abroad to indulge himself, sent something amiss, and snuck back, receiving a 500 fine." "Oh, I see." Director Zhao remarked with a knowing smile, before turning to leave. In the car, the veteran officer offered him a cigarette, chuckling, "I hope it didn't frighten you too much just now." "Not all. Just kidding. He is a notorious killer. How could he be intimidated?" "Ha ha. The young man has a good attitude. Alas, I hope you can understand. We are under immense pressure to put on a facade for others, or else we would struggle to justify our actions. I understand. Cooperating with the police is the duty of every citizen." "Ha ha." The two seemed to have said nothing, yet in reality had expressed everything. After dropping Yang Xiao off at the entrance of his community, the veteran officer left him a contact number, stating, "Just call me Old Zhang. If you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, don't hesitate to reach out." He was a pragmatic individual, indifferent to public opinion. In his eyes, those who dared to confront adversity were worthy of respect. Thank you. Yang Xiao responded with a cordial smile as he bid farewell to the veteran officer. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The villa had been renovated, and Yang Xiao settled the final payment with the construction company. 2 months had elapsed since his rebirth, and only 10 days remained before the impending apocalypse. The initial investment of 100 million given to Xia Yubing had astonishingly ballooned to 150 billion, a staggering increase. Yang Xiao promptly withdrew from the investment, retrieving all his funds to prepare for procurement of supplies. He transferred 5 million to Xia Yubing as a token of gratitude and invited her to dinner at his home to express his appreciation in person. However, Xia Yubing, having worked tirelessly and stressed to the point of exhaustion, needed 2 days to recuperate before they could meet, so they arranged to see each other in 3 days. Yang Xiao paid little mind to this, cooking a few simple dishes for himself while browsing Taobao to compile a list of necessary items for purchase. At that moment, the doorbell rang, revealing Lu Ruyan. Upon entering, Lu Ruyan joyfully leaped into Yang Xiao's embrace, her heart racing with excitement, exuding an alluring fragrance. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Me? Don't speak, just kiss me. After completing their intimate activities, it was barely past 9 o'clock, and both felt exhausted and famished. They shared a shower together, followed by a meal. Yang Xiao inquired, what has you so exhilarated tonight? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Oh, nothing. Just wanted to express my gratitude. Gratitude for me? Yes, having completed your order, I earned over 8 million in commissions. A mere girl has no means to repay you, so I can only express my thanks verbally. Why are you converting the villa into an apocalyptic fortress? Do you have so much money that you don't know what to do with it? Yang Xiao pulled her close, gently stroking her hair, and replied with a grin. I have foreseen a great calamity approaching, so I am preparing in advance. How arrogant. If you don't explain, I won't bother. Very well, when the time comes, you will know whether my words hold truth. Since we still have some time, please assist me in determining what supplies to stockpile for the apocalypse. Are you serious? All right, I will help you strategize. Seizing the opportunity while her husband was engaged in social obligations, Lu Ruyan diligently helped Yang Xiao compile a list of supplies. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30. They had compiled nearly 200 items on the list. Lu Ruyan glanced at the clock. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she prepared to leave. With only 9 days until the apocalypse countdown, Yang Xiao embarked on his final shopping spree. Armed with over 150 billion in savings, he began an extravagant shopping spree. He first contacted a factory specializing in frozen dumplings, placing an order for 10 tons. The factory, suspecting a scam, nearly reported him to the authorities. However, upon receiving the payment, they believed him and cheerfully assured delivery within 3 days. He subsequently reached out to several other frozen food processing plants, purchasing over 100 tons of various flavored dumplings, tangyuan and buns. Various snack processing factories, beverage processing plants, breweries, and so forth placed orders according to the material list. Chapter 8. Delivery. After a day filled with busyness, having contacted everyone he needed, he drove to the purified water plant and the ice factory, clearing the inventory and instructing the workers to continue working overtime with doubled wages. Suddenly, he remembered that his vehicle had not been modified, making travel in the apocalypse inconvenient. Thus, he purchased a brand new Hummer H3 and took it for modifications. Many roads in the apocalypse had melted, rendering rubber tires useless. Hence, he requested the mechanic to convert it to tracks. Once these tasks were completed, the sky was already dimming. The owner of the tea shop, Boss Wong, called to inform him that the goods were ready, inquiring where to deliver them. It was then that Yang Xiao recalled that he had yet to collect the tea, so he sent him an address, requesting delivery to his villa. The various teas amounted to a total of 10 tons, transported by a large truck. After unloading the goods, night had fallen, and Boss Wong invited Yang Xiao to dinner. As it was nearly mealtime, Yang Xiao did not decline. At the dining table, Boss Wong, beaming with joy, exuberantly declared, Brother Yang, I truly owe you for this. I invested 100,000, and in 2 months, I've earned over 10 million. Ha ha, congratulations. However, you should thank Miss Xia. Without her, you and T have made this money. Ha ha, you are right. I've already transferred her 200,000 as a small token of appreciation. By the way, brother, do you have any more profitable ventures coming up? Remember to lend a hand to your old friend. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, What are your plans for the future? Now that I've sold almost all the tea in the shop to you, I need to return to my hometown to stock up. In a few days, it will be my mother's 60th birthday, and I plan to spend some time with her, considering it a break for myself. I see. If there are any delicious local specialties from your hometown, help me procure a batch. I'll pick it up in half a month. Yang Xiao found Boss Wong quite agreeable and decided to assist him. If he directly asked the other party to stock up, they would likely not take it seriously. So this method was most prudent. Boss Wong chuckled, "Don't worry, brother. After I return, I'll make arrangements for you, ensuring you get to taste all the delicacies from my hometown. Yes, stock up well. Money is no object. Especially your hometown's rice, which has a unique flavor. It would be best to stock 100 to 180 tons, as I intend to gift it." "No problem. Leave it to me." As the drinks flowed, the two parted ways. After taking a shower, Yang Xiao noticed a missed call from Xia Yubing, who later sent a voice message on WeChat. "Brother Xiao, what are you up to?" Yang Xiao smiled faintly. Had it been before? If this ordinary person had messaged the goddess, it would likely have vanished into oblivion. How different it was now, with the goddess initiating the conversation. Money truly is a wonderful thing. Just finish showering. What's the matter? Xia Yubing, with bated breath, was overjoyed to finally receive a response from Yang Xiao. "Oomph. Can I chat with you if there's nothing going on? You're being too formal. As long as you're willing, you can always reach out to me." That is more like it. "By the way, Brother Xiao, have you seen the news? I'm famous now." "Yes, I did. Congratulations on your meteoric rise. Soon, people will be lining up at your company for contracts." Yang Xiao's words were not mere pleasantries. In just 2 months, Xia Yubing had helped him earn a staggering 150 billion, a fact that had spread like wildfire throughout the financial community. It was easy to imagine how many would seek her for investment thereafter. "Sigh, I'm currently overwhelmed. My phone is almost exploding with calls. Even taking a break is impossible. Haha, to those capable, much is demanded. Oomph, while I toil away, you've become the biggest winner. This one tea do. You must treat me to a meal. Ha ha ha, of course, you choose the time and place. Really? Then let us do it tomorrow. I want a seafood feast." "All right." It was then that Yang Xiao remembered he had yet to stock up on seafood, so he called the seafood market late at night, spending a fortune to order a batch, requesting prompt delivery. The next morning, several large trucks arrived outside Yang Xiao's yard. One truck carried premium rice, another fresh pork, another fresh beef, another fresh lamb, another chicken, duck, and goose meat, and another truck with seafood. This was merely the first batch, with more to follow. Yang Xiao instructed them to unload the goods in the yard, and it wasn't until noon that he finished. Just as he received a call from Xia Yubing, preparing to head out for their appointment, another delivery arrived, this time several trucks of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks. Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, he had no choice but to call Xia Yubing. "I'm sorry. Something came up. Shall we reschedule for tonight?" Xia Yubing pouted. "But I want to see you right now. How about you come over? I just bought a batch of seafood this morning. You can cook whatever you like." "Great. I'm on my way." Half an hour later, Xia Yubing arrived at Yang Xiao's doorstep, awestruck at the sight before her. 7 or 8 large trucks lined up, awaiting unloading, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, creating quite a spectacle. "Wow, what project are you running? Planning to open a mall?" Yang Xiao smiled. "I'm preparing to donate to impoverished mountainous areas. Don't mind the details." "Is this your new car?" It looked fantastic. In front of her was a brand new Kian, a luxury vehicle that complemented Xia Yubing's elegance perfectly. "Yes, I bought it half a month ago. Thanks to your strong support. I would have been able to buy a car so quickly otherwise. The key is still your own capability. Now let us not just stand here, come inside." "All right." This was Xia Yubing's first visit to Yang Xiao's home, and she adored the luxurious decor. "Can you cook seafood? There are 2 large lobsters in the fridge." "Of course. In honor of the lobsters, I'll let you taste my culinary skills today." After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, Xia Yubing reluctantly departed. She had initially planned to win over Yang Xiao today, but the arrival of these trucks had delayed her, proving that good things often come with obstacles. And fate does not always align with one's wishes. Equally troubled was Lu Ruyan, whose husband seemed to have discovered something amiss, keeping a close watch on her and occasionally testing her, leaving her with no chance to meet her lover. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, having invested all his money in stockpiling goods, saw his account balance rapidly diminish, causing the bank's client manager, Bai Jia, to become somewhat anxious. To retain him as a significant client, Bai Jia invited him to a hotel for an all-night discussion, to keep her interested and ensure continued benefits. Yang Xiao verbally assured her that he would maintain his deposits, while also gifting her some small tokens, allowing the beauty to hold onto her fantasies about him. At 4:30 in the morning, Yang Xiao drove to an old vegetable market. It was bustling with crowds, a hive of activity. Several large trucks laden with vegetables were parked along the road, each surrounded by a group of small vendors stocking up. Chapter 9. Crackdown on prostitution. Yang Xiao had heard in the tea shop that some truck drivers specialized in this line of work. Driving was merely their side gig. Their main business involved reselling, where they would purchase fruits and vegetables from large farms and wholesale them to market vendors. Although it was somewhat grueling, the profits were substantial, and it afforded them greater freedom, allowing them to sell a few truckloads a month and then relax. Yang Xiao approached a truck filled with pumpkins, found the owner, and got straight to the point. I'd like to order several truckloads of small pumpkins. Do you have enough supply? The owner, seeing his youth, scoffed dismissively. Don't say just a few truckloads. I can get you dozens or even hundreds, as long as you're willing to pay the price. Yang Xiao understood that this seasoned vendor was skeptical of him, so he didn't argue. He immediately transferred 100,000 as a deposit. Send 1 truckload today. If the quality meets my standards, I'll order 10 more within a week. Upon receiving the transfer notification, the owner became invigorated. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee I'll deliver the best small pumpkins to you. Subsequently, both parties exchanged contact information and delivery addresses. The commotion here piqued the curiosity of several other drivers, who approached with inquisitive expressions and inquired, Old Shun, what is going on? You seem quite elated. Hee, it's undoubtedly a momentous occasion. But I shan't divulge it to you. TCH, how stingy. As if we'd be eager to know. Well, it's really nothing grand. Just this gentleman here requesting 10 truckloads of pumpkins from me. T10 truckloads? A few seasoned drivers were utterly astonished, doubting their own hearing. They glanced at Yang Xiao, a young man with a hint of charm, who certainly did not appear to be wealthy. Young brother, may I be so bold as to ask if you truly requested 10 truckloads of small pumpkins from Old Shun? Yang Xiao nodded and asked, what do you all sell? Oh, we merchants sell all sorts of vegetables. Today I'm offering green beans, bitter melons, and eggplants, while others are selling cucumbers, corn, lettuce, potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and so forth. I see. In that case, please deliver to me as well, as long as the quality is assured. I would like 100 to 180 tons of each within 7 days. Is that for real? I can pay a deposit up front. Subsequently, Yang Xiao handed each person a prepayment of 100,000. The owners were ecstatic. The remaining experienced drivers rushed over upon hearing the news, all securing substantial orders. Given the inconvenience of delivering so much directly to a villa, Yang Xiao resolved to rent a warehouse to receive everything there. Old Shun, filled with curiosity, asked President Yang, may I inquire what you intend to do with such a large quantity of vegetables? Naturally, it's for charity. Otherwise, how could I possibly consume that much myself? Old Shin suddenly wore a serious expression and asked, you wouldn't be intending to donate to those scoundrels, would you? Upon hearing this, the other drivers cast him hostile glances, as if bracing themselves for a refund. Many of these drivers were veterans, harboring deep-seated animosity towards those scoundrels. Yang Xiao sneered. A bunch of worthless trash. I wouldn't even donate to them if I were feeding pigs. Ha ha, well said. A pack of brutes. They deserve nothing but their fate. Meanwhile, countless citizens in our country live in poverty, yet some people ostentatiously flaunt their donations to others. Truly disgraceful. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, by your account, there must be quite a few individuals donating to those scoundrels, right? Not just a few. It's as if there are countless. They're all a bunch of treacherous dogs. They preach about boundless love, yet why don't they assist the suffering citizens at home, observing their growing fervor? Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle silently. What is the point of mere bluster? After leaving the vegetable market, and with dawn yet to break, he hastily drove to the fruit wholesale market. Here, numerous large trucks were also busy selling goods, the situation mirroring that of the vegetable market. He employed the same strategy, enlisting a dozen drivers to supply him with goods. Within a week, he wanted as many varieties as possible. Money was no object. He then rented a large warehouse near the community and sent the delivery address to the drivers. Once everything was arranged, it was already midday. Just as he was preparing to head home to cook, he received a call from Lu Ruyen. Lu Ruyen invited him out for a meal and had even taken the afternoon off to accompany him. Yang Xiao, naturally, accepted the invitation with delight. After their meal, they headed straight to a hotel to indulge in some pleasurable activities. Lu Ruyen, with a worried expression, said, it seems my husband is beginning to suspect me. What should I do? Yang Xiao shrugged and replied, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. A peck. Hee, I knew you'd be the best to me. In the afternoon, Lu Ruyen left the hotel first and drove back to her company. Yang Xiao, feeling a bit unsatisfied, contemplated calling Xia Yubing to invite her over for some fun. However, she was currently engaged in negotiations with a major client and was unable to step away. With no other option, he called Bai Jie, asking her to come to the hotel to discuss the deposit matter. Bai Jie, of course, did not refuse, carefully preparing herself before happily accepting the invitation. The two engaged in lively conversation at the hotel, and as mealtime approached, Yang Xiao suggested they go out for dinner. He was a person of principle. He couldn't just have fun without at least ensuring she was well fed. Just as they exited the hotel, the sound of police sirens echoed behind them. A group of police officers surrounded the hotel, conducting a raid. The team leader was Zhao Ying. Oh no, that was close. Yang Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing the potential danger they had narrowly escaped. Had they lingered, they would certainly have been caught red-handed by Captain Zhao. He was particularly concerned about administrative penalties, but the fear of social embarrassment, especially being caught in the act by the alluring policewoman, was intolerable. As if sensing something, the policewoman turned around and immediately spotted Yang Xiao standing with a woman, her eyes narrowing. The two maintained a respectable distance, appearing innocent enough. She cast Yang Xiao a puzzled glance before continuing her duties. Sensing the need to vacate the premises, Yang Xiao decisively ushered Bai Jie into the car and departed. After enjoying their meal, Bai Jie felt slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed, and breathed out sweetly. My husband isn't home tonight. I'm a bit scared alone. Can you keep me company? Ah, but what if your husband returns unexpectedly? He won tea. Yes, on a business trip to another city, and one tea be back for a day or two. All right then, given your sincere request, I suppose I can keep you company. Who could resist such a kind-hearted plea? He chuckled. Bai Jie laughed joyfully. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined to persuade Yang Xiao to increase the deposit amount. Chapter 10. A chance encounter with the policewoman. In the final days, Yang Xiao continued his fervent buying spree. During the day, he scoured major department stores, supermarkets, and wholesale markets for goods, acquiring everything that could be utilized for living. At night, he ventured to various food streets, indulging in a frenzied shopping spree. Barbecue stalls buy, marinated dishes buy, zhouheya buy, fried noodle stalls buy, snail noodles buy, old friend noodles buy, milk tea shops buy, dessert shops buy. Everything tangible at the food streets was cleared out. Many who had planned to enjoy a late-night snack found nothing available, resulting in a chorus of complaints. Yang Xiao, however, was indifferent to their plight, merrily wheeling a cart to collect his goods, drawing disdainful glares from the crowd. How infuriating! He has taken everything. What are we supposed to eat? Ha, nouveau riche. Just because he has money, he thinks he has something special? Though the crowd grumbled, they could not help but feel envious. Just as Yang Xiao was happily collecting his goods, a cool voice rang out from behind. What are you doing? Turning around, Yang Xiao was pleasantly surprised to see the captivating policewoman Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying, with her ponytail and fitted t-shirt, showcased her alluring figure. Sporting a casual skirt, white stockings, and sneakers, she embodied the essence of a sweet, innocent first love. Accompanying her was another woman, quite pretty, but overshadowed by Zhao Ying's presence. The other woman looked down her nose at Yang Xiao, clearly unimpressed by his lack of designer attire. Just buying a little late-night snack, Yang Xiao replied with a grin. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes, exasperated. You've cleared out the entire street of snacks. Are you sure it's just a little? I'm not breaking any laws by shopping, am I? Yang Xiao scratched his head, feigning a silly demeanor. Zhao Ying shook her head, stating, while it's not illegal, your unusual behavior could easily attract the attention of the authorities, and you might be invited for a chat. She spoke the truth, unlike Western countries. Actions like Yang Xiao's that disrupt market order could quickly draw scrutiny. I had overlooked that, Yang Xiao pondered, deciding it would be wiser to order takeout in the future. I have heard that you have recently been engaged in an extravagant procurement spree with a total value exceeding 15 billion. Would you be so kind as to disclose its intended purpose? The official intelligence network has not been idle from the very first day of Yang Xiao's return. They have been scrutinizing his recent actions, thus they are well informed of his latest endeavors. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's companion gasped in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Is that true? I had no idea that this young man was an invisible tycoon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Cece. May I add you on WeChat? Lin Cece, a gold digger at heart, harbored the grandest dream of marrying into a wealthy family. With the prospect of affluence so close at hand, she was naturally eager to seize the opportunity. Yang Xiao appraised her carefully. Her appearance and physique, while decent, paled in comparison to Zhao Ying's, whose allure and stature eclipsed hers entirely. Hence, he had no intention of pursuing a fleeting distraction. Pleasure to meet you, he replied curtly, before turning his attention back to Zhao Ying to clarify. All those supplies have been donated to impoverished regions and have already been transported overnight. Zhao Ying looked utterly bewildered. You donated them all? Indeed, not a single item remains. If you doubt my word, you are welcome to visit my residence. Very well. Please report to the bureau tomorrow to explain the situation, to avoid drawing attention from certain departments. Thank you, Officer Zhao. Upon hearing this, Lin Cece's interest in Yang Xiao waned. To have donated supplies worth 15 billion was the mark of a spendthrift. Such a person was destined for mediocrity. If she were given that sum, she could acquire countless luxury handbags and jewelry, becoming a VIP client at a beauty salon, flaunting her wealth on social media daily without repeating her outfits. After a brief exchange, Zhao Ying prepared to take her leave. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to offer a warning. Officer Zhao, have you noticed the unusual weather lately? Each day seems to grow warmer. More alarmingly, It's been nearly 2 months since a single drop of rain has fallen globally. What are you implying? Ah, nothing of consequence. I must attend to my business. Yang Xiao waved goodbye and resumed his tasks. Lin Cece found Yang Xiao's statement baffling and suspected he might be unhinged. Was it not natural for global temperatures to rise and for a lack of rainfall to occur over such a span? However, Zhao Ying fell into contemplation, her expression growing increasingly grave. While a local drought of 2 months might be explicable, a global absence of rain for the same duration indicated a serious crisis. Cece, I have matters to attend to, she declared, turning on her heel. She needed to verify Yang Xiao's claims. If it were true that there had been no rain for 2 months, it would herald catastrophe. After conducting some inquiries and consulting experts in relevant fields, she was horrified to discover that Yang Xiao's assertion was indeed correct. Without delay, she relayed this alarming information to her father, Chief Zhao. Upon hearing the news, he too was taken aback. Yet, as this issue fell outside his jurisdiction, he could only notify friends in the pertinent fields. Once he completed his calls, Zhao Ying, her face taut with anxiety, inquired, "What did they say?" Chief Zhao shrugged. As you can see, they are not overly concerned, asserting that this situation will not persist for long. Zhao Ying's eyes darkened, sensing that matters were far from straightforward. Connecting the recent spate of thefts in the United States and Japan, along with the reports of the Great Lakes drying up overnight, she concluded that significant events were imminent. Father, regardless of what others say, we must not remain passive. Chief Zhao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you propose we do? After some thought, Zhao Ying suggested, what if we withdraw our savings and stockpile long-lasting food and water? Is such a measure truly necessary? What do you think? Consider the vast amounts of goods stolen in the U.S. and Japan, the inexplicable desiccation of the Great Lakes, and this anomalous weather. I fear a great disaster is approaching. Isn't that a bit alarmist? Chief Zhao's lips twitched, though inwardly he found himself half convinced. His daughter had a knack for intuition, prompting him to give her suggestion due consideration. Very well, you may use our funds to procure supplies, but do not touch your mother's savings for now. Chief Zhao consolidated several savings accounts, amounting to over 300,000, and transferred it all to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes. As a chief, you truly fail to impress. Look at others. Who does not revel in luxury cars, villas, and a plethora of fine antiques, while you still reside in government-allocated housing? You truly are my daughter. If you wish to drive me to the brink, just say so. Chief Zhao exclaimed in frustration as he searched for the nearest 7 wolves. Enough. 30,000 will suffice. I still have over 6 million in my account. No sooner had he spoken than Chief Zhao shot her a piercing glare, demanding, Comrade Zhao Ying, confess where this substantial sum has come from. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes again, explaining, given the recent significant thefts, it was a prime opportunity for investment. A mere fraction could yield immense profits. Only someone as antiquated as you would let such an opportunity slip by. With that, Zhao Ying set out to procure supplies, leaving Chief Zhao in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 11. The Little Wealthy Lady. The owner residing next door to Yang Xiao is a university student named Tian Kakai, the belle of the finance university. Coming from a wealthy family and disliking dormitory life, she has rented a villa in the vicinity. Wealthy, headstrong, and a little tycoon. Moreover, she is an enthusiast of apocalyptic themes, often collecting bows, crossbows, and various blade weapons, finding them quite stylish. Last night, she celebrated her 20th birthday, inviting a few close female classmates to join in the festivities, which were quite lively. Once the celebrations concluded, the other classmates returned to their schools, leaving only her close friend, Sumi, to stay the night. Having indulged a bit too much in drink, Sumi remained asleep well into the afternoon. Early in the day, Tian Kakai had several large trucks deliver an abundance of supplies to her villa, prompting her curiosity to investigate. Upon discovering the yard filled with boxes of provisions, she was utterly astonished. After regaining her composure, she approached Yang Xiao with a smile. Hello, handsome. I am Tian Kiki, your neighbor. May I inquire about the purpose of your extensive purchases? Yang Xiao turned to look at her, immediately captivated, resolutely deciding to add her to his circle. It's nothing of great importance. The weather has been unusually erratic, so I thought it prudent to stockpile supplies, just in case. Erratic weather? Tian Kikai furrowed her brows. As a little wealthy lady, her intuition warned her that there was more to this matter than met the eye. However, as they had just met, it was inappropriate to pry into his private affairs, so she amicably added Yang Xiao on WeChat before returning home. Once inside, she eagerly searched for weather forecasts online. After meticulously sifting through a plethora of data, she was stunned to discover the alarming truth. The globe had indeed gone 2 months without a single drop of rain. This was terrifying. Yet, almost immediately, a glimmer of excitement sparked within her. This could be a lucrative opportunity. Perhaps she could stockpile bottled water and sell it at a premium later, reaping substantial profits. Without hesitation, she placed an order for a large quantity of purified water. Next, she ascended to her second-floor balcony, utilizing binoculars to observe what other supplies her neighbor had amassed. After a day of keen observation, she noted a diverse array of provisions, primarily food and drink, in staggering quantities. Checking her bank balance revealed over 30 million, which she deemed insufficient. She then accessed her trading account, where over 500 million awaited her, thanks to astute investments during recent significant events in the US and North America, allowing her to turn a mere 10 million into over 50 times that amount. She resolved to take a bold gamble, withdrawing all the funds in her account to stock up on supplies. Around noon, Sumi was roused from her slumber by hunger, rubbing her bleary eyes as she ventured to the dining area in search of sustenance. She consumed a bottle of milk, devoured a bun, and then, with a fried dough stick clenched between her teeth, set off to find Tian Chi-Chi. Tian Chi-Chi was engrossed in placing orders with manufacturers online when she suddenly felt two freshly made meat buns pressing against her back, still warm. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Sumi's cherry red lips and promptly pecked them with a quick kiss. Did you sleep well? I was awakened by hunger. What are you up to online shopping? Sumi stretched lazily, her loose robe failing to conceal her devilishly alluring figure. Although she was slightly less attractive than Tian Chi-Chi, her considerable assets more than compensated for this minor shortcoming. Tian Chi-Chi embraced her, playfully toying with her ample endowments, and remarked, "Yes, the weather has been quite unusual lately. There may be a disaster looming, so I'm stocking up for unexpected needs." Sumi scoffed. In this day and age, what kind of disaster could possibly occur? The country has accumulated so much grain that even in a year of calamity, no one would starve. I advise you to refrain from wasting time on such futile endeavors. No, I've done my research. It hasn't rained globally for 2 months. Do you know what that implies? Isn't it quite normal to have 2 months without rain? I think you're just being overly anxious. Stop looking at those things. Let me see the latest handbag. Sumi was a girl who pursued a high-quality lifestyle, devoting most of her energy to her attire and beauty, with a particular obsession for luxury goods. Go on, there's a tablet over there. Take your time browsing, Tian Chi-Chi said, understanding her friend's nature and opting not to argue further. She contacted over a dozen suppliers, ordering a substantial amount of beverages, purified water, and various snacks. Yet she still felt something was missing. After some contemplation, she messaged Yang Xiao. "Hey, I have a bit of extra cash lately and don't know how to spend it. Could you give me some advice?" Upon receiving such a message, Yang Xiao was utterly speechless and replied, "Who asks such questions? It could easily be misunderstood, you know. One might think you want to keep me as a sugar baby." Tian Chi-Chi chuckled playfully. "Well, considering how tall and handsome you are, I suppose keeping you would not be out of the question." Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, dismissing her as jesting. "If you have extra money and nowhere to spend it, you could install solar panels, prepare a few generators, stockpile some fuel, and purchase essential medications like antibiotics, ibuprofen, various cold remedies, and items for heat stroke prevention, UV protection, and cooling devices like fans and air conditioners." Tian Chi-Chi frowned. "You're making it sound as if the apocalypse is approaching." Yang Xiao smiled. "Very clever. You might as well prepare your supplies according to apocalyptic standards." "Is that for real? What if I'm left with a surplus of goods? I'll hold you accountable. Would you like me to compensate you with a few billion?" "Pervert." Tian Chi-Chi huffed as she exited the chat, lost in thought. Could it really be impossible? But that guy has transformed his villa into an extravagant fortress, completely resembling an apocalyptic stronghold, and he has stockpiled so many supplies. Could he possess some insider information? She lightly tapped the table, pondering for a long while before finally making the decision to take a gamble. It's just over 500 million, after all. It's merely the spoils of the American disaster and the spoils of our childhood. She resolved to stock up according to apocalyptic standards. Mimi, I'm going out to buy some things. Do you want to come with?" "Sure." Sumi put down her tablet, quickly dressing and applying makeup before heading out with Tian Chi-Chi. The weather was scorching, and within minutes of stepping outside, both were drenched in sweat. Tian Chi-Chi drove straight to the food wholesale market, embarking on a shopping spree. 50 tons of rice, 10 tons of various dry goods, 1 ton each of cured meats and sausages, 2 tons of fresh pork, 1 ton each of chicken, duck, and goose, 3,000 packages each of frozen dumplings, 10 yuan, and buns, 2,000 packages each of soy milk powder, soy milk, and nutritious cereals, 100 boxes each of various flavored beverages, 300 boxes of milk, 500 boxes of beer, 100 boxes of self-heating rice, 200 boxes of self-heating pots, 100 boxes of prepared dishes, and 100 boxes of instant noodles and ham. With so many items, she had to hire 3 large trucks. Then she visited a pharmacy to purchase a substantial quantity of common medications, especially sunburn ointments, clearing out the inventory of several pharmacies. Sumi had initially anticipated another delightful shopping day, but instead, Tian Chi-Chi had turned it into a procurement mission, leaving her feeling quite duped. With a long face, she complained, "Damn Chi-Chi, do you plan to open a supermarket? Why stock so much? I'm making an investment. Do you understand? If a natural disaster does strike, I'll profit immensely from these supplies. Do you have any spare cash? Would you like to stock up as well? I'm not listening to you. Investments come with risks. In this day and age, there's no money to be made from reselling supplies. I advise you to focus on buying more handbags and cosmetics instead." Cosmetics? Tian Chi-Chi's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged her friend into the car. Flooring the accelerator toward Wanda Plaza, Sumi thought Tian Chi-Chi had finally seen the light, exclaiming, "Chi-Chi, you've finally come to your senses. I've told you before, women must live exquisitely. Making money and supporting the family is a man's job." Before she could finish, she saw Tian Chi-Chi darting straight to the cosmetic section, pouncing on the counter and inquiring, "How many sunscreen products do you have? I'll take them all." "Huh?" The counter girl looked utterly bewildered. "What do you mean, huh? Hurry and bring out all the sunscreen products." "Oh, okay, just a moment." The scale of the business was too large for the counter girl to handle alone, so she went to find a supervisor. After some negotiations, the supervisor confirmed that Tian Chi-Chi was not here to play games and promptly brought out all the sunscreen products in stock. Sumi, however, wore a look of disappointment, thinking she had finally come to her senses, only to find this. Tian Chi-Chi smiled reassuringly. "All right, to make it up to you, you can choose any set of cosmetics here today, and I'll pay for it." "Really? Really? That is fantastic. Chi-Chi, I adore you," Sumi exclaimed with joy, planting a kiss on Tian Chi-Chi's cheek, then happily selected her cosmetics, opting for the expensive over the suitable. After clearing out the sunscreen products at Wanda Plaza, they headed to the electronics section to purchase a plethora of fans and air conditioners. Upon returning home, she immediately instructed the workers to move most of the supplies to the cold storage in the basement, leaving only a small portion on the first floor, including 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of sausages, and 10 boxes of natural rice. They worked tirelessly until evening, finally getting all the supplies stored away. Then she ordered solar panels online and purchased a high-powered diesel generator, requesting the vendor to supply extra diesel, since Yang Xiao next door was also crazily stockpiling supplies. It effectively provided cover for Tian Chi-Chi, so no one suspected she had amassed a large quantity of goods as well. After dinner, Sumi snuggled up to her, saying, "Chi-Chi, tomorrow is the weekend. Shall we go play at the beach?" Tian Chi-Chi shot her a glare. "No. Can't you see I'm busy stockpiling? Come on, it's rare for us to have time together." "No, if you enjoy playing in the water, there's a pool at home. Feel free to have fun." The pool at home isn't fun at all." "Well, we can talk about it later. I still need to continue stockpiling tomorrow." "Still stockpiling? Be careful it doesn't backfire." Tian Chi-Chi's gaze sharpened slightly as she scrutinized her friend seriously. If a natural disaster were to strike soon, this friend might drag her down with her, according to the rule of first eliminate the naive and then the foolish in an apocalypse. This girl must not be allowed to remain. However, she wasn't quite mad enough to take action based solely on speculation. So she thought for a moment and said to Sumi, "Mimi, I have guests coming over tonight, so I'll drive you back to school shortly." Sumi pouted, voicing her discontent. "What kind of guest is this? Even I have to avoid him." Tian Chi-Chi retorted, "It's my boyfriend." "Oh, I see. You want to have some time alone together. I'll make room for you." She then inquired, "By the way, who is your boyfriend? You've hidden him away so well that even I don't know. He just returned from abroad, so of course you wouldn't know." Tian Chi-Chi casually fabricated a lie. "All right then, shall I take my leave?" "Go ahead." Without hesitation, Tian Chi-Chi drove her sluggish friend back to school. The next morning, the team installing the solar panels arrived, and Tian Chi-Chi urged them to expedite their work, offering extra payment. Shortly thereafter, a diesel generator was delivered, accompanied by 100 liters of diesel. However, she sensed that this amount was woefully insufficient, prompting her to procure 10 tons of private oil through a friend's special channel. With these matters settled, another concern occurred to her. What if the temperature continued to rise and the air conditioning system failed? Thus, she immediately contacted a technician to perform an overheating prevention treatment on the air conditioning unit. Feeling more secure after completing these preparations, Tian Chi-Chi reassured herself. Her front door had been specially modified, making it nearly impossible to pry open with ordinary tools. Should any ill-advised intruder dare to trespass, she would not hesitate to defend herself. Self-defense was entirely justifiable. That evening, she meticulously reviewed the information, discovering that many regions were suffering from extreme heat and water shortages, with no rain falling anywhere in the world. Alarmed, she ordered a batch of stainless steel water barrels, filling them overnight for sealed storage. With this supply of tap water, Even in the event of a water outage, she could still maintain her bathing routine. The commotion next door did not escape Yang Xiao's keen observation. He had been watching the entire process unfold, initially believing the neighbor to be a delicate little girl. He was taken aback by her decisiveness in preparing all the necessary supplies for the impending apocalypse, as long as she kept her preparations under wraps. Survival until the end of days was undoubtedly possible. At that moment, Tian Chi sent a message to Yang Xiao, expressing her desire to treat him to dinner as a token of gratitude for his valuable advice. Yang Xiao, not one to be overly formal, gladly accepted the invitation. Although Tian Chi was relatively affluent, her culinary skills were commendable, and the meal she prepared was quite delightful. During the dinner, she subtly probed Yang Xiao for any insider information. Yang Xiao cast a glance at this clever girl, pondering for a moment before deciding to offer her some counsel. Consider this the eve of the apocalypse. Lay low and ensure no one knows about your stash of supplies. Appear impoverished to everyone you meet. What? But my best friend is aware of my stockpile. What if her loose lips spill the secret? It dawned on her that her friend posed a potential risk. Had she known, she would have never let her leave. Yang Xiao contemplated and suggested, why not lure your friend over and then confine her? Are you serious? Tian Chi exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and a surprising acceptance of the proposal. Yang Xiao nodded, well, considering you have amassed such a considerable stock, think of it as protecting her. As the days dwindled, Xia Yubing and Lu Ruyin frequently visited Yang Xiao's residence to assist in inventorying supplies, seemingly taking on the role of the villa's mistresses. Ironically, despite their multiple visits, they had never crossed paths, thanks to Yang Xiao's masterful time management skills, which ensured their schedules perfectly overlapped. Time flew, and soon the countdown to the apocalypse reached the 12-hour mark. Yang Xiao granted the workers at the ice factory and purified water plant a 7-day holiday, additionally providing each of them with a month's salary and 50 pounds of rice. Once the workers departed, he stored all inventory and equipment from the factory into his space, perhaps for future use. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ruyin called Yang Xiao in a panic, exclaiming, Yang Xiao, save me. What's happened? After a brief conversation, it became clear that Lu Ruyin's husband had long suspected her infidelity and had schemed revenge. Collaborating with Lu Ruyin's friend, he devised a ruse under the pretense of a significant investment project, ultimately swindling her of nearly 10 million in savings. He then coaxed her into taking out a bank loan, mortgaging her home, and borrowing an additional 20 million in high-interest loans. Now, both her husband and her friend had fled to Malaysia, living a blissful life while leaving Lu Ruyin to deal with the aftermath. The loan sharks had come knocking, threatening to drag her into a life of vice if she did not repay her debts, leaving her terrified enough to call the police. However, since the loan sharks had not committed any overtly illegal acts, the police could only issue a verbal warning. In her hour of need, only Yang Xiao could come to her rescue. I never imagined they would betray me. How despicable. Yang Xiao reassured her, don't worry, I'm here for you. Pack your belongings, and I'll pick you up tonight. All right. Lu Ruyin felt profoundly touched. Though she had suffered betrayal, it granted her a legitimate reason to stay with Yang Xiao, ultimately proving to be fortuitous. Yang Xiao contemplated bringing Xia Yubing to the villa as well, fearing for her safety when the apocalypse struck, especially given the lethal nature of the initial onslaught. However, Xia Yubing had been invited to a neighboring city by a friend. This friend was a hardcore doomsday enthusiast who had purchased an abandoned air raid shelter the previous year, and after a year of renovations, it had finally been completed just days ago, prompting an eager invitation for Xia Yubing to visit. Hearing the news, Yang Xiao's lips twitched in frustration, and he decided to let it be. That evening, as Lu Ruyin returned home from work, several loan sharks were loitering at her doorstep, loudly demanding repayment. Startled, Lu Ruyin quickly called Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao, they are back to collect the debt. Please help me. Yang Xiao comforted her, don't worry, I'm on my way. Okay, I'll wait for you. With Yang Xiao's promise, Lu Ruyin felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, her reliance on him reaching its zenith. A short while later, Yang Xiao arrived at Lu Ruyin's doorstep to find several thugs shouting. With a dark expression, he approached them. What are you shouting about? Do you realize you're disturbing the peace? A burly man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and retorted, Kid, we're here to collect the debt. This doesn't concern you. If you know what's good for you, scram, or you'll find out what a fist feels like. Are you all fools? You don't even realize that you're being used as pawns by her husband. Upon hearing this, the thugs bristled with indignation. Who are you calling a fool? Yang Xiao replied with calmness. Are you not the fools? Her husband cheated with her friend, swindling her of all her savings and mortgaging her house. And yet, here you are, bullying a woman who has lost everything. How much do you think you can recover from this? If we knew where her husband was, we wouldn't be bothering her. In this society governed by law, the crackdown on organized crime was intense. The thugs understood that if Lu Ruyin refused to comply, they had no real power over her, so they resorted to intimidation. Yang Xiao smirked. I heard her husband fled to Malaysia, taking over 50 million in savings with him. Surely, you have ways to track him down? The prospect of a 5 million bounty piqued the interest of the thugs. Kid, are you trying to trick us? Yang Xiao replied. Why would I need to deceive you? Besides, her house is right here. He can't escape his debts forever. Yang Xiao's gazi sharpened. A glint of coldness flashing through his eyes. Clearly, his patience was wearing thin, and if they refused to heed his warning, he would have no choice but to resolve the matter right then and there. After all, disposing of a body could be a bit of a hassle, but nothing he couldn't handle. Upon hearing these words, the ruffians found them quite reasonable. After all, they were already aware of Lu Ruyan's home and workplace addresses. If they couldn't locate her there, they could always trouble her later. All right, I shall grant you this favor today, but I hope you do not deceive us, or your fate will be dire. The leader of the thugs delivered his ominous warning before hastily retreating with his underlings. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he considered himself a ruthless individual, but he had just distinctly sensed the murderous intent radiating from Yang Xiao's eyes. His instincts urged him that any further entanglement would lead to their own grim demise, prompting him to take a hasty exit. Yang Xiao smiled gently and knocked on the door. Big D, it's me, open the door quickly. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's voice, Lu Ruyin peered through the peephole, confirmed that no one else was present, and swiftly opened the door, pulling him inside before closing it behind her. She immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing, You finally came. You scared me to death just now. Yang Xiao tenderly caressed her delicate back, softly soothing her. It's all right. I have already sent them away. Lu Ruyin, puzzled, inquired, How could they possibly listen to you? I told them that your husband had embezzled over 50 million and fled to Malaysia, which piqued their interest. Hee, you are so wicked, I like it. Lu Ruyin chuckled through her tears, her eyes sparkling. All right, have you packed everything? Let us move now. Yes, it's all ready. Let us hurry before those rascals return. Lu Ruyin, as if fleeing for her life, quickly grabbed a few suitcases and followed Yang Xiao back to the villa. Ah, darling, it's so hot. In the early morning, when young people are most active, a young couple had just completed their intimate endeavor. The woman wished to open the window for some fresh air, only to discover the glass was scalding to the touch. Hee, you little enchantress, are you looking for excitement by the window again? The man, skeptical, believed his charming wife was merely attempting to lure him back for another round. However, upon touching the glass, he was met with a searing heat that instinctively caused him to retract his hand. Wow, it's really hot. What on earth is happening? The couple exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes widening, faces pale, hearts racing as dread washed over them. The woman swallowed hard, stammering, husband, what is happening? Everywhere they looked, flames blazed fiercely. The wail of sirens echoed through the streets, a cacophony of chaos resonating in every corner of the neighborhood. Gazing into the distance, half the sky was ablaze, resembling a cauldron set upon a roaring fire, conjuring an apocalyptic scene. Suddenly, a gas station not far from their community exploded without warning, sending residents into a frenzy of screams. Lu Ruyin, nestled comfortably in Yang Xiao's embrace, was abruptly awakened by the tumult outside. Her mood instantly soured. How can it be so noisy outside? Can't anyone let me sleep? Yang Xiao wore a knowing smile. Perhaps the sky is falling? Even if the sky were to fall, it shouldn't disturb my slumber. Lu Ruyin, in a typical morning grumpiness, threw off the covers, donned her pajamas, and decided to investigate. However, as soon as she opened the door, a wave of hot air swept in, causing her to shriek and quickly shut the door. It's so hot. What is going on? Yang Xiao calmly approached, retrieving a can of soda from the refrigerator and settling onto the sofa. You'll find out by checking the news. Oh, right, the news. With something this peculiar, there must be information online. As she opened her phone, she discovered that within merely 10 minutes, the authorities had issued 3 severe heat warnings. 10 minutes prior, she had succumbed to exhaustion after a peak experience. At that moment, the first alert had been issued, announcing a sudden solar storm, striking the Western Hemisphere with devastating force, transforming vast regions into infernos. The second message warned of the relentless nature of the solar storm, threatening to engulf the globe. The third was an urgent reminder for residents to seek shelter in bomb shelters or basements to avoid being scorched by the aftermath of the solar storm. However, in the early hours, the decent folk had long since retired to bed, while the less scrupulous were preoccupied with other matters, resulting in few being aware of the alerts. Although the city had sounded air raid sirens, having lived in comfort for so long, the populace had lost their vigilance and dismissed the alarms as mere drills. Many flammable materials ignited from the solar storm's residual effects, triggering widespread fires. Chemical plants, storage facilities, wholesale markets, and large shopping malls, locations abundant with combustible materials, were the first to suffer, causing significant power outages as numerous electrical devices were ignited and damaged. In an instant, the entire city was engulfed in flames, transforming into a living hell, filled with the anguished cries for help and despair of its citizens. Firefighters were overwhelmed, prompting assistance from personnel in other departments. Medical staff were insufficient, leading to medical students being recruited to lend a hand. Those not trained in firefighting tackled smaller blazes, while those without medical expertise assisted where they could. In the face of disaster, everyone was equal. Influential figures and renowned internet personalities urged all able-bodied individuals to participate in rescue efforts, striving to minimize casualties and property loss. Upon reading these updates, Lu Ruyin was drenched in cold sweat, her body trembling. What on earth is happening? It was all too evident. The apocalypse had arrived. What did you say? How could this be possible? Lu Ruyin was desperate to reject the notion of an impending end of the world. Yang Xiao shrugged. What other explanation is there? The Western Hemisphere is lost, and the Eastern Hemisphere has also sustained heavy damage. This solar storm alone could result in a global population loss of 70 to 80%. Do you think the world order will remain intact? Lu Ruyin was rendered speechless, her face paling in fear. What should we do? Should we go out and help others? Yang Xiao replied calmly. If you wish to perish, then by all means go. What do you mean? Ultraviolet radiation. Lu Ruyin was bewildered at this hour. Where would ultraviolet radiation come from? Yang Xiao explained. The solar storm has unleashed an overwhelming wave of ultraviolet rays across the globe. Even at night, it is not something an ordinary person can endure. A delicate beauty, like you would return home, severely burned if you ventured outside. Ah, then what about the hot wind that hit me when I opened the door? Will I be all right? Lu Ruyin panicked, rushing back to the mirror to check for any marks. Yang Xiao moved to the window, gazing at the crimson sky, letting out a weary sigh. Alas, in this lifetime, I do not know how many lives will be lost. In the previous life, a similar event had occurred. The sun had sneezed, striking the Western Hemisphere, which then turned into a sea of flames. Many perished on the spot, while more succumbed days later due to a lack of medication, tortured by ultraviolet radiation. Fortunately, the Western Hemisphere bore the brunt first, providing the Eastern Hemisphere with some time to formulate an emergency response. At that moment, Xia Yubing called, immediately inquiring about Yang Xiao's safety, her concern palpable. Yang Xiao smiled. Rest assured, I am at home, quite safe. How about you? Phew, now I can relax. I'm in my best friend's safe house and don't dare go outside. Yes, staying indoors is wise. Ultraviolet levels are dangerously high outside, making injuries likely. So it's best if you all refrain from venturing out for the time being. Huh? Is it really that serious? Trust me, you will find out soon enough. By the way, do not open the door for anyone. Even if they appear desperate, pretend you are unaware. Additionally, prepare some self-defense weapons, just in case someone tries to break in. Surely it can't be that chaotic? Xia Yubing clearly found it hard to believe. This is a law-abiding society. Who would dare force their way into a private residence? Yang Xiao's tone turned serious. Listen to me. This is an apocalypse. The human heart is terrifying. In the struggle for survival, people are capable of the most heinous acts. Then what should we do? Are we to be eternally trapped here? Xia Yubing exclaimed in a panic. Although she was reluctant to believe in apocalyptic prophecies, the predicament before her was all too tangible. How long can the food in your safe house last? Perhaps a little over 2 months, came the reply. Xia Yubing cast a glance at the corner where snacks, canned goods, instant noodles, and sausages were piled up, feeling a sense of despair. A little over 2 months. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment and said, then you should ration your supplies and endure for 3 months. I will come to retrieve you by then. Following the trajectory of events from his previous life, in 3 months, the ultraviolet index would significantly decrease, and if humanity took proper precautions, they could withstand the onslaught. The nighttime temperature would also drop to the 40s, making it suitable for travel. By that time, he would fetch Xia Yubing to warm his bed. All right, I will wait for you. You must also stay safe. Okay. After hanging up, Yang Xiao opened the homeowners group chat, which was indeed in a frenzy. Oh my God, help! Our house is on fire, and the firefighters are all occupied elsewhere. What should we do? It's not just your house on fire. The entire building is ablaze. Fires are erupting all over the city, and the firefighters are overwhelmed. It's utter chaos outside. No one will come to extinguish the flames, so you must flee for your lives. Exactly. Drench blankets or thick clothing and wrap them around yourselves. Use a wet towel to cover your mouth and nose and escape down the stairs. The homeowners in the group fervently offered advice to those in buildings 3 and 2. Those 2 structures were adjacent to the roadside, and the shops on the first floor had unfortunately caught fire. The flames were not yet too fierce, granting a glimmer of hope for those who hurried to escape. Upon receiving the news, the residents of buildings 3 and 2 promptly followed suit, soaking their blankets in the bathroom, wrapping them around themselves, and running with wet towels covering their mouths and noses. Those with children carried them as they ran, saving whatever they could. Some residents took it upon themselves to rush to the fire escape, connecting hoses and desperately dousing the flames. Others merely watched, offering misguided instructions, creating a scene of utter disarray. Some filmed videos or streamed live broadcasts, attempting to capitalize on the calamity for views and clout. The searing heat did not deter these content creators. Instead, it invigorated their spirits. Let it burn. This is all traffic, all money. Their unprofessional firefighting efforts could only slow the spread of the fire, failing to extinguish it altogether. Chapter 13. The Unrelenting Wrath of Nature. Within mere minutes, the inferno had completely engulfed the 2 buildings, leaving no one able to escape. The onlookers could only watch as the roaring flames consumed the apartment blocks, rendered speechless. The fire would occasionally erupt with thunderous roars, sending debris scattering and causing those present to recoil in fear, yet they were reluctant to leave. Survivors, stripped of their homes, collapsed in despair, some in shock, others weeping inconsolably, creating a profoundly somber atmosphere. My house, a woman cried hoarsely, rolling on the ground in anguish. Please, someone save my husband. He just went back to rescue my mother-in-law and hasn't returned. My daughter is still inside. Daddy, Mommy. The sorrow spread rapidly among the survivors of buildings 2 and 3, evoking deep sympathy. The fire raged throughout the night before finally extinguishing, leaving the 2 buildings reduced to charred skeletons. Many relatives braved the danger to ascend the stairs, seemingly seeking remnants of memory. The firefighters arrived late, weary and despondent as they surveyed the ruins of the 2 residential buildings, filled with grief. They had fought valiantly throughout the night, losing comrades in the process. Yet their efforts had been mere drops in the bucket. Some relatives rushed forward, wishing to vent their frustrations, but upon seeing the firefighters' exhausted expressions, their curses remained unspoken. Silence enveloped the crowd as they silently joined in the cleanup effort. This, perhaps, was the last flicker of humanity amidst the turmoil. Yang Xiao captured the scene with a drone, letting out a soft sigh. Why do you say that? Lu Rian inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Yang Xiao. The 2 had spent the night awake, glued to the news. Haven't I mentioned? The apocalypse has descended upon us. It won't be long before the surviving humans descend into madness over food and water, turning against one another. At that point, will we find such heartwarming scenes again? Is it truly so? Lu Ruyan longed to retort, yet the apocalyptic imagery before her left her speechless. The internet was flooded with reports of fires across the country. In many areas, no one was available to extinguish the flames. They blazed through the entire night, resulting in immeasurable losses. As Yang Xiao had predicted, many of those involved in the rescue suffered severe burns, experiencing symptoms such as fever, dehydration, and shock. Hospitals were overflowing, severely understaffed, and medical supplies were in extreme shortage. Numerous departments were overwhelmed, working tirelessly, wishing they could duplicate themselves to manage the crisis. The authorities issued a notice, declaring a nationwide 3-day holiday, urging citizens to stay indoors and avoid causing further chaos while waiting for rescue. It's terrifying, Yang Xiao. I'm scared. She looked at Yang Xiao with wide, pleading eyes. He embraced her gently, offering reassurance. Don't worry. As long as we remain safely indoors, we will be fine. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan snapped back to reality. Her face filled with shock as she asked, Did you foresee this disaster, which is why you prepared this safe house in advance? Well, I may have calculated it. He replied nonchalantly. You're amazing. I'm so glad I followed you. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits now. Lu Rian did not wish to dwell on his calculations. She felt a swell of pride for her wise choice. Yang Xiao chuckled. By the way, is there any flaw in this safe house? I certainly do not wish to be intruded upon in the dead of night. Lu Rian immediately puffed up her cheeks in indignation, retorting, Humph. Who do you look down upon? This safe house was designed and personally supervised by me. How could there be any issues? At that moment, she had secretly resolved her feelings for Yang Xiao, envisioning herself as the lady of the house, thus ensuring the materials and labor for the safe house were of the highest quality. Oh really? You are quite capable. Yang Xiao de Asset, blithely Binjing Hernos. Lu Rian nestled in his embrace, resuming her news browsing, when she suddenly gasped. Oh my. Experts say the solar storm last night peaked at a terrifying 110 degrees. Although the peak lasted only a moment, it nearly ignited the entire Western Hemisphere, causing countless civilian injuries. While temperatures have dropped somewhat, they remain alarmingly high. It's barely past 8 in the morning, and the temperature has already soared to 52. The ultraviolet index is severely off the charts, and now many people are frantically hoarding supplies outside. Should we also stockpile some provisions? They were comfortably indoors, blissfully unaware of the scorching heat outside. Yang Xiao shot her a disapproving glance. With such intense UV rays, you're considering going out to buy supplies? I certainly won't. It's sweltering. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue, opting for self-preservation. Even if you did go out, it would be difficult to find anything. After such a massive fire last night, many supplies have been destroyed, making the coming days quite challenging. That is true. Our supplies are secure, right? Lu Ruyan expressed her concern. That stockpile was their last lifeline, and it absolutely could not afford any mishaps. Yang Xiao nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, they are all in the cold storage. Nothing will go wrong. I'll go take a look. Lu Ruyan, still uneasy, decided to personally check the cold storage. Upon reaching the basement level 2 and opening the cold storage, she was met with a sight of rice, flour, cooking oil, fast-moving consumer goods, and an array of snacks and beverages, all stacked to the brim. Seeing so much, Lu Ruyan let out a sigh of relief. This cold storage was not large, comprising less than 100 cubic meters, but if they rationed their meals, it would suffice for the two of them for half a lifetime. However, strange, where are my lobsters? And my king crabs? She searched the cold storage thoroughly, but found none of the seafood delicacies she had been yearning for, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. I distinctly recall personally counting 50 boxes of seafood and several tons of fresh beef that had been stored. Where could all these premium ingredients have vanished? With her mind clouded by confusion, she hurriedly ran to inquire with Yang Xiao. Darling, why is there so little in the cold storage? Weren't there a lot of supplies brought in earlier? Yang Xiao replied with a smile. I've hidden them away in a secure location. Just let me know what you wish to eat in the future. Really? Of course, why would I deceive you? All right then, I want to have lobster. Eating that early in the morning? Let us save it for dinner. By the way, I need to send a video to that scoundrel Gao Jian. It will infuriate him. And that wretched Ma Li, I want her to regret her actions. Gao Jian was Lu Ruyan's husband, and Ma Li was her close friend. The two had conspired together to swindle away all her savings and had even brought loan sharks to her door. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for that despicable pair. Thus, she rushed back to the cold storage to record a video, and upon returning to the living room, she nestled into Yang Xiao's embrace and initiated a video call with her ex-husband. Chapter 14, Video Confrontation. When Gao Jian answered the video call and saw Lu Ruyan lying in the arms of another man, he erupted in furious indignation, shouting, "You shameless woman! You've truly been unfaithful." Lu Ruyan retorted with a cold laugh. Let us not pretend, shall we? I assume that Ma Li, your little mistress, is right there beside you. What? No introduction. Soon, a meticulously made-up face appeared on the screen, but it was evident that she was merely a product of cosmetics. Incomparable to Lu Ruyan. The sight of that insufferable woman ignited Lu Ruyan's fury, and she scolded loudly. Ma Li, I considered you a close friend. Yet you dared to betray me. You truly are a shameless harlot. Ma Li, though visibly embarrassed, stood her ground. Gao Jian and I are genuinely in love. You should blame yourself for not cherishing him, always complaining. I, on the other hand, only care about him. Haha, believe what you will. He's merely a pathetic invalid. What does it matter to me if he asks yours? You lie. Gao Jian is perfectly healthy. He's only sustained by medication. The doctor has issued a diagnosis. If you don't believe me, look for those little pills. Upon hearing this, Molly actually began to search Gao Jian's body. He quickly stopped her. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see she's trying to sow discord? So that was it. What a cunning ploy by the Emperor Ruyan, almost caught in her trap. Lu Ruyan's lips twitched slightly. She thought to herself that her so-called friend was truly dim-wit. No wonder she had fallen for that good-for-nothing Gao Jian. Fine, believe what you wish. But you should be aware of the significant events unfolding, right? Soon, money will lose its value. Gao Jian, what good will it do you to have swindled all that money? Can you stave off hunger or cool down with it? Gao Jian's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he replied, and what of it? You're not in a better position. With that, he angrily hung up the call. In this moment, with the intense ultraviolet radiation posing a severe risk, they dared not venture outside, preferring to remain indoors. However, their supplies were scant, barely enough to last a few days, which only added to their anxiety. Just then, Lu Ruyan sent a short video showcasing the stockpile in the cold storage, accompanied by a voice message. My dear ex-husband, do you see this? I have an abundance of provisions and a cold storage to keep cool. Life is quite comfortable for me. And what about you? Aside from your mistress, what do you possess? Gao Jian was seething with rage, wishing he could storm back and eliminate her. Meanwhile, the community faced a dire predicament. 2 buildings had burned down the previous night, leaving hundreds homeless. Nearby hotels were either destroyed or fully booked, leaving no room for the displaced. They could not expose themselves to the harsh ultraviolet rays, forced to remain in the basement awaiting rescue. Fortunately, the water supply remained relatively stable, and the local government had requested some provisions sufficient for a day or two. As for what to do after that, perhaps by then the calamity would have passed, and societal order would be restored, allowing for a return to normalcy in the anticipation of economic compensation. Given such significant losses, what amount of compensation would be deemed appropriate from the authorities? If the compensation did not meet their expectations, they would make a fuss, making noise until they received at least several million. In a moment, discussions about disaster recovery and compensation filled the parking garage and the owner's group chat, with nearly everyone engaging enthusiastically, optimistic about the future. However, a few voices of reason emerged, offering a sobering perspective on the situation. I advise everyone not to be overly optimistic. This disaster is global, and the Western Hemisphere has suffered catastrophic damage. The global economy may regress by a century, and order could collapse. I suggest everyone prepare early and take proactive measures for self-rescue, rather than placing excessive hope in the government. Be cautious with your words, brother. Our country is strong, the people prosperous, and peace reigns across the land. How could you speak so gravely? Exactly. Our nation is thriving. How could a mere natural disaster defeat us? Indeed, trust in our country and that the authorities will not abandon us. We need only wait patiently for aid. Upon witnessing such remarks, the clear-headed individual refrained from further argument and shared a video of a supermarket with consumers lined up to check out. I'm not being alarmist. Facts speak for themselves. Right now, I'm at the supermarket and the food and beverage sections have been completely cleared out. I was lucky to grab a few items. Let us not even discuss other matters. Even if there's government aid, when will they arrive? The entire nation is filled with disaster victims. Can the officials possibly reach everyone? If they're delayed by a few days, can you all endure hunger and thirst until then? Upon hearing this, many began to awaken to the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if the rescue team arrives late, will I not starve? My family hasn't stockpiled anything. We can only last a day or two. What if help doesn't arrive in time? Panic spread through the group, and many expressed their intention to venture out to seize supplies, regardless of the heat, believing it better than perishing from hunger or thirst. Observing these messages, Aunt Wong, the community director, furrowed her brow in displeasure. How dare these unruly citizens speak so freely about national matters? She felt compelled to rectify this misguided sentiment. Thus, she posted in the group, "Everyone, please be mindful of your words. Any information not verified by official sources is mere rumor. I urge you not to believe or spread falsehoods. This disaster is temporary. Trust in our country and organization, and know that the authorities will not abandon anyone. Please be patient as we await rescue." Also, to the owner who just spoke, I urge you to cease your unlawful dissemination of rumors. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unyielding. I shall bring the police to your door once the disaster passes. How laughable. What rumors have I spread? I merely made a judgment based on the current situation. If you claim the authorities will not abandon anyone, then why did hundreds perish last night? Are they not human? I ask you, Aunt Wong, if another fire like last night occurs, but the firefighters do not arrive in time and lives are lost, will you take responsibility? Comrade, please be careful with your words. Some matters are not for ordinary citizens to discuss. You're already suspected of inciting rumors and disturbing public order. Based on this alone, I have the right to hold you accountable. Aunt Wong, you truly are arrogant and self-righteous. Your community committee is merely a civil organization without any official authority. Who grants you the power to enforce laws? Aunt Wong, a woman who took great pride in her status, could not swallow this affront, and thus the two began to argue without warning. Chapter 15. Seizing Supplies. Some individuals, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward to mediate. All right, both of you, let us cease the quarrel. The urgent matter at hand is to quickly procure supplies, lest we miss the opportunity. Indeed, rather than squabbling here, it would be far more prudent to hasten and procure supplies. Aunt Wong, perceiving the evident distrust harbored by these troublesome individuals, felt a surge of indignation and hastily sent a message to intervene. Everyone, refrain from hoarding supplies. Such actions will only exacerbate inflation and burden the authorities. We must place our trust in the government and the organization. Aid will surely arrive. Oh really? Pray tell, when will aid actually arrive? I have already received word from higher-ups that assistance will be here within 3 days at the latest. Aunt Wong's statement was a blatant fabrication, intended to convey her affiliation with the organization and her ability to communicate with superiors, suggesting that these unruly citizens ought to treat her with greater respect. However, the populace remained unconvinced, responding with messages of defiance. 3 days? I have not a grain of rice at home. I'll be dead of hunger by then. Exactly. You assert 3 days as if it's a certainty. What if aid fails to materialize? People were determined not to squander any more time here. While the sun was still somewhat merciful, they rushed out to stockpile necessities. That's a valid point. Hoarding supplies is crucial. Disinterested in further engaging with Aunt Wong, the crowd prepared to venture out for shopping. In a fit of desperation, Aunt Wong felt her authority had been unprecedentedly challenged, and with righteous indignation, she sent another message. Let me see who dares. I am making this proclamation clear. Anyone who ventures out to hoard supplies will be duly noted. Once the disaster concludes, our community committee will report the truth, and you shall face charges for disturbing the peace. Yet, the crowd, comprised of well-educated individuals, was unyielding. Are you out of your mind? Don't you understand the principle of free trade? Consumption is an inherent right of every citizen. Who are you to impede us? Believe me, I'll report you for infringing upon our rights. Indeed, if I weren't strapped for cash, I'd buy up every item in the city. Who are you to dictate? Let us move swiftly. Ignore that foolish woman from the community committee to avoid lowering our intelligence. Witnessing the defiance of these unruly citizens, Aunt Wong stomped her feet in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. When granted respect, she was Director Wong. When disrespected, merely Aunt Wong. Yang Xiao smiled silently, preparing to put away his phone when he received a call from Wong, the owner of the tea shop. Yang, how are things on your end? All well? I'm fine, although 2 buildings in the community have burned down, resulting in numerous casualties. Alas, what a calamity. By the way, regarding your earlier request for assistance in procuring supplies, I managed to secure 60 tons of rice. Combined with other local specialties, it totals around 70 or 80 tons. What shall we do now? Yang Xiao exclaimed in surprise. You don't intend to deliver it, do you? Wong chuckled awkwardly. I would like to, but the current circumstances clearly do not permit it. Huh, keep that stock for yourself. It's the apocalypse now. Supplies are akin to life itself. What did you say? Wong was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the implication. Yang Xiao spoke with grave seriousness. I am not jesting. Listen, if you wish to survive, heed my counsel. Noting the gravity in Yang's tone, Wong's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. Brother, I'm listening. First, procure a batch of controlled knives for self-defense, if feasible. Create some bows and arrows, and firearms will be ideal. Second, gather a few trustworthy individuals to form a collective. Gradually expand your influence to prevent others from raiding your supplies. Third, stockpile water. This disaster may endure for an extended period, and water will become the most precious resource. Those with ample water shall reign supreme. Fourth, acquire generators and fuel, as power outages are inevitable. That is all I can think of for now. Also, don't forget medicines, especially those for sunburn. Stock up on them. Wong diligently recorded these suggestions. I have a brother who is a welder. He has tools and steel at home and can forge a batch of long knives. As for water, we are in a rural area, and many households have wells. So we're not short on water for now. Medicines can be purchased from pharmacies, and generators are accessible. Fuel, however, is a bit tricky. Do you have any suggestions? Fuel can be acquired at gas stations with zero cost or through private sources. Beyond that, I have no further recommendations. The only thing to remind you is that in the apocalypse, do not show mercy. Kindness can lead to endless repercussions that endanger both yourself and others. I understand. You too, brother. Take care, and may we both endure this. Indeed. After ending the call, Lu Ru Yin gazed at him with a peculiar expression. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm intrigued. Since you care so much for this brother, why didn't you inform him ahead of time? You speak from a place of ignorance. If I had warned him in advance, would he have believed me? That is a valid point. Speaking of which, since you suggested he form his own faction, do you have similar intentions? Yang Xiao nodded in affirmation, not denying his ambitions. He indeed harbored plans to establish a faction. In the apocalypse, lacking one's own influence would inevitably lead to being devoured by others, leaving nothing but bones. However, building a faction was not an overnight endeavor. He needed to carefully select capable allies and gradually expand. Lu Ru Yin nestled against him like a docile kitten, expressing her unwavering support for whatever he chose to do. As long as he treated her well, as long as you remain obedient, I shall never betray your trust. Hee. Before noon, those who had ventured out to hoard supplies returned in droves, inundating the chat with complaints. Damn, it's so hot. I nearly suffered heat stroke. The streets were teeming with familiar faces. I almost cooked myself. I was on the verge of overheating. I'm just glad to be back. With so many wolves and so little meat, the streets are filled with hoarders. Most stores are empty. I even witnessed a murder and robbery in broad daylight. And no one intervened. It's terrifying. Did you all see the news? The World Trade Center just caught fire, and people were scrambling to escape, causing a severe stampede. How horrifying. Aunt Wong, witnessing these discussions, felt a swell of pride and momentarily believed herself to be in the right. Eagerly, She sent a message to the group. Everyone, see? Who asked you to act obstinately, ignoring the wisdom of elders? The consequences are now apparent. Enough, Aunt Wong. Instead of gloating, why don't you contact the organization and urge them to expedite rescue efforts? Indeed, 2 buildings have burned down, leaving countless individuals homeless. This situation needs swift resolution. Chapter 16. Supply Shortages. Aunt Wong confidently replied, "Rest assured, I have reported the situation in our community, and I believe the organization will soon dispatch personnel to address it appropriately." And what about food? The meager supplies distributed by the street office are insufficient for our community. And with nothing available for purchase outside, what do you propose we do? Exactly. Isn't it your committee's duty to oversee these matters? Now is the time for you to step up. Those supplies were designated for buildings 2 and 3. We should not even consider them. Then what are we to do? We are also victims of this disaster. The authorities cannot show favoritism. Aunt Wong, speak up. This is the moment to demonstrate the value of the community committee. These inquiries left Aunt Wong flustered. She was merely putting on a facade, having no insight into the organization's decisions. Yet, if she failed to reassure the crowd, her reputation would be tarnished, and her authority diminished. So she resolved to scapegoat an unfortunate soul to absorb the collective ire. Everyone, if there's blame to be had, it lies with Yang Jian. If it weren't for his excessive procurement of supplies recently, our city wouldn't be facing such shortages. Yang Jian? When did the second son of heaven descend to purchase goods? I was unaware. Aunt Wong, you must mean Yang Xiao, right? He the one who has been hoarding supplies like crazy. I thought he was preparing to establish a wholesale market. Yes. It's Yang Xiao. During this period, numerous trucks, sometimes even dozens, delivered goods to his home daily. If anyone was truly in need of supplies, they could seek him out for purchases. Aunt Wong took great pride in successfully diverting the conflict onto Yang Xiao, turning him into the target of everyone's ire. The crowd found her reasoning compelling, and soon, they began tagging him in the group chat. Yang Xiao, could you sell me some food and water? I'm willing to pay 15 times the market price. Me too. I'm also willing to buy at a high price. Brother Yang Xiao, please sell some food to us. We're so hungry. Suddenly noticing the multitude of tags directed at him, Yang Xiao, filled with curiosity, opened his phone, only to be met with a face as dark as thunder. That wretched old hag. She must be tired of living. Lu Rian, intrigued, inquired, "What is the matter?" You'll know if you look at the owner's group. Upon grasping the situation, Lu Rian was infuriated. Do the supplies we purchased have anything to do with them? Why should we sell to them? She understood the insatiable nature of humanity, realizing that opening this door would lead to an endless stream of requests for supplies, turning them into unwitting benefactors. Yang Xiao, heartened by her resolute stance, smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not foolish, just watch." He opened his album, retrieved a donation certificate, and sent it to the group. Everyone, the supplies in question were actually procured by a mysterious philanthropist who entrusted me to donate them to impoverished mountainous regions. They have already been taken away. Here is the proof issued by the police station. The document clearly stated that Yang Xiao had donated supplies valued at 15 billion to impoverished areas, complete with the police seal and the signature of the chief. Everyone was left dumbfounded, taking a full minute to recover. Wow, you truly are a great benefactor, doing good without leaving a safety net for yourself. How ruthless. Yang Xiao, what can I say? If you had delayed a few days in transporting them, would we still have to worry about food? You extravagant fool. How can you be so generous? 15 billion worth of supplies. If it hadn't been donated, it would have been enough for us to eat for a lifetime. Sigh, you truly are a good person, leaving us speechless. The crowd began to chastise Yang Xiao. Had he donated such a sum under normal circumstances, he would surely have been lauded. Yet, in the face of a food crisis, his altruism garnered resentment. Yang Xiao chuckled, "I'm sorry. I was merely acting on behalf of someone else. I had no choice. Please bear with me." With the situation as it was, further words were futile, and the crowd reluctantly shifted their blame back to the ineffectual community director. Aunt Wong felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her heart bleeding as she perceived Yang Xiao as 15 billion worth of supplies as her own. Damn it, Yang Xiao, you fool. How could you engage in charity? Wouldn't it be better to keep the supplies and share them among everyone? Anger notwithstanding, there were pressing matters to attend to. Facing the public's inquiries, she could only resort to procrastination, stating that the organization was arranging manpower and would resolve the issue shortly, requesting everyone to be patient. Aunt Wong, may I ask how the owners of buildings 2 and 3 are being arranged? You can't just leave them sleeping on the streets, can you? After some contemplation, Aunt Wong replied, following discussions within the community committee, we hope that homeowners with spare rooms can temporarily accommodate them. Once the calamity passes, the organization will arrange new housing for them. Upon hearing this, everyone protested that they had no spare rooms and could not accommodate anyone. What nonsense! Who would willingly let strangers into their homes? Even under normal circumstances, no one would be keen, let alone now, when everyone's safety is at risk. Who knows? It could invite trouble. The risks are too great. Moreover, with food in short supply, every additional person meant one more mouth to feed, and they did not wish to become unwitting benefactors. Of course, if the individual were an exceptionally beautiful woman willing to offer her services for free, that would be a different story entirely. Witnessing everyone evade responsibility, Aunt Wang's frustration mounted, yet she found herself powerless. Ultimately, after discussions within the community committee, it was decided to consult with the property management department to temporarily house the homeless in unoccupied residences. The occupancy rate of the community was around 60%, leaving 40% of units vacant, either due to renovation or being unfinished, fully capable of accommodating these hundreds of individuals. After deliberation, the property management department agreed to house them in the unfinished units, while the already renovated ones were deemed off-limits. This was the best outcome possible, leaving no room for complaints. The high temperatures had damaged many electrical devices, leading to widespread power outages across the city, resulting in insufficient water pressure in many areas. The community suffered greatly, with the upper floors lacking even a drop of water. The relentless sun turned the buildings into colossal steamers, making it unbearable, prompting many to seek refuge in the underground parking lot. Located on the second basement level, the parking lot was relatively cool at first. However, with the influx of people, temperatures soared rapidly, becoming stifling. Some astute individuals decided to simply sit in their cars with the air conditioning on. Witnessing such ingenuity, many car owners followed suit. With so many vehicles running, expelling copious amounts of heat, the temperature in the underground garage skyrocketed to 50 degrees Celsius. Those without cars could no longer tolerate it and demanded that the car owners turn off their engines. However, people are inherently selfish, and those owners were unwilling to relinquish their air-conditioned comfort. I have a car and money. I enjoy burning fuel. What business is it of yours? Try touching my car and see how much you can afford to pay. This led to a heated argument between both parties, nearly escalating into a physical altercation. The already sweltering atmosphere grew even hotter amidst the shouting. Chapter 17. The owners destroy the parking lot. The homeowners without vehicles were drenched in sweat, suffering immensely. Yet they dared not vandalize the cars, for no one's money comes from the wind. With the underground parking lot becoming intolerable, many homeowners began to relocate. Some sought shade under trees, but the outdoor air was equally hot, compounded by intense ultraviolet rays, leaving the basement felt akin to courting death. Yet, apart from the trees and the underground area, there was scarcely any place left in the community to escape the heat. Discontent bubbled over, with everyone harboring a bellyful of anger. Some homeowners approached the property management to complain, urging them to intervene against those running their air conditioners in the parking lot. Faced with public pressure, the property management had no choice but to step in and plead with the car owners to consider others and not be so selfish. The car owners, however, were quite arrogant, pointing fingers at the property management and shouting, "You freeloaders, do you think my monthly property fees are for you to squander? If we stop paying, you're nothing. How dare you meddle in our affairs? Get lost." Hearing this, the expressions of other homeowners shifted dramatically, their gazes toward the car owners turning decidedly hostile. At this juncture, it is necessary to mention the arduous journey of the property management in this community. Generally, the balance of power between property management and homeowners is ever shifting. As long as homeowners are sufficiently assertive, the property management is at their mercy, and vice versa. The homeowners in this community were predominantly fierce, having previously driven away 3 property management companies. The reason being that those who purchased units but did not reside in them refused to pay property fees, causing the shared costs to fall entirely on the homeowners who did occupy their units. Unwilling to accept this, they eventually stopped paying even their water and electricity bills, adopting an indifferent attitude. Consequently, the community frequently experienced water and power outages due to unpaid bills. The property management, unable to collect fees, incurred significant losses, ultimately leading to their departure. 2 more property management companies subsequently took over, only to meet the same fate. Eventually, no property management company dared to return. However, enduring prolonged water and power outages was untenable, as everyone needed to live. Thus, the residents of the community convened several meetings to delve into the issue of property fees and explore viable solutions. After extensive discussions, the homeowners resolved to implement a system of individual metering, whereby each household would install its own electricity meter, paying for the electricity they consumed directly to the power company. Regarding water supply, however, it was deemed impractical to separate billing, so the property management would continue to handle the charges uniformly. Once an agreement was reached, they enlisted a property management company to assist them. Having endured the hardships of water and power outages, the residents were now cautious about falling behind on utility payments, and the community gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the audacious car owners dared to publicly insult the property management, inciting fears that they might once again drive them away. This was intolerable. The homeowners, already on the brink of eruption, could no longer contain their fury and collectively began to vandalize cars, settling old scores alongside new grievances. The sounds of fists pounding hoods, windows shattering, and the terrified cries of women and children echoed throughout the underground parking lot, descending into chaos. Some irate car owners lost their rationality, flooring the gas pedal in a futile attempt to intimidate the mob, which only served to ignite their collective wrath further. The vandalism intensified, with several vehicles being overturned. Car owners were dragged out one by one, pinned to the ground. What? Having a car makes you special? You think you can burn gasoline however you please? I'll kick you to pieces, you worthless scoundrel. Please stop hitting me. I'll call the police. Go ahead, try it. Damn it, you almost roasted me alive. This is self-defense. What have I done wrong? I beg you stop. I realize my mistake. After a fierce brawl lasting over 10 minutes, the outcome was a resounding defeat for the car owners. Their vehicles lay in ruins, and many were injured. The victors relished their triumph, but the exertion had left them sweltering, with some even fainting from the heat. What now? If they didn't tend to the injured soon, it could lead to fatalities. How to assist? The hospital was overwhelmed with patients. Ambulances were unavailable, and emergency calls went unanswered. Even if they managed to get through, no one could withstand the intense ultraviolet rays. Is there a doctor? Please, we need help. Lives are at stake. Amidst the clamor, a young and beautiful woman emerged from the crowd. Make way. I'm a doctor. It's Dr. Zhang Yuan. Everyone, clear a path. Zhang Yuan, a top graduate from medical school, was a paragon of beauty and kindness, her striking features and statuesque form making her the belle of her graduating class. Everyone, please step back to allow for air circulation. We can't suffocate the patients. Upon hearing this, the crowd made an effort to part. Zhang Yuan knelt to examine the patients, her alluring figure inadvertently drawing the attention of several men. Aware that she might be exposed, she prioritized the urgency of the situation over her modesty. Lacking medical supplies, she resorted to physical cooling methods. Does anyone have alcohol or white liquor? After several inquiries, a man finally responded, I have some left. He produced a small bottle of Urquado and handed it to her. Thank you. Zhang Yuan applied the liquor to the patient's forehead, neck, chest, and abdomen. As the alcohol evaporated, a refreshing coolness stirred the unconscious individual back to awareness. The patient, grateful to Dr. Zhang Yuan and the kind man for their timely intervention, expressed profound thanks. Yet, before Zhang Yuan could catch her breath, more individuals succumbed to the heat. Oh no, what do we do now? In a state of panic, Zhang Yuan sent out an urgent message for help, hoping someone would share more alcohol. However, everyone now realized that alcohol or strong liquor could save lives, and thus hesitated to part with it. Just as despair was settling in, a message caught her eye. Yang Xiao suggested, there are fire sprinklers in the underground garage. If we ignite that fire alarm system, it will work. Of course, the residents quickly sprang into action, triggering the fire alarm. The sprinklers activated, showering the area with a cascade of cool water. News of the unfolding events spread throughout the other building units, prompting homeowners to mimic the actions, activating their fire suppression systems. Soon, jubilant cheers erupted from every underground garage, with women drenched and their figures on full display, eliciting howls of delight from the men, creating a scene more exuberant than a water festival. As night fell, families mobilized, splitting into groups to procure supplies from various locations. Chapter 18. Scheming against a best friend. After enduring the sweltering heat of the day, families set out to gather resources. Tian Kikai was hiding on the second floor, enjoying an ice cream when she received a message from her friend, Sumi Kikai. It's so hot in the dorm. My roommates are asking if I can bring them to your house to cool off. Upon reading this, Tian Kikai frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure and anxiety. This foolish woman, she wouldn't have told anyone about my stockpiling, would she? Fearing that possibility, she quickly replied to gauge the situation. Me, go to a secluded spot. I have something very important to ask you. After a moment, Sumi responded, okay, I'm locking myself in the bathroom. Ask your question quickly. I'm about to melt. Tell me, have you mentioned to anyone that I bought a lot of supplies? No. How could I possibly share something so foolish? That would be embarrassing. Upon receiving this reply, Tian Kikai let out a sigh of relief and quickly responded, all right, since you haven't blabbed, I'll allow you to come over. But you can only come alone. You know I prefer peace and quiet. After sending the message, Tian Kikai hurried to the medicine section and rummaged through her supplies. She recalled having purchased some sleeping pills, which would finally come in handy for dealing with Sumi. Uh, isn't that a bit excessive, considering I know the people in the dorm? Sumi's conscience was pricked, feeling selfish about seeking comfort for herself. However, the villa belonged to Tion Kikai, and she couldn't make unilateral decisions. Tion Kikai scoffed, thinking, that's your relationship with him. What does it have to do with me? It's nothing wrong. After all, this heat wave will only last a few days. Let them endure the air conditioning for a bit. She herself lacked confidence in this reasoning, as the air conditioning had become nearly ineffective otherwise. She wouldn't have sought refuge in the basement. Well, all right then, I'll come over by myself. Sumi ultimately decided to forego her roommates and made her way to Tion Kikai's villa alone. Upon entering, Tion Kikai handed her a glass of fresh juice. Sumi expressed her gratitude and downed it in one go, instantly revitalized. Oh, this is amazing. I'm back to life. Tion Kikai smiled and said, great. Now go take a shower. You're all sweaty. Okay. Sumi, unsuspecting, happily headed to the bathroom. After her shower, the two settled in the living room on the second floor, watching the news and chatting. As they conversed, Sumi grew drowsy. I can't take it anymore. My eyelids are heavy. I'm going to sleep now. With a yawn, Sumi walked into a guest room. Tion Kikai smirked, waiting for half an hour before entering Sumi's room with a pair of handcuffs, locking her to the bed and confiscating her phone. The night was stifling, with indoor temperatures soaring above 50 degrees. Lu Rian, who had been comfortably enjoying the air conditioning, suddenly found it turned off by Yang Xiao, leaving only the fan running. Why did you turn off the air conditioning? Lu Rian asked, puzzled, her lips jutting out in displeasure. Yang Xiao elucidated, this temperature will soon become the norm. We must acclimate ourselves in advance. After all, we cannot remain confined within this villa for eternity. We must eventually venture outdoors. Those who spend their days in air-conditioned offices are all too aware that stepping out into the sweltering summer heat feels akin to entering a sauna, leaving one utterly overheated and uncomfortable, a challenge to adapt to. In this era of extreme heat, such conditions are likely to persist for a considerable duration. Since we are unable to alter the environment, we must strive to adapt to it. Furthermore, he harbored a bold hypothesis he wished to test. Thus, he resolved to turn off the air conditioning each night for a period, gradually acclimating to the high temperatures. Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Rian scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance, yet chose to remain silent. Fortunately, the basement's temperature was significantly cooler than that of the surface, making it bearable with the fan on. Lu Rian, feeling irritable, busied herself with a popsicle, ignoring him. After 2 hours of confinement indoors, even with the fan running, both were drenched in sweat. Unable to endure any longer, Lu Rian decided to immerse herself in the bathtub for a refreshing soak. Yang Xiao sat cross-legged, unmoved by the sweat drenching him. Deep in contemplation, sensing it was time, he turned the air conditioning back on and proceeded to the bathroom. This woman, taking a shower without a word, truly lacked consideration. On the third day of the apocalypse, the oppressive heat continued unabated, showing no signs of abating. The authorities announced an extension of the nationwide holiday, urging everyone to take precautions against sun exposure and to limit outdoor activities during the day. They also recommended stockpiling water in anticipation of potential shortages. The continuation of the holiday elicited mixed reactions. Some young people, freshly emerged into society, rejoiced at the prospect of nighttime outings or gaming at home. Conversely, for those burdened with loans, car loans, mortgage loans, dowry loans, child-rearing loans, and support loans, this was catastrophic news. Without work, how could they provide for their families? This inevitably stirred memories of the anxious 3 years gone by. In a flash, numerous workers took to the internet to voice their grievances, hoping the government would implement supportive measures for those in distress, such as adjusting working hours to the evening or providing welfare subsidies. Yet, after the calamity 3 days prior, most factories and companies lay in ruins, and a majority of resources had vanished. The nation was overwhelmed, struggling to manage disaster relief, leaving no capacity to address other issues. Meanwhile, the community was also unstable, with many households running low on provisions, some even facing starvation. The basement had transformed into a gathering place, where residents congregated during the day to cool off, and at night, it morphed into a mini-market where homeowners exchanged surplus items. Having been cooped up for 3 days, Lu Rian felt an overwhelming sense of boredom and urged Yang Xiao to accompany her outside for a stroll. Yang Xiao glanced at the outdoor temperature, 48 degrees, still relatively tolerable. All right, just remember to slather on plenty of sunscreen to protect against UV rays. Sure, Lu Rian exclaimed, thrilled, as they helped each other apply sunscreen before donning light shawls and stepping outside. Just as they exited, they happened upon their neighbor, Tion Kikai, and the three exchanged smiles. Tion Kikai spoke first. What a coincidence. Lu Rian replied with a smile. Indeed, quite the coincidence. It's chaotic outside. How can you venture out alone as a girl? What if you encounter trouble? If that is the case, I'll just tag along with you. If trouble arises, Yonggu will protect me, Tian Kakai chimed cheerfully, sidling up to Lu Ruyin like an obedient little sister. Yang Xiao said nothing, leading them toward Building 18. Chapter 19. The Ruthless Tian Kakai. Tian Kakai inquired, "Where are you planning to go?" Lu Ruyin answered, "I heard there's a small market at the parking lot of each building, so we're going to check it out. What about you?" "I'm headed to the market as well, curious to see what treasures I might find." "Are you trading too?" Lu Ruyin asked, surprised, her gaze sizing up Tian Kakai's bulging bag. Just trying my luck," she replied. As they chatted, the trio arrived at the entrance of the basement of Building 18. The sounds of a buzzing crowd filled the air, and upon entering, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a rural market. Numerous vendors were setting up stalls, selling a variety of goods. High-end thermoses, once priced at $8.88, were now available for merely a loaf of bread or a sandwich. Super effective insecticides, targeting cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies, were offered for just 2 loaves of bread. Aunt Lou's floral water, 1 bottle exchange for 5 packs of instant noodles. A pack of cigarettes for 5 boxes of ham sausages and 5 boxes of instant noodles. Collectible Dragon Ball figurines, serious inquiries only. Vendors shouted their wares, fanning themselves vigorously while a large jug of water sat nearby, ready for a sip when thirst struck. Many women, dressed in light clothing, strolled through, yet the oppressive heat soured everyone's mood, leaving little room for distraction. However, Lu Ruyin and Tian Kakai, both stunningly beautiful and possessing enviable figures, effortlessly drew the attention of those around them. Whistles echoed as a burly man with a center-parted blonde hairstyle blocked Lu Ruyin's path. Speaking in a lewd tone, "Hey girl, how about a pack of instant noodles for a little fun?" Lu Ruyin's face flushed crimson with anger. But before she could retort, another burly man approached with a lewd grin. Such a gem. A pack of noodles isn't enough. "I'll throw in a sausage. I'll offer 2 packs of noodles and a sausage, but I've got 2 buddies who want to join in." Laughter erupted as more men joined in, surrounding Lu Ruyin and Tian Kakai with greedy eyes. These ruffians were the local bullies, idle and aimless, often engaging in petty crimes and frequently finding themselves in trouble with the law. Previously, they refrained from crossing lines due to a well-established legal system. Now, however, with no one to keep them in check, their lascivious intentions swelled rapidly. As they prepared to advance, Lu Ruyin instinctively stepped behind Yang Xiao, her heart racing as she frantically devised a plan. Tian Kakai took a deep breath, steadied her nerves, and retrieved a finely crafted crossbow from her bag. Casting a menacing glance at the thugs, the group of ruffians, startled by the sudden appearance of such a formidable weapon, instinctively recoiled a few steps. The blond man chuckled awkwardly. "Hey girl, no need to be impulsive. We were just joking around." Tian Kakai coldly retorted, "Oh, then let me joke with you. How about I shoot you an arrow?" No. I concede. It's my fault. I apologize." The blond man was genuinely frightened. Should she actually shoot, he wouldn't merely be injured. He would likely face death in these times of scarce medical resources. Tian Kakai arched an eyebrow, surveying the other thugs. They too were paralyzed with fear, hastily apologizing. Tian Kakai sneered. "Is that all you have to offer? Just an apology?" The blond man, trembling, asked, What do you want then? Didn't you just offer noodles and sausages? In that case, you shall compensate according to your earlier quotes." What? Is that too little?" No. We'll compensate. We'll do it right away." Reluctantly, the thugs left behind their sausages and instant noodles, retreating in disgrace. Tian Kakai beamed with excitement, happily stowing her spoils in a bag. Lu Ruyin let out a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Thank goodness for Kakai. Just a small effort on my part," Tian Kakai replied with a smug smile. Fortunately, she had the foresight to bring her weapon. Otherwise, the night could have turned perilous. Yang Xiao suddenly inquired, "Why didn't you shoot earlier?" "It's chaotic now. Even if you killed someone, no one would intervene, especially since it was self-defense." Tian Kakai shot him a disdainful glance, thinking, "What do you expect? I don't possess a repeating crossbow. If I fired 1 shot, what would happen when the others pounced? You are rather clever, after all." Yang Xiao regarded her with a knowing look, sensing that this girl possessed a certain intelligence. Remember this. You owe me a favor today." Tian Kakai shamelessly claimed her due. Yang Xiao shrugged. "Right then." The trio continued to wander, and in a corner, they spotted a beautiful woman displaying an array of handbags. Tian Kakai approached with eager anticipation. "Handbags for sale. New Chanel bags, limited edition Donkey brand at rock-bottom prices." Tian Kakai picked up a Chanel bag and asked, "Miss, how much for this bag?" The woman smiled sweetly. "I bought this bag for $38,000, and I've barely used it in the past 3 months. If you want it, just give me 2 boxes of instant noodles." "What nonsense! Have you seen the state of affairs? 2 boxes of instant noodles? In a few days, even a single packet won't be worth anything. Tian Kakai retorted, visibly displeased, and set the bag down to leave. Hey, wait. The price is negotiable. The beautiful woman quickly called out to her. Tian Kakai paused, turned back, and held up 2 fingers, 2 packets of instant noodles. If that works, great. If not, then forget it. The woman appeared troubled. This is far too cheap. I saved for months to afford it. Can't you add something else? Tian Kakai declared firmly. The absolute maximum I can offer is 1 more sausage. That's my final offer. Fine, then it's a deal. The woman grimaced, knowing she was parting with something precious, but her family's food supply had already run out. They might starve if she didn't take action. After finalizing the transaction, Tian Kakai wore a broad smile, ready to depart when the woman suddenly called out, Miss, wait. I have a few more bags here. Would you like to take a look? Tian Kakai glanced over. They were all authentic, with the cheapest originally priced over 10,000. Ultimately, she laid out her freshly acquired spoils and purchased all the beautiful woman's bags. Yang Xiao, with a peculiar expression, asked it's the end of the world. Yet you still want so many bags? They can't be eaten. Tian Kakai replied helplessly, It's not for me. There's someone at home with a stubborn mindset. I need them to placate her. Hearing this, Yang Xiao's expression grew even more peculiar. Chapter 20. Carnage in the Parking Lot. The group lingered in the garage for a while, but the 2 women could no longer endure the heat and decided to head home. Yang Xiao, noticing their flushed faces drenched in sweat, readily agreed. Just as they prepared to leave, a large group burst in through the entrance, including several thugs who had just been robbed. Armed with steel pipes and machetes, they began to ransack the parking lot without hesitation. Their primary targets were food and water, followed by useful items such as insecticides and floral waters. Some vendors attempted to reason with them and were brutally beaten, left on the brink of death. The thugs brazenly declared, We only want supplies. We don't wish to harm anyone. You'd best cooperate. Lawyer Zhang San said it's not a crime to eat a giant panda in these times. We are merely acting in self-defense. The horrid and bloody scene terrified the onlookers, who could only watch helplessly as their possessions were stolen, unable to voice their anger. Take the women too. They lack the means to survive in this apocalypse. We are merely offering assistance. Consequently, many women suffered the same fate. Any young and attractive ones found it impossible to escape their clutches. In an instant, cries for help echoed throughout the basement, creating a truly tragic scene. Suddenly, the yellow-haired thug with the center part spotted Tian Kakai and excitedly shouted to the leading brute, Boss Leopard, look over there. They were the ones who robbed our supplies. With that, a horde swiftly surrounded Yang Xiao and the others. Upon recognizing the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan and the youthful and vibrant Tian Kakai, Boss Leopard's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he swallowed hard, unable to contain his lewdness. Heaven has not forsaken me, sending me 2 exquisite beauties. Congratulations, Boss Leopard, on winning the hearts of lovely ladies. His underlings showered him with flattery, which only inflated his ego further. The center-parted yellow-haired thug approached Tian Kakai with a lecherous grin. Little beauty, if you know what's good for you, come along with our Boss Leopard. Otherwise, don't blame us for resorting to violence. Tian Kakai, visibly anxious and trembling, aimed her crossbow at the yellow-haired thug and mustered her courage to threaten him. If you're not afraid of dying, come closer and see if you can withstand my arrow. Startled, the thug took several steps back. Useless, get lost. Boss Leopard kicked the yellow-haired thug aside, stepping forward with brazen arrogance to address Tian Kakai. You have but 1 arrow, while we have dozens of brothers. Can you really kill us? I advise you to cooperate. If you anger me, I'll tie you to the bed and let my brothers take turns having fun with you. So, will you be my woman or one for the lot? You choose. Tian Kakai felt trapped and panicked, instinctively hiding behind Yang Xiao like a frightened rabbit. Brother, what should we do now? They want to take me and Sister Rian away. Yang Xiao gently patted her little head, reassuring her, Don't worry, I'm here. Boss Leopard chuckled coldly. A mere kid, unafraid of tigers. Do you even know who I am? Back when I roamed the underworld, you were still a babe at the breast. Little brat. Have you weaned yet? Hurry home for your milk. Unperturbed by the mockery, Yang Xiao remained calm, as he had grown accustomed to such taunts in his past life. However, he did indeed consider returning home for some milk. Seeing him silent, Boss Leopard assumed he was intimidated and smugly stated, Kid, if you're smart, hand over these 2 women, and I might begrudgingly accept you as my little brother. If you perform well in the future, I might even grant you the opportunity for some intimate time with one of them. Although the insult was minor, it was highly degrading, provoking raucous laughter from his lackeys. Lu Ruyan clung tightly to Yang Xiao's arm, her face pale, unable to speak. Yang Xiao smiled reassuringly. It's all right, you all take a step back. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Lu Ruyan, though somewhat perplexed, complied and stepped back with Tian Kakai. Their attention was entirely on Boss Leopard. And when they finally realized what was happening, Yang Xiao had somehow acquired an AK-47. Tian Kikai gasped. My heavens, he actually has a gun. When did he bring it out? How did I miss that? Lu Ruyin was equally stunned. Having spent so much time with Yang Xiao, she knew they didn't possess such a weapon at home. Besides, she had thoroughly checked him before they left. Where could such a large gun have been concealed? Boss Leopard was taken aback, hastily retreating a few steps. Fear etched on his face as he looked at Yang Xiao, swallowing hard and feigning calmness. Brother, let's talk this over. We were just joking with you earlier. That weapon was obviously not a toy gun. He had no intention of gambling his life on whether it was loaded. Yang Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. Then allow me to share a little joke with you. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire erupted within the garage, sending shrieks of terror through the crowd as they scrambled for safety. Boss Leopard narrowly avoided a fatal wound, sustaining only a gunshot to his thigh. Unfortunately, several of his underlings were not so fortunate, their blood splattering the ground as they fell lifelessly. The other thugs, disregarding their spoils, fled in terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the magazine was emptied. Hiding behind a pillar, the yellow-haired thug felt the moment had come. With a roar, he recklessly lunged at Yang Xiao. Leopard brother, concealed behind another column, pressed his bleeding thigh and shouted, "He has no bullets left. Brothers, charge together and ensure his demise to avenge our fallen comrades." Instantly, the scattered ruffians sprang forth, claws bared. Yang Xiao sneered, lifted his leg, and delivered a kick that landed squarely on the yellow-haired thug's face. With a sickening crunch, his head snapped back at a 90-degree angle, and he breathed his last, eyes wide open. By the time the other thugs reached the battlefield, Yang Xiao had already reloaded his weapon. The sound of gunfire gradually subsided in the basement. Yang Xiao scanned the area, dispatching a few not-quite-dead thugs with a final shot. However, he found no sign of Leopard Brother, only a long trail of blood on the ground, indicating he had likely escaped amidst the chaos. TCH, you're nothing. Consider yourself lucky today. Yang Xiao shrugged and returned to Lu Riyin's side. The two women were utterly numb, resembling statues, frozen in place. Yang Xiao waved his hand in front of Lu Riyin's face to rouse her, grinning as he asked, "What is the matter? Have you been scared silly?" As the two women regained their senses and caught sight of his still smoking AK, they instinctively recoiled a few steps, trembling in fear. "Why you?" Tian Kikai stammered, her voice quaking with terror, her mind blank, unsure of what to say. Chapter 21. The Little Fan Tian Kikai. Lu Riyin took several deep breaths to compose herself and cautiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Yang Xiao's heart warmed, and he smiled. "I'm fine. The ones with problems are them." The ground was littered with corpses. Indeed, they were the ones with issues. Seeing that Yang Xiao was still capable of normal conversation eased Tian Kikai's fears. "You scared me to death. I thought you had gone mad. Rest assured, I'm quite lucid. Let us go home and enjoy some air conditioning." Yang Xiao cast a disdainful glance at the frightened onlookers before turning to leave. The women he had just rescued cowered at a distance, as if fearing his attention. Tian Kikai, seeing this, felt a surge of anger and scolded. "Do you people have no conscience? It was my brother who saved you. Not only do you offer no words of thanks, but you also avoid him like he's a venomous snake. What kind of logic is that?" The rescued individuals bowed their heads in shame, rendered speechless. "Forget it. Let us go." Lu Riyin pulled Tian Kikai away, wanting to conserve her expressions. On the way, Tian Kikai acted like a sycophant, grinning and bending over backward, using a small electric fan to cool Yang Xiao down. Yang Xiao's lips twitched uncontrollably, his heart racing, feeling utterly exasperated by her antics. "Miss, I implore you to cease this torment. If you have something to say, just say it." Tian Kikai puffed up her cheeks in displeasure, but quickly reverted to a smile. "Hey, good brother, can I touch your gun?" Yang Xiao halted, his expression peculiar as he scrutinized Tian Kikai, asking, "Are you sure?" "Yes, yes." She nodded earnestly, her face full of anticipation. "All right, go ahead." Yang Xiao opened his hand, closed his eyes, adopting a posture of surrender. "Wonderful, thank you, big brother," Tian Kikai exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gingerly caressed the AK in his hand. She had a fondness for various rifles, possessing numerous models at home, but lamentably, none were real. After a considerable time, Yang Xiao noticed no one was touching him and opened his eyes, only to find Tian Kikai joyfully playing with the AK. Realizing his misunderstanding, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Ahem, enough of this. The outdoor heat is overwhelming. Let us return home." Yang Xiao shouldered his weapon and began to leave. Hey. Don't rush off. I haven't had my fill yet." Tian Kikai called after him. Lu Riyin chuckled softly and quickened her pace to follow. Upon reaching home, Tian Kikai lingered, glancing back repeatedly, yet ultimately returned to her own abode. Sweaty and uncomfortable, She quickly took a shower, feeling much better afterward. Then, she grabbed a bag and entered the bedroom. Sumi, with one hand cuffed, could only lie on the bed. Upon seeing Tian Kikai enter, she immediately turned her head away in indignation. Humph. Tian Kikai, unfazed, cheerfully approached. Darling Mimi, look what I brought back for you. Humph, I want tea, look. A limited edition Hermes bag. Are you certain you don't want it? Sumi's eyes lit up, her attitude pivoting 180 degrees. I want it. Hurry up and get it to me. For her, the designer handbag was akin to half her life. Do you want it? Yes, I want it. At this moment, Sumi's grievances toward Tian Kikai had largely dissipated, her gaze solely fixed on the bag. Tian Kikai teasingly asked, So, are you still angry with me? Not angry anymore. Just give me the bag. Sumi genuinely was no longer upset. If she could receive a handbag every day, she would gladly remain bound to the bed for a lifetime. Here you go. Tian Kikai handed her the bag, then turned on the television before fetching a basin of water from the bathroom. Darling, let me wipe you down. Sumi, engrossed in her delight over the bag, paid no mind to Tian Kikai, allowing her to do as she pleased. After some time, Tian Kikai carefully wiped her clean and lay beside her, chatting. Mimi, let me tell you, it was incredibly thrilling just now. What happened? Sumi, now less enthralled by the bag, was able to engage in normal conversation. There was a shooting incident in the underground parking lot. Many people died. Really? Sumi apiv the skeptica. Tian Kikai vividly recounted the chaos that had erupted in the garage, even pulling out several photos from the scene to show her. Sumi turned pale, trembling, and instinctively burrowed into Tian Kikai's embrace, allowing her to take charge. Is it really that lawless outside now? They openly shoot so many people, and the police do nothing? What can they do? The police are struggling to protect themselves. There are disaster victims everywhere, and the ruins are countless. Just managing the victims and rebuilding is enough to give them headaches. It can't be that exaggerated, right? What has happened to this world? Sumi's face was filled with disbelief, evidently still failing to grasp the reality. In her world, there had only been designer bags, a high-quality lifestyle, and grand aspirations of marrying into a wealthy family. Never had she cared for national affairs. Yet the events of the past few days seemed to overturn her understanding, nearly causing her already frail intellect to short-circuit. Tian Kikai, with a playful expression, remarked, This world has gone awry. Do you know how much this bag costs? You wouldn't believe it. Just a few packets of instant noodles. What? Sumi's face registered shock, her mind reeling. The seller's family had run out of food, and official rescue efforts were slow to arrive. To avoid starvation, what else could she do but sell her prized possessions at a loss? Sumi initially looked astonished, but her eyes soon sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, Then what are we waiting for? We have so many instant noodles at home. Let us trade them for the bag. Tian Kikai rolled her eyes, astonished that her friend had yet to awaken to her predicament. Don't worry, I've already exchanged for it. Really? That is fantastic. Kikai, you're the best. Sumi joyfully embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek. I'll be watching your behavior. If you impress me, I'll reward you with another bag. All right, I'll do whatever you say. Sumi beamed. The apocalypse had little bearing on her, as long as she had her designer handbags. Tian Kikai could only smile wryly. She understood that her friend was not particularly bright, unable to survive in the apocalypse, which was why she had confined her. This way, she could accompany her, while ensuring that the abundance of supplies at home remained a secret, preventing any trouble from arising. Meanwhile, Lu Rian, upon returning home, eagerly dashed to the backyard pool for a refreshing bath. The heat outside was unbearable, akin to a furnace. The pool offered a welcome respite. Yang Xiao leapt into the swimming pool, casually tossing in a piece of ice, and cheerfully remarked, We agreed to soak together. Lu Rian shot him a disapproving glance. The pool is so vast, no one stopped you. He chuckled. How about we discuss the matter of going home for some milk? Perhaps you should talk about that gun of yours instead. Haven't I told you already? 2 months ago, I procured some arms abroad. Really? Of course it's true. Chapter 22. Su Rui's plea for help. The news of Yang Xiao's brazen shooting spree spread through the community like wildfire. While some recounted the sequence of events leading to the tragedy, the majority were primarily concerned with the cold, hard fact of his killings, showing little interest in the rationale behind them. Numerous internal WeChat groups within the apartment complex erupted in fervent discussions regarding the incident. Regardless of the heinous misdeeds committed by those bullies, it did not justify Yang Xiao's open act of murder. Indeed, it's utterly brutal. He killed so many over a mere conflict. Is he a devil? Such a person is far too dangerous. I truly do not wish to reside in the same complex as him. Have the police been alerted? Why has no one come to apprehend him? What is the point of reporting? No one even answers the phone. No wonder he feels so audacious. He must have calculated that the police are too preoccupied to deal with him. It seems he is a habitual offender. I suggest we investigate him at our earliest opportunity. I have already posted about this atrocity online, hoping to attract the attention of the relevant authorities. In no time, discussions of Yang Xiao's cruelty overshadowed the misdeeds of others like Brother Bao. However, no one dared to broach the topic in the large group chat, fearing Yang Xiao's retribution. 2 days later, the murderous fiend remained unharmed, and the police had yet to pay him a visit. This sparked discontent among many residents. But a small faction began to harbor different intentions. In Building 1, where Yang Xiao resided prior to the apocalypse, a considerable gathering had formed in the basement. Resembling an illicit assembly, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, stood atop a vehicle with a megaphone, calling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention for a moment? As you may have noticed, in the face of this unprecedented catastrophe, the authorities seem powerless. And we are now in a state of anarchy. If we unite and consolidate our strength, might we be able to achieve something substantial in this world of chaos? His words caused a stir among the crowd, with expressions of uncertainty and murmurs of speculation. Someone boldly inquired, Lu Zheng, are you suggesting we rise up? Lu Zheng smiled affably. I mean to say, we could form a gang, seize control of our entire complex, and then strategize for the outside world. His intentions were crystal clear: establish dominance within the community before expanding outward, ultimately becoming the overlord of the area. Depending on circumstances, should the government truly collapse, they could establish their own rule. Noticing the crowd's hesitance, Lu Zheng continued to incite. You all witnessed how Yang Xiao killed so many without consequence. What does that imply? It signifies the government's impotence. I believe many of you are contemplating forming your own forces. Time is of the essence, and we must seize the initiative to survive. The crowd murmured among themselves, weighing the merits of his proposition. Sensing their growing enthusiasm, Lu Zheng signaled to a few accomplices. One of them, understanding the cue, stood up and declared loudly, "Damn it, I'm all in. Boss Lu, from now on, you're my leader. I hope you can help me survive." Another follower echoed his sentiment. With the encouragement of several sycophants, the Assembly of Building 1 officially formed a gang named the Jindao Society. Their first target for plunder was the Villa District, not only for the potential stockpiling of resources, but also for the allure of the cool basement and accompanying swimming pool. Simultaneously, various small gangs sprang up in other buildings. Among them, Aunt Wong from the Residence Committee became the de facto leader of her unit, effectively enlisting nearly all the young residents into her committee for her own use. That evening, as Yang Xiao prepared to indulge in some milk, he was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Lu Ruyan, visibly annoyed, remarked, "Who is it? Such a buzzkill." Stealing a glance at the caller ID, she gasped. "Su Rui?" Yang Xiao, slightly surprised, asked, "You know her?" "Of course, she's a resident from upstairs and works at our complex's sales office. Since I'm involved in renovation design, I met her at the sales office. Are you quite familiar with her?" Lu Ruyan shot him a suspicious look. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Xiao decided against concealing the truth and nodded, "Yes, a well-acquainted acquaintance." He then answered the call. Lu Ruyan puffed up her cheeks in annoyance and buried her head under the covers, vowing not to give him any attention tonight. "Hello, beautiful Sue. It's been a while. What prompted you to call me all of a sudden?" "Yang Xiao, how have you been?" "I'm doing all right. What is on your mind?" "I have something of utmost importance to tell you. Our Building 1 has formed a gang called the Jindao Society, and they're planning a midnight raid on the Villa District. Your villa is one of their primary targets." Upon receiving such startling news, Yang Xiao felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. How alarming. Do they have no regard for the law? Hearing this, Su Rui rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Please. You killed so many people in public without facing any repercussions. Do you think they care about the law? Don't they fear my gun? They're betting that your gun is out of bullets." "Ha ha. All right, what a talented bunch. How can you still find humor in this dire situation?" Su Rui, frantic with worry, stamped her foot in frustration. She genuinely cared for Yang Xiao, as they shared cherished memories together. Yang Xiao discerned her concern and reassured her. "Don't worry. I have plenty of bullets in my gun, as you well know." "Ugh, while I'm on the verge of panic. You still have the audacity to joke." Su Rui's face flushed, lost in reminiscence of their youthful escapades under the setting sun, an emblem of her bygone youth. "I'm not joking. I bought quite a few bullets. That should suffice against them." "Really?" Su Rui sounded somewhat convinced. "Of course. Why would I deceive you? Then, could I possibly move in with you?" Su Rui felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as she awaited his response. Yang Xiao hesitated, puzzled. "Will your husband agree to this?" Su Rui retorted angrily. "Don't even mention that scoundrel. He betrayed me long ago, on the night of the disaster. He claimed to be out drinking with friends, but he was actually off gallivanting with his mistress. Now, they're trapped in a hotel together, and it serves him right. It turned out her husband had been flirting with a new female university intern at his company. On the day Su Rui sold a villa for nearly $3 million, her husband cunningly swindled $50,000 from her under the pretense of investing with friends, when in reality, he squandered it on his mistress. He often returned home late, reeking of women's perfume and with long hair, which aroused Su Rui's suspicions. Consequently, she hired a private investigator to follow him, only to discover that the pair frequently visited the Sunshine Rose Hotel. Not only did he lavish gifts, such as bags and jewelry, on his mistress, but he also purchased her a car worth over 200,000. Furious upon learning the truth, Su Rui confronted her husband, leading to a heated argument and her demand for a divorce. Instead, her husband blamed her for not understanding him, storming off to stay with his mistress for several days. Ironically, the apocalypse struck, leaving the ill-fated couple trapped in the hotel, now facing an impending crisis of running out of supplies. Chapter 23. The Siege of the Villa. Good heavens! Even a novel wouldn't dare to depict such absurdity. Yang Xiao found Su Rui's plight utterly surreal, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Su Rui choked back tears. Do you despise me as well? Snapping back to reality, Yang Xiao comforted her. How could I? You are incredibly beautiful. I dream of having you. It's just that, just what? Su Rui pressed eagerly. Just that I currently live with a fierce tigress. I must obtain her approval, or else the household will be in chaos. Fierce tigress? I thought you said you were single? Su Rui was suddenly engulfed by a profound sense of betrayal, her heart aching. I am single. You know this fierce woman, Lu Ruyen. Her situation mirrors yours. Lu Ruyen, the great D. How on earth did you end up entangled with her? Su Rui's voice was far from subtle. Lu Ruyen, overhearing, immediately seized the phone, unleashing a tirade. Hua, Rui? What do you mean? What do you mean by us being entangled? Cough, cough. Great D, please don't take offense. That was not my intention. Then what is your intention? Speak clearly. In an instant, the two women began to chatter incessantly, akin to machine guns, completely forgetting the pressing matter at hand. Time passed unnoticed until the shrill sound of the alarm within the villa pierced through their conversation, finally interrupting their banter. Lu Ruyen, her expression tense, exclaimed, "Oh no, the villa is under attack." Given that this villa was her handiwork, she understood precisely what the alarm signified. Don't worry, continue your conversation. I shall handle them. Yang Xiao reassured her, donning a robe before stepping out. Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, he activated the searchlight, revealing an overwhelming crowd outside the villa, easily numbering in the hundreds. They were forcefully banging on the door, and even the adjacent Tian Chi-Chi's residence was not spared. Tian Chi-Chi was also on her balcony, clutching a repeating crossbow, visibly anxious. A lifeless body lay outside her front door, evidently shot to death. Rather than dissuading the crowd, it incited their fury, prompting them to pound the door even more vigorously. Upon noticing the lights next door, Tian Chi-Chi sighed in relief and pitifully called out, "Brother Yang, you're finally out. Please save me." Yang Xiao smiled. "Is that repeating crossbow of yours mere decoration? Shoot them. Take down a few, and they learn to fear." All right. Yang Xiao's presence infused Tian Chi-Chi with immense courage. She ceased to be afraid and unleashed a barrage upon the crowd. In the following moment, screams erupted, and those assaulting the door scattered in terror. Seeing her tactic succeed, Tian Chi-Chi smugly declared, a bunch of cowardly souls afraid of death. Had I known you were so easy to deal with, I would have wasted my breath arguing with you." Previously, when they had come to batter down the door, she had attempted to reason with them, only to be met with violence. In her panic, she had shot someone, igniting their wrath, which had nearly driven her to despair. Now, it seemed wiser to embrace her role as a ruthless femme fatale. Otherwise, she and Sumi would have faced dire consequences tonight. Observing Tian Chi-Chi's newfound ferocity, the assailants hesitated to attack her villa, redirecting their efforts towards other houses. The other villas, with their low walls and flimsy doors, succumbed easily. Soon, the unsuspecting residents were jolted from their slumber. Males were met with death, while females were taken for amusement. The marauders dragged the women into the pool, reveling in double the pleasure. Yang Xiao's home, fortified with tall, thick walls and a specially reinforced door, stood like an impregnable fortress. Thus, it was believed that he must possess a substantial stockpile of supplies. Though he claimed to have donated 15 billion in resources, many suspected he had secretly retained a considerable amount. Securing this villa could ensure their survival. Lu Zheng pounded on the iron door with a metal rod, adopting a tone of authority as he called out, "Yang Xiao, we know you must have plenty of supplies. This is a time of crisis. We are neighbors, and we hope you can show mercy and share your resources so that we may all survive. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness us starve to death, would you? We must have a conscience. Selfishness is not the way. Open the door and let us in, and everyone will remember your kindness, even honoring you once the disaster has passed. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. Think of the countless lives you would save." A motley crew of rogues employed every persuasive tactic, hoping Yang Xiao would not be so blind to their pleas. Tian Chi, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Brother Yang, you must listen to them. These people are the worst. If you let them in, they will surely kill you and turn Sister Ru Yin into their plaything." Yet Yang Xiao merely smiled, remaining silent as he quietly drew out an AK-47, aiming at the crowd outside. The marauders recoiled in shock, retreating hastily. Lu Zheng, summoning his courage, stepped forward and boldly remarked, "Yang Xiao, I advise you to remain calm. While you may possess a gun, your ammunition is finite. With so many of us, can you truly eliminate us all? Once your bullets run out, how will you endure the fiery wrath of our vengeance? Indeed, remain calm. We only desire food. We guarantee no harm will come to anyone. Yang Xiao, have pity on us. We will forever remember your generosity." The crowd continued their coaxing, urging him to be magnanimous, selfless, and not to dwell on personal loss. Yang Xiao chuckled softly, lowering his AK. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had successfully deceived this fool. Lu Zheng smirked, signaling to his lackeys. The moment Yang Xiao opened the door, they would rush in, eliminate him, seize his weapon, and claim his supplies and women for themselves. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted to sheer terror. Yang Xiao hoisted a chainsaw, reminiscent of Hitler's designs, resting it on the railing. Without allowing the crowd to utter a word, he pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire erupted, and outside, blood flowed like a river, bodies strewn across the ground. The cacophony of screams and wails echoing through the night. Those with quick reflexes dove for cover behind the surrounding walls, narrowly escaping with their lives. The slower ones were reduced to mere targets, their lives extinguished on the spot. After what felt like an eternity, the gunfire ceased. Yang Xiao boisterously declared, "Consider this a lesson for tonight. Should you dare to disturb me again, do not blame my ruthlessness." The crowd silently cursed him, for he had indeed taken many lives. Yet he still proclaimed himself merciless. "Now, clean up the mess of flesh on the ground and depart." At his words, the marauders felt as if they had received a reprieve, hastily dragging the corpses away. Once the area was deserted, Yang Xiao retrieved some fresh water from his space to wash away the blood, restoring everything to its former state. Tian Chi peeked out, confirming the absence of people, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. "Phew, that scared me to death. Brother, where did you get that machine gun?" "A gift from friends abroad. It's getting late. You should head to bed. Call me if anything arises." "Mm, I will." Chapter 24. Picking up Su Rue. After returning to the basement, Tian Chi hurried to the bathroom to wash up, although the basement was soundproofed. The earlier commotion had been too loud for Sumi not to hear some of it. Seeing Tian Chi emerge from the shower and climb into bed, she anxiously inquired, Chi, what on earth happened outside?" "It was so noisy." Tian Chi took a deep breath to steady herself before explaining. "A group of marauders were trying to break down our door, intending to rob us." Sumi was visibly shocked. "What? That is utterly insane. Don't they fear imprisonment? And what is the government doing? Can they even function anymore? If not, they should be replaced sooner rather than later." Tian Chi looked at her incredulously, her expression one of exasperation. "What are you talking about? In times like these, the government is struggling to protect itself. How could they manage anything else? What? If the government won to intervene, what will we do if they return?" Sumi's anxiety was palpable. Tian Chi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how, just moments ago, Sumi had criticized the government for their ineffectiveness, yet now she was terrified of losing their support. "Don't worry. I shot a few of them earlier, and they ran away. They won't dare come back." "What? You killed someone?" Sumi's face contorted with shock. Instinctively distancing herself, her eyes filled with fear, Tian Chi shot her a glare, giving her a light smack on the head. "What are you afraid of? I'm not a man-eating monster. It was self-defense. They were attempting to rob us. Should Ti fight back? Just think, if they had truly broken in, not only would our supplies be stolen, but we could also end up as their playthings. Would you want that?" "Absolutely not." Sumi shook her head vehemently. "That is precisely correct. I am compelled to take lives solely to safeguard ourselves and our resources. Do you comprehend?" Sumi nodded, for such a straightforward concept was within her grasp. "However, what if they return seeking vengeance? If they come prepared, will you be able to fend them off?" Before Tian Kikai could respond, Sumi continued, "Perhaps we could consider this. Their aim is merely to acquire resources. You could offer them some provisions as a gesture of goodwill, a form of apology. After all, having taken what belongs to you, they might feel disinclined to disturb us further. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Tian Kikai's expression darkened, and she replied with grave seriousness, "Sumi, I must caution you to abandon such a foolish notion. Should they discover that we possess a substantial stockpile of resources, they will undoubtedly rally more individuals to assault us. Desperate individuals are far more terrifying than beasts. They are capable of any atrocity. She could not help but silently rejoice in having devised a plan to confine this naive soul and sever her ties with the outside world. Otherwise, who could predict the reckless actions she might undertake? Offering supplies to adversaries to quell their fury in exchange for peace? Is that not the very folly characteristic of those weaklings of the past? This foolish friend must be living in a bygone era. It was the first time Su-mi witnessed Tian Kakai's serious demeanor, which instilled a sense of fear in her, leading her to timidly nod in understanding. Subsequently, Tian Kakai recounted the incident next door, where over 100 individuals had besieged, yet Yang Xiao had bravely wielded a machine gun, unleashing havoc. This revelation completely shattered Su-mi's worldview and rendered her already limited intellect utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, as Yang Xiao returned to the basement, preparing to take a shower, Lu Rian suddenly called out to him, "Darling, hold on a moment. Please retrieve the flower bud. We wouldn't want her to be alone at home, filled with fear." "What are you talking about?" Yang Xiao replied, astonished and confused. Lu Rian shot him an exasperated glance, reproaching, "You've been intimate with her. You ought to take responsibility." "Wait, am I really supposed to be responsible for her?" Yang Xiao pondered, unable to comprehend. After all, he had practically gifted Su Rue nearly 3 million through a single encounter. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, she was another man's wife. What responsibility did he owe her? Lu Ruyan glared at him, demanding, "Just tell me whether you will or not." Yang Xiao shrugged. "Fine. In light of your magnanimity, I shall make the trip." With that, he hummed a little tune and stepped outside. Such an extraordinary woman. She was certainly no less than Lu Ruyan. How could he possibly refuse? Lu Ruyan pouted, her eyes filled with longing. Though she was initially reluctant to share her man, thoughts of Su Rue's similar experiences softened her heart. Furthermore, from a strategic perspective, having Su Rue, a fellow wife, would strengthen her own position. Otherwise, if Yang Xiao were to bring home an untainted maiden, her situation would become quite precarious. How infuriating to let that scoundrel benefit. The villa was situated a fair distance from Building 1, and Yang Xiao, feeling rather lazy, retrieved his modified vehicle from its concealed space. The third-generation armored vehicle, enhanced in height, thickness, and length, with superior insulation, was quite the spectacle. Upon arriving at a building, Yang Xiao produced his access card to unlock the entrance, taking the elevator straight to Su Rue's floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he noticed 2 suspicious men loitering near Su Rue's door. One appeared to be attempting to pick the lock while the other kept watch. "Hey!" Yang Xiao shouted, startling them both nearly into cardiac arrest. The lookout glared menacingly at Yang Xiao, raising his iron rod in a threatening manner. "You little brat. This is none of your business. Scram if you know what's good for you." Yang Xiao grinned widely. "Oh, come now, let us not be hasty. If you don't include me, I might have to call for help." "You? Fine, you got guts. Consider yourself included for today." The 2 men, wishing to avoid any further complications, reluctantly acquiesced. With a broad smile, Yang Xiao inquired, "Now, may I know what you are up to?" "Keep it down. Let me tell you, there's a stunning woman living here. Her looks and figure are simply exquisite. We've been monitoring her for several days. And with her husband absent and the current chaos in the world, this is the perfect opportunity. You're in for a treat today. You'll owe us your thanks later." The locksmith turned back to Yang Xiao, grinning widely. "Hey, I'm the one who deserves the most credit. I'll go in first. You're just a lucky bystander. Once we're done, it'll be your turn." Yang Xiao smirked, his expression playful. "You gentlemen truly are benevolent, but I prefer to dine alone, so the woman inside belongs to me." Instantly, the lookout's expression soured, his eyes narrowing with menace as he brandished his iron rod, advancing towards Yang Xiao. "Kid, since you're asking for death, don't blame us. Perish." With the iron rod raised high, ready to strike, Yang Xiao merely scoffed, revealing a tang knife in his hand. A flash of cold light halted the iron rod mid-swing, as the lookout seemed frozen in time. Moments later, a crimson line appeared at his throat, followed by a geyser of blood. Clutching his gushing neck, he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The locksmith sensed the disturbance, and by the time he realized what was happening, a sharp blade protruded from his chest, leaving him lifeless. Chapter 25. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Yang Xiao's arrival filled Su Rue with boundless joy. She leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly despite the sweltering heat and her perspiration. "You've finally come. I've missed you so much." Since selling her house that day, she had been unable to shake thoughts of Yang Xiao. The indoor temperature soared, rendering the air conditioning ineffective, with the fan merely circulating warm air. Yet, neither of them cared. In the throes of passion, they succumbed to their desires. After spending an hour at Su Rue's home, they were both drenched in sweat. Thoroughly satisfied, After a refreshing shower, Su Rue packed all the food in her home into a suitcase, and, intertwining her arm with Yang Xiao's, they departed. Having made a handsome profit from the house sale, Su Rue indulged herself, purchasing an abundance of snacks she typically would have deemed extravagant. This indulgence had allowed her to survive the present chaos with ease. The modified vehicle was spacious, sturdy, and cool, leaving Su Rue utterly astounded. The renovated villa was a delightful surprise. Wow, it's so cool in here. I never imagined you could not only modify the vehicle for extreme heat, but also turn the villa into a fortress fit for the apocalypse. I'm so fortunate to live here. It feels like I could wake up smiling from a dream. Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruyin emerged from her room wrapped in a bathrobe. The two women exchanged glances, tension palpable in the air, yet ultimately shared a smile. Welcome. Lu Ruyin broke the silence. Thank you, Su Rue replied with a smile. Let me help you choose a room, Lu Ruyin offered, assisting with one of the suitcases. All right. Su Rue glanced at Yang Xiao, pulling along the other suitcase in Lu Ruyin's wake. Your suitcase seems rather heavy. It's not filled with clothes, is it? Well, mine is packed with snacks and drinks. Is that so? I also have quite a fondness for snacks. How fortunate. We can share some later. Sounds good. The two women chatted merrily, completely ignoring the main character, Yang Xiao, who turned away in exasperation and headed off for a shower. The oppressive heat made it unbearable to remain outside, even for a short while. Without a shower, he felt utterly uncomfortable. The following morning, the struggle for dominance had concluded. Except for the villas of Yang Xiao and Tian Kakai, all others had changed hands. The community director had also seized a villa, moving his family in and heading directly to the basement. Due to the prevailing animosity towards the wealthy, the original owners of the villas had faced inhumane treatment, leading to their tragic downfall. News of Yang Xiao's indiscriminate shooting of the homeowner spread, inciting widespread panic, with owners expressing their concerns in the group chat. I was there last night. Had I not been standing in a less conspicuous spot, I might have been shot on the spot. Who could argue otherwise? A young man from the neighboring household stood boldly in the center of the entrance. He was quite a fine lad, but tragically, he was slain on the spot. His demise utterly gruesome. Yang Xiao is indeed a wretch. Was it too much to ask for a morsel of food? Must he resort to a bloody rampage? Is a focal point not that he possesses a machine gun? If it were merely a rifle, I could perhaps comprehend. But now he has resorted to a machine gun. This is beyond my understanding. Indeed, from where does he wield such formidable weaponry? The crowd, though varied in their backgrounds, united in their condemnation of Yang Xiao, vociferously denouncing him. Observing the public outrage, Lu Zheng seized the opportunity to incite further discord. Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears. Yang Xiao, a man consumed by bloodlust, emboldened by his firearm, has now committed the second egregious act of murdering the innocent. The first was in the basement of Building 18, where he callously dispatched a dozen innocents and plundered their supplies. Just last night, following a trivial dispute, he unleashed a hail of bullets, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 20 innocent homeowners. Such a remorseless fiend has no place in this world. We must unite to eradicate him. The previously injured brother leopard, seeing the swelling tide of outrage, could scarcely contain himself. Indeed, I can attest to this. That night, I was merely enjoying a stroll in the basement of Building 18 with friends when we encountered Yang Xiao, simply because I dared to glance at his companion. He drew his weapon and indiscriminately opened fire upon us. I was struck in the thigh and am still convalescing at home. While a dozen of my brothers met their tragic end, this scoundrel, Yang Xiao, is no human. He is a devil. We must band together to eliminate him, or he will surely come for us all. Brother Leopard then summoned his subordinates to testify, affirming that it was indeed Yang Xiao who had perpetrated the massacre. Conversely, the women whom Yang Xiao had rescued that night, fearful of attracting trouble, dared not step forward to refute the accusations. As more voices joined in denouncing Yang Xiao's indiscriminate slaughter, those who had initially been mere spectators began to feel the weight of the situation. You may possess a firearm and even have the right to kill, but you must not slay the innocent. What if one day, by misfortune, I become your target? Under the influence of the instigators, fear swiftly permeated the entire community. Nearly everyone reached a consensus. Yang Xiao must be eliminated, or they could not secure their own territory. Thus, the leaders of various factions clandestinely convened a meeting to strategize against Yang Xiao. Upon the suggestion of the community committee chair, they resolved to deploy the elderly, infirm, and pregnant first, using a moral appeal to coerce Yang Xiao. If Yang Xiao possessed even a modicum of conscience, he would have no choice but to open his door. At that juncture, they would publicly execute him. Should he refuse to surrender, they would have the vulnerable charge the entrance, using their bodies to breach a gap. If he dared to fire upon them, it would inevitably incite public outrage, and they would witness how he would bear the wrath of the homeowners. It must be noted, the committee chair's scheme was exceedingly nefarious. Any individual with a shred of humanity would likely find it unbearable to inflict harm upon the elderly, sick, and pregnant. Otherwise, they would be haunted by nightmares. The battle plan was approved, and all the leaders returned to prepare for the impending confrontation. That evening, after dining, Yang Xiao and his companions sat together, engrossed in a game of cards, reveling in their merriment. Lu Yin called for the landlord. Even when the cards were not in her favor, resulting in her losing several rounds and dwindling to her last few chips. She feigned frustration at losing, while inwardly, she found joy in the game. Su Rue, seeing through her facade, mirrored her actions, desperately calling for the landlord and intentionally losing as well. Yang Xiao, oblivious to their ploys, was filled with delight. Just as he prepared to engage wholeheartedly, a cacophony erupted outside. The trio froze, halting their game. Yang Xiao activated the surveillance, his gaze falling upon a throng of people outside, a dark mass that appeared to number in the thousands. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. Lu Yin and Su Rue, frightened, trembled, their faces pale as they clutched his hands tightly. What is happening? What do they intend to do? Yang Xiao replied in a calm tone, I do not know. We shall meet force with force. You both should retreat to the basement. I will handle them. Lu Yin shook her head, her gaze resolute. No, I will face this with you. Su Rue, without hesitation, added, I will stand by you. Whether it be a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, I am willing to brave it together. With this, Yang Xiao smiled faintly and led them to the second-floor balcony. Chapter 26, A Disastrous Retreat. Outside the villa's entrance, a throng of the elderly, infirm, and pregnant had barricaded themselves at the forefront, each appearing woefully pitiful, pleading with Yang Xiao for sustenance. Please, have mercy. My child has gone 2 days without food. I implore you, show compassion. My child is merely 2 months old, starving without milk. We can scarcely survive. I am 8 months pregnant and on the verge of collapse from hunger. I beg you, lend a hand. Uncle, please spare some food. My parents have been sunburned, and we have nothing left to eat. Please save my granddaughter. If you provide her with even a morsel, I, an old woman, will gladly serve you. A sea of elderly, weak, and vulnerable women and children lamented their plight, evoking pity in any individual with a semblance of conscience. Lu Yin and Su Rue displayed anguish, for women are often more susceptible to compassion, and such scenes are unbearable. Yang Xiao raised his hand, his expression tranquil as he said, This is not an appropriate situation for you to handle. Please, retreat to the basement. Very well. The two exchanged resigned glances and forced a smile, acquiescing to his direction. They recognized their own soft-heartedness. Remaining there would only hinder him, and it was better to avoid the distress altogether. With the troublesome individuals gone, Yang Xiao gazed down at the crowd with a smile, silently calculating how to ensnare them all. Compassion? Mercy? Conscience? None existed here. Lu Zheng, hiding behind the elderly and women, shouted, Yang Xiao, what stands before you are merely pitiful souls. They rely on you for survival. Can you truly bear to abandon them in their time of need? Surely your household still possesses ample supplies. It would not be unreasonable to share some with them. After all, we are neighbors. You cannot simply turn a blind eye. Rest assured, we will not enter or cause you harm. Faced with their moral coercion, Yang Xiao grinned widely before turning back to retrieve a box from within his home. The crowd's eyes gleamed with anticipation, believing their scheme had succeeded, ready to pounce and dismantle him. Yet the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Yang Xiao pulled a grenade from the box, pulled the pin, and hurled it into the crowd behind him. Boom! A deafening explosion sent everyone into a panic, scattering in all directions. What on earth? Boom, boom, boom. How could this bastard possess grenades? This is terrifying. What now? Should we charge in? Charge in? You think you're brave? Go ahead. The leaders of the factions huddled against the wall, cowering under enemy fire, discussing tactics. Yet they failed to finalize a plan for attack. After a barrage of explosions, everyone sought refuge, and Yang Xiao ceased his assault. A multitude of bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing freely, cries of anguish echoing through the night sky. Yang Xiao shouted into a megaphone, You band of brigands dare to come here and morally compel me? Truly you are lost. Lu Zheng, sheltering behind a wall, retorted loudly, Yang Xiao, do not play the victim. We merely sought your aid for those vulnerable souls, and you retaliate by hurling explosives at us, then malign us as villains. You are utterly inhumane. Please, you clearly intend to seize my property, my supplies, and my women. I'm not entitled to defend myself. I advise you to seek a different path. This one leads to ruin. I refuse to believe you will not eventually exhaust your ammunition. Then go ahead and wait. I, for one, am well provisioned and surrounded by comfort. Let's see who grows weary first. Lu Zhang's complexion was ashen, his fury ignited. This is intolerable. Just you wait. One day, I shall have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Let us go. A once formidable group surrounding the villa now fled in disarray. And Yang Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at their pitiful retreat. Hey, make sure to haul away that rotten meat from the ground. Next time I won't be so lenient. Hearing such chilling words, the leaders seethed with frustration, yet complied. They decided to take it back and salt it. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Meanwhile, some women, filled with longing, glanced back repeatedly, seemingly desperate to reside in the villa. Initially viewing Yang Xiao as a villain, they had been swayed by others to conspire against him. However, witnessing his decisiveness and ruthlessness, alongside his formidable firepower, they suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of security. If only they could become as women, surviving comfortably in this apocalypse. What did it matter if they bore the scorn of others? Alas, all of this was but a fleeting dream, for Yang Xiao held them in disdain. After the crushing defeat of the night, the owners realized Yang Xiao was a force to be reckoned with. Unable to provoke him, they could only steer clear of his path. Thus, discussions regarding Yang Xiao ceased in the owners' group, lest they incur his wrath. If they could not contend with Yang Xiao, they had no choice but to expand outward. Zhou Dexing, the spokesperson for Building 4, was a university professor known for his kindness and respect towards the elderly and children, earning him a stellar reputation. He firmly believed that calamities would eventually pass, and thus rallied the owners of the entire building to embody the spirit of caring for the elderly and children, encouraging them to share their surplus food with those in need, prioritizing the vulnerable. Simultaneously, he urged the able-bodied men to venture out in search of supplies, to unite and weather the storm together. That very night, the men of Building 4 formed several small teams to scour for resources. By dawn, just before the sun rose, they returned with a meager supply of goods. Upholding the traditional virtues of caring for the elderly and children, Zhou Dexing allowed the elderly, weak women, and children to receive the supplies first. The elderly and women were overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly bowing in thanks. However, due to the limited resources, some young men who had participated in the search found themselves empty-handed and began to complain. To appease the discontented, Zhou Dexing selflessly distributed his portion among them, even retrieving additional supplies from his home to assist those in need. He tirelessly encouraged everyone to remain steadfast, self-reliant, and to await rescue while helping themselves. Although a sense of despair lingered, as they believed it unlikely that official rescue teams would arrive amidst global chaos, they had no alternative but to force themselves to accept their grim reality. The news of Building 4's successful retrieval of supplies quickly spread, prompting other gang leaders to devise their own schemes. Some planned to replicate Zhou Dexing's initiative, forming their own resource search teams to venture out nightly. Others considered covertly following the men of Building 4, ready to rush in and seize any discovered supplies. Still, other leaders resolved to take a more aggressive approach, planning to launch an assault on Building 4 while its residents searched for resources. After all, Building 4 maintained a moral high ground. They believed their actions could be justified. They merely wished to survive. What fault was there in that? Chapter 27, The Benevolent Zhou. For several consecutive days, the residents of the community ventured out at night to search for supplies. Initially, they managed to find some, but as time passed, resources dwindled, leading to frequent brawls over scant supplies, resulting in numerous injuries. Additionally, due to excessive ultraviolet exposure, many suffered from severe skin burns, enduring unbearable pain. The drastic reduction in external resources heightened risks, causing a significant decrease in those willing to venture out. With no one willing to search for supplies, they were left to deplete their dwindling stock, watching helplessly as their resources diminished. Building 4 undoubtedly possessed the most supplies, prompting the other building leaders to convene in secret, unanimously deciding to unite against Building 4 and divide its resources. As for the fate of the residents, the community committee head proposed a rather pragmatic solution: eliminate the elderly, weak, sick, and pregnant, capture the men for labor, and reward the capable young women to loyal subordinates. This proposal received unanimous approval, and the attendees were elated. Despite the meeting's confidentiality, no secret remains hidden forever. The news inadvertently reached Zhou Dexing through his capable assistant, Huang Jia. Huang Jia was frantic, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing his distress, his wife inquired about the matter. He did not conceal the truth and revealed the plot to attack Building 4 and seize its supplies. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, his wife suggested he consult with Zhou Dexing. Consequently, he called Zhou Dexing to discuss the alarming news. The two conversed for an extended period, yet they reached an impasse regarding the principles of caring for the elderly and children, ultimately parting ways in discontent. Zhou Dexing, feeling anxious, paced back and forth at home. His wife, disturbed by his restlessness, impatiently asked, "What are you doing?" Jia has received news that the other buildings are preparing to unite and attack us at Building 4 to seize our supplies. What? How can they do this? What right do they have to steal our supplies? Honey, this must be stopped. Otherwise, the community will descend into chaos. Zhou Dexing sighed with a bitter smile. Stop them? How can I do that? Do you know what those young people are saying about me? They call me a saint, saying I'm too soft-hearted to distribute supplies to the elderly and children. Am I wrong for respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Shouldn't they assist the vulnerable? His wife consoled him. Darling, don't be disheartened. You are right. They simply cannot comprehend your ideals. Not only do they fail to understand, but they also wallow in despair, abandoning even the basic principles of humanity. Do you know that some women have secretly resorted to selling their bodies for a packet of instant noodles? My husband is tasked with attracting customers while keeping watch at the door. Such moral decay and shamelessness are utterly disgraceful. How can they do this? Do they not honor your efforts? This must be stopped. How can I stop it? Zhou Yu against Huang Gai. They willingly engage in this. Am I supposed to block the entrance and prevent them? Feeling defeated, Zhou Dexing sensed that all his efforts over the past few days might have been in vain. After a prolonged silence, he resolved to seek out Huang Jie personally, hoping to regain his full support. He picked up the last remaining packet of instant noodles at home, preparing to leave. His wife quickly intercepted him, questioning loudly, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to discuss matters with Jie." "Do you really need to take instant noodles to talk to Jie?" "Previously, I would bring fruit or other gifts when visiting. Bringing instant noodles now seems quite reasonable. Doesn't it? But this is the last packet we have. If you take it, what will we eat?" Zhou Dexing felt an overwhelming wave of frustration and shouted, "What do you want me to do? Go empty-handed to discuss important matters? Do you have any idea how hard I've worked? Previously, the burden of a mortgage and car loan suffocated me, and I had to navigate the treachery of the workplace, cautiously serving my superiors. It was exhausting. When the apocalypse arrived, I thought I could finally relax. But I realized I was mistaken. I cannot let my guard down. I must strive for this family. If I slack off, what will you and our daughter eat? I could endure exploitation before, but now it's different. If I don't desperately search for food, we will truly perish." After venting that outburst, Zhou Dexing felt a sense of release from his pent-up emotions, storming out with the packet of instant noodles in hand. Emerging from her room was a stunning young girl, Zhou Dexing's daughter, Zhou Pai. She cautiously approached her mother, offering words of comfort. "Mom, please don't take it to heart. Dad is just under too much pressure." The woman choked back tears and replied, "I understand, but our last pack of instant noodles is gone. What will you do from now on?" Zhou Pei smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. I believe that there's always a way out. If there's no food, we can go out and find some." "Oh, you child," sighed her mother. Zhou Dexing went to find Huang Jie and happened upon an elderly woman. Upon seeing the instant noodles in his hands, her eyes brightened, and she blocked his path, smiling cheerfully. "Oh, it's Teacher Zhou. You are so kind, bringing me supplies so late." Zhou Dexing instinctively hid the noodles behind his back. "These are not for you." The elderly woman immediately grew displeased and sternly questioned, "What do you mean, not for me? Aren't the supplies supposed to be distributed evenly? That pack of noodles should rightfully include me." Zhou Dexing, with a serious expression, replied, "Your share has already been given to you. This pack is not yours." Seeing his resolute stance, the elderly woman, knowing she had no chance, disdainfully scoffed, "As if I would covet it. I have several boxes of instant noodles at home." Realizing she had slipped up, she quickly covered her mouth. "What did you say? You have several boxes of instant noodles at home?" Zhou Dexing was taken aback. No, you must have misheard. Just a few empty boxes, nothing more." The elderly woman, flustered, hastily ran home and slammed the door behind her. Zhou Dexing's expression darkened, feeling a mix of emotions, and he continued searching for Huang Jie. When he arrived at Huang Jie's house, he got straight to the point. "Jie, help me one more time. As long as you support me, the fourth building won't fall into chaos." Huang Jie shook his head, looking helpless. "Shingo, wake up. The world is already in disarray. No matter how hard you try, we can't return to the past. Everyone just wants to fill their stomachs. They care about nothing else." Zhou Dexing argued, "But we can't abandon our moral principles." Huang Jie sighed bitterly. "Can principles fill our stomachs? They cannot. Do you know? My mother passed away last night, and I was the one who killed her." Chapter 28, The Assault on the Fourth Building. Zhou Dexing was taken aback, gripping Huang Jie's collar and demanding loudly, "How could you do such a thing? She was your mother." Yet Huang Jie wore a deranged smile. What do you think I should have done? My mother was severely burned by ultraviolet rays, enduring the torment of high temperatures daily, and worst of all, there was no medical treatment. Last night, she could no longer bear it and begged me to end her suffering asking me to cut off the edible parts of her body to use as food. In this cursed world, what was I supposed to do? Tell me. Zhou Dexing found his voice caught in his throat, wanting to say that filial piety comes first. But he dared not say such things. The harsh reality bore no relation to moral boundaries. He turned to leave, feeling lost. Yet in the next moment, a sharp pain pierced his heart, and he looked down to see a bloodied knife. Zhou Dexing, in disbelief, slowly turned his head, struggling to ask, why? I've always treated you like a brother and taken care of you. He could not fathom why, after all he had done for him. He was met with such betrayal. With tears streaming down his face, Huang Jie smiled sadly. Indeed, you've always treated me like a brother, even covering my down payment for the house. I'm truly grateful. But do you know, my monthly salary is less than 7,000. I had planned to find an inexpensive place. However, you insisted on buying here to be my neighbor, thinking it would make me happy without considering my financial burden. Since moving in, the pressure has been immense. I must pay over 3,000 in mortgage each month, and the remaining has to support my entire family. Do you know how exhausting that is? I can't even afford to smoke my usual brand anymore. I have to stretch a 10 yuan pack over 2 days. It's so tiring. To afford my cigarettes and provide better for my family, I had to take a part-time driving job. But being inexperienced, I crashed a car on my first day and had to pay thousands in damages. I've kept this from you, fearing your approach. As the apocalypse descended, I thought I could finally escape that dreadful mortgage and live freely through my efforts. But then the bullies came, threatening my family, demanding I act as their informant and help them take control of the 4th building, or else they would kill my son and violate my wife. Xinge, what should I do? What can I do? Zhou Dexing had never anticipated that his initial kindness would burden Huang Jie so heavily, and guilt washed over him. With a sigh, he said, it seems I was wrong. I have wronged you. I only hope you do not harm my wife and daughter, for they are innocent. Huang Jie did not respond, forcefully withdrawing the knife. Zhou Dexing let out a cry of agony and took his last breath. Alas, Xinge, you are still too naive. They want not just your supplies, but also your wife and daughter. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Zhou Pei instinctively became alert. It's me, Huang Jie. Oh, it's Uncle Huang. Is something wrong? Your father was just attacked by thugs and is now gravely injured and unconscious. Quickly, open the door. Outside. Huang Jie supported Zhou Dexing's lifeless body, covered in blood. Meanwhile, hidden from the peephole, several burly men lay in wait. Zhou Pei hurried to the door. Peering through the peephole and seeing her bloodied father, she rushed to open the door. At that moment, the burly men surged in, easily overpowering Zhou Pei. Zhou Dexing's wife, resting in the bedroom, heard the commotion and was about to step out when 2 large men broke through the door. Who are you? What do you want? Ha ha ha. Zhou Dexing had a keen eye. Your wife, though a bit older, still possesses charm. One look and it's clear she is desirable. Ha ha ha. Why not have some fun first? Nonsense. We have serious matters to attend to. Let us take her back first, right? The 2 men wasted no time in subduing her. Upon arriving in the living room and seeing Zhou Dexing dead and their daughter captured, the woman was overcome with grief and fury. She fixed a venomous glare at Huang Jie, demanding, Huang Jie, my husband has always treated you well. Why have you betrayed him? And you all? My husband brought you to search for supplies, allowing you to survive, yet you repay him like this. Have you no conscience? One of the burly men scoffed. Humph, even without your husband, we could find supplies on our own. It was his misguided kindness that led him to distribute the supplies we painstakingly collected to those old codgers, causing how many brothers to suffer from hunger? Why should he squander our hard-earned resources? Huang Jie sighed. There is no point in arguing, sister-in-law. I understand your deep feelings for Xinge, but I hope you can see reality for what it is. You are still alive because you possess charm. Bah, you scoundrels, I will never let you succeed, even if it costs me my life. The woman broke free from her captors and threw herself against the corner of the sofa, blood gushing forth. Mom! Zhou Pei cried out in heart-wrenching anguish, tears streaming down her face. The 2 burly men quickly seized her, fearing she too might seek to end her life, which would render their efforts pointless. The full-scale assault had already begun. The insider in the 4th building had opened the entrance, allowing the enemy to pour in. A large group of burly men knocked on doors, and when met with silence, they forcibly broke in and began to loot. As a few thugs prepared to smash down a door, it swung open, revealing an elderly woman blocking the entrance. You young people, instead of going out to gather supplies at this late hour, you come here making a ruckus. What nonsense is this? Young people should take advantage of their youth to find supplies to support us elderly, instead of engaging in trivial matters. By the way, find some vegetables and fruits. We are lacking vitamins and my teeth are getting loose. Several thugs exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. How had such an ancient relic managed to survive until now? It must be Zhou Dexing, who was unconditionally supporting these decrepit souls. If it were our apartment block, this old hag would have been tossed out to wither in the sun long ago. Why waste words on her? Just eliminate her. A burly man with a fiery temper brandished an iron rod towards the old woman. Yet, she regarded him with disdain, saying, "Oh, do you think you can intimidate me? I dare you to strike me down. I won't rise until I have 100 pounds of rice. Damn it, I can't tolerate this old witch any longer. Let me bash her first. Don't interfere. Allow me to take the lead." The burly men were infuriated by the old woman, and without hesitation, they swung their iron rods down upon her, leaving her a bloody pulp. Chapter 29, The Auction. After 2 hours of relentless assault, the stubborn elements in Building 4 were mostly eradicated, with the remaining few surrendering. A substantial amount of supplies was uncovered, the majority of which had been hoarded by the elderly inhabitants. Upon estimation, even without Zhou Dexing's support, the supplies hoarded by these old folks would suffice for over a month of sustenance. This result evoked a deep sense of melancholy. Lu Zheng scoffed. Zhou Dexing is truly a benevolent man, prioritizing the distribution of supplies to these well-fed old codgers while letting the hard-working youth starve. As soon as these words were spoken, those who were already displeased with Zhou Dexing grew even more furious, wishing to drag his corpse through the streets. After deliberation, it was decided that the supplies would be evenly divided among the gang that participated in the night's operation. As for the women, they would all be confined within Building 4, operating as a brothel. However, the beautiful women were coveted by all, leading to Zhou Pei becoming a hot commodity, the object of everyone's desire. To ensure fairness, it was agreed that her ownership would be determined through an auction. The impromptu auctioneer announced loudly, "Zhou Pei, daughter of Zhou Dexing, age 19, a freshman and still maiden. As for her beauty and figure, they are evident to all, truly impeccable, a paragon of perfection." The starting bid is 3 boxes of instant noodles, with each subsequent bid to increase by no less than 1 box. Bidding begins now. The leader of Building 1, Lu Zheng, was the first to bid 3 boxes of noodles. The leader of Building 5 countered with 4 boxes. Other leaders quickly joined in, each unwilling to yield. Who would want to acquire such a radiant young woman to warm their bed? Yang Xiao gang, having finished a conversation with Lu Ruyan and Su Rue, emerged from the bathroom to find them already asleep and went to the living room for a drink. Suddenly, Tian Kikai sent a message. "Did you hear about what just happened in the community?" Yang Xiao replied with curiosity. "What happened?" "I was busy calming 2 little wildcats and didn't notice the outside commotion." "You rogue. Let me tell you, it was quite the spectacle. Building 4 was breached by thugs from the other blocks." "Really? That sounds intriguing. Go on." Yang Xiao's interest was piqued. Tian Kikai excitedly recounted the information she had gathered, then asked, "I heard they are auctioning a stunning beauty, the campus flower from the art academy, and she's untouched." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Why do I get the feeling you're stoking the flames?" Tian Kikai looked sheepish. "Not at all. I just think it's a pity for such a beautiful girl to fall into the hands of those scoundrels. Why not save her?" "Huh, I'm no savior. But those thugs are indeed despicable, not only robbing homes and senselessly killing innocents, but now openly auctioning off people. Is there no law? No justice? So what? My conscience won't allow me to stand idly by. I must teach them a lesson and show them what retribution looks like." Tian Kikai scoffed. "Well, as long as you're willing to take me along, I might believe you. What are we waiting for? Let's go." To save time, Yang Xiao decided to drive over. Tian Kikai had been waiting at the door, and when she saw the modified vehicle, her eyes lit up. "Wow, what an amazing car. It must have cost a fortune to modify it like this. Get in." "All right." Tian Kikai was thrilled, never expecting to enjoy air conditioning in such extreme heat. It was simply delightful. "By the way, did you bring a gun?" "Of course, always by my side." "You rogue. I'm in a rifle or a submachine gun." "What are you imagining?" "I'm in a rifle or a submachine gun." Tian Kikai's face flushed crimson as she shot him a glare, turning her head to focus on the scenery outside. Before long, the two arrived at the basement of Building 4. The auction was nearing its conclusion, with the bidding price having reached 9 boxes of noodles, and few were willing to continue bidding. After all, it was merely a pretty face. It hardly warranted such a hefty price. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the sale, an untimely voice rang out. "I bid 10 boxes of noodles." Everyone turned to see Yang Xiao, leaving them all dumbfounded as they hastily made way. Tian Kikai strutted ahead, exuding an air of superiority. Lu Zheng gulped nervously. "Why Yang Xiao? What brings you here?" "As you can see, I'm here to bid. No objections, I hope." He scrutinized Zhou Pei on stage, who was indeed breathtaking, with a figure that could rival even the scheming Tian Kikai. Zhou Pei locked eyes with Yang Xiao, her gaze filled with nothing but disdain and resentment. "Humph. Men are all the same, not a single decent one among them." Yang Xiao retorted without hesitation, Ah yes, 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 you women are the best, all perfect beings. You. Zhou Pi was infuriated, glaring at him through gritted teeth before turning away. Brother Leopard recalled how Yang Xiao had injured him before. Now he dared to show up here. He immediately sought to reclaim his dignity. Humph, she's our prize. Why should you be allowed to participate in this auction? Who do you think you are? Yang Xiao turned and smiled. Oh, isn't this Brother Leopard? Is your leg healed? Brother Leopard was taken aback. Healed? Do you not see me in a wheelchair? This is all you're doing. Oh, so is my good deed. No need for thanks. Scoundrel, you're courting death. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and Brother Leopard was shot dead on the spot. Ah, a scream erupted from the crowd. Yet, many were accustomed to such violence, though they could not discern where Yang Xiao had drawn his weapon from, which left them quite unsettled. Yang Xiao smiled. I always believe in finishing what I start. I hope no one minds. Now, shall we continue the auction? Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The leader of Building 6, a burly man recently released from prison, single and nearing 40, yearned for simple love. He gritted his teeth and declared, I bid 11 boxes. The crowd looked at him as if he were a fool, speechless. With so many resources available, why go for such a coveted prize? Yang Xiao feigned surprise. You have 11 boxes of noodles? Of course. I'm having them brought over right now. The ex-convict was confident and proud, immediately instructing his underlings to fetch the noodles. Soon, 11 boxes of noodles were brought in, though one box had been opened, containing less than 10 packets. Where are my noodles? Who ate them? The burly man was furious, grabbing a subordinate and demanding answers. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman approached, her voice dripping with sweetness. Honey, I took some home for my parents and little brother. What's the problem? You wretched woman. How dare you ruin my plans? The man slapped her hard across the face, swelling one side. Chapter 30, Mutual Assault. This woman was a viper, having conspired with her family before the apocalypse to eliminate her ex-husband, becoming a widow. Before her husband's body was even cold, she hurriedly transferred all their assets to her family. Little did she expect that the apocalypse would render their wealth worthless. In order to survive, this woman was compelled to lower her dignity and seduce the man recently released from prison. This man, having been single for nearly 40 years, had long grown weary of the antics of the Fifth Lady, thus igniting a fervent passion with the slightest provocation. Capitalizing on the man's favor, she tirelessly sent supplies back home to support her younger brother. The man, perceiving these matters as trivial, chose to turn a blind eye. Little did he anticipate that his indulgence would lead him to a point where he could no longer afford to stake his claim, ultimately resulting in a loss of face in public. The thought of his goddess nearly slipping away from him ignited a furious wrath within him, prompting him to seize the woman by her hair, unleashing a torrent of blows upon her to vent his pent-up frustration. Damn it! You dare to use my resources to subsidize your family, allowing them to become parasites? I shall make you pay dearly for this. The woman shielded her face in a plea for mercy, too fearful to resist. Her family, lurking in the crowd, remained silent, too afraid to intervene. Yang Xiao waved his hand dismissively, expressing his impatience. Enough. Since you cannot produce 11 boxes of instant noodles, the woman on stage will be mine. No, I still have some. Give me time, and I will manage to gather the 11 boxes. The man attempted a final stand. However, Yang Xiao showed him no leniency, tossing a peanut at him as a warning. Bang! A stunned silence enveloped the scene, as everyone was paralyzed with fear. After a moment of quiet, the woman known as the Fallen One inexplicably screamed, Ah, you murderer! You have slain my husband. I demand retribution for his life. Are you all dead? Did you not see him kill your leader? Hurry, avenge him. After several shouts, she realized her subordinates were all looking down, too intimidated to meet Yang Xiao's gaze. Enraged and humiliated, she berated them as worthless, then snatched a metal pipe from one of the lackeys and charged at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smirked slightly, raising his hand to fire a shot. Bang! This single shot shattered the psychological defenses of all present. Yang Xiao surveyed the gathered leaders, smiling as he declared, I have slain a leader, thus his resources are now my spoils. Is that not reasonable? No, that makes perfect sense. I have no objections. The leaders dared not oppose him. Satisfied, Yang Xiao nodded and turned to the auctioneer. I have yet to pay my stakes, so I shall use my spoils as payment. And any surplus shall be my treat for everyone. Without waiting for anyone to voice their opinions, he ascended the stage, dragging the dazed Zhou Pi along with him. It wasn't until they reached the car that a chill swept over Zhou Pi, snapping her back to reality. She gazed at Yang Xiao's profile, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The car sped swiftly, and in no time, they returned to the villa. Tian Kikai attempted to sneak in to enjoy the air conditioning, but was blocked by Yang Xiao. With an indignant expression, she protested, Hey, I helped you out tremendously. How can you not invite me in for a while? Is that polite? Without her intelligence, Yang Xiao would not have secured such a beautiful companion that night. Yang Xiao, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, replied, "Ah, it's inconvenient. What a jest." He was on the verge of becoming a groom. How could he invite a nuisance home? Humph, then I shall leave. Tian Kikai huffed, glaring at him before turning away, swiping a banana on her way out. Zhou Pi, astonished, marveled at the opulence of the villa. Was this truly the most expensive residence in the neighborhood? The decor was lavish. This had been rumored for over 2 months. So she had heard some whispers, but had never seen the buyer until now. "Please take a seat." Yang Xiao poured her a glass of water and casually pushed a fruit platter toward her. "Thank you." Zhou Pi, indeed feeling hungry, grabbed a banana and began to eat. "Thank you for saving me. I am at a loss for how to repay you." She felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, contemplating the notion that being with Yang Xiao might not be so bad after all. Yet, in the next moment, her beautiful daydream was shattered. Lu Ruyin and Su Rue emerged from sleep, clad in loose, alluring pajamas, and took their seats on either side of Yang Xiao, exuding an intimacy that left Zhou Pi aghast. You all," she stammered. Lu Ruyin smiled and replied, "As you can see, we are all as women." This revelation struck Zhou Pi like a thunderclap, obliterating her fantasies. She had thought Yang Xiao was still single, handsome, wealthy, and powerful. He seemed the epitome of a good man. Yet he already had 2 women cohabitating with him. It was utterly absurd. A wave of disappointment washed over her, causing her fondness for Yang Xiao to plummet. Yang Xiao glanced at her, discerning her thoughts through her expression, yet remained unbothered. He craved her body, not her heart. "I shall retire to my room. You may converse among yourselves. If she is still indecisive by tomorrow, we shall send her away." With that, Yang Xiao departed to shower and sleep. Zhou Pi panicked. If they sent her away tomorrow, what would become of her? Those ruffians would undoubtedly seize her, subjecting her to unspeakable horrors, leaving her trapped in a nightmare of survival. Yet, the thought of sharing a man with other women was equally unbearable. What was she to do? Lu Ruyin and Su Rue exchanged knowing smiles, beginning to manipulate her thoughts. After approximately an hour of persuasion, Zhou Pi seemed to come to a resolution. Summoning her courage, she blushed as she stepped into Yang Xiao's room. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the supplies acquired from building 4 were now exhausted, leaving everyone facing the specter of hunger. In a desperate bid for survival, the fragile alliance of factions crumbled to dust. The committee chairwoman launched an assault on the weakest Building 18. Observing this, others quickly selected their targets and joined the fray, reigniting chaos within the community. This was a war devoid of gunpowder. People clashed at close quarters, each blow drawing blood, battling fiercely for mere morsels of food. Daily, many were injured, and countless others suffered grievous wounds that failed to heal. Yet, the leaders of the various factions did not relent. Rather, they intensified their assaults, caught in an unending cycle of violence. The more lives lost, the greater the remaining resources. This was not a conventional war. It resembled a life-or-death duel, where only the victors had the right to feast. Days of skirmishing had decimated the weak and infirm, leaving only robust men and beautiful young women in their wake. Most of these women were imprisoned, forced into servitude. With no legal or moral constraints, customers indulged in their desires without restraint, often descending into depravity. Many women, overwhelmed by the burden, perished at their posts, and those who died were not treated with dignity. Instead, they were preserved as reserves for future needs. Chapter 31. The Brothel. After the committee gang seized Building 18, they ruthlessly slaughtered the weak and infirm. Young women were confined separately, personally trained by the committee chairwoman, Aunt Wang. In preparation for clientele, Aunt Wang transformed into a madam, displaying a remarkable proficiency in her trade. She categorized the girls from Building 18 into 3 tiers: second-rate, first-rate, and top tier. The second-rate girls possessed average looks and figures, while first-rate girls were somewhat better, and top-tier girls were exceptional. On opening day, promotional discounts were offered. Second-rate girls were available at half price. 1 pack of instant noodles could procure 2 encounters. This promotion attracted countless eager young men. Aunt Wang not only catered to her own, but also enlisted young men from rival factions to partake in the festivities, reaping significant profits. To maximize her earnings, she mandated that second-rate girls entertain at least 10 customers daily, or else they would be denied food. Those unfortunate girls, desperate to survive, had no choice but to endure Aunt Wang's exploitation. As for first-rate girls, they were not easily accessible. One had to accumulate 10 encounters to unlock access. The criteria for top-tier girls were even more stringent, requiring 50 encounters to gain entry. Those possessing striking beauty and exquisite figures were treated as prize canaries, nurtured like courtesans. Tian Kikai resembled a well-informed sage of the underworld, privy to all matters and possessing first-hand intelligence. She made an excuse to visit Yang Xiao's residence for a meal, nibbling on a succulent lobster while chattering animatedly about Aunt Wang's venture into the brothel business. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, smiling as he remarked, "I never expected Aunt Wang to possess such business acumen. She is truly a natural madam, and being the community committee chairperson is a waste of her talents." Recalling how Aunt Wang had mistakenly referred to him as Yang Jian, Yang Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Pondering how such a person had managed to ascend to the position of community committee head, was it perhaps through less than savory means? Lu Ruyin looked slightly taken aback. Chi, are you implying that Aunt Wang has taken control of Block 18 and is keeping those beautiful girls for her flesh trade? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Tian Chi replied, taking large bites of the fresh lobster, her big eyes blinking innocently. Not at all. I just recalled our experience buying things in the basement of Block 18. Yes, back then, I snatched up a mountain of instant noodles and sausages, all of which I traded for a handbag. She continued, "Oh, speaking of which, the woman selling handbags was quite stunning. Her figure was exceptional. Although she deliberately dirted her face, I could tell she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. If she were to clean up, she would undoubtedly dazzle all." After showering compliments, Tian Chi covertly glanced at Yang Xiao, seemingly hoping for him to take action so she could venture out with him again. Yang Xiao shot her a disapproving look but remained silent, focusing on his crab legs. Growing impatient, Tian Chi quickly pulled out her phone and opened her album. "You don't believe me? Look, I have her promotional photos right here. She looks like a fairy descended from the heavens." Lu Ruyin and the other two women leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, she's truly beautiful. This can't be a photoshopped image, can it? Based on my years of experience with photo editing, this is undoubtedly the original. I couldn't tell last time we met. I only thought she had a fantastic figure, but her looks are equally remarkable." As the women chattered excitedly about another beauty, Yang Xiao felt a twinge of distraction. "Ahem, let us focus on our meal rather than discussing beautiful women. Can't you be silenced by a lobster of such magnitude?" Tian Chi grinned mischievously, "Brother, don't you wish to be a hero, saving a damsel in distress? Look how pitiful she is, so delicate and forlorn. Don't her eyes seem to be waiting for you to come riding in on a colorful cloud to rescue her?" She was fervently stoking the flames, hoping to have a bodyguard to take her out for a while, as she felt stifled at home. Zhou Pei paused, casting a peculiar glance at Tian Chi. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to slap her. Lu Ruyin smiled alluringly, casting an encouraging glance at Yang Xiao. She wouldn't mind adding another member to their circle. Once their ranks grew, they could unite to tease Yang Xiao. The thought was quite exhilarating. Yang Xiao turned to Su Rui and Zhou Pei, "And you two? Do you also believe I should play the role of a hero, saving the beauty?" Su Rui smiled. "If you wish to go, then by all means do so. Having another sister at home would be advantageous, as it could relieve some of her burdens." Upon hearing this, Zhou Pei's cheeks flushed slightly as she focused on her meal. Yang Xiao was impressive and seemed to grow stronger each day. The three of them combined were no match for him, so having another person to share the load was undoubtedly a good thing. Seeing that the three women voiced no objections, Yang Xiao felt a surge of joy. However, he maintained a composed demeanor and responded seriously. "Since none of you have any objections, I shall go fetch her tonight." Tian Chi exclaimed excitedly, "Just remember to notify me before you set off." Yang Xiao, with a bemused expression, inquired, "Do you wish to visit a brothel?" Truly the embodiment of a lecherous spirit. "Hey, how can you speak to me that way? This fairy is about to get angry." Tian Chi's facade crumbled instantly at being exposed. Lu Ruyin interjected with a smile. All right, Chi, don't take it to heart. Let us eat, or the food will go cold." In light of Sister Ruyan's presence, I shall let it slide. "By the way, Sister Ruyan, may I take a crab leg to go?" Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. "I'll fetch you a fresh king crab in a moment." "Yay, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, Sister Ruyan. I'm tempted to give you a kiss." "Get lost. Behave yourself." Hee. The dinner concluded amidst laughter and joy. Before leaving, Tian Chi packed a live king crab and a live lobster, perfect to placate the temperamental big cat at home. "Mimi, Yemibek, look what I brought you." "Not looking. Hurry and release me, or I shall never forgive you." Sumi was genuinely angry. She had repeatedly expressed her deep remorse for her past behavior, promising never to act like a saint again, hoping that Tian Chi would unlock her shackles and restore her freedom. However, Tian Chi remained skeptical, insisting on observing her for a while longer before reaching a conclusion. The distrust from her best friend infuriated her, prompting her to decide to give Tian Chi the cold shoulder for a few days. Yet, when she couldn't help but glance back and saw Tian Chi holding a lobster in one hand and a king crab in the other, her eyes sparkled with delight. In that moment, all grievances dissipated, and they reconciled as if nothing had ever happened. Wow, it's my favorite lobster and king crab. I want to eat. I want to eat. Chi-Chi, give it to me. Tian Chi-Chi teased. Are you planning to devour it raw? No, I want it steamed in its purest form. Hurry and prepare for me. Sumi begin tovan. Tian Chi-Chi, smiling, asked, so, will you still refuse me tonight? Not at all. You could do whatever you like. Sumi replied generously, thinking that playing around wouldn't cost her any weight. In fact, it might even add a little. That's more like it. Tonight, I'll prepare the king crab for you, and tomorrow we'll feast on a lobster. All right, I'll do as you say. Chapter 32. The cunning courtesan Tian Chi-Chi had been waiting for Yang Xiao to emerge, and as soon as he stepped out, she dashed out excitedly. Yang Xiao, at a loss for words, realized he couldn't shake off this persistent attachment and reluctantly brought her along. Block 18 was in close proximity to the villa area, and they soon arrived. On its opening day, business was booming, with guests arriving in droves. Aunt Wong stood at the entrance, greeting customers with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum, her business acumen evident. Upon seeing Lu Zheng approach, she promptly greeted him with a wide smile. ISNT this Mr. Lu? Welcome, welcome. Haha, Director Wong, congratulations. Wishing you prosperous business and abundant wealth. Here, as a small token of appreciation. Lu Zheng cheerfully presented a few packs of instant noodles. Oh, Mr. Lu, you're too kind. Please come in. I'll arrange for a young and clean girl for you tonight. Haha, many thanks, Director Wong. Aunt Wong signaled for a lackey to escort Lu Zheng inside, continuing to greet more customers. Tian Chi-Chi witnessed this scene and immediately displayed a look of disdain. This community committee chairperson was truly despicable. She often preached virtue and positivity, yet here she was, entirely at ease in her role as a madam. Was it possible she had engaged in this line of work before? Yang Xiao smiled. Perhaps she was simply born for this line of work. With no legal or moral constraints, she has found her calling. Tian Chi-Chi scoffed. In the end, she is just a social parasite. In this apocalypse, we shouldn't set our expectations too high. She is merely running a brothel. At least she is given those girls a means of survival. Ultimately, it amounted to abducting innocent girls and forcing them into prostitution for her own gain, treating the innocent as her personal tools. Such a person truly deserved punishment. Do you have a gun? Lend it to me. I want to take her down. Tian Chi-Chi fumed, her face alight with anger. Yang Xiao de Asset. But don't you have silent darts? It's a hand crossbow, all right? That thing is silent and lacks the dramatic flair. A gun would certainly be more intimidating. Tian Chi-Chi's eyes gleamed as she fixed her gaze on Yang Xiao's pocket, convinced he had hidden a firearm there. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes. Enough play. We have serious matters to attend to. Fine, let us rescue the girl selling handbags first. The two strolled leisurely towards Block 18. Welcome, welcome. Aunt Wong approached with a beaming smile, but upon recognizing the visitor, she was instantly struck as if by lightning, becoming frozen in place. You Tian Kikai. She managed to stammer. Wong Director, may your business flourish, and may you prosper. Aunt Wong trembled uncontrollably, her complexion paling, cold sweat streaming down her brow as she faltered. Thank you. Yang Xiao cast a calm glance her way and said, I have heard that your courtesan is exceedingly beautiful. Might you escort me to meet her? This is rather inappropriate, but very well, I shall take you there at once. Aunt Wong wanted to protest that this was against the rules, but the sight of Yang Xiao inserting his hand into his pants pocket nearly frightened her to death. This man was not one to reason with. He seemed ready to draw a gun at the slightest provocation, and she certainly did not wish to lose her life here. Tian Kikai rolled her eyes and remarked with disdain, how cowardly. Why don't you dare to confront him? Aunt Wong's lips twitched, pretending not to hear, and obediently led Yang Xiao inside. The trio ascended the stairs to the underground parking lot, which was 2 floors below ground and considerably cooler than the surface. The parking area had been transformed into several small compartments, each equipped with fans, food, and water. These little rooms resembled cages, designed to confine beautiful girls, destined to become leisure venues for the wealthy. They arrived at the most lavishly decorated compartment, guarded by 2 burly men at the entrance. Aunt Wong instructed them to open the door and then entered with Yang Xiao and the others. Seated on a sofa was a young and stunning woman. Though her material needs were met, her eyes were hollow, her spirit extinguished. She did not even respond to their entrance. Tian Kikai instantly recognized this woman as the one who had sold her a bag, and her anger flared. She seized Aunt Wong by the collar and demanded, Old hag, what have you done to her? Aunt Wong hurriedly explained, Nothing, absolutely nothing. I swear to the heavens. This was a carefully selected cash cow. She would never dream of mistreating her. Merely a bit of training was all that was required. Oh, what a time to swear to the heavens. If the heavens truly had eyes, this calamity wouldn't have befallen us. It seemed the beautiful woman had heard a familiar voice as she lifted her head, and Upon seeing Tian Kikai, her eyes lit up. It's you. Tian Kikai pushed Aunt Wang aside and waved at her. It's me, sister. We meet again. You've been captured too? Do I look like I've been captured? The beautiful woman glanced between Tian Kikai and the somewhat disheveled Aunt Wang, suddenly filled with a desperate desire to survive. She grasped Yang Xiao's hands and pleaded, please, save me. I don't want to become a plaything for men. Yang Xiao remained silent, scrutinizing her intently. The last time they met, she had been dirt-streaked and unrecognizable. Seeing her now was indeed a revelation. The courtesan, fearing Yang Xiao would refuse, quickly added, please help me. If you can rescue me from this den of demons, I will do anything you ask. She understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain her freedom, she would have to pay the price. Rather than be trapped here as a mere object of desire, she would prefer to bind herself to a quality man. Yang Xiao smiled slightly. You said it yourself. I swear, from now on, I am yours, never to depart. The beautiful woman's eyes glistened with sincerity, her face alight with hope. Yang Xiao nodded. Then let us take you back for a look. If I am not satisfied, I shall return you. Aunt Wang opened her mouth to protest, but found herself at a loss for words, swallowing her thoughts in silence. Yang Xiao turned to Aunt Wang, contemplating whether to eliminate her at that moment. However, after careful consideration, he reconsidered. Firstly, they had no deep-seated grievances. Their conflicts were minor, and there was no need for lethal force. Secondly, should he kill Aunt Wang now, the girls under her care would lose their protector and face a fate far worse than their current circumstances. Lastly, Aunt Wang was somewhat resourceful. She could assist in uncovering hidden beauties. Thus, he assured her, rest easy, I am a reasonable man. Since I acquired Zhou Pei for 10 boxes of instant noodles, I shall likewise exchange 10 boxes of noodles for this lady. What do you say? Not an issue. I will comply with your every command. Aunt Wang wiped the cold sweat from her brow. As long as she was killed, she could hardly hope for more than 10 boxes of noodles. Very well. Then come with me to collect the noodles. You're really giving them to me? Of course, I can spare that much. Aunt Wang, utterly astonished, followed Yang Xiao in a daze. Chapter 33, by E. After acquiring the 10 boxes of noodles, Aunt Wang felt as though she were in a dream and quickly expressed her gratitude to Yang Xiao. Thank you, Director Yang. Your generosity is unmatched. Should you require anything from the neighborhood committee in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Regardless, today she not only salvaged her life, but also gained 10 boxes of noodles, a tremendous windfall. Yang Xiao nodded slightly. Speaking of which, I do have a task to entrust to you. Aunt Wang perked up immediately, a fawning expression on her face. Please, Director Yang, whatever you command. I will do my utmost to fulfill. Yang Xiao smiled. There is a beautiful doctor in our community. I suspect she's been having a rather difficult time lately. I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see beautiful girls suffer. You understand? Absolutely, I understand perfectly. You are truly a person of compassion, Director Yang. Yang Xiao held up a hand. Then I shall leave this matter to you. Just bring her to my home, and I will reward you with 5 boxes of ham sausages. Consider it done. I will ensure she is brought to you intact. Aunt Wang rejoiced and left in high spirits. Tian Kikai glared at Aunt Wang's retreating figure, wishing to rush forward and kick her. Oomph. How can you let that wicked woman go so easily, and even give her 10 boxes of noodles? Isn't that aiding and abetting her? Tian Kikai puffed out her cheeks, clearly displeased. Yang Xiao chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Aunt Wang is merely a foolish clown. Her fate is inconsequential. But have you considered what would happen to the girls she keeps if we were to kill her now? Tian Kikai hesitated, recalling some unpleasant possibilities. You have seen for yourself. The entire community is in chaos, with rampant violence and theft. Women have become prime targets for criminal gangs. Most women captured by them suffer inhuman abuse and torment. Many even die from the brutality, their bodies discarded like mere fodder. Currently, Aunt Wang led the way in this illicit trade, and the girls she captured became her cash cows. At the very least, she ensured they were fed and kept alive. If Aunt Wang were to be killed now, other gangs would divide this lucrative territory, and those girls would face an even more tragic fate. Tian Kikai began to suggest that she could take in those girls, but before she could finish, a chill ran down her spine, and she quickly came to her senses. While she possessed ample resources, using them to support so many women would surely lead to her own downfall. She patted her chest, murmuring, that was close. I nearly acted rashly. Cough, cough, well, I suppose you have a point. It's getting late. I must return home to bathe and sleep. This heat is unbearable for a fairy like me. Tian Kikai's cheeks flushed as she prepared to head home. Wait, take this as a reward. Yang Xiao pulled a handgun from his pocket and handed it to her. Tian Kikai's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted it. Wow, this is amazing. Thank you, brother. Ammo is limited, so use it sparingly. Can I come to you for more bullets when I run out? That will depend on your performance. He understood. Tian Kikai skipped joyfully home, casting aside all her earlier frustrations. Yang Xiao turned to the beautiful woman and smiled. I still don't know your name. Please introduce yourself. The beautiful woman paused for a moment before beginning her self-introduction. Bai Yi, a member of a dance troupe, is 26 years old, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 99 g. She has remained single throughout her life and harbors a mild aversion towards men. Yang Xiao nodded slightly. Taking Bai Yi into the villa. Having frequented numerous upscale venues, Bai Yi was not particularly astonished by the villa's opulent decor. However, the fact that while the air conditioning had failed elsewhere, this place remained refreshingly cool truly intrigued her. In the living room, Lu Ruyin and two other women were engrossed in watching videos. Upon noticing Yang Xiao returning with a newcomer, they enthusiastically approached. Wow, what a stunning girl. Welcome to our warm family. From now on, we're all one big family. Please feel free to ask me for anything you need. The three women warmly endeavored to befriend her. Bai Yi was taken aback. She had anticipated some jealousy from these women, yet all she saw in their eyes was sincerity. Their joy genuinely heartfelt, which put her at ease. All right, you all continue with your activities. I shall take her to choose a room. Yang Xiao eagerly led Bai Yi further inside. Selecting a room was of paramount importance, and then 3 days swiftly passed. The long silent official channels suddenly issued a notice, urging everyone to make an effort to stockpile water. Due to the ongoing high temperatures and drought, water levels in rivers and lakes had plummeted and had now fallen below warning levels. Many cities in the arid northwest were now experiencing intermittent water shortages. At this rate, within a month, everyone would face a crisis of water scarcity. Upon receiving this news, panic ensued. While one could endure a few days without food, going without water for even a short time was simply untenable. Thus, everyone was compelled to venture out in search of water storage solutions. Various bottles and containers became highly sought after. In the midst of the chaos, some clever individuals set their sights on condoms, recognizing that once cleaned, they could serve as remarkably effective water bags due to their excellent sealing and elasticity. Consequently, balloons and plastic bags also became hot commodities. Tian Kikai wheeled a cart full of plastic bags to Yang Xiao's home, brazenly asserting, I bet you don't have any water storage containers. Here, take these as a gift. What is this? The curious women gathered around to inspect. Tian Kikai, munching on a lobster, replied, These are PVC water bags, each with a capacity of 200 liters. I brought you 100 of them. If filled, they'll last your family quite a while. She shot a glance at Yang Xiao, seemingly awaiting his gratitude. Bai Yi exclaimed in surprise, Kikai, how did you acquire so many water bags? Purchase them before the apocalypse. What? Did you foresee the impending doom? Impossible. I merely heard Yang Xiao mention that it hadn't rained globally for 2 months and deduced that a severe drought was likely. Hence, I stocked up on water storage containers. Now, I have enough water at home to last a lifetime, so I brought the surplus bags to you. Seeing his smug demeanor, Lu Ruyin refrained from dampening his spirits and simply smiled in thanks. However, Yang Xiao did not indulge her. He bluntly stated, My family has a well that extends directly to the pressurized layer. His words cast a heavy silence over the gathering. The four women stifled their laughter, fearful of upsetting Tian Kikai. What did you say? You really have a well? Tian Kikai was left in disbelief, questioning the rationale behind digging a well in such an upscale villa. Chapter 34. A chance encounter with Zhang Yuan. Since Aunt Wang's venture had flourished, numerous gangs began to emulate her marketing strategies. Some girls, once on the brink of being discarded, found a glimmer of hope. As long as they agreed to entertain clients, they could secure their meals. To survive, they could only tearfully acquiesce. Yet problems soon arose. With the fierce competition within the industry, the entire neighborhood swiftly transformed into a red light district. Women without any backing were nearly all seized and forced into service, while those aligned with factions fared slightly better. Though the circumstances were hardly enviable, it could be said that nearly every woman possessing a modicum of beauty was at risk. In such an intensely competitive environment, many gangs began to offer discounts and promotional activities. Consequently, the market price plummeted. However, with the market being limited, the influx of participants meant that even with reductions, profits dwindled. To avoid losses, some gangs mandated that the girls work overtime, requiring them to see multiple clients daily. Once one initiated this trend, others naturally followed suit. Aunt Wang, being a woman herself, understood that recklessly increasing workloads could jeopardize the girls' lives, a fruitless endeavor, so she refrained from raising the workload. Yet, the competition was relentless, and her business continued to deteriorate day by day. It was likely that it wouldn't be long before everyone abandoned this line of work, reverting to violence and plunder. This situation was unsustainable. Maintaining stability in the neighborhood was imperative, or else conducting business would become impossible. Thus, Aunt Wang convened the leaders of various gangs to discuss strategies. Compared to before, the temperature had somewhat decreased, with daytime highs now ranging from 55 to 60 degrees and nighttime highs between 40 and 45 degrees. After dinner, Yang Xiao strolled through the community to aid digestion. However, few ventured out, as exertion only exacerbated fatigue. Only those who had overeaten would take a leisurely walk. Thus, Yang Xiao found himself with nothing to do after his meal. Passing by Building 18, he spotted a heavily made-up middle-aged woman soliciting clients. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Yang Xiao chose not to enter and continued his aimless wandering. Building 15 had also been transformed into a pleasure establishment, reportedly co-owned by several gangs. However, the conditions there were far inferior to those of Building 18, prompting many girls to seek better opportunities elsewhere. Had it not been for the absence of human rights in this world, those girls might have rebelled long ago. As he reached the base of Building 14, a sudden shout emanated from the second floor. Yang Xiao looked up to see a young man in his 30s waving at him. "Hey, buddy. Come on up for some fun. Just a pack of instant noodles will do. My girlfriend is extremely hospitable." Before Yang Xiao could respond, a head poked out from the third-floor balcony, belonging to a rather attractive mature woman. "Hey there, our cat can do backflips. Want to come up and play? Just a pack of instant noodles will suffice." Another middle-aged man appeared on yet another balcony, resembling a successful businessman. "Hey, young man, my newlywed wife is beautiful, fresh, and inviting. She believes you two are fated to meet and would like to invite you to our home. What do you think?" Yang Xiao's lips twitched as he turned to leave. He had not anticipated the extent of the industry's competition. Not only were there grand establishments controlled by various factions, but also an array of private operations springing up like mushrooms after rain. Truth be told, the mature woman from earlier possessed a certain charm. Her figure and appearance rather appealing. Had this been before the apocalypse, he might have found himself enticed. As he walked, a girl suddenly emerged carrying a medical kit and inadvertently collided with Yang Xiao. I'm so sorry. I was rushing and didn't notice anyone was here." The girl looked up, her face filled with remorse. Yang Xiao regarded her silently, noting her gaunt visage, slightly yellowed, evidence of hunger. Nonetheless, it did little to obscure her breathtaking beauty, which instead exuded a poignant allure. "Are you Zhang Yuan?" "Yes, do you know me?" she inquired, intrigued. "Ha, the renowned Dr. Zhang. How could I not know you?" Yang Xiao scrutinized her, admiration evident in his eyes. "You're joking. Handsome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I have a patient to attend to." She was pressed for time, needing to treat someone in exchange for food, hence her desire to depart. Yang Xiao discerned her urgency and chose not to impede her, merely saying, "I have a patient at home. I wonder if Dr. Zhang could spare a moment to visit." "Certainly. Where is your residence?" "I shall come by shortly," Zhang Yuan replied. With a hint of a smile, Yang Xiao remarked, "The most expensive villa in the neighborhood." "What? The most expensive villa in the neighborhood?" Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying a look of terror as she stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Quick to react, Yang Xiao swiftly approached and steadied her by the waist, creating a classic scene where the female protagonist almost falls and the male protagonist saves her just in time. Though regrettably, it lacked romance. Zhang Yuan hastily extricated herself, her complexion pale with fright, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. Yang Xiao chuckled helplessly. "Am I truly that frightening?" Zhang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Inwardly, she thought, "You're not frightening. You simply kill without a second thought." "I apologize. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "And what of my patient?" "Rest assured, your reward shall be substantial." I will go," Zhang Yuan stammered, seemingly summoning all her courage to agree. "I shall await your esteemed presence." Yang Xiao replied with a slight smile, before turning to continue her stroll. Zhang Yuan exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Yang Xiao's retreating figure before departing herself. A reckless child, taking advantage of his family's inattention during the day, had sneaked out to play and had ended up sunburned. Now, he lay on the brink of collapse, causing his family great distress. Thus, they summoned Zhang Yuan to provide treatment. After a thorough examination, she concluded that he had suffered from ultraviolet sunburn. Ordinarily, such an issue would be trivial. However, at present, it was potentially life-threatening. Lacking medication, she found herself at a loss. As the child's condition worsened, the grandmother grew increasingly agitated, seizing Zhang Yuan's arm and refusing to let her leave. "Dr. Zhang, you cannot stand idly by while my grandson suffers. If anything should happen to him, I will hold you accountable for his life." The father chimed in, "Dr. Zhang, if you cannot cure my son, then you'll have to stay here and bear me another." Zhang Yuan was taken aback. In a world ravaged by chaos, doctors held a position of immense respect, and few dared to offend them. She had grown complacent, never anticipating she would encounter such a rogue family. Perhaps it was deserved that their child faced dire consequences for his recklessness. Nonetheless, she was not naive. She understood she could not escape their grasp alone, and thus sought help. I know a kind-hearted lady who once owned a pharmacy. I shall call her to see if she has any sunburn remedy. The grandmother urged her. Then hurry. With the family's focus entirely on the child, there was no room for other thoughts. Zhang Yuan dialed Aunt Wang's number. Chapter 35. The Rescue of Zhang Yuan. Aunt Wang had just concluded a meeting with her associates, during which they unanimously agreed to expand their business. As she sent everyone away, her phone rang. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan's name on the display, Aunt Wang's eyes lit up, and she chuckled with delight. Huh! It appears this girl has finally come to her senses. It was well worth my efforts in guiding her these past few days. Since accepting Yang Xiao's case, she had been strategizing to win over Zhang Yuan, like a matchmaker, frequently engaging her in conversation and speaking highly of Yang Xiao. However, due to Yang Xiao's notorious reputation, Zhang Yuan had firmly believed him to be an irredeemable scoundrel unworthy of lifelong commitment, and thus had remained resistant. This dilemma had caused Aunt Wang considerable distress as she racked her brain over the matter. Now, receiving Zhang Yuan's call, she assumed it was a sign of her change of heart, and quickly answered. It's you, Xiao Zhang. Do you need something from Aunt Wang? Aunt Wang, I am dealing with a troublesome patient. The situation is quite serious, and I need a tube of sunburn ointment. Could you bring it to me? Aunt Wang, perceptive as she was, sensed something amiss in her tone and discreetly inquired about the address. After hanging up, she immediately gathered a dozen of her associates, along with a stand-in, and set off for the scene. The Bear family awaited the arrival of the medicine with bated breath, and at long last, they heard a knock at the door. Just as the grandmother was about to open it, the father raised his guard. Mom, wait. Let me clarify who it is. We must be cautious of troublemakers. All right. The grandmother stepped aside. The father called out through the door. Who is it? I am delivering medicine on behalf of my niece. The voice belonged to an elderly woman, which eased the father's apprehension. Peering through the peephole, he saw only an unremarkable plump woman, which further relaxed him. When the door swung open, the elderly woman beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum and swiftly stepped inside, blocking the entrance. The father felt a sense of foreboding and attempted to push her aside to close the door. However, the woman's heft was not something he could easily move. In the next moment, a dozen burly men surged into the house, swiftly subduing the Bear family. Aunt Wang then entered, relieved to see that Zhang Yuan was unharmed. It was a stroke of luck that nothing had gone awry. Otherwise, not only would her 5 boxes of ham be wasted, but she might also have faced repercussions. Dr. Zhang, what transpired? Zhang Yuan recounted the recent events to Aunt Wang without reservation. With a kind expression, Aunt Wang smiled gently. As long as you are well, let us depart. But here, do not worry. They are experienced and will handle the situation. Oh, then all right. Zhang Yuan was uncertain of Aunt Wang's intentions, but sensed that the Bear family would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, after the two left, the group of muscular men began their work. The thigh meat was a delicacy, particularly favored by those in the gang. Bones should not be stripped too clean, as they were to be used for broth. Offal was unnecessary, as they were too lazy to clean it. Zhang Yuan remained shaken, her heart still racing. Yet life must continue, and she had patients to attend to. With the Bear child's case now off the table, she was left with only Yang Xiao's case. Should she go? After much internal deliberation, she ultimately resolved to visit, for the sake of survival. Aunt Wang, please take me to find Yang Xiao. Aunt Wang was overjoyed. Wonderful. My dear girl, you have finally come to your senses. Zhang Yuan shook her head. No, I merely agreed to treat his family tonight. That's all right. Treating him will give you a more direct understanding of his character. Regardless, as long as she was willing to relent, it was a positive beginning. The two arrived at Yang Xiao's villa and rang the doorbell. After a short wait, the door opened, revealing Yang Xiao, who looked somewhat surprised to see Aunt Wang. What brings you here? Have you come to an agreement? Aunt Wang, not daring to claim credit, quickly shook her head. Not quite. Just moments ago, Dr. Zhang encountered some trouble, and I helped her resolve it. She briefly recounted Zhang Yuan's ordeal. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yuan would face such distress, and he felt remiss. To express his gratitude, he promptly presented her with 6 boxes of ham. 5 boxes were the previously agreed-upon reward, while the additional box was to thank her for assisting in the predicament that evening. Aunt Wang was elated, surprised that even before the marriage was settled, Yang Xiao had already offered the betrothal gifts. What a kind-hearted man. She resolved to find ways to gather beautiful women for Yang Xiao in exchange for provisions. Upon entering Yang Xiao's home for the first time, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. This is air conditioning. She had not expected the air conditioning in Yang Xiao's residence to still be operational. It was utterly astonishing. Upon her arrival, the 4 stunning beauties, Lu Ruyin, Su Rue, Zhou Pei, and Bai Yi, immediately surrounded her. So, You are Dr. Zhang. We have long heard of your esteemed name. They were all familiar with Zhang Yuan, whose reputation as a beautiful doctor was well known. However, Zhang Yuan did not recognize them. She had only crossed paths with them a few times in passing. Yet, she was certain that Lu Ruyin and Su Ruei were married, as she had seen them with their husbands. The thought that Yang Xiao, a scoundrel, would take advantage of the apocalypse to snatch someone else's wife made her feel nauseated, but for the sake of sustenance, she had to endure. May I ask who requires medical attention? Lu Ruyin smiled and said, Our bodies have their share of ailments. We'll discuss them later. Dr. Zhang must be feeling hungry. So let us eat something first. How can I accept that? Zhang Yuan protested, yet her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl, rendering her immensely embarrassed. Dr. Zhang, there's no need for modesty. A well-fed doctor is better equipped to attend to patients. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Ruyin insisted as she gently pulled her toward the dining room. The rice in the pot remained warm, and although the dishes on the table were remnants, they appeared quite sumptuous, still radiating warmth. Zhang Yuan could not help but swallow hard, feeling as though this outing had been a tremendous stroke of luck. Lu Ruyin served her a bowl of rice and smiled, saying, Dr. Zhang, please help yourself. I shall not intrude. With no one watching, Zhang Yuan gradually relaxed and indulged herself heartily. This life was, indeed, more lavish than that before the apocalypse. Was this the lifestyle of the affluent? It truly evoked envy. Given her beauty, marrying a wealthy man before the apocalypse would have been a simple feat. It was merely her unwillingness that had held her back. Now, however, her perspective had shifted. If she were to align herself with a prosperous individual who could ensure her comfort, perhaps it was worth a slight compromise on her part. After satisfying her hunger, Zhang Yuan washed her bowl and walked into the living room, feeling somewhat awkward. May I inquire if we can commence the treatment now? Oh, allow me to go first, Lu Ruyin replied, as she was the first to enter and thus assumed the role of the eldest sister. Feeling it necessary to set an example, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and meticulously conducted a checkup for Lu Ruyin. In no time, the four captivating ladies had undergone their examinations. They were all afflicted by common gynecological issues, which could be mitigated with attention to diet, hygiene, and increased physical activity. Will medication be necessary? If conditions allow, it could be beneficial, though currently there is a scarcity of pharmaceuticals. No worries. We have medicine at home. What do you require? Dr. Zhang? Zhang Yuan was somewhat taken aback, but found it reasonable, and thus she listed several medications. Bai Yi smiled faintly and exchanged a glance with Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao shrugged, casually opened a cabinet, and retrieved several boxes of medicine from a space. Indeed, we have them, but why are they labeled in Japanese? No matter. I can read it. Zhang Yuan was even more astonished, sensing that Yang Xiao was not as simple as he appeared. Moreover, after a brief period of acquaintance, she felt that this man was not as heinous as rumored. On the contrary, he possessed a genuine warmth and treated his family well. Although these women had taken another's partner, in the context of the apocalypse, such matters seemed trivial. Lu Ruyin nodded and smiled. Fortunately, our man possesses a strong sense of foreboding. He sensed something amiss even before the apocalypse, leading him to stockpile not only food, but also considerable quantities of medicine. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, How impressive! Su Ruei, with a playful smirk, remarked, Of course, he must be impressive. Otherwise, how could he manage 4 of us? Bai Yi's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Su Ruei a fierce glare. Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly, feeling it was inappropriate to linger, lest she lose her composure. I have matters at home, so I must take my leave. Though reluctant to part from the air conditioning, she felt it was essential to maintain her decorum as a lady. Dr. Zhang, please wait a moment. Lu Ruyin grasped her hand earnestly, saying, We would like to hire you as our private physician, solely responsible for our family's health issues. As for compensation, we can provide you with 3 meals a day and arrange a room for you. If you have any other requests, feel free to voice them. This was not a unilateral decision. It had been previously discussed with Yang Xiao. They had informed him that Zhang Yuan was a strong-willed person who could not be coerced. But once she entered their home, it was only a matter of time. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such generous terms. An air-conditioned room and 3 meals daily. This was, in the apocalypse, an unparalleled privilege, likely reserved for high-ranking officials. Zhou Pei grasped her hand and implored, Sister Yuan, please agree to Sister Ruyan's proposal. The world is so chaotic. What if one of us falls ill? Just consider it a favor. Su Ruei chimed in, Yes. Please accept. I cannot guarantee much, but as long as we have food, you'll never go hungry. Faced with the sincere invitations of the several matriarchs, Zhang Yuan felt it difficult to refuse and nodded in agreement. Excellent. Welcome, Sister Yuan, to our family. The women cheered in unison and eagerly pulled her inside to choose a room. Zhang Yuan found herself being led along, feeling somewhat helpless. I'll just go home to change my clothes. Do not return. We have various sizes of clothing here, many of which have never been worn. There will surely be something suitable for you. But, no buts, we have everything you could possibly need. Indeed, if necessary, we can have Yang Xiao accompany you back to collect your belongings. Let's select a room first. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Zhang Yuan's fondness for Yang Xiao had significantly increased. Occasionally, she would steal glances at him or find herself lost in fanciful thoughts, murmuring to herself, "This man is not without merit. He possesses some admirable qualities, such as being particularly indulgent toward his wife. Alas, it is a pity that he has so many women. Life is unfair. Why didn't I meet him sooner? Hey, what are you murmuring about?" Zhou Pei suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. "In nothing," Zhang Yuan replied, her face flushed and her gaze evasive. Zhou Pei playfully raised her voice. "Huh? I heard you say life is unfair, wondering why you didn't meet Brother Xiao earlier, right?" The other three women, on high alert, displayed exaggerated expressions. "What? Zhang Yuan likes Yang Xiao? What? Zhang Yuan is already with Yang Xiao? What? Zhang Yuan wants to have children with Yang Xiao?" Their eyes collectively fixed on Yang Xiao. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and he was momentarily at a loss for how to refute their claims. Zhang Yuan's face grew even redder as she quietly protested. "You're all talking nonsense. That's not true." Zhou Pei, grinning, turned to Yang Xiao. "Brother Xiao." Sister Yuan isn't admitting it. "What do you say?" Yang Xiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Since I've been wronged, I cannot let this injustice go unpunished. It must be solidified." "Huh? What are you doing? Put me down." Zhang Yuan found herself bewildered one moment, and then swept off her feet the next. As Yang Xiao lifted her effortlessly, "A 1T let go. We cannot allow them to wrong us without consequence. We must show them. You're a rogue. You villain. Put me down. Less talking. We must give them something to think about, so they will refrain from accusing us again. Then you deal with them. I'm also a victim." With a loud click, the door was locked. Lu Ruyin, with a gleeful smile, remarked, after nurturing for half a month, "It's finally time to reap the rewards. Now we have another sister to share the burdens. How delightful." Time continued to pass swiftly, and another half-month flew by. One day, dreadful news arrived. A water supply suspension notice. This time, everyone lost their composure. Water is the essence of life. If the water supply were to cease, it would mean the end of their last means of survival. Yet, the harsh reality was that rivers ran dry and lakes withered, a natural calamity that no one could avert. All survivors frantically searched for containers and constructed water storage systems, desperately trying to stockpile as much water as possible. The only silver lining was that as the water levels rapidly declined, fish began to surface. Those who remained alive sprang into action, devising ways to gather water during the day and at night, fishing in rivers, lakes, or ponds. This was arguably nature's final gift to humanity. With enough effort, anyone could reap a bountiful harvest. This was likely humanity's last reserve of food. In just 2 days, every corner of the community was adorned with salted fish. Under the scorching sun, the fish dried within a day or two. The scent of salted fish permeated the air, making even Yang Xiao reluctant to venture outside. Regardless of whether it is day or night, the doors and windows are tightly shut, and the air conditioning is cranked up to prevent any unpleasant odors from permeating the space. For the past few days, he has not ventured outside. His time at home has been consumed solely by playing cards, and it feels as if he is on the brink of moral decay. Coincidentally, Tian Kakai is also growing increasingly restless, so she racked her brain to persuade Yang Xiao to join her for a stroll, which is, in reality, an excuse to witness the lively scene of others fishing by the riverbank. Although Yang Xiao initially hesitated, he ultimately succumbed to the persistent coaxing of the young lady and agreed. Chapter 37. Releasing the best friend that evening. Tian Kakai informed Sumi about her plans to visit the riverside, instructing her to patiently await her return at home. Upon hearing that Tian Kakai intended to abandon her for an outing, Sumi immediately became displeased, pouting as she exclaimed, "You heartless creature, not only have you imprisoned me, but now you're going out to have fun without me. Are we still best friends?" She had already forgiven Tian Kakai for confining her, understanding it was for her own good. She realized that if it weren't for such measures, she would have likely engaged in some self-destructive, martyr-like behavior, harming both herself and others. Despite her newfound awareness and repeated assurances that she would not act foolishly again, this wretched woman still did not trust her, which infuriated her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tian Kakai patiently reassured her, "Isn't this for your own benefit? You are so kind-hearted. What if you encounter someone with ulterior motives pretending to be in need? Would you help or not?" Sumi replied resolutely, "I would not help." Tian Kakai was taken aback. "Why is your response so decisive?" Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Sumi grinned mischievously now. I want to allow you to insult yourself like that. It took Tion Kikai a moment to process this before she playfully lunged at her, exclaiming, "Oh, really? You dared to insult me indirectly. Let's see how I deal with you." The two engaged in playful banter for a while before settling down. Once Tion Kikai had calmed her emotions, she earnestly asked, "Are you truly resolved not to play the martyr anymore? Sumi rolet herius. Am I given the opportunity to be a martyr when you've locked me in this tiny room? Besides, didn't you say the world is coming to an end? The ugliness of human nature is magnified. To survive, any unscrupulous means are to be expected. I simply don't wish to overthink things. I'm not a fool. So why wouldn't I be cautious? Moreover, you're here, right? If something does go awry, you could just clean up after me." Tion Kikai's lips twitched, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Fine, I'll call the brother next door and see if he is willing to take you along." With that, she pulled out her phone to search for Yang Xiao's number. Sumi, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Is it your charming brother? Perhaps I should invite him over to my place someday to strategize?" Tion Kikai rolled her eyes in displeasure. "Oh please, he is living a lavish life with multiple partners. He hardly has time for our humble abode." Just then the call connected. "Hello, Yanggu. My best friend wants to join us for an outing. Is it convenient to bring her along? Is it that friend you've kept locked away?" He responded teasingly. "Aren't you worried she might suddenly become a martyr and cause trouble?" "Don't worry," Tion Kikai assured him. "I've had a thorough discussion with her, and she is fully aware of her past mistakes. She won't play the martyr anymore." She shot a warning glance at Sumi. Sumi's face flushed, and she stuck out her tongue. "Well, do as you wish. I still have room in my car." "All right, thank you, Yanggu. We'll head over now." Without waiting for Yang Xiao's reply, Tion Kikai decisively ended the call and promptly released Sumi from her confinement. "Hurry and get dressed. We need to get over there for dinner. I hear the sound of them cracking crab legs." "What? King crab?" Sumi exclaimed, suddenly animated. "Just give me a minute. I'll be ready in no time." Upon hearing about the king crab, Sumi's excitement skyrocketed. Yang Xiao, with a wry smile, turned to Zhou Pi and said, "Please prepare another king crab. The glutton next door has arrived." "Understood," Zhou Pi replied with a faint smile, quickly grabbing a king crab to throw into the pot. Before long, the doorbell rang, and the newcomers were naturally Tion Kikai and Sumi. The other women scrutinized Sumi, marveling inwardly at her stunning figure. Estimating her size to be a G-cup, Yang Xiao, too, took a moment to observe this best friend of Tion Kikai's. Although her looks were slightly inferior to the women at home, her devilishly attractive physique certainly compensated for it. This girl has potential, perhaps a candidate for the harem. Even if she is a martyr, it matters not, as long as she is kept as a canary in a gilded cage. Feeling the weight of Yang Xiao's gaze, Sumi's cheeks flushed, her mind racing. Is this really Kikai's charming brother? He is so handsome and wealthy. Truly the ideal golden turtle son-in-law. With such a quality male, should I insert myself into the equation, or should I seize him for myself? In no time, Sumi had stealthily admired Yang Xiao 108 times, nearly succumbing to her infatuation. After dinner, Yang Xiao drove out with the women from his household. The luxurious modified car only solidified Sumi's determination to make her move. If she could become Yang Xiao's woman, she could ride in this car to explore the beauty of the world. The apocalypse would have no bearing on her. As the car slowly exited the community, the streets appeared desolate. Not a single shop remained intact. They were either burned down or violently vandalized. Further along, they approached an elementary school where some individuals were entering and exiting, all wearing masks. Those entering pushed or carried long, heavy bags, their faces etched with sorrow. Curiously, Sumi asked, "What are those people bringing in? They look as if they're mourning a death in the family." Tion Kikai shot her a glance. "You're quite perceptive. Indeed, it's as if someone has died." "What do you mean by that?" "Sumi way passive. Do you still not understand? What those people are carrying or pushing in are corpses." "What?" Sumi gasped, visibly shocked. Although Tion Kikai often spoke of the harsh realities of the apocalypse and the struggles of survivors, she had never witnessed it firsthand, so her understanding had been superficial, merely perceiving her friend's words as exaggerated. Now, witnessing the scene before her, her worldview felt shattered. How could they bring corpses to a school? What about hospitals? Funeral homes? Tion Kikai sighed. "Do you still think this is like before? Hospitals are overwhelmed with the injured. There are no medications, and it's unknown how many perish daily. The morgues and funeral homes cannot accommodate the dead. Many families have lost loved ones and cannot manage the bodies, so they have no choice but to place them in the schoolyard to be exposed to the sun for sterilization to prevent the spread of disease." "My goodness, is the government doing nothing?" Sumi felt numb. Lu Rian explained, "It's not entirely the government's fault. After all, this is a global disaster, and they're struggling to survive themselves. The most critical issue is that many doctors have perished in this calamity, and a vast quantity of medications has been destroyed, leaving most people to fend for themselves. Zhang Ruyui added, I heard from friend that the bodies at the crematorium are piling up like mountains, unable to be cremated in time. Some suggested taking them to a power plant to be used as fuel, but the families of the deceased vehemently opposed it. Zhang Yuan scoffed. Of course they would refuse. Who would want their loved ones' remains used as fuel for electricity? Bai Yi lamented at this point. There are still people willing to help dispose of the bodies, but in a few days, they may have no choice but to abandon them in the wilderness. At this, the group fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 38. Fishing for answers under the sparse streetlights, the once thriving metropolis has become a mere memory, now reduced to a landscape of devastation and ruin. The streets that once bustled with traffic now lay barren, devoid of any signs of life. Occasionally, one might glimpse the emaciated forms of corpses, appearing to have only recently succumbed. Faced with this desolate reality, the women fell silent, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Zhou Pi sighed softly, breaking the silence with a question. Why are there so few corpses by the roadside? Zhang Yuan explained, if the bodies are not dealt with promptly, they may give rise to plagues, which is why the officials are tirelessly occupied with collecting them. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Pi expressed her gratitude. Indeed, they are working hard. Alas, may the calamity pass swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle drove onto Jiangbin Avenue, a bustling place filled with parked cars, where nearly all survivors had gathered. Yang Xiao found a spot to park, and everyone disembarked together. As they approached the riverbank, they looked down to see the water teeming with life. Many individuals wielded flashlights, scouring the mud for fish and snails. Some filled buckets, others stuffed burlap sacks, while a few used fishing nets. Most families worked in unison, each with clearly defined roles. Tian Kikai, flashlight in hand, descended the steps, followed closely by the others. As they neared the river, they realized the water level had receded drastically. The once mighty river had dwindled to a mere stream, revealing its desolate state. Kikai felt a desire to play in the mud, but with no one willing to join her, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. The group meandered along the riverbank, observing the fervent fishers below, their emotions a complex mix of intrigue and melancholy. Occasionally, they witnessed quarrels and even physical altercations, yet both parties remained rational. Understanding that the urgent task at hand was to catch fish, some ruffians attempted to take advantage of the situation, setting up a blockade on the shore to rob others. It was evident they had tasted success, as they boasted buckets filled with fish. However, the survivors quickly wised up, forming temporary alliances to resist these thieves. After observing for a while, Kikai noted that the band of thugs only targeted those who were alone, prompting her to scoff, a bunch of pathetic cowards, bullying the weak. Sumi, feeling anxious, comforted her. All right, let us ignore them and move on. It's too chaotic out here, and I'm worried those ruffians might trouble us, especially since we're so pretty. Let us go see what lies ahead, Yang Xiao said, resolutely accompanying the girls on their riverside stroll, despite the oppressive heat of the night. As they passed the blockade, the ruffians, spotting a group of stunning women, immediately became agitated. Without hesitation, they obstructed the path, their greedy gazes and lecherous grins unabashedly scanning the girls. Hee, we didn't expect to encounter such exquisite beauties tonight. What luck! One of them jeered, while another chimed in. Perhaps the heavens have seen our toil and sent them as a reward. The ringleader, with unbridled lust in his eyes, leered. Hey ladies, where you off to so late? How about letting your big brothers accompany you? Sumi, gripped by fear, clutched Tian Kikai's arm and whispered, Kikai, what do we do now? Kikai disdainfully retorted, just a bunch of lowly scum. Her voice, though not quiet, caught the attention of the thugs, inciting their fury. You little wench, who are you calling scum? You're looking for death, aren't you? You'll regret looking down on us tonight. There's no mercy for you. Having endured their taunts long enough, Yang Xiao's patience snapped. He turned to the women and instructed, step back a bit. We don't want to soil your clothes. Sumi blinked in surprise, questioning, what are you planning to do? Yang Xiao smirked. You'll find out soon enough. The women exchanged glances, hesitatingly retreating a few steps. Before they could process what was happening, Yang Xiao brandished a tang knife, advancing upon the thugs with the precision of death itself, dispatching one after another. Those left standing stood frozen in sheer terror. Within mere minutes, the gang of thieves was either dead or fleeing in panic. Yang Xiao's courageous display swiftly captured Sumi's heart. She gazed at him with admiration, her heart racing with newfound security. How close she was to falling for him. I'm sorry, Kikai, but I've set my sights on this man, she resolved inwardly, planning to pursue him once they returned home. Unbeknownst to Tian Kikai, her friend was now vying for her affections. Her focus remained on the buckets of fish nearby, Brother, there are so many fish here. Shouldn't we take some back? The thought of steamed fish, braised fish, grilled fish made her mouth water. If you want them, take them, Yang Xiao replied dismissively. I have plenty of freshwater fish. I could eat for generations without exhausting my supply. However, for Kikai, who lacked such a reserve, the opportunity was tempting. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose to forego the fish due to the inconvenience of carrying them. Alas, if only I had a modified vehicle. Bringing back a few buckets of fish will be a breeze. The fact that she willingly relinquished the fish left Lu Ruyan and the others astonished. Had she undergone a transformation? Or was she simply too frugal to appreciate river fish? It's wild fish, after all. Who wouldn't he like them? Kikai, why don't you want these fish? Ruyan inquired. Yeah, why not just take them? Don't let them go to waste, another woman chimed in. Faced with their curiosity, Kikai sheepishly confessed, causing the group to erupt in laughter. After wandering for a while longer, the river, filled with countless people, began to lose its allure. Some fishermen, seemingly unconcerned, cast their lines from the shore, chatting and laughing as if they weren't survivors in a post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 39. A reunion with Bai Jie. The river stretched for miles, crowded with people, leaving little room for anything else. When it got too hot, they would take a dip, and when hunger struck, they would light a fire to grill fish. Everyone was intent on fishing through the night, hoping to gather as many as possible before dawn. Tired of the same sights, Tian Kikai suggested a change of scenery. Zhou Piyai suddenly had an idea. What if we walk upstream along the riverbank to see how many people are fishing? Kikai's face lit up with excitement. Great idea. Let us do it. The other women also expressed interest, eager to see how long the fishing army stretched. Thus, the group decided to drive. As they passed the previous blockade, they spotted 6 women carrying 3 buckets of fish, each looking disheveled and sunburned, with numerous frightening scars marring their faces. Kikai frowned slightly, displeased as she muttered, If I had known, we should have taken the fish back to the car earlier. How unfair. Having driven away the robbers, they found their spoils had been claimed by others, leaving her feeling quite irked. Lu Ruyan chuckled resignedly. Well, you didn't appreciate what you had, did you? Let us just move on. Not wishing to be overly harsh on fellow women, she decided to let it slide. However, Yang Xiao did not leave. Instead, he fixated on one of the women whose face bore severe sunburn. Upon closer inspection, he noted her alluring figure, despite her disfigured visage. Ruyan gently nudged him, puzzled. What's the matter? Nothing, just might have run into an acquaintance, he replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he strode toward the women, blocking their path. Startled, the women huddled together, some trembling in fear, while a few timid souls burst into tears. Yang Xiao locked eyes with the disheveled woman and tentatively asked, Bai Jie? Upon hearing her name, the woman shuddered and slowly lifted her gaze. As she beheld Yang Xiao's visage, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Mr. Yang, he smiled faintly, it truly is you. How have you fallen into such despair? The other women, recognizing a familiar face, collectively exhaled in relief. Bai Jie offered a bitter smile. We have deliberately reduced ourselves to this state, refusing to become mere playthings for men. Those men, seeing us transformed into grotesques, are unable to approach us. Yet they do not wish for us to perish easily. Thus, they make us toil like beasts in retaliation. Yang Xiao regarded her with a look of skepticism, not so much doubting her words as finding them utterly unconvincing. He was all too familiar with her, recalling their joyful times together, rendering her claims devoid of credibility. Sensing the incredulous gaze of Yang Xiao, Bai Jie felt a surge of irritation. What kind of look is that? Do you think I am a woman of loose morals? Isn't it so? Yang Xiao's tone bore no hint of mockery. It was merely a reflection of objective reality. Bai Jie, anger swelling within her, glared at him with clenched teeth. Think what you will. She felt a profound sense of grievance, but could not articulate her defense. She admitted that part of her initial attraction to Yang Xiao stemmed from his wealth, while another part was a desire for his physical presence. In truth, Yang Xiao was her second lover, and her displays of seduction were mere performances intended to lure customers and save money. Yet, voicing this would lack persuasiveness. Attempting to justify herself would only weaken her position. Silence seemed the wiser choice. Yang Xiao, however, remained unconcerned. He stepped closer, scrutinizing her closely, and with a hint of compassion asked, Does your face hurt? What was intended as sincere concern struck Bai Jie as a slap in the face. Yang Xiao had the audacity to inquire if her face hurt. You scoundrel! Bai Jie erupted, her expression one of profound distress, her eyes glistening with tears. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, and he discreetly took a step back, turning to Zhang Yuan. Can you take a look at her? Is her face treatable? Indeed. Although Zhang Yuan was filled with questions, she patiently examined Bai Jie. The issue is not severe, with a few days of sunburn ointment and some anti-inflammatory medication. She should recover. This news was akin to a roller coaster ride for the 6 women. While the prognosis was good, the mention of sunburn ointment felt like the final straw. Bai Jie responded with a bitter smile. Now, sunburn ointment is far more precious than human life. Who would be willing to part with it for women like us? This was a harsh truth. A single bottle of sunburn ointment could be exchanged for several young maidens. And who would willingly offer it to them? Remnants of a once vibrant life? Yang Xiao, however, smiled gently. The ointment is not the main concern. The key is whether it can ensure no scars remain. Zhang Yuan nodded. It is merely a surface burn. Since the duration is short, treatment now should leave no scars. However, if left untreated for too long, the outcome may be different. Then, let us proceed with the treatment. After all, she was a woman who had once traversed the peaks of passion with him, out of respect for their past. Yang Xiao could not turn a blind eye to her suffering. What did you just say? Bai Jie exclaimed in shock. Did you not hear? I instructed her to treat you. Do not worry. She is a doctor and will ensure you do not bear scars. Really? Bai Jie was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. Yet, after the moment of gratitude, she suddenly trembled and vehemently shook her head. No, it cannot be treated. The other women wore expressions of horror, their bodies quivering in fear. Why is that? Yang Xiao inquired, perplexed. Bai Jie quavered, because we will die a miserable death. An older woman among them inhaled deeply, sighing. You are unaware? Our community has descended into madness. Any woman with even a modicum of beauty is seized to serve as instruments of pleasure for men. Those fortunate enough might only serve 1 or 2 men in a single night, while others may be forced to entertain dozens or even hundreds. Many girls have been tortured to death, with their remains reduced to mere sustenance. Indeed, we have intentionally disfigured ourselves to avoid such torment, even refraining from bathing daily. Consequently, they harbor resentment towards us, and driven by a perverse mentality of destruction, they subject us to grueling labor while ensuring we are deprived of adequate nourishment. Listening to the lamentations of these women, Yang Xiao's brow furrowed. So, you were all once considered great beauties? Bai Jie puffed with pride, of course. We were renowned as the most beautiful women in our community. Who among men did not salivate at the sight of us? Bai Jie, what nonsense are you spouting? You alone are the acknowledged beauty of the neighborhood. Alas, it is a pity you fell for a scoundrel, nearly ruining yourself. Oh, what happened to her boyfriend? Yang Xiao perked up with interest. Chapter 40. The Original and the Interloper. Bai Jie was indeed a pitiable woman. She had been with her boyfriend since graduating from university. And now, nearly 3 years had passed. She had believed their love would withstand the test of time, destined to grow old together in unwavering unity. Yet, her boyfriend had long grown bored, clandestinely courting 2 younger classmates. Even more egregious, both of those classmates had become pregnant, and after graduation, he kept them hidden away. Her boyfriend hailed from a well-off family and was a successful online streamer, making it feasible to support 2 mistresses without issue. The day after the apocalypse erupted, he brought his future in-laws over, claiming it was for mutual support. Within days, those 2 mistresses were also brought to his home, each with a child in tow. This delighted his family, who lavished all their attention on those 4 individuals. Bai Jie was incensed, yet unable to confront 5 people alone in the dire survival circumstances of the apocalypse. She had no choice but to endure in silence. As time passed, the 2 classmates conspired to ostracize Bai Jie, aiming to force her out of their home. Her in-laws, preoccupied with their grandchildren, grew increasingly indifferent towards Bai Jie, eventually harboring animosity against her. When a food crisis erupted, the entire community descended into violence over resources, in a bid for self-preservation. Her boyfriend swiftly aligned himself with one faction, secretly sending his 2 mistresses to entertain the faction's leader. Everyone involved reveled in their newfound stability. Yet as the food crisis deepened, moral boundaries eroded, leading to a complete disregard for humanity. Those 2 classmates whispered sweet nothings in the leader's ear, extolling Bai Jie's beauty and figure. The leader, intrigued, visited their home and immediately set his sights on Bai Jie. He subtly hinted at wanting her as his own, but she rebuffed him. He was displeased and vowed to make her regret her decision. The 2 classmates suggested offering Bai Jie to the faction's men for their amusement, and this malicious plan was accepted. A sycophant revealed the scheme to Bai Jie, only to be brutally beaten to death. In a desperate bid for survival, Bai Jie resorted to self-harm, exposing herself to the scorching sun and deliberately making herself filthy. The men, repulsed by her appearance, lost interest, yet they still sought to exploit her, treating her as a beast of burden. Upon hearing Bai Jie's harrowing tale, Yang Xiao's expression remained stoic, yet his heart brimmed with fury. He fixed his gaze on Bai Jie, his tone laced with reproach. How could you endure such suffering and not confide in me? Bai Jie, her voice heavy with grievance, replied, "What would it have mattered? I was someone else's girlfriend, while you were the one who took advantage of me. Would you have come to confront me?" Her words hung heavily in the air, plunging the room into silence. The other women regarded Yang Xiao with peculiar expressions. Their words caught in their throats. Su Rui puffed out her cheeks and shot Yang Xiao a fierce glare. The situation mirrored her own past. She too had once been ensnared by Yang Xiao's charm, only to find herself abandoned. Scoundrel! Tian Kikai had been holding back for quite some time, and finally, she could no longer contain herself. "Haha, you heartless scoundrel. Did you think that pulling up your trousers and fleeing would absolve you of everything? I bet being hit by a boomerang feels quite delightful, doesn't it? You talk far too much." Yang Xiao shot her a warning glance, laden with admonition. Unfazed, Tian Kikai retorted, "Oh dear, I am merely expressing sympathy for those suffering sisters. As the saying goes, a day as a husband equates to 100 days of affection. How could you be so callous?" Yang Xiao glared at her through gritted teeth, thinking how absurd it was that she expected him to compensate for 100 days when a mere day of marriage was worth 2 or 3,000. Cough, cough. Matters of adults should not concern children. You should go cool off over there. Yang Xiao pushed Tian Kikai aside and turned to Bai Jia, saying, "How about you come home with me? I will have Zhang Yuan treat you." He greatly favored this little vial. She was open-minded, playful, and knowledgeable. Bringing her home could sway the atmosphere at his place, as the other women were all excessively reserved. Aye. Bai Jia was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling happier than if she had been publicly proposed to. "Bai Jia, hurry and accept his offer. What are you hesitating for? Indeed, he seems to treat you quite well. Far better than that scoundrel of a boyfriend. Accept him, don't hesitate. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return." As her companions rejoiced for her, Bai Jia felt a tumult of emotions. Her voice choked as she struggled to find the right words. "What will happen to you if I leave with him?" "Oh, don't worry. We'll just say you were so distraught that you jumped into the river. They want to verify. Yes, go with him. If one of us can survive, it's worth it. Our lives are as they are. Just consider us dead." "You all." Bai Jia broke down in tears, covering her mouth as she sobbed softly. These women were her partners in life and death. They had supported each other through thick and thin. The sudden prospect of separation was unbearable. "See, could you?" She cast a pleading look at Yang Xiao, hoping he would assist her sisters out of their deep bond. Yang Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Weren't women typically jealous? Shouldn't they sabotage others' happiness when they saw someone about to embark on a better life? However, the women misunderstood, believing Yang Xiao wished to send them away. "Handsome, you don't need to worry about us. Just treat Bai Jia well in the future." "That's right. We want to be a burden to you. We'll leave right now. Wishing you both happiness. Bai Jia, take care and carry our hopes forward." The few unattractive women smiled faintly, lifting their fish buckets to depart. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. "Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, truly wonderful. What deep sisterly bonds you have." A group of men approached, led by a handsome young man, Bai Jia's boyfriend. Bai Jia felt an immediate surge of anxiety, hastily explaining, "Wang Kai, this has nothing to do with them. Please don't make things difficult for them." Wang Kai wore a mocking smile. "Oh, whether it concerns them or not is not for you to decide. Why did he expect them to risk their lives to help you escape? It seems they no longer wish to live." An older man with a sycophantic grin chimed in. "Hey Kai, can I pick one to play with for a few days before dealing with her?" Wang Kai looked at him with disdain. "Old Xia, how can you stomach such a thing? If they're cleaned up and the lights are turned off, they're all the same. Besides, I've been single for 50 years. I'm not picky." The old man licked his lips, grinning lecherously. He was the community's security guard, having never found a wife due to his poverty and lack of ambition. These women were renowned beauties in the neighborhood, and he often fantasized about their silhouettes. Now, to acquire one effortlessly was an opportunity he wouldn't dismiss. Upon hearing Old Xia's words, Wang Kai burst into laughter, readily agreeing. "Old Xia, you need to broaden your horizons. One woman isn't enough. I'll give you all 6. Thank you, Kai." Old Xia nodded obsequiously. "Wang Kai, you bastard." Bai Jia trembled with rage, feeling humiliated. Wang Kai taunted, "I'm the bastard. You're the one publicly flirting with other men, which is far worse. I've always suspected that a woman working as a bank client manager isn't pure. I just found the evidence. I thought your partners were all those pot-bellied, greasy Mediterranean uncles. Yet here you are, entangled with this pretty boy. I truly underestimated you." You. Bai Jia was seething, her chest heaving as she struggled to articulate her anger. Yang Xiao interjected, "Hey buddy, you've got it wrong. I'm no wild man, I have a name." "Ha. Are you kidding? With death looming, you still care about such trivial matters? But back to you, lucky boy. Having so many exquisite beauties around you is something to envy and despise. I think I'm not inferior in looks, so why is my luck so dismal? Perhaps it's due to your poor character. Yang Xiao replied nonchalantly. Haha, maybe so. I admit my character isn't great. But what of it? Can virtue fill your stomach? In this chaotic world, strength is paramount. Just like now, I'm stronger than you. Thus, you must die. And all these women belong to me. Wang Kai exuded arrogance, as if victory were assured. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you certain? Wang Kai shook his head. Not necessarily. If you're willing to kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I'll spare you. I might even graciously allow you to watch old Xia handle your mistress. With that, he cast a venomous glance at Bai Jia, as if he wished to tear her apart. How humiliating it was for him to be publicly cuckolded by his girlfriend. How could he ever hold his head high before his subordinates again? Thus, his hatred for Bai Jia ran deep. He could not quell his resentment without torturing her to death. Yet, Yang Xiao displayed a faint smile. You're quite generous, offering your enemy a chance to live. I, however, prefer to eradicate the root of the problem. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tang knife appeared in Yang Xiao's hand. The cold glint silenced the scene. Moments later, Wang Kai let out a heart-wrenching scream as his legs were cleanly severed, blood gushing forth. The other henchmen were taken aback, only to see a shadow dart among them, wielding the knife with wild abandon. The cries of agony echoed along the riverbank, drawing curious glances. Having lived 2 lives, Yang Xiao's knife skills were precise and cunning, ensuring that none would survive his onslaught. 2 minutes later, the frantic old Xia was caught up with and pierced through the heart, feeling a chilling sensation. Yang Xiao approached Wang Kai, dripping with blood, and smiled. Did you see that? I truly did not deceive you. You are indeed a good person. Don't come any closer. Please spare me. I swear I'll never do it again. Bai Jia will be yours from now on. I'll break up with her right now and give her freedom. I beg you, don't kill me. I have elderly and children to care for. If I die, they won't survive either. Please, have mercy for the sake of the old and the young. Wang Kai pleaded, tears streaming down his face, the fear of death overshadowing the pain of his severed limbs. Yang Xiao ignored him, instead looking at Bai Jia and asking, how do you wish to deal with him? Bai Jia was still in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. She had thought Yang Xiao was merely a refined, wealthy young man whose occupation was to indulge in pleasures and flirt with women. How could he execute such decisive violence so effortlessly? Bai Jia, he is asking you a question. Hurry and respond. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Listen to me. Now is the time to end him. Exactly. This scoundrel has caused you so much suffering. He must not be spared. Her companions urged her to take decisive action, as the opportunity was fleeting. Bai Jia grappled with her thoughts for quite some time, ultimately letting out a deep sigh before turning away. Do not kill him. Let him perish in his agony. Having loved and hated, all she desired now was for him to experience the suffering he had once inflicted upon others. In this apocalyptic world, devoid of medicine and doctors, having his legs severed would surely render his days a living hell. Oh, since you insist, I shall grant your wish, Yang Xiao mused, fully aware of the torment that awaited Wang Kai. Knowing there was no anti-inflammatory medication to alleviate his suffering, he retrieved a bottle of purified water from his storage space, cleansing the blood from the blade before drying it with a tissue and sheathing the knife. Let us depart. Tian Kikai raised her hand in agreement. All right, and let us bring the fish back as well, lest we leave a bounty for others. The group ascended the steps to the roadside, placing the fish into the vehicle. However, a few women hesitated to board due to their dirty and foul-smelling state. Lu Ruyin noticed their discomfort and discreetly informed Yang Xiao. He paused for a moment, realizing this oversight, but reassured them. Not to worry. Our vehicle has been modified to provide showers, and we have spare clothes. Please, make the necessary arrangements. Certainly. Lu Ruyin promptly organized their bathing. Soon after, a cluster of women surrounded Yang Xiao, eagerly inquiring about his tumultuous relationship with Bai Jia. Yang Xiao, though at a loss for words, recounted their past with a composed demeanor. Ah, so was your wealth they were after. It seems they possessed discernment. Indeed. Several women chimed in, sharing their opinions animatedly. An hour later, the 6 women emerged, freshly cleaned and adorned with new attire, having discarded their old garments. Bai Jia's figure remained as alluring as ever, though her clothes appeared tight, threatening to tear at any moment. Lu Ruyin suspected Yang Xiao's intentions, believing he had purposefully provided her with smaller-sized clothing. Tian Kikai, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, queried Yang Xiao, brother, shall we return home now, or continue with our previous plan? After a moment's contemplation, he decided, let us press on. Perhaps by tomorrow, the river will have completely dried up, and such abundance may never be seen again. Just like in his past life, the river would soon desiccate, leaving the fish to rot, and no one would be inclined to visit the riverbank again. Hooray! Tian Kikai exclaimed, skipping into the passenger seat. This military-grade vehicle could accommodate 10 individuals, and its modifications had expanded its space, making it capable of housing their entire party comfortably. As they squeezed into the vehicle, laughter and chatter filled the air, reminiscent of a carefree road trip. Chapter 42, A Reunion with Old Zhang. The vehicle traversed the riverbank, where fishing enthusiasts persisted in their endeavors until they left the urban area, where the number of fishers dwindled dramatically. Upon reaching the outskirts, they encountered a police checkpoint. Yang Xiao felt a twinge of irritation, silently cursing himself for engaging in foolish antics. He contemplated turning around, confident that the police vehicles could not keep pace with him. But upon spotting a familiar face, he decided to exit the vehicle. A young officer, gun drawn, commanded, "Put your hands up. What is your business here?" He appeared visibly tense, akin to an American officer confronting a suspect, ready to empty his magazine. Yang Xiao, unfazed, turned to greet a middle-aged man. "Hey, old Zhang. What a pleasant surprise to see you again." "Huh?" Officer Zhang approached, his face lighting up with recognition. "Haha, it's you, young man. What brings you to this desolate area at such an hour?" The young officer visibly relaxed upon realizing who Yang Xiao was, discreetly lowering his weapon. Old Zhang chuckled. "Yang Xiao, please don't take offense. We've faced numerous assaults from marauders recently, and we lost a few brothers. This lad got spooked and draws his weapon at the sight of anyone." Yang Xiao was taken aback. Are the marauders so brazen now? They dare to attack the police? Ah, it's the end of the world. What would they dare to do? They assume we have ample supplies and think us easy prey, unwilling to retaliate. Initially, we were apprehensive, leading to the loss of several good comrades. But eventually, we realized we must fight back resolutely under such circumstances. Indeed, you are correct. One must show them their true colors. Otherwise, they may forget who they are dealing with. Yang Xiao believed their actions were justified, even commendable. Ha ha ha. By the way, what brings you here? Where are the others? Yang Xiao craned his neck, searching for a familiar figure. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile. Hee, the others are stationed at the base. We are out here fishing. A base? Yang Xiao inquired. Yes, we've established our base in a nearby air raid shelter. It's quite cool inside and can accommodate over 1,000 people. Over 1,000? Yang Xiao was astonished. While it's officially rated for over 1,000, we have fewer than 300 currently residing there. It turned out that the shelter housed the families of the police officers. Old Zhang recounted how, on the night the apocalypse erupted, they all rose from their beds to participate in the rescue efforts. However, due to neglecting the dangers of ultraviolet rays, many workers were rendered incapacitated the following day, causing the system to collapse. To treat them, the authorities expended considerable medical resources, leaving many citizens without timely assistance. As the crisis escalated, it became apparent that this was indeed the end of the world, prompting the implementation of the Spark Plan. The Spark Plan aimed to conserve limited resources to retain a select group of elite individuals who could help society recover swiftly once the disaster subsided. However, while the intention was noble, reality proved harsh. Each person harbors a selfish side when faced with life and death decisions. Would you choose to save your neighbor's child or your own? The answer is inevitably to protect one's own. Thus, the higher-ups, in a tacit understanding, allocated the Spark slots to their own kin. The plan became a farce, with only the privileged children qualifying. Officer Zhang, a mere grassroots civil servant, had no chance of selection, thus naturally becoming part of the Forsaken. To survive, they had to band together for warmth, and since they could not access the Spark base, the mountain air raid shelter became their primary refuge. They relocated their families there while seeking supplies and expanding the shelter to secure more living space. Yang Xiao listened patiently to this rather unremarkable account before quietly inquiring, "Is that female officer also in the air raid shelter?" Old Zhang nodded, smiling. Of course. With her credentials, she could have easily secured a spot in the Spark Plan. However, she chose to forego that privilege, unwilling to associate with those hypocritical individuals. She has other ties? Yang Xiao asked, intrigued. Her father is our chief. Do you think she lacks qualifications? That is quite an impressive background. No wonder she feels emboldened in the precinct. Hey, you misjudge her. Officer Zhao has never abused her power. In fact, she is quite considerate of her subordinates. Oh, please, do enlighten me. Yang Xiao produced a pack of cigarettes and offered it to Old Zhang. His eyes brightened, and he quickly took one, igniting it before passing it around to his colleagues. The entire pack was swiftly consumed. Old Zhang chuckled awkwardly at Yang Xiao before commencing his revelations. The policewoman sensed that something was amiss and thus invested over 6 million she had earned and more than 300,000 her father had saved over a lifetime into procuring supplies. Furthermore, she had her mother secure a loan of over 30 million under the company's name, all directed towards acquiring more resources. This stockpile was secretly delivered to the air raid shelter by a group of officers she had rallied for emergency preparedness. Initially, everyone thought Zhao Ying had lost her mind, but it turned out that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. In the direst of times, the higher-ups abandoned them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Yet Zhao Ying did not forsake them. Instead, she prepared a safety net in advance and ultimately chose to share their hardships. Thus, their lives were bestowed upon them by Zhao Ying, and they were willing to brave fire and water for her. Yang Xiao let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she was still with them. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with mischief, teasing, "You young lad, have you taken a liking to our Captain Zhao? You better act fast. Many young fellows at the base have their eyes on her." Yang Xiao scoffed, dismissing the notion. Do they even stand a chance to compete with me? However, he mused, despite her stockpiling numerous supplies, there were many of them. How long could they sustain themselves? Old Zhang calculated in his mind, and concluded that if they were merely consuming, surviving for a year would be a remarkable feat, but we certainly won't just wait for death. We're fishing now while the water levels in the West River are low. We're also excavating caves to cultivate crops and raise livestock. I believe we can last quite a while. Yang Xiao shook his head. It's still insufficient. You lack medicine. If someone falls ill, you can only watch helplessly. Moreover, the mountains are rife with snakes and vermin. A single bite could lead to serious trouble. Alas, we are fully aware of these concerns. But what can we do now? We can only take it one step at a time, Old Zhang lamented. After a brief conversation, several small trucks were filled with fish. Old Zhang bid farewell to Yang Xiao, cautioning them not to venture further, as upstream lay the military's territory. The army today is not what it used to be. If Yang Xiao drove that flashy vehicle with a truckload of beauties, trouble would surely ensue. Yang Xiao found the advice sound. Although he feared nothing, he would not invite unnecessary trouble, so he turned back home. Chapter 43. The most difficult to guard against is a thief within. In the mountainous outskirts, there are two large air raid shelters, separated by several kilometers, remnants from the war era. They have undergone several expansions over time, resulting in their current scale. Besides the two major shelters, there are also over a dozen smaller ones scattered across various hilltops, dug out by the common folk to evade the horrors of war. But they fell into neglect after the establishment of the nation. Now, they have become havens for the survivors, much cooler than the outside world. The police have occupied one of the large air raid shelters, which boasts ample space, a ventilation system, and a well, making it quite suitable as a base. Recently, they have recovered a significant amount of building materials and are excavating new caves, intending to establish farmland and breeding grounds. Simultaneously, they have also dug several smaller caves to serve as residences for some colleagues. In summary, as long as they maintain this base, they won't starve anytime soon. Under the lights, excavators labored diligently to dig out the caves, their mechanical roars reverberating through the valley. Zhao Ying was supervising, her expression stern, lost in thought. Beside her stood her materialistic best friend, Lin Cece. This woman was fortunate. During the solar storm, she happened to stay in, otherwise, she might have perished. After the disaster struck, she immediately called Zhao Ying for help. As a police officer, she had no reason to ignore her friend's plea, so she rescued her without hesitation and brought her here. However, this friend, though suffering from a princess complex, lacked the fortune of a princess, finding it difficult to adapt to a life of frugality. Having just finished dinner, which consisted of thin porridge and stir-fried pickles with a smattering of minced meat, Lin Cece found the meal unsatisfactory. For many survivors, this was already a precious feast, yet she complained bitterly about the poor quality of food, demanding that every meal include meat, preferably accompanied by fresh vegetables and fruits. Zhao Ying shot her a disapproving glance, suppressing her anger, and admonished her patiently. Even having this is fortunate. How dare you be picky? Do you have any idea how precious food is now? People outside are fighting tooth and nail for a mere morsel, even risking lives. You are already more fortunate than 90 of the world. Having porridge with pickles and even some minced meat, Lin Cece, however, remained obstinate, grumbling, "I don't care. I want to eat meat. Didn't you stockpile a lot of supplies? Let us have a secret feast tonight, shall we?" Out of the question. We are in a state of pure consumption and must conserve our resources. We can only consider enhancing our meals once the crops are harvested and we achieve self-sufficiency. Zhao Ying firmly rejected her demand, leaving Lin Cece dissatisfied. Just then, a horn sounded from outside. Zhao Ying's eyes brightened with anticipation. The fishing team is back. Let us go see what they've caught. Lin Cece, with a grimace, retorted, "Ugh, the smell of fish is unbearable. I'm not going." With that, she retreated back into the air raid shelter, returning to her small room to retrieve a bag of chips. Just as she was enjoying her snack, a call came from a wealthy acquaintance she hadn't spoken to in a while, bringing her unexpected joy. It was Xie Xiao. She couldn't believe he was calling her. Could it be that he had feelings for her? Lin Cece was elated. Xie Jingyang, a rich heir, was someone she had long wished to connect with, but due to her lack of beauty, he had always ignored her. Even though she frequently messaged him, he rarely replied. Now that he was reaching out to her, how could she not be ecstatic? Hello, Xie Xiao, what made you think of calling me? Neon. It's been a while. Lin Cece playfully chided. How rude, it's me, Cece. Oh, my apologies. I've been a bit feverish these past few days. My mind is a bit foggy. Upon hearing he was unwell, Lin Cece immediately transformed into a doting friend, eagerly offering her concern. Oh dear, Xie Xiao. How careless of you. Is your fever serious? I'm so worried. After a long silence, he finally replied, Cough. I'm okay. Just can't find any antipyretics. I'll manage for a few days. Lin Cece, visibly anxious, insisted, That one tea do. You must take medicine when you're sick. How about this? Tell me where you are, and I'll bring you some antipyretics. His breath quickened, urgency lacing his voice as he asked, What did you say? You really have antipyretics? Lin Cece, brimming with pride, replied, Yes, of course. Great. Do you have anything to eat as well? Absolutely. My best friend has stockpiled a fortune in supplies. We have everything. Yet she lamented how Zhao Ying had become stingy, serving only porridge with pickles and a bit of mincemeat, leaving her unsatisfied. Lin Cece continued to belabor how Zhao Ying mistreated her, oblivious to the odd tone in his voice. On the other end, Xie Jingyang was trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He quickly interrupted her, asking Cece, If your friend has stockpiled so many supplies, she must have more than she can consume. Could you sell me some? I could, but the price will definitely be higher than before. Otherwise, I won't be able to justify it to her. Don't worry, I'm not short on money. How about this? You sell me half of your supplies for 200 million. No, 500 million. I could transfer the money right now. Really? You better not back out. I keep my word. Send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money first, then arrange for someone to pick up the goods. Okay. Lin Cece happily sent her bank account number. She didn't believe in any apocalyptic scenario. In her eyes, this calamity would soon end, and life would return to normal. Thus, she aimed to sell the supplies at a high price before the disaster concluded, dreaming of becoming a rich woman and reaching the pinnacle of her life. Xie Jingyang was overjoyed, never expecting to encounter a benevolent soul amid the chaos, almost wanting to bow to her on the spot. Upon receiving her account number, he promptly arranged the transfer, which was completed in no time. Lin Cece, elated at receiving the money, jumped for joy. She then suggested bringing the medicine to Xie Jingyang, but he insisted on coming to find her himself, which thrilled her even more. She promptly sent him her address, even thinking of names for their future children. That night, a substantial sum of money was earned, and she was eager to share this delightful news with her best friend, hoping to gain her admiration. At that moment, Zhao Ying was preoccupied, directing old Zhang and the others as they unloaded the cargo. Several trucks of fish were being poured into ponds that had been transformed from caves. Many individuals were busy retrieving the dead fish from the ponds, each engrossed in their own tasks, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing the ponds brimming with fish, Zhao Ying felt a profound sense of satisfaction, a rare smile gracing her lips. Just then, Lin Cece joyfully approached, exclaiming loudly, Ying, I have wonderful news for you. I've just made you a fortune. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's brows furrowed, and an ominous premonition stirred within her. Chapter 44. The Best Friend's Downfall. Lin Cece animatedly recounted her grand achievements to Zhao Ying, her face radiant with pride, as if silently urging praise. Everyone around heard her words, and the previously vibrant scene fell into a chilling silence, with furious glares directed at her. Some clenched their fists, openly revealing their intent to harm her. Lin Cece finally sensed the unease, grasping Zhao Ying's hand, panic etched on her face as she asked, Ying, why are they looking at me like that? It's terrifying. After a prolonged silence without a response from Zhao Ying, she turned her head, only to meet Zhao Ying's icy gaze. Ying, you slap. Zhao Ying struck her face with a resounding force, sending her reeling, half of her face swelling. Lin Cece let out a piercing scream, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Zhao Ying, have you gone mad? Why did you hit me? Zhao Ying retorted sharply, the one who's mad is you. I should never have shown mercy by bringing you this calamity here. What do you mean? Lin Cece's face contorted with anger, her eyes filled with indignation, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Zhao Ying's expression was one of disappointment. She sighed and turned away, saying to old Zhang, give her a swift end. With that, she departed. No, Jin. What do you mean? Lin Cece shouted desperately, but Zhao Ying did not look back, striding away. Old Zhang sighed, slowly approaching her, accompanied by several survivors. Why couldn't you just behave yourself instead of stirring up so much trouble? A group of survivors, brandishing machetes, surrounded her, their eyes gleaming with malice. Lin Cece, now frantic, pleaded, "Uncle Zhang, what's going on?" She was utterly bewildered by the turn of events and why Zhao Ying was treating her this way. Could it be that Zhao Ying was jealous because of her connection with Xie Jingyang? Was it possible that Zhao Ying also harbored feelings for him? Lin Cece's already muddled mind was now completely overwhelmed. Old Zhang's voice was cold as he said, "Since it has come to this, I shall make sure you understand your fate. We are living in apocalyptic times where food and medicine equate to life. You have carelessly leaked information about our base's substantial supplies and exposed our location, which could lead to endless trouble for us, even catastrophic consequences, resulting in untold deaths. This is impossible," Lin Cece shouted defiantly. "Experts have stated that this disaster will soon pass. I merely sought to profit from the high prices. What wrong have I committed?" Lin Cece's voice rose, filled with indignation. Old Zhang, witnessing her obstinacy, shook his head in resignation. "You are not at fault. The fault lies with this world and your inability to let go of the past." He gestured for the others. "Take her away. Give her a swift end." "Fine." The group promptly seized her. Lin Cece struggled violently, her cries for help fading into the distance until they vanished entirely. Inside the air raid shelter, Zhao Ying's eyes were red-rimmed, silent in her sorrow. Director Zhao gently patted her shoulder, offering quiet consolation. "Do not grieve. This world is not suited for her. Death is a form of liberation for her." Zhao Ying inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and softly inquired, "Dad, do you think we can truly endure this?" Director Zhao sighed. "Who knows? We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." After a prolonged silence, Old Zhang entered. Director Zhao asked, "Old Zhang, is there something on your mind?" Old Zhang nodded, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Director Zhao, Team Zhao, guess whom I just encountered?" Director Zhao chided playfully, "Oh, come on. Spare us your games. Speak plainly." Old Zhang chuckled. "We just ran into Yang Xiao." "Yang Xiao? Oh, it's him. What about him?" Both father and daughter shared a profound impression of Yang Xiao, as he was potentially connected to the massive theft of supplies from the US and Japan, as well as the case involving over 3 million lives. Old Zhang produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to Director Zhao. Upon closer inspection, Director Zhao's eyes brightened. "Hey, Huazi, this is incredibly precious now. Where did you procure such high-quality goods?" His stock had run out just days prior, and the entire base was in dire straits, yearning for relief. Fire. After indulging in a few puffs, Director Zhao felt rejuvenated. Zhao Ying silently observed their antics, her patience reaching its limit. She inquired tersely, "Old Zhang, can we speak now?" Old Zhang chuckled awkwardly. This cigarette was a gift from him. That lad is quite generous. He gave a whole pack. "What? A whole pack? Where is it? Bring it out now." Director Zhao exclaimed eagerly, directly searching Old Zhang as person. Zhao Ying's eyes blazed with fury, her fists clenched ominously. "If you won't speak, then don't." Old Zhang hastily intervened. Wait. I'll tell you." Zhao Ying inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. "When we encountered that lad tonight, he was driving a modified vehicle, accompanied by a dozen beautiful women." And then, Zhao Ying pressed, "You aren't suggesting he took them home for some illicit purpose, are you? I advise you to share something of substance." Her gaze was sharp, hinting at her readiness to strike. "Then he specifically inquired about you, Team Zhao. It was evident he still cares about you." Zhao Ying scoffed derisively. There are plenty of people who care about me. If you fail to provide anything useful tonight, be prepared to face the consequences." Old Zhang hastily added, No. What I meant was, since that lad dares to keep so many women, it implies he possesses substantial resources." The father and daughter paused, exchanging knowing smiles. Director Zhao chuckled. "Of course he has resources, and at least 15 billion worth." "What? That much?" Old Zhang was taken aback. "Initially, I provided him with a false certificate, so his supplies were never donated and are likely hidden away in a secluded location." "That's splendid. Can we ask him for a loan?" Old Zhang's face lit up with excitement. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes. What foolishness. In this world, resources equate to life. Why would he lend us anything? Besides, there are many of us here. How much could he possibly lend? Old Zhang pondered, then suddenly wore a cunning smile. "Well, whether we can borrow or not, we should at least inquire. What if that lad truly has feelings for our young lady? Wouldn't it be a cinch to ask him for supplies?" That's a brilliant idea. Just don't mention it again." Zhao Ying kicked Old Zhang in irritation and stormed off. "Hey, why do you hit people?" Old Zhang complained, unwilling to let the incident go, and chased after her to reason. "Borrowing supplies?" Director Zhao's gaze grew deep and contemplative. Lost in thought. Chapter 45. The House of Thieves. Meanwhile, upon learning that the formidable Yang Xiao and Tian Kekai were out on an escapade, the local thugs in the neighborhood grew emboldened. Lu Zheng, fearless, split into two groups and directly scaled the walls into two villas' courtyards. Although Tian Kekai's villa had undergone some renovations, It posed no challenge for a locksmith, and within minutes, they had breached her front door. The group, filled with excitement, dispersed to search the premises. The ground floor held nothing. The second floor was devoid of items. The third floor equally barren, but the basement. The basement. It was brimming with instant noodles, ham, and a plethora of fast-moving consumer goods, nearly overflowing the entire level. The second basement was equally stocked. Rice, frozen meats, alcoholic beverages, drinks, purified water, and more. Supplies filled several rooms to the brim. The crowd was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion as they indulged in a frenzy of consumption. Lu Zheng's face lit up with a gleeful smile, nearly contorted with excitement. Initially, he had merely entertained a mindset of trial and error, never anticipating that this little girl had hoarded such a vast array of supplies. Truly, the heavens were watching. As long as he could safeguard this villa, he would become the sovereign of this community. Just then a subordinate shouted, "Boss, come quickly. There's something amazing." Lu Zheng hurried over to a room where he discovered dozens of crossbows, along with an array of swords, knives, and long spears. His eyes sparkled with delight. "Ha! What a treasure. How splendid. I was just worrying about how to deal with any potential retaliation from Yang Xiao. But now, with such formidable crossbows, I fear no one. Congratulations, boss. Long live the boss." The underlings showered him with compliments. Lu Zheng reveled in their adulation, quickly becoming lightheaded with pride. Those cowards. How foolish of me to have sincerely invited them to plot grand schemes. They're truly a bunch of insignificant children, unworthy of collaboration. He immediately set about establishing defenses. 4 guards were stationed at the entrance, each equipped with a compound crossbow. Several more were assigned upstairs, closely monitoring the movements outside, particularly any signs from Yang Xiao's direction. After a while, news arrived from Yang Xiao's villa. The locksmith was powerless. The locks could not be opened. Lu Zheng pondered for a moment and decided to take an unconventional approach. Smash the walls. Smash the windows. Climb to the second floor. Thus, a group of subordinates wielded sledgehammers and began their assault. 80. After hours of effort, they achieved little. The windows were made of bulletproof glass, and the walls were of alloy, impossible to break through. In despair, Lu Zheng had no choice but to concede. After all, Tian Kakai had amassed enough supplies here, and there was no rush. A group of them commenced a raucous party in the villa, reveling in their good fortune. They boasted in the owner's group, mercilessly mocking those who dared not attend, lamenting their missed opportunity. While envy stirred among those left behind, the thought of Yang Xiao as chainsaw sent shivers down their spines. Supplies were plentiful, but one must have life to enjoy them. They did not believe that mere cold weapons could withstand Yang Xiao's might. Upon witnessing the desecration of her villa in the owner's group, Tian Kakai was seething with rage, her teeth itching. "Brother, hurry. I must return and deal with them. How dare they occupy my villa? They are courting death." Sumi felt a wave of fear wash over her, trembling at the thought. Thankfully, Tian Kakai had invited her out. Had she remained at home, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Xiao pointed to the storage compartment in the vehicle, which contained several sets of bulletproof vests. "Put these on first." "All right." Without hesitation, Tian Kakai retrieved a vest. 4 sets in total, 1 for Tian Kakai, 1 for Lu Rian, 1 for Su Rue, and 1 for Zhou Pi. "Oh, this seems to be combat gear, right? Where did you get it?" "Bought overseas." "I see." The women did not delve further and promptly donned their battle attire. Yang Xiao accelerated the vehicle, and soon they returned to the community. At this moment, the 4 ruffians stationed at the villa's entrance held bottles of cold beer, with a case sitting on the ground. Upon seeing Yang Xiao's car return, they remained unfazed, even greeting him with an international gesture of goodwill. Damn it! Tian Kakai was instantly incensed, drawing her gun and firing out the window at the gatekeepers. 2 of the ruffians were caught off guard and shot dead, while the other 2, sensing danger, quickly sought cover. The gunfire attracted many curious onlookers. Those within the villa, lost in indulgence, were also drawn out by the sound of gunfire and hastily armed themselves to confront the threat. Lu Rian expressed concern, cautioning Tian Kakai. "This battle could damage your house. No matter, I just want them dead." Tian Kakai was furious, beyond appeasement. Yang Xiao produced 4 AK-47s from seemingly nowhere and distributed them among the women. Then, armed to the teeth, the 4 women and Yang Xiao exited the vehicle. This time, Yang Xiao did not wield the chainsaw, but instead carried a rocket launcher. The once arrogant Lu Zheng and his crew were immediately struck with fear at the sight of their opponent's firepower. Yang Xiao wasted no time, pulling the trigger instantly. Whoosh! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a dozen men flying around Lu Zheng. Tian Kakai shouted fiercely, pulling the trigger and gripping her weapon tightly. The other 3 women, no longer hesitating, joined in the onslaught. Hot tot tot tot. The underlings of the Jindao society were utterly unprepared for such ferocious firepower, cowering in fear and refusing to show their faces. Some attempted to take pot shots at Tian Kakai and her companions, but were thwarted by their combat gear. The enemy ranks began to dwindle, and the remaining members grew increasingly cautious, hiding more securely. Some took cover behind stone pillars, while others sought refuge inside the house, with all targets evading capture. Tian Kakai was infuriated, hurling insults at them. Yet the remnants of the Jindao society refused to emerge, denying her the chance to retaliate. Tian Kakai, feeling wronged, turned to Yang Xiao and asked, "What should we do? They're hiding in my house and one T come out." Yang Xiao smiled. "What is there to fear? We are impervious to harm. We can simply charge in." "Awesome." Tian Kakai was thrilled, immediately rushing in with her gun drawn. "Wait, Kakai, don't be impulsive. Watch out for ambushes." Lu Ruyan, feeling anxious, hurried after her. Su Rue and Zhou Pei followed suit. Yang Xiao stowed the rocket launcher back in his space and drew his Tang Dao, advancing steadily into the villa. Ah tot tot tot. The four fierce women took some time to clear out the enemies hiding in the courtyard, then proceeded into the villa. With 5 floors to search, Tian Kakai suggested that each person search a different level. Yang Xiao promptly delivered a light smack to her head. "You think you're so capable that you can handle this alone? You're overestimating yourself. If you're weak, stick together. Otherwise, you'll be easily defeated one by one." "Oh, fine." Though Tian Kakai was somewhat displeased, she had to concede that Yang Xiao was correct. If they searched separately and encountered a group of enemies, what would they do? After all, they were merely delicate women without any combat experience. Tian Kakai discovered an enemy in the ground floor restroom and guffawed. "Aha! Found you. Prepare to meet your end." Bang! Chapter 46, Gunfight. With the cooperation of the 4 women, they spent considerable time and finally eliminated all the enemies within the villa. Gazing at the blood-soaked floors and the utter chaos of her home, Tian Kakai felt tears welling up, her heart heavy with despair. "What should I do?" she plaintively inquired of Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao shrugged. "Hire someone to clean up the mess. But so many people died in my home. It's so ominous and frightening. I won't be able to live here anymore. Can I stay at your place?" Tian Kakai pouted, looking pitifully at him, waiting for Yang Xiao to offer her refuge. Yang Xiao sighed and said earnestly, "Alas, I'm a loss with you. You all go ahead. I'll handle the cleanup here." In truth, he was elated. As long as this girl entered his den, he had no intention of letting her move out. "Hee. Thank you, Brother Yang. We'll head over now." Tian Kakai beamed with joy, happily trotting off to Yang Xiao's villa. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Sumi. As long as she could stay under the same roof as Yang Xiao, she had 100 ways to win his favor. Yang Xiao descended to the second basement, waving his hand to collect all the supplies into his space. He then proceeded to the first basement, gathering all the provisions there as well. Subsequently, he sent a message to Aunt Wang, requesting her assistance in cleaning Tian Kakai's villa, offering 20 boxes of instant noodles as payment. Aunt Wang was beside herself with excitement, promptly instructing her younger brother to come over and assist. Upon returning home, he found a multitude of curious eyes fixed upon him. Yang Xiao, failing Somo Hot Bush Fool, rubbed his nose and inquired, "What else with all the stairs?" However, his question was met with a profound silence. Tian Kakai, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Where did you pull that rocket launcher from?" "From my pocket," Yang Xiao retorted, casting her a sidelong glance before retreating to shower. The women exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to leave the matter unresolved. Now, a pressing question arose: how to accommodate 13 women. The rooms were ample, yet they were reluctant to share a large bed with one another. Having just witnessed the recent carnage, fear gripped their hearts. After some deliberation, they resolved that 3 individuals would share a room. Exhausted from a night's escapades, they all yearned to wash up and retire to bed swiftly. Zhou Pei drew the short straw, becoming the one to accompany the night's vigil. Meanwhile, in the air raid shelter, the policewoman found herself embroiled in a crisis. The assailants were led by Xie Jingyang, who had allied with the city management, bringing over 50 men in total. It was unclear how they had procured a stash of handguns, one for each of them. Their demeanor was aggressive and confrontational. Xie Jingyang asserted that he had spent 500 million to acquire half of the supplies there, claiming the funds had already been transferred and demanding to collect his goods. Zhao Ying, of course, would never concede, retorting that he should seek his goods from whoever took his money. Displeased, Xie Jingyang confronted Zhao Ying directly. "Zhao, I advise you to be wise and hand over half of the supplies. Otherwise, my brothers here won't take kindly to it." The city management behind him immediately began shouting, creating a formidable atmosphere. Zhao Ying scoffed. "Do you think these half-wits can intimidate us? Each of us has outsmarted criminals to survive thus far. We are not to be compared with those who only prey on the vulnerable. With a gesture, all the police officers prepared for battle. While handguns were standard for the officers, the special forces were equipped with rifles and submachine guns, though not as formidable as a regular army. Their presence was more than sufficient to handle such a rabble. Xie Jingyang grew anxious, unprepared for Zhao Ying's determination to engage him over the supplies. He cared little for the lives of his subordinates. His priority was his own safety, which softened his stance. Well, let's discuss this reasonably, Officer Zhao. I merely wish to retrieve my supplies. It's rather underhanded to accept payment and then deny the goods. Your work is to protect the interests of the common people. Isn't your current behavior tarnishing your own reputation? Zhao Ying replied, her tone dispassionate. Whoever accepted your money should be the one you approach for your supplies. Very well. I paid Lin Cixi 500 million for goods valued at 20 million before the apocalypse. If you don't believe me, summon her for confrontation. Xie Jinjiang's face lit up with a smug smile, confident in his victory. He understood that Lin Cixi was Zhao Ying's close friend. By making things difficult for her, Zhao Ying would surely relent, eager to protect her friend. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, a faint light flickered silently from behind the enemy lines, signaling that preparations were complete. A slight smirk played on Zhao Ying's lips as she regarded Xie Jingyang with a gaze reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey. Taunting, you wish to confront Lin Cixi? Very well, I'll send you down to meet her. With that, she drew her pistol and aimed it directly at Xie Jingyang, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunfire sounded the clarion call for attack, and the base members quickly encircled the enemy, launching a barrage of indiscriminate fire. Bam! 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 In the blink of an eye, the battle escalated into a fierce confrontation, with casualties on both sides. The criminals, using their vehicles as shields, fought back desperately, while the police advanced methodically, deploying tear gas, sleeping gas, and Molotov cocktails. Realizing the dire situation, the criminals climbed into their vehicles, attempting to flee amidst the hail of bullets. However, before they could turn around, two special police vehicles blocked their escape route. Armed with rifles, the special police opened fire on the criminals' vehicles. As the criminals revved their engines to charge through, the special police shot out the tires of the lead vehicle, causing it to veer out of control, with the following vehicle colliding and becoming immobilized. Several Molotov cocktails landed at the crash site, igniting the leaking gasoline. Boom! 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 The explosions lit up the night sky, signaling the outcome of the skirmish. The criminals were completely annihilated, and the base members approached with steel knives to ensure no one feigned death. Before long, the battlefield was cleared. Old Zhang reported to Zhao Ying the casualty figures. 3 comrades and 7 family members had perished, with 18 injured. Damn it, this is all my fault. I should never have allowed Lin Cixi to join our ranks. Zhao Ying's eyes brimmed with tears as she struck her fist against the wall, regretting her decision to bring Lin Cixi into their group. If not for her repeated indulgence, this calamity would never have occurred. Old Zhang offered consolation. Chief, you cannot bear all the blame. Your kindness is not a fault. We too share responsibility. Had we effectively communicated and helped Lin Cixi see the reality sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Zhao Ying replied with a bitter laugh. Kindness? In these chaotic times, kindness is merely a burden. Sensing that the young lady was on the brink of despair, Old Zhang quickly diverted the topic. So, should we not plan our next course of action? With Xie Jingyang dead, his father will undoubtedly seek revenge. We must prepare accordingly. Hearing Old Zhang's words, Zhao Ying regained her composure. You are right. With Xie Jingyang dead at our hands, there's no doubt that his father, Xie Jiaying, will not let this slide. The Xie family is a real estate magnate in Tianhe City with extensive connections. They have capable bodyguards and a crew of demolition experts. If they arrive with a fleet of excavators, our air raid shelter won't stand a chance. Old Zhang, acknowledging this, spoke gravely. The Xie family unbound by law is like a rabid dog. Once provoked, it will be a fight to the death. Zhao Ying nodded. Indeed. A single Xie family is troublesome enough, especially now that they have allied with the city management. Old Zhang expressed his concerns. They lost many men tonight. They might seize this opportunity to retaliate. That is certain, Zhao Ying affirmed. Ever since the news of our substantial stockpile spread, we have been marked as targets for various factions. That is 40 million worth of supplies. Who wouldn't covet it? Old Zhang sighed in resignation and asked, how do you plan to face the forthcoming challenges? Should we seek assistance from allies or discreetly shift our position? Zhao Ying replied solemnly. Relocating would create too much noise, making it seem as though we are easy prey. If we appear weak, a pack of rabid dogs will descend upon us, tearing us apart. Therefore, shall we seek aid from our allies? Aid? From whom? Old Zhang pondered cautiously. What about requesting support from another air raid shelter? Zhao Ying shot him a look. her gaze sharp and dangerous, for the other shelter was occupied by the armed police. They were supposed to be allies. But due to a rivalry stemming from shared romantic interest in their youth, the commanders had become bitter adversaries. The woman involved felt guilty for their fallout and, wishing to mend the rift, married a wealthy bachelor. Unfortunately, this bachelor proved to be unfaithful, contracting AIDS and passing it on to their mutual love interest. In time, she too was lost. The two men blamed each other, believing the other's stubbornness led to this tragedy. After attending the funeral, they met on the rooftop to settle their grievances, resulting in a brutal fight that left them battered and bruised, but ultimately ending in discord. From that moment on, the two embarked upon an irreversible path of rivalry, escalating from mere novices to contenders at the municipal level. Even more alarming, this competitive spirit has been inherited by the next generation. Their daughters, from the moment they learn to walk, have been at each other's throats, unable to see eye to eye, and quick to resort to physical confrontation. In their childhood, they fought over snacks and toys. At school, they compared academic achievements. And as they matured, they vied for accolades. This pair of arch-rivals frequently arranged bouts at the boxing gym, using one another as an outlet for their work-related stress. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the sacrifices among the armed police were substantial, effectively crippling their force, leaving them on par with the police department. Subsequently, upon receiving orders for unrestricted development, they emulated Zhao and his daughter by occupying another air raid shelter. In short, they could not stray too far, each waiting to see who would yield first. However, both sides possessed their own advantages. The armed police had superior firepower, yet they had not stockpiled provisions in advance, leading to a rather meager existence. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao's side had already amassed supplies, causing them to mistakenly believe they held the upper hand. Now that word had spread, it was likely that the father-daughter duo was simmering with frustration. The very thought of her nemesis facing adversity brought Zhao Ying a sense of smug satisfaction. Yet the realization that she had to seek assistance from her sworn enemy instantly dampened her spirits. Old Zhang, too, recognized he had stepped into a precarious situation and hurried to remedy it. Ahem, we have ample manpower and have seized dozens of handguns. For the time being, we should not require any assistance. Acknowledging his prudence, Zhao Ying cast him an appreciative glance. However, she soon became aware of another pressing question. Where did they acquire those handguns? When it came to this matter, old Zhang's expression turned grave. It appears they are homemade. What did you say? Homemade? Zhao Ying's pupils constricted in shock. She quickly instructed her subordinates to bring forward the confiscated handguns for close inspection, leading her to a chilling conclusion. They are all handcrafted. This implies there is likely an illegal workshop for producing firearms and ammunition hidden within our territory. This thought inevitably led her to recall the arms workshops of their ally, Pakistan, known for their artisanal craftsmanship. Yet, it was also possible these weapons had flowed in from abroad following the outbreak. However, pursuing this line of inquiry now seemed futile. If they were capable of procuring a batch of handguns, it stood to reason they could also acquire rifles, machine guns, or even explosives. Old Zhang's countenance darkened with concern. They did not fear combat, yet they wished to avoid involving innocent bystanders. The inhabitants of this place were the families of their comrades. The loss of any would be tragic. This is utterly outrageous. Inform the troops to heighten their vigilance and remain prepared for combat at all times. Should any enemies dare to invade, hold nothing back. Zhao Ying was genuinely infuriated. 1 or 2 guns might be tolerable, but now they have even established an arms factory. This is simply intolerable. Old Zhang promptly set to work on the arrangements. After a brief interval, old Zhao approached her with a document in hand. Daughter, take a look at this. What is it? Zhao Ying took the document, her eyes widening as she read about Yang Xiao's recent activities, which only fueled her agitation further. Handguns, rifles, light machine guns, even RPGs. Is he a devil? Where on earth did he procure these items? Old Zhao cast her a sidelong glance. Are you blind? The crux of the matter is not that he possesses weapons, but that the young girl next door has stockpiled a significant amount of resources before the apocalypse. Oh, and then what? Doesn't that little girl seem weak and helpless? Doesn't she need our protection? Indeed, she does seem rather vulnerable, having returned from a brief outing only to find her home ransacked. Zhao Ying remarked, by the way, when did you place informants in that neighborhood? I was completely unaware. Zhao Ying scrutinized her father, as if attempting to peer into his thoughts. Old Zhao, with a smug expression, replied, Ahem, your rank is too low. It's entirely normal for you to be unaware of this matter. Zhao Ying smirked slightly. Your pickles for this week have been confiscated. Old Zhao immediately backtracked. No. Let us discuss this properly. The truth is, this isn't a state secret. When the apocalypse first erupted, someone reported that Yang Xiao publicly gunned down a dozen bullies. At that time, We were all occupied with rescue missions and had no time to address him, so I sent someone to keep an eye on him. Now I understand. So what is the conclusion? Old Zhao responded gravely. Therefore, that boy is an extremely dangerous individual. And the girl named Tian Kakai is at constant risk of losing her life. We must rescue her. Zhao Ying shot him a disdainful glance. Is that so? I can't help but feel that Yang Xiao has developed an interest in the young lady. Otherwise, why would he arm her and help her reclaim her villa? Old Zhao, I suspect you are simply coveting her supplies and are looking for an excuse to requisition them. Old Zhao, having been unmasked by his own daughter, decided to drop the pretense. All right, I confess, I'm indeed interested in her supplies. But do you have any idea how much she stockpiled before the apocalypse? Zhao Ying's curiosity was piqued. How much? Old Zhao raised a hand. Zhao Ying guessed 5 million. Old Zhao shook his head. 50 million? She guessed again. Old Zhao continued to shake his head. Zhao Ying's expression turned stern. You might as well confess. Ahem, it's not much. I had people investigate. And it's approximately 5.5 billion. What? Zhao Ying was left utterly stunned. She had thought her own stockpile of 400 million was formidable, only to discover someone had outdone her. How had she managed that? Old Zhao provided a simple explanation. It's likely similar to your situation. Upon hearing Yang Xiao say that the earth had not seen rain for 2 months, and witnessing his massive stockpiling of resources, she decided to take a gamble. The problem is, where did she acquire such wealth? That is a cash flow of 5.5 billion. Even a billionaire CEO can't just pull that amount out of thin air. How could a university student like her amass so much? Zhao Ying was left in disbelief, suddenly feeling insignificant. Old Zhao raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Just like you, she likely made a fortune through speculation. Goodness, so she too profited from the national calamity. Ahem, I suddenly find her quite an admirable young lady. We share common interests, so perhaps we should consider assisting her. A blush crept across Zhao Ying's cheeks as she felt embarrassed to admit that she too had been tempted by the prospect of those 5.5 billion resources. Old Zhao immediately concurred, stating earnestly, you are absolutely right. The key is that she cannot utilize all that stockpile alone, which could ultimately lead to a significant crisis for her. Thus, it is imperative that we lend her our support. The father and daughter duo shared a tacit understanding, both having their eyes set on Yang Xiao's cache of resources. However, due to his extreme danger, they had long refrained from taking action. Now, Tian Kakai presented an excellent opportunity for them to probe Yang Xiao. If possible, it would be ideal to recruit him or at the very least forge an alliance. With their target established, the father and daughter began to devise further plans. The villa battle had far-reaching consequences, resulting in the tragic deaths of dozens, leaving the righteous path in a state of disarray. Upon learning of her husband Lu Zheng's demise, his wife Lin Fong was devastated, weeping inconsolably. In her quest for vengeance, she resolved to seek assistance from her cousin. Her cousin, Tang Chuan, was a drug dealer and arms smuggler before the apocalypse. He had been a rat scurrying through the sewers, but in the aftermath, he had become a powerful figure, thriving through plunder and violence. Tang Chuan's father, Tang Rishan, was no saint either. He had once been a human trafficker who, after unwittingly falling in love with a beautiful woman he had kidnapped, fathered Tang Chuan. Upon acquiring a wife and child, Tang Rishan intended to retire from the underworld, but his actions had jeopardized the family's interests. The beautiful woman had been a task assigned to their family by a significant figure, and Tang Rishan's actions led to monumental losses and a tarnished reputation. In retaliation, some family members covertly reported him, resulting in his being pursued by the police. During his flight, Tang Rishan sacrificed his wife to successfully escape with the infant Tang Chuan to Southeast Asia. Ever since Tang Chuan began to comprehend the world, Tang Rishan had relentlessly brainwashed him, insisting that his mother had been killed by the police and that he must avenge her when he grew up. After growing up, Tang Chuan returned to his homeland, transforming into a ruthless and unscrupulous drug lord and arms dealer, engaging in heinous acts that defied all moral standards. Yet on the surface, he presented himself as a renowned entrepreneur, a distinguished young achiever, and a philanthropist, exuding humility and kindness. His motto was, "I'm always right." Many girls harbored secret affections for him, but only those endowed with wealth, power, connections, and beauty could draw near to him. He adhered to the principle of 4 no's: no rejection, no acceptance, no initiative, and no responsibility, reaping benefits while skillfully evading consequences. Whenever compelled, he would utter, "I'm sorry. You are a good girl, but my heart belongs solely to my wife." One day, his wife caught him in the act of infidelity, and the truth could no longer be concealed. She demanded a divorce, which he could not bear. To ensure she remained with him forever, he took her life, transforming her into char siu, consumed entirely. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Arise, my beloved, and merge your soul with mine." From that moment forth, He lived with his wife within him. Inseparable. How did Lin Fong come to learn of these horrifying truths? It was during a New Year's visit when Tang Chuan came to greet her family, drinking excessively with her husband and, in his drunken stupor, revealing his true nature. Terrified upon realizing her cousin was a debauched beast, Lin Fong gradually distanced herself from him. She believed she would never again associate with such a person, only to find herself seeking his help now, a cruel twist of fate. With a self-deprecating smile, she reluctantly dialed Tang Chuan's number. "Hello, cousin, long time no see. Do you need something?" Tang Chuan's voice remained as gentle as ever, enveloping her in a sense of warmth, leading her to instinctively perceive him as a good man. Yet Lin Fong shivered, suppressing her fear as she recounted her plight. After a moment of silence, Tang Chuan inquired urgently, "Are you saying that the one who harmed my brother-in-law has amassed a significant amount of resources?" "No." "Do you mean that he indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent to seize my brother-in-law's possessions?" "Yes, cousin, please avenge me," Lin Fong pleaded. "Rest assured, my dear cousin, anyone who dares to harm my kin shall meet their demise." "Thank you, cousin." Lin Fong cried tears of joy. Tang Chuan comforted her. "Silly girl, I am your brother. There is no need for thanks." After hanging up, Tang Chuan's face contorted with excitement, revealing a sinister glee. "Come in." A voluptuous secretary entered, inquiring, "Young Master Chuan, what can I do for you?" "Inform everyone to assemble in 10 minutes. We're going to seize the resources." The secretary, without question, relayed the order. She then sauntered towards Tang Chuan, her smile sultry. "Young Master Chuan, since we have a moment, allow me to serve you." Tang Chuan grinned. "Close your eyes. I shall let my wife's spirit inhabit you." The secretary playfully complied, pretending to be possessed by Tang Chuan's wife, greatly satisfying his twisted desires. Moments later, Tang Chuan felt revitalized and exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful. Prepare yourself. I need to freshen up." "Of course, young master." The secretary left with a smile, her heart filled with disdain, secretly cursing him as worthless. Chapter 49. He has arrived. He has arrived, wielding a massive iron hammer. Tang Chuan brought with him over 100 underlings and dozens of large trucks, ready to plunder the entire neighborhood of its resources. He arrived at Lin Fong's home, instructing his subordinates to guard the entrance while he entered to reminisce. Although Lin Fong was not exceptionally attractive, her figure was commendable, possessing a charm that grew on one. Upon seeing Tang Chuan, she felt as if she had found her anchor and dashed into his embrace, weeping bitterly. "Cousin, my brother-in-law suffered terribly. You must avenge him." Tang Chuan gently reassured her. "Do not worry, dear cousin. Anyone who dares to harm my kin, regardless of right or wrong, shall endure a fate worse than death." Tang Chuan was indeed a man of integrity, always siding with kin over justice, believing himself infallible. Hearing his words, Lin Fong ceased her tears and began recounting her recent hardships, primarily stemming from a lack of food and rest, leaving her in a dismal state. Tang Chuan listened attentively, his demeanor tender and caring, reminiscent of a kind and dependable older brother. Wiping her tears, Lin Fong timidly asked, "Brother, when will you avenge my husband?" Tang Chuan comforted her, "Fear not. Tonight, I shall lead my brothers to eliminate that scoundrel Yang Shao." "Thank you, brother." Lin Fong responded, "We are family. No need for formality." Later that night, as Yang Shao awoke to relieve himself, he sensed commotion outside and checked the surveillance. To his astonishment, he witnessed a throng of individuals storming into Tian Kakai's villa, causing his lips to twitch in disbelief. How unfortunate. Once again, we are being invaded. Fortunately, he had already secured all resources, rendering him indifferent as he returned to slumber. Tang Chuan and his men invaded Tian Kakai's villa, scouring every nook and cranny but found nothing. Frowning, he turned to Lin Fong and inquired, "Did you not say this place was filled with resources?" Panic-stricken, Lin Fong swiftly explained, "Indeed, when they entered, there were plenty of resources. They even consumed some, their photos and videos." She promptly produced the evidence Lu Zheng had sent her. Tang Chuan confirmed that the villa had indeed housed a substantial amount of resources, realizing that they had arrived too late, as the goods had already been relocated. A blonde henchman voiced his skepticism. "It's only been a few hours since the incident. Who possesses the capability to clear out these resources so swiftly?" Lin Fong pondered and speculated. It must have been the community director, Aunt Wong, who assisted in the transfer. The community committee? Yes, after the gunfight. Many witnessed personnel from the community committee entering the villa to clean up the aftermath. I suspect they moved the resources as well. Where's the community committee? Lead us there. It's at Building 18. Follow me. Lin Fong guided them. As they approached, a matron was soliciting customers and, upon seeing the group of men, assumed business had arrived and greeted them joyfully. "Welcome, gentlemen. Please come inside." A hefty man strode forward and slapped the matron away. "How dare you strike a woman? That hurt terribly. Someone help. The matron cried out, prompting the hired muscle stationed at Building 18 to rush out. The hefty man scoffed, disdainfully stating, puffed, "Do you even have the standing to speak to young Master Chuan? Fetch your leader." Realizing they were outnumbered, the henchman promptly called Aunt Wong to inform her of the situation. Before long, Aunt Wong hurried over, bringing all her subordinates. The community committee boasted over 200 henchmen, appearing to outnumber Tang Chuan's crew. However, each of Tang Chuan's men was armed, causing Aunt Wong to quickly relent. "Oh, big brother, there's no need to be so angry. Let us discuss this calmly." Tang Chuan had no interest in conversing with such a matron, leaving it to the blonde henchman. "Listen, I ask you, did you move the resources from the villa?" Aunt Wong looked bewildered. "Resources? What resources? Are you referring to Tian Kakai's villa? When we came to clean, we saw no resources. You can ask them." The henchmen behind her shook their heads in denial, affirming they had seen no resources. Only transporting the bodies and tidying up the place before seeking payment from Yang Xiao. The blonde henchman, unconvinced, believed they were colluding to deceive him and felt insulted. In a fit of rage, he shot and killed one of Aunt Wong's henchmen, cursing, "Damn it. We have videos proving that villa was filled with resources. Now you tell me the rest nothing? Do you take me for a fool?" Aunt Wong, terrified, could hardly breathe. The yellow-haired man fired his gun, taking down yet another underling. "Damn it. Should I say something? Should I?" Bang, bang, bang. He continued his ruthless slaughter, leaving the opposing side paralyzed with fear, trembling in silence, yet still failing to extract the answers he sought. He yearned to continue his rampage, but Tang Chuan intervened. It appeared they truly were unaware of the situation. Aunt Wong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had been saved, and cheerfully remarked, "This brother here is quite reasonable. We genuinely do not know." Before she could finish, Tang Chuan coldly interrupted, "Since you do not know, then let us eliminate everyone." At this proclamation, everyone fell silent, stunned. Aunt Wong jolted into action, quickly turning to weave through the crowd, successfully retreating into Building 18 and shutting the door behind her. Outside, a relentless barrage of gunfire erupted, and the sound of bodies falling echoed as more fell victim to the onslaught. The remaining individuals scattered in panic, lacking any means to fight back. Why did others possess firearms while they did not? The battle, overwhelming in its ferocity, was swift and merciless. Over 100 lives were claimed, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage, blood staining the earth. The yellow-haired man inquired, "What now, young Master Chuan? Should we hunt down and eliminate those who escaped?" Tang Chuan smiled. "There is no rush. That woman just mentioned she was commissioned by someone named Yang Xiao to clear out the villa, indicating he was the last to see that batch of supplies. Let's locate him first and then retrieve the goods." "Understood." Thus, 100 henchmen returned to the fray. The villa before them had been fortified, resembling an impregnable fortress. Tang Chuan initially contemplated breaking down the door, but reconsidered. To his surprise, they had discovered a doomsday safe house, an unexpected boon. He resolved to seize this villa entirely, forbidding any destruction, as he intended to establish their headquarters here. The yellow-haired man asked, "Should we scale the walls to enter?" Tang Chuan shook his head. "No, look closely. The walls are lined with spikes. If I am not mistaken, any contact will trigger those spikes to protrude and impale a person." The yellow-haired man felt a shiver of fear. "Then shall we enter through the main door?" The main entrance was also specially reinforced, exceedingly sturdy. "Go, fetch my iron hammer. I must test the strength of this iron gate." Chapter 50, 81 Strikes. Day Sky Hammer. Chaotic Cloak. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Chuan swung the great iron hammer with all his might against the gate, each strike louder than the last, disturbing the peace of the night. Yang Xiao, having just dreamt of being summoned by a policewoman to discuss serious matters in a secluded grove, was abruptly awakened, his anger flaring. "Damn it, who is so blind as to disturb my dreams?" He hastily slipped on a t-shirt and stepped outside. The ruckus had awakened the women inside, who emerged in their nightgowns, anxiety etched on their faces. Upon seeing Yang Xiao, Lu Rian hastily asked, "What is happening outside?" Yang Xiao replied coldly, "Nothing of consequence. Merely a bunch of reckless fools." Tian Kakai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Then let us drive them away together." She was eager to wield her firearm and seek opponents for practice. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, go to my room and retrieve your gear. They are armed, so be cautious and seek cover to avoid injury." "All right, and you? I shall lead the charge." Yang Xiao, now incensed, brandished his blade and rushed out. After exhausting himself with the chaotic cloak hammer technique, Tang Chuan was dripping with sweat, panting like a dog. Upon seeing an individual emerge wielding a knife, he could not help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, this fool. Does he not see how many of us there are? He dares to confront us alone. Does he think himself a hero like Guan Yu?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, dismissing Yang Xiao entirely. From behind the iron gate, Yang Xiao raised his knife, coldly addressing them. You have 1 minute to deliver your final words. Tang Chuan was instantly amused, laughing even harder. It was Lin Fong who stepped forward, pointing at Yang Xiao, accusing Yang Xiao, you blood-soaked demon. My husband and his men merely occupied the villa next door. Must you resort to such brutality? Yang Xiao glanced at her, inquired, which husband do you speak of? Lu Zheng. Oh, he should have died long ago. I even allowed him to linger a bit longer to help you resolve personal matters. You ought to thank me. You shameless wretch. Lin Fong's face flushed with anger. 30 seconds remain. Do you have anything else to say? Yang Xiao's gaze was frigid, regarding them as if they were already dead. Tang Chuan could no longer endure someone outdoing him in bravado, and with a mocking smile declared, given your arrogance, I shall grant you clarity in death. My name is Tang Chuan. She is my cousin. You have slain my cousin's husband and relocated all the supplies from the neighboring villa. You have sealed your fate. However, I am not unreasonable. If you willingly surrender those supplies in your safe house, I can grant you a swift death. As soon as he finished speaking, the henchmen behind him erupted in a chorus of roars, their presence imposing. At that moment, the women inside donned their combat gear, shouldering AKs as they emerged from the villa, each seeking cover. Even just a fleeting glance left Tang Chuan in awe at their beauty. So many of my beloved Xiaois. He grinned like a Leicheer, instinctively edging closer to the iron gate. Tian Kikai, disgusted, fired a shot at him. Bang! Sparks flew as the bullet struck the gate, ricocheting away. Tang Chuan snapped back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. Yet, this only fueled his fury, and he immediately ordered his men to open fire. But as his command fell from his lips, Yang Xiao vanished like a specter, reappearing outside the iron gate in the next instant. With a swift motion, he severed one of the henchmen in half. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. While they had seen ruthless individuals before, such ferocity was unprecedented. Tang Chuan was the first to react, bellowing, what are you all waiting for? Quickly eliminate him. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Yang Xiao. Yet, he moved like a wraith among them, and wherever he appeared, cries of agony followed, blood splattering in his wake. Tang Chuan, horrified, shouted, spread out, create distance. Wear him down. Hearing this, the henchmen quickly scattered, attempting to clear space. Once distance was created, Yang Xiao's movements began to reveal themselves. Yet he moved with such speed that it was challenging to land a hit. His method of attack was also highly professional, each strike proving fatal. Strangely, despite some bullets striking his back, they inexplicably vanished. Panic ensued among Tang Chuan's men. However, with no option to retreat, they pressed on, prepared for a bloody confrontation. The women in the courtyard were mesmerized by Yang Xiao's performance, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Ruyan, seeing them all lost in admiration and neglecting the situation, was the first to fire her weapon. The other women, jolted back to reality, blushed and followed suit, attempting to shoot as well. Although their aim was poor, the sheer number of targets ensured they managed to hit one or two, alleviating some of the fire directed at Yang Xiao. As one underling after another fell victim to ambush from behind, Tang Chuan seethed with rage. Damn it, I forgot about those women inside. Eliminate them. These Xiaois were disobedient and disposable. None were to be spared. In the chaos, the henchmen's aim faltered, and with the women skillfully evading fire, they found it nearly impossible to strike their targets. Conversely, the women only revealed the muzzles of their guns, firing wildly and achieving unexpectedly successful results. Tang Chuan felt deeply frustrated. His men were armed with handguns while the opposition boasted a dozen AKs. This was a clear mismatch. They were taking advantage of him. They needed to shift to the side and evade their firing range. He was not a fool. He recognized the dire circumstances and promptly altered his strategy. It was imperative to escape the coverage of fire. Otherwise, they simply did not have enough personnel to prevail. Upon receiving the command, the subordinates swiftly maneuvered to either side, utilizing the thick alloy steel wall as cover. The wall was impenetrable and devoid of any openings, rendering the outside world invisible. Tian Kikai pouted and complained. Who is the genius that designed this wall? Wouldn't a fence have sufficed? Lu Ruyan shot her a glare, retorting, this genius is me. Do you have an issue with that? Clearing her throat, she added, such a design is indeed beneficial, sturdy, and unyielding. Tian Kikai offered an awkward yet polite smile. Lu Ruyan, uninterested in further banter, declared, let us head to the balconies on the second and third floors. We'll take down whoever we can. All right, let us go. The group of women promptly shifted their positions, dashing upstairs. Outside, Yang Xiao was in a frenzy, activating his spatial abilities to absorb bullets while simultaneously using them to aid in his assault, resembling a human weapon as he swiftly claimed the lives of his foes. Tang Chuan cowered beneath the wall, paralyzed with fear, drenched in sweat and trembling. I can't die here. I have grand aspirations yet to fulfill. Gritting his teeth, he turned to flee, issuing a retreat order as he ran. With their leader abandoning ship, the remaining subordinates, disheartened, hastily discarded their armor and fled for their lives. In less than a minute, those who survived sprinted away from the battlefield. Once the battle concluded, the women emerged from the villa, cheerfully tidying up the site. They had achieved a resounding victory, eliminating 65 enemies and confiscating 65 handguns. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that half of the foes had met their demise by way of blade. Tian Kikai searched diligently for Lin Fang's body, but found none, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Darn it, that woman got away. Zhou Pei inquired. Do you have a grudge against her? Tian Kikai nodded earnestly, declaring of course. Her husband destroyed my villa. I can't let her off the hook for that. Laughter ensued among the women, their initial fears dissipating, replaced by a sense of exhilaration. Tian Kikai sidled up to Yang Xiao, grinning mischievously. Brother, should we pursue them? The eager glimmer in her eyes suggested she was veering down a reckless path. Yang Xiao shot her a sidelong glance, unable to restrain a playful smack to her head. Pursue? We'd be better off catching some sleep. You do have a point. She conceded. Let us spare them this time. I hope they don't disappoint us next time and bring more people. I felt it was a bit too easy just now. Observing the women veering off course, Yang Xiao couldn't help but smirk, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Oh well, let fate decide. He retrieved his phone and sent a voice message to Aunt Wang. Come out and clean up. He then placed 20 boxes of instant noodles at the entrance before heading home to wash up and rest. Aunt Wang, hidden in Building 18, had witnessed the entire skirmish, left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Fortunately, the 20 boxes of instant noodles helped stabilize her emotions considerably. Soon, Aunt Wang gathered a group of subordinates to carry away the bodies and then fetch water from Tian Kikai's villa to cleanse the area. Only after ensuring no trace of blood lingered did she allow the instant noodles to be moved back. The following morning, as Su Rue and Lu Ruyen prepared breakfast, Bai Jie entered the kitchen alongside two unnamed beauties, eager to assist. The other three set about cleaning with remarkable enthusiasm. Lu Ruyen understood their motivation, realizing they were anxious not to be seen as freeloaders, and thus permitted their involvement. She scrutinized Bai Jie closely, smiling. Your injuries appear to have healed remarkably. Once fully recovered, you will undoubtedly be a striking beauty. Otherwise, Yang Xiao Wu and Ti have intervened to save you. Bai Jie chuckled awkwardly. Sister Ruyen, you flatter me. You are the true beauty here. Oh, no need for modesty, sister. I am not a jealous person. Let us all coexist harmoniously. Yes, indeed. Bai Jie felt touched. Having expected her arrival would ignite rivalry among the women. Yet they showed no intent to compete for attention, revealing her own narrow-mindedness. Su Rue turned to the other two unnamed beauties and asked, what are your plans moving forward? The unnamed beauties exchanged glances, their expressions dim and uncertain. We're not sure. We'll just take it one step at a time. They were aware they had only escaped misfortune due to Bai Jie's influence. But that was no reason to linger without purpose. Despite the apocalypse, they held their principles and refused to be seen as burdens. Su Rue smiled gently. I have an idea you might consider. Please share. You could discuss with Kikai about temporarily residing at her home or serving as her maids. She has ample supplies, fewer people, and it tends to be rather quiet. I doubt she would refuse. After last night's battles, she understood well that beautiful women needed their own power to thrive in this world. Otherwise, they would merely become playthings for men. Su Rue proposed this idea partly because Tian Kikai had abundant resources and could easily accommodate a few more beauties, and partly because that girl was rather restless. While these women appeared reliable, perfect for guarding her home. Moreover, with Yang Xiao backing them, they would be unlikely to harbor ulterior motives. The unnamed beauties felt a surge of excitement. If Miss Tian doesn't mind, we would be more than willing, as long as we have food to eat. What do you mean mind? Tian Kikai yawned as she approached, stretching languidly, her figure graceful. Su Rue smiled. We were just discussing the possibility of you allowing them to stay at your house. What do you think? Tian Kikai immediately straightened, scrutinizing the two unnamed beauties with newfound seriousness. Truth be told, these women were willing to mar their own appearances to avoid becoming mere playthings for men, which required tremendous courage. Their genuine friendship and willingness to sacrifice for one another made them all the more admirable, and Tian Kikai found herself appreciating them. Very well. Since Sister Su Rue has spoken, I have no objections. My home is rather desolate and frequently targeted by thieves, so having a few maids for protection is only sensible. Upon hearing this, the unnamed beauties rejoiced. Thank you, Miss Tian, for taking us in. We will certainly not disappoint you. Tian Kikai nodded slightly. I hope so. She couldn't appear overly elated, lest they become overly ambitious and develop unwarranted thoughts. By the way, have you seen Mimi? Your best friend? No. She was with you last night. Wasn't she? Tion Kakai frowned slightly. I didn't see her when I got up, and I've searched everywhere. I have no idea where she has gone. Lu Ruyan reassured her. Don't worry. Your best friend is no child. She won't get lost. I hope so. Tion Kakai's eyelids twitched with an unsettling premonition. Her instincts proved correct. Sumi was indeed up to something. Since witnessing Yang Xiao's formidable prowess last night, she had become utterly captivated and unable to extricate herself from that fascination. This morning, while Tion Kakai was still fast asleep, she quietly rose and made her way to Yang Xiao's door, gently knocking a few times. Yang Xiao opened the door, surprised to find Sumi before him. However, she was clad in a revealing camisole, her fair shoulders and enticing figure inspiring a sense of longing. Sumi flashed a charming smile. Brother, the water pipe in my room is clogged. May I borrow your bathroom? Of course. Yang Xiao replied with a slight smile, inviting her in. Thank you, brother. Sumi swayed her hips as she walked toward the bathroom. Originally, it had been Zhou Pi's turn to attend to Yang Xiao, but after the earlier gunfight, she felt exhausted and chose to sleep in another room, leaving only the two of them alone. Yang Xiao's gaze lingered on Sumi's alluring form. Lost in thought. After a while, Sumi called out, Brother, the water pipe here is clogged too. Come take a look. Oh, let me see. Yang Xiao entered the bathroom, attempting to turn on the faucet with a resounding splash. It wasn't clogged. Sumi smiled seductively, wrapping her arms around his neck and exhaling softly. Not that one. It's another faucet that's blocked. Could you lend a hand, brother? Yang Xiao paused momentarily before smiling and replying, Of course, I am quite adept at unblocking pipes. Hee. Then I shall trouble you, brother. It's no trouble at all. After an hour of fervent activity, breakfast was finally ready. Bai Jia eagerly volunteered, I'll go call Brother Yang. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open. It's you. Sumi was caught red-handed, her face flushing crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Yang Xiao stepped in to diffuse the situation, telling Sumi, You can go now. Sumi sighed in relief and hurried away. Bai Jia looked at Yang Xiao with a teasing smile, saying, Brother, you truly are full of energy this early in the morning. Yang Xiao replied with a smile, Just keep this between us, otherwise, you may experience the consequences. He had already made an agreement with Sumi to keep their relationship under wraps, and the secrecy added a thrill to their affair. I understand. A wife is less desirable than a concubine, and a concubine less so than a secret affair. Isn't it exciting to play this way? Why don't we start our underground operations? Let us skip that. I've already been open with them about our relationship. Bai Jia sighed, what a pity. Now, hurry and freshen up. It's time for breakfast. Yang Xiao flashed a charming smile, pulling Bai Jia into an unexpected embrace and stealing a quick kiss. You, I look so disheveled right now. How can you do that? Bai Jia's face turned a deep shade of red, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. It's nothing. We're old friends. I don't mind. Ugh. I won't talk to you anymore. Bai Jia playfully punched him before dashing away. The breakfast spread was simple yet nutritious, featuring dumplings, buns, soybean milk, fried dough sticks, pickled vegetables, and millet porridge. Tion Kakai, cheeks stuffed, exclaimed, Brother, I just checked at home and found all the supplies gone. Did you hide them? Yang Xiao nodded. Yes, I've kept them safe for you. Just let me know what you need. Thank you, brother. Tion Kakai's eyes sparkled, feeling a sense of relief rather than concern about the supplies being taken. After days of anxiety and fear of potential theft, she was now reassured knowing she had a reliable brother to safeguard her belongings. Lu Rian, noticing her carefree demeanor, couldn't he help but chide, Are you foolish? Aren't you worried he might hoard the supplies? Tion Kakai pondered for a moment. I wouldn't trust anyone else. But my brother is different. He asked dependable. Well, as long as you're happy, Lu Rian thought to herself, realizing she couldn't intervene in this infatuation. Tion Kakai, nonchalantly eating a bun, turned to Yang Xiao and said, Brother, do you want any of these new sisters? If not, I'll take them home. You decide, he replied. By the way, I haven't yet learned the names of these lovely ladies. Upon hearing this, the eldest unnamed beauty introduced herself first. Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Li Xin. I am Yin Qing. I am Chen Shu. I am Meng Ying. I am Su Hui. Yang Xiao nodded slightly. All right, from now on, we're all on the same side. If you need anything, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. Yang. After breakfast, Tion Kakai suddenly received a call from an unknown number and stepped onto the balcony to answer it. Upon her return, she pouted, looking as though she had something to say, but hesitated. Bai Yi inquired, What is wrong? After organizing her thoughts, Tion Kakai finally spoke. It seems I might be under police surveillance. Huh? The other girls were taken aback. In this apocalypse, did they really intend to imprison her? Tion Kakai rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? They're not fools. Why would they arrest someone now? Besides, I haven't committed any crimes. On what grounds could they apprehend me? What about last night? What happened last night? I did nothing wrong. It was common knowledge that last night was a matter of self-defense. How could she be at fault? The group burst into laughter at her indignation. Lu Rian asked, so what do they want? Tian Kikai sighed. It's all the fault of the righteous faction. After they stole from my villa, they bragged about my supplies in their group, and it was seen by an undercover agent who reported it back. Now their director personally called me, expressing concern for my well-being as a young girl unable to safeguard so many supplies. The underlying message was clear. They want me to align with them, surrender my supplies, and they would ensure my safety. Zhou Pi asked, what if you refuse to comply? Will they try to take them by force? Not necessarily, but they made it clear that now, many factions are likely aware of this information and may be preparing to attack us. Their implication is that if I join them, I'll be one of their own, and they will stand by me in times of need. If I refuse, they will simply sit back and wait to reap the benefits. Zhang Yuan furrowed her brows, displeased. How can they do this? Su Rue consoled, well, it's commendable that they haven't taken advantage of the situation. In this apocalypse, everyone is equal. They aren't obligated to assist others for free. You make a good point. I can't refute that. So what now? The director has already stated that many forces have their eyes on us. It's dangerous. Brother, can you handle this? The girls turned to Yang Xiao. Their faces a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Yang Xiao shrugged. I'm not afraid for myself. They cannot harm me. However, you are different. If a large-scale conflict erupts, you could be in grave danger. Hearing this, Tian Kikai shrank back. Then should I surrender? She recognized her limitations and felt incapable of charging into battle. The other girls seemed to feel that surrender was the only viable option, given that a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Importantly, the director seemed rather decent. It shouldn't be too terrible to ally with him. Yang Xiao remained silent, lost in thought. Chapter 51, You Are My Treasure. Observing Yang Xiao in deep contemplation, Lu Rian couldn't help but ask, Darling, what are you thinking about? Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. Our home has been incessantly disturbed lately. I can't even get a good night's sleep. Therefore, I believe we should establish a force to ensure our safety and repel over 90% of potential troubles. The girls were momentarily taken aback by his words. Lu Rian asked, how many followers do you intend to recruit? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow, contemplating before tentatively suggesting, perhaps 10,000? What do you think? Puffed. Tian Kikai sprayed a mouthful of cola onto his face. Cough, cough, are you out of your mind? Do you know what 10,000 entails? Even if you used all my supplies to sustain them, it wouldn't last long. I advise you to face reality. Yang Xiao smirked, feeling quite proud. Just 10,000? I'm not about to seize your supplies. Zhou Pi had already pulled out her phone to calculate. Darling, let me break it down for you. To recruit one person, you need at least a pound of food and a pound of water per day. Otherwise, no one will agree to fight for you. So, each person requires at least 33 pounds of food and 33 pounds of water monthly. That means for 10,000 people, a total of 330 tons of food and water. Darling, that's 330 tons a month. Do we have that kind of wealth? Everyone stared at Yang Xiao, their expressions filled with skepticism. Yang Xiao remained calm and confident. I assure you, we can manage that. Not just 10,000, but even supporting 100,000 or 1,000,000 is a piece of cake. What? The girls exclaimed in disbelief. Tian Kikai, her eyes glinting with curiosity, cautiously asked, Brother, you wouldn't happen to have some kind of golden finger, would you? One that can provide infinite supplies? As Yang Xiaozheng contemplated a retort, a sudden epiphany struck him, prompting him to withhold his response altogether. Silence, in this instance, was tantamount to acquiescence, and acquiescence equated to truth. To his astonishment, it was indeed a reality. The lady's eyes sparkled with an insatiable gleam, fixating on him with intense desire, as if they yearned to strip him bare at that very moment. Tian Kikai, with a beaming smile, remarked, Brother, my future relies on you. You must not let me down. Bai Jia licked her lips, her gaze sultry. Once my facial injuries heal, I will claim you with fervor. Lu Ruyan, with a flirtatious smile, declared, Come to my room later. I have important matters to discuss with you. Bai Yi, her face flushed with shyness, inquired, Darling, may we visit my room first? It seems my faucet is clogged. Zhang Yuan, after a moment's thought, timidly added, I could use some medication. Could you bring it to me later? Su Rue threw him a flirtatious glance. I have a potted plant in my room. Could you help me water it? Zhou Pi, witnessing the competitive fervor among the sisters, felt compelled to assert herself, but sought a fresh approach. Darling, I am your devoted little assistant. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yang Xiaozheng, overwhelmed and speechless, thought, Goodness, if all 5 of you come to my room, what will happen? Is it time for punishment again? Oh dear, I dread the thought. I am not fond of pain. What a harmonious and warm tableau it was, as the 5 enchanting women harbored envy, fantasizing about being part of such camaraderie. Lu Rian raised her hand, smiling. All right, enough of the antics. Don't you wish to see our husband's remarkable abilities? Zhou Pei exclaimed with excitement. Oh yes, yes. Darling, I crave a cup of milk tea. Yang Xiaozheng smiled, waving his hand, and instantly, a chilled cup of milk tea appeared on the table. What a convenient gift. Darling, I desire a medical kit. Certainly. A pristine medical kit materialized on the table, much to Zhang Yuan's delight. Darling, I long for a pair of red high heels. Of course. Darling, I wish to savor caviar. We lack caviar, but we do have sturgeon. Would you like to retrieve the roe yourself? Never mind. I shall have a lobster instead. Conjure a large one for me. Very well. One for each. Amidst the playful chaos, Yang Xiaozheng produced an array of supplies, as if by magic, astonishing everyone. Tian Kikai giddily asked, Brother, did you use your special ability to transfer all my family supplies? Yang Xiaong nodded. Indeed. Will they expire? No. Splendid. I need not worry about food for the rest of my life. Tian Kikai exclaimed, leaping to embrace him. Darling, you truly are my treasure, Mua. Yang Xiaong Wienjet, pondering how she clearly did not regard him as a man, unfazed by the prospect of inciting jealousy. Lu Rian again raised her hand, her commanding presence unmistakable. All right, let us settle down. It's time to address serious matters. With that, the ladies quieted, taking their seats obediently. Since the supply issue has been resolved, let us deliberate on establishing our faction. Everyone, please share your thoughts. Tian Kikai was the first to raise her hand. Didn't Director Zhao want me to bring resources into the group? Why not recruit them instead? They are well-trained and a formidable, reliable force. Lu Rian nodded. Indeed, Kikai makes a valid point, but now is not the time to recruit them. As you mentioned, they are well-trained and powerful. How could they be easily swayed? What if they turn the tables on us? We must first solidify our own foundation. Su Rue pondered. What if we recruit veterans? Lu Rian agreed. That is feasible. While we still have power and connectivity, Huawei, you can spread the word. However, make it clear we are only seeking elite and loyal individuals, and the recruitment location must be discreet to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Understood. Zhang Yuan added. We also need to recruit some doctors. I cannot manage alone, especially obstetricians, if you catch my drift. The ladies blushed, casting furtive glances at Yang Xiaozheng, but remaining silent. Yang Xiaozheng rolled his eyes, exasperated. He had always been diligent about safety measures. Lu Rian nodded in agreement. Good. Let us keep that in mind. Does anyone else have suggestions? After a moment of silence, Bai Yi tentatively proposed, how about we recruit from the neighborhood committee? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow. What is your reasoning? Bai Yi explained, the enforcers from the committee suffered heavy casualties last night, leaving only about 50. They have received numerous benefits from our family and are vulnerable to being overtaken or divided by other factions. Now is the perfect time to extend an olive branch. They likely have no reason to refuse. Moreover, the girls from Building 18 could serve as our strongest foundation, as those who have endured hardship tend to possess greater resilience. If we offer them a bright path forward, I believe most would respond with unwavering loyalty. Bai Yi nodded. Indeed, Sister Rian is quite perceptive. She had already prepared her arguments, but now, with Lu Rian's insight, she saved her breath. Lu Rian commended. This idea holds merit. What say you, husband? Yang Xiaong, taken aback, asked, am I not just a tool? Lu Rian laughed brightly. We simply wish to spare you from excessive burdens, ensuring you have ample energy for us. Yang Xiaozheng, feeling somewhat proud, conceded, fine, in light of your thoughtfulness, I shall forgive you. The idea of recruiting from the neighborhood committee is sound. I agree. Then what about Aunt Wang? In the eyes of the women, Aunt Wang was akin to a brothel keeper, leading those girls into treacherous paths. A truly reprehensible figure undeserving of mercy. Yang Xiaozheng refrained from answering immediately, instead casting a glance toward Bai Jie and her companions. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Jie said, well, in this ruthless world, Aunt Wang has shown a degree of conscience. Tian Kikai exclaimed in shock, wait, are you serious? She runs a brothel. Li Xian shook her head with a wry smile. Your point is both valid and flawed. In our community, women are merely tools for men's whims, worth less than silicone cups. They care little for a woman's life or death, reveling instead in her screams of agony, deriving pleasure from her helpless tears. They often gang up to ravage a single woman, eager to witness her demise and her subsequent desecration. In contrast, Aunt Wang neither abused those girls nor let them starve. One might argue she was a benefactor. Upon hearing these women's perspectives, the others began to view Aunt Wang in a less malevolent light, particularly Zhang Yuan, who recalled how courteous Aunt Wang had been when attempting to arrange a match for her, always concerned for her safety. Thus, she decided to speak up in Aunt Wang's defense. I believe they have a point. Compared to the beasts and other factions, Antwang does not seem particularly villainous. Moreover, those girls currently rely on her. If we can win her over, we could gain their loyalty as well. After careful consideration, Yang Shaojing reached a final decision. In that case, let us proceed as you suggest. After we recruit the neighborhood committee, you may distribute those girls. As for Antwang, let her take charge of morale. Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this indeed fell within her professional purview. Let us proceed accordingly, she declared. The other factions within the community were momentarily disregarded, as their presence was deemed intolerable. Although they were not as heinous as the original inhabitants of Baijia's neighborhood, they were nonetheless steeped in malevolence, utterly devoid of humanity. To enlist such individuals would surely haunt them with nightmares come nightfall. Subsequently, Zhang Yuan contacted Wang Dama, requesting her presence to discuss matters of significance. Without hesitation, Wang Dama hurried over, and upon entering, she was taken aback. She was aware that Yang Shao's villa had undergone renovations, but she had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation, complete with air conditioning. Lu Ruyin took the lead in negotiations, getting straight to the point. Director Wang, let us not beat around the bush. I have summoned you today to discuss but one matter, the incorporation of your organization. Wang Dama was momentarily stunned. Incorporate us? Lu Ruyin nodded. Ultimately, your neighborhood committee is merely a civilian organization, acting as a runner for the authorities. In these apocalyptic times, the government is struggling for its own survival and lacks the capacity to oversee your welfare. Thus, what path will you choose? Wang Dama, with a jovial demeanor, inquired. And what guidance do you offer, Miss Liu? Join us and serve under our banner. While we cannot promise you riches and grandeur, we can ensure that your basic needs are met. You possess sufficient resources? Wang Dama appeared skeptical. Lu Ruyin replied with calm assurance. Indeed, we have ample supplies. I trust you have heard that Chi has hoarded an enormous stockpile, enough to sustain us for generations. Your situation, however, seems precarious. Having garnered dozens of boxes of instant noodles from us, the other factions must surely be envious. Wang Dama felt a pang of anxiety as her expression grew somber. As Lu Ruyin had indicated, the committee's current state was far from optimistic. Following the carnage of the previous night, she was left with a mere 50 subordinates, all of whom were at risk of being consumed by rival factions. She had no desire to be a lamb led to slaughter, leaving her with only one viable option. I can agree to your terms, provided you can offer a substantial reward. Lu Ruyin smiled. As I mentioned, we guarantee your sustenance. For instance, the most basic rank-and-file member will receive a daily ration of 1 pound of food and 1 pound of purified water. Performance may lead to an increase in benefits, while your own compensation will be doubled. Wang Dama's eyes sparkled with interest, though she hesitated to give an immediate affirmative. I can see that your terms are indeed enticing, but they are insufficient. Lu Ruyin raised an eyebrow. Oh, what further demands do you have? Wang Dama sighed. You are aware that rival factions have set their sights on us, and likely intend to strike tonight. We require weapons. Lu Ruyin did not respond immediately, but instead turned to Yang Shao. Yang Shao, with an air of nonchalance, stated, We will arm you. Wang Dama beamed with delight. Is that true? That is splendid. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my brothers. Do not rejoice too soon. My terms come with conditions. Please do continue. First, your subordinates will henceforth obey only my commands. Second, your brothel will be shut down, and those women will adhere to the guidance of my chosen few. Third, you will be responsible for instilling ideological purity among your ranks. Wang Dama furrowed her brow. Deep in contemplation, they sought to strip her of military authority, relinquish her enterprise, and relegate her to the role of an ideological officer. Such demands appeared exceedingly harsh. Yet she faced a dire crisis of life and death. Even if she managed to survive this immediate threat, what would follow? Would they procure food and water? After weighing her options, she steeled herself and nodded decisively. I accept your terms. I will return now to announce this news. Excellent. We await your favorable tidings. Chapter 53. The Battle Song. The process of incorporation proceeded remarkably smoothly, as provisions, water, and firearms were offered, leaving no one to refuse. The most jubilant were the women, who would no longer have to feign smiles before those loathsome men. Wang Dama took in nearly 100 young women, each with varying degrees of beauty, from the average to the exquisite, with each possessing their own unique charm. Lu Ruyin, Su Rue, Zhou Pei, and Bai Yi each took charge of 20 women, while the remainder was entrusted to Tian Chi. The 50 or so men were all integrated under Yang Shao's command. Thus, his own faction was born, aptly named, the Battle Song. Yang Shao equipped all the men with AKs and provided handguns to the women. He meticulously orchestrated a plan, baiting the enemies to walk into a trap. This time, he aimed for a decisive blow, one that would end matters once and for all. He instructed Wang Dama to intentionally disseminate rumors that she had undertaken a covert mission for him, reaping rewards of 10 tons of rice, complete with photographic evidence. This stirred unrest among the factions, who convened privately, agreeing to collaborate in eliminating Wang Dama and subsequently dividing the rice amongst themselves. While all factions plotted a nocturnal assault on Wang Dama, they remained oblivious to the fact that she had already prepared to welcome them with open arms. As night fell, members from various factions hastily stowed their dried, salted fish and, after dinner, began to assemble clandestinely. Building 18 remained devoid of guests that night, rendering the entire community eerily quiet. Before long, commotion erupted as hundreds, even thousands, converged upon Building 18, each armed with makeshift weapons, their demeanor fierce and menacing, reminiscent of a gang preparing to clash. The leading figure wielded a megaphone, bellowing, "Director Wang, please step forward to converse." After a prolonged wait, just as their patience waned, the entrance to Building 18 swung open. However, it was not Wang Dama who emerged, but Yang Xiao, brandishing a Gatling gun and hauling a massive ammunition box. A grin spread across his face as he slowly proclaimed, "Leave none alive." The ensuing barrage resulted in a staggering number of casualties, with at least 100 foes falling in an instant. The remaining adversaries, thrown into a panic, scattered in all directions. Just as they neared the exit of the firing zone, a cadre of men and women suddenly surged forth from several alleyways, each armed with AK-47s, each brandishing handguns, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon the fleeing crowd. The women were particularly relentless, seeming to channel all the indignities they had suffered into their onslaught. Fire in the hole. Grenades were hurled into the throng, exploding with devastating effect, scattering bodies like petals in the wind. Faced with overwhelming firepower, the once mighty gang of rogues crumbled like a house of cards, their resolve disintegrating as all thoughts of vengeance faded, replaced solely by the instinct to survive. Some enemy factions banded together, desperately attempting to break through in a singular direction. After several fierce charges, they finally carved a bloody path to freedom. Meanwhile, the main battleground lay strewn with corpses, a river of blood flowing where once there had been life. Yang Xiao lowered his Gatling gun and waved his hand, commanding pursue. His subordinates scattered in all directions, hunting down the remnants of the defeated forces. Gunfire echoed throughout the community, mingled with the sounds of anguished cries. Those who remained sheltered inside their homes peered out their windows, curious about the unfolding battle, yet none dared to venture downstairs, for the scene was too terrifying. Some who had narrowly escaped the carnage fled in their vehicles, abandoning even their wives and children in their haste. The troops of the battle song swept through the neighborhood, meticulously searching each residence. Any remnants of opposing forces were ruthlessly exterminated, leaving not a single survivor. This grand purge continued through the night. As dawn broke, all remaining individuals were gathered in the square. From what had once been a bustling community of thousands, fewer than 2,000 remained, with over 70% being women. The elderly had perished long ago, and due to the dire circumstances of cannibalism, fewer than 100 children under 10 survived. Yang Xiao publicly declared, "This community shall henceforth be my stronghold," officially renamed as War Song. Anyone who wishes to join War Song may stay, while those who prefer to leave are free to do so. As his words echoed, the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Leaving was not a viable option. It would be akin to courting death. Prompting everyone to unanimously agree to join War Song. With Yang Xiao's endorsement, Aunt Wang took up a loudspeaker to soothe the populace. The outlined provisions were as follows. 1. Each individual would receive 1 kilogram of food and 1 kilogram of drinking water daily. 2. A children's program would be established, providing free care for all children under the age of 14, with 3 nutritious meals each day. 3. A hospital would be set up, offering free medical services to all members of War Song. 4. A security department would be formed to maintain order within the stronghold. 5. An external affairs department would be tasked with sourcing supplies. 6. A war department would be dedicated to external combat operations. For the time being, only 6 avenues were available, each accompanied by detailed arrangements. For instance, teachers would be recruited at double the base salary to oversee the children's program, educating them in literacy and manners. Chefs would also be hired at double the base salary, responsible for logistical support. Instructors would be sought at triple the base salary to train troops. Doctors would be engaged at triple the base salary to provide medical care. Laborers would be enlisted at triple the base salary to scour for resources. Veterans would be recruited at 5 times the base salary, including meals, to handle external combat operations. Beyond these provisions, Yang Xiao instituted additional arrangements for each department to ensure the stronghold's healthy and efficient operation. Everyone would perform their designated roles, collaborating harmoniously, reminiscent of days gone by. A profound discussion ensued among the upper echelons of war song regarding the issue of whether or not to confiscate salted fish. Proponents argued that salted fish were nonetheless fish, serving as a capital that could embolden their subordinates, thus warranting their collection for unified distribution. Opponents contended that salted fish were excessively salty and unpalatable, better left to enhance communal meals to win the people's favor. Yang Shao found merit in both arguments and ultimately reached a compromise. Those with living family members shall not be disturbed regarding their salted fish. However, all resources from those who have perished shall be collected. Ant Wang diligently noted the leader's address. As the meeting drew to a close, Yang Shao glanced at the time. Dinner was approaching. He pondered aloud. Has the Zhejiang River completely dried up? Indeed, it is entirely desiccated today. The riverbed is fully exposed. Then tonight should be quite lively. Inform everyone to bring their tools. We shall go catch loaches tonight. Many were perplexed. An experienced senior explained, loaches typically hide in the silt. With the water having just evaporated, the soil remains moist, allowing us to unearth loaches, eels, even soft-shelled turtles, along with clams and various shells. These are all precious food sources. With that revelation, excitement surged. They hastened to prepare for the feast before embarking on their treasure hunt. Chapter 54, Enemy Attack. Meanwhile, on another front, the news of Xie Jinjiang's demise in the air raid shelter reached his father, Xie Jiaying, who was devastated, his heart torn asunder, furious beyond measure. You were the sole heir of the Xie family, the only male descendant across 9 generations. How can I not be enraged by the loss of my only offspring? His wrath nearly clouded his judgment, prompting plans to mobilize all his subordinates to assault the air raid shelter in vengeance for his beloved son. Yet, while the number of police officers at the air raid shelter was limited, each was armed, and their collective training far surpassed that of his mere bodyguards. To exact revenge, he needed to seek more formidable allies and procure additional weaponry, leveraging numerical superiority to wear down the enemy. After much persuasion from his aide, Xie Jiaying regained a semblance of rationality. He promptly contacted the city management squad leader, explaining the situation and requesting reinforcements. Upon learning of the significant loss of manpower, the squad leader was incensed, rebuking Xie Jiaying sternly. However, understanding the depth of his grief, the leader moderated his tone. While I could send more men, it will require additional incentives. Xie Jiaying politely inquired, Commander Song, please state your demands, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Very well, I am not unreasonable. I will send 50 men, but upon success, I require 70% of the resources, and Zhao Ying shall belong to me. Previously, when he had dispatched fewer men, the weapons supplied by the Xie family had only secured him 30% of the resources. This time, however, with Xie Jinjiang's death, Xie Jiaying was eager for revenge, and the commander was keen to exploit that urgency. Hearing the demands, Xie Jiaying's face darkened, his displeasure palpable. He could forego the policewoman, having encountered more alluring women, including his own capable secretary. Yet the audacity of demanding 70% while offering only 50 men was indeed excessive. Naturally, he could not acquiesce to such terms, leading to a protracted negotiation that ultimately settled on a 50-50 split. With assistance secured, the next step was to procure weaponry. He retrieved his mobile phone and contacted a person named Tang Chuan. At that moment, Tang Chuan had just suffered a crushing defeat at Warsong, his troops decimated, morale plummeting, frustration boiling within him. Learning of Xie Jiaying's misfortune, his mood lifted considerably, feeling a kinship in their shared plight. Tang Chuan agreed to provide weapons, stating he could immediately have his workshop produce another batch. However, he insisted that Xie Jiaying must send men to help him seize the Warsong base first. He needed to reclaim his honor. Xie Jiaying hesitated, compelled to confess his alliance with Commander Song to attack the air raid shelter. Upon thoroughly assessing the intelligence on the air raid shelter, Tang Chuan's interest peaked. Though the resources there were only worth around 40 million, even the smallest of gains was still a gain. Moreover, the firepower at the air raid shelter was significantly inferior to that of Warsong, with fewer combatants, making it a viable target. Most enticing was the battle-hardened policewoman. If he could conquer that spirited mare and merge her essence with Xiao Wu's, the experience would be exquisite. Ah, my Xiao Wu, I am coming. The perverse individual readily agreed to the alliance. However, he too demanded half of the resources, placing Xie Jiaying in a precarious position. Xie Jiaying could forfeit resources, driven more by vengeance than greed. Yet the policewoman was Commander Song's intended prize. Altering their agreement would surely breed animosity, jeopardizing the alliance. After contemplation, Tang Chuan proposed a cunning stratagem. Once they secured the air raid shelter, the two factions would unite to eliminate Commander Song's forces and then divide the resources, with the policewoman going to him. After all, Commander Song had only dispatched a handful of subordinates. He himself was too fearful to engage, rendering them vulnerable to manipulation. Should Xie Jiaying fear retribution from Commander Song, he could ally with Tang Chuan for mutual support, who would also supply him with firearms and ammunition. After much deliberation, Xie Jiaying ultimately nodded in agreement. He had nothing left to lose. Offending Commander Song was a risk he was willing to take if it meant avenging his son. Thus, the three-party alliance was formally established. Xie Jiaying provided intelligence on the air raid shelter, estimating around 260 individuals. Among them were over 50 police officers, with the remainder being their families, mostly elderly, weak, and women lacking combat capability. Their sole advantage lay in their training and superior firepower, thus necessitating the acquisition of stronger weaponry to ensure dominance. Given the current transportation paralysis, procuring arms from abroad was evidently unrealistic. Self-manufacturing was the only option. Tang Chuan confirmed that his workshop could produce AK-47s, estimating a daily output of around 50 if fully operational. They determined that the more AK-47s they possessed, the greater their chances of victory, setting their sights on initiating action in 3 days. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and that evening, the three factions launched an assault on the air defense bunker with a total of 450 men. Among them, 150 were armed with AK-47s, while the remainder were equipped solely with handguns. With such formidable firepower at their disposal, they were confident in their ability to seize the bunker in one fell swoop. Zhaoying had received news of the impending attack well in advance and promptly organized a defense. Though their adversaries were a disorganized mob, they still boasted a battalion's worth of manpower. If not approached with caution, they risked a catastrophic defeat. Thus, they resolved to establish numerous checkpoints along the enemy's inevitable path, waiting to ambush them and thereby deplete their combat strength. The first obstacle was set at the entrance of the mountainous region, where a small river impeded progress, with the bridge serving as the only passage. Zhao Ying had preemptively strewn the bridge with stones the size of heads to unsettle their mindset. Xie Jiaying was infuriated. Eager for revenge on Gouda, he could not bear to be stalled here. With a commanding shout, he ordered everyone to clear the stones. After an exhaustive half-hour, they finally rid the bridge of the obstruction and hurried onward. However, after barely 2 kilometers, they encountered several massive pits, each at least 3 meters deep, with earth piled beside them, clearly the work of excavators. Damn it, such petty tricks are utterly despicable. Xie Jiaying cursed as he ordered his men to fill the gaping holes. After an arduous 30 minutes, they finally leveled the pit and pressed on. Not long after, they were confronted by heaps of sand blocking their way. Xie Jiaying's expression darkened, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Yet, they had no choice without clearing the path. They could not advance. Thus, his subordinates set to work once more. In the sweltering heat, they labored tirelessly, their energy rapidly depleting. Overconfident, they had neglected to bring food and water, leaving them parched, famished, and exhausted, resembling the walking dead. Chapter 55, The Ambush. Fortunately, they were nearing the air defense bunker, and this was likely the final hurdle. They gritted their teeth and pressed on, envisioning a feast and rewards for their efforts once the bunker was secured. The promise of such incentives instantly elevated morale, igniting a fervor among the men, who worked with renewed vigor and passion. After leveling the sand, the convoy resumed its journey. As they traversed a steep and narrow valley, a cascade of boulders suddenly tumbled down from the mountainside, segmenting the lengthy convoy. Several vehicles were struck, resulting in catastrophic destruction and loss of life. The police, who had lain in wait on the mountains, seized the opportunity, unleashing a furious barrage of gunfire and grenades upon the enemy below. The adversaries were caught off guard, panicking like headless flies in all directions. In a brief encounter, they suffered the loss of over 30 men. However, Tang Chuan was not to be underestimated. He swiftly commanded his subordinates to seek cover and look for opportunities to counterattack. The tide of battle soon began to shift. The once beleaguered coalition regained its composure and commenced a counteroffensive. In a matter of moments, the valley was ablaze with gunfire. Old Zhang was inadvertently struck by a stray bullet, losing half an ear, a sharp pain causing him to grimace and break into a cold sweat. Yet, the ferocity of battle demanded his focus. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, engaging the enemy. As time passed, the numerical superiority of the coalition became increasingly apparent. Their marksmanship, though lacking, was compensated by their overwhelming firepower. They had ample ammunition and unleashed a relentless barrage upon any enemy that dared to show itself. Old Zhang and his men, tasked with guerrilla tactics, had accomplished their mission of exhausting the enemy's strength and patience. Thus, he immediately ordered a discreet withdrawal, tossing a few grenades into the valley as they departed. Having successfully repelled the first wave of ambush, Tang Chuan felt a surge of pride. Believing the police's combat prowess to be overrated, in the face of overwhelming firepower, they could only retreat in disarray. Yet Xie Jiaying was far from pleased. Suspecting this was merely a probing attack, and hoping Tang Chuan would be more vigilant. But emboldened by their recent victory, Tang Chuan's confidence swelled, rendering him deaf to warnings. He waved his hand grandly, instructing everyone to clear the road and continue onward. Xie Jiaying, observing Tang Chuan's hubris, felt a deep-seated worry but refrained from further persuasion, clinging to a sliver of hope to avoid straining their alliance. Beyond the valley lay a broad, flat highway, an open expanse where ambush seemed improbable. Thus the coalition relaxed their vigilance. As they passed through a desolate area, the road was flanked by massive boulders, with weeds growing taller than a man. Xie Jiaying felt an ominous premonition, realizing this was an ideal spot for an ambush. He cautioned Tang Chuan to be wary, but his warnings were dismissed, viewed as mere paranoia. At that moment, the lead vehicle erupted in an explosion, blocking the path. Smoke grenades were launched from both sides, enveloping the convoy in a thick shroud, obscuring visibility. Grenades and incendiary devices followed, igniting the vehicles. A cacophony of explosions ensued, disorienting the enemy. In a frenzy to escape the burning vehicles and avoid death, the adversaries scrambled to disembark, seeking a means of survival. Sensing the opportunity, Zhao commanded her hidden comrades to open fire. The air was filled with horrific screams, sending shivers down the spine. The enemies, unwilling to succumb to their fate, panicked and fired back. Yet, disoriented, they could only shoot blindly, relying on sound to locate their targets. In an instant, chaos erupted, bullets flying in all directions. Some vehicles were struck, causing explosions that sent debris flying, claiming more lives. The situation rapidly deteriorated for the coalition, with casualties mounting into the hundreds. However, the tides soon turned. The enemy's lengthy formation had split into two segments, and upon hearing the intense gunfire, the rear contingent determined that their front faced an ambush and rushed to provide support. Upon arriving at the battlefield, they were greeted by a scene of thick smoke and flames, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. They witnessed the concealed assailants firing from the sides, tossing grenades and smoke bombs to create confusion, and quickly realized their front line had been ensnared. They organized a counteroffensive, unleashing a barrage into the underbrush. Bullets ricocheted off the stones, sending sparks flying. Zhao observed the approaching reinforcements and decisively ordered the deployment of smoke grenades to obscure their vision, facilitating a stealthy retreat. The battle raged on, with the front line hearing the sounds of gunfire from behind, prompting them to turn their weapons and vent their fury. The rear forces, recognizing the front line's folly, opted to hide until the smoke cleared, at which point the gunfire gradually subsided. Surveying the chaos left in the wake of the battle, there was no trace of the ambushers. Tang Chuan, consumed by rage, exploded in fury, hurling accusations at anyone he could find. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. This alliance is comprised of incompetence. Are you blind? Can't you see you're firing on your own men? Are you deaf? Can't you hear your comrades' cries? All of you are worthless. Have your brains been eaten by a donkey? Tang Chuan lashed out, physically assaulting his subordinates, venting his pent-up frustration. Xie Jiaying could no longer remain silent and admonished him. I warned you not to underestimate them, to be wary of ambushes, but you refused to listen. Now you're reaping what you've sown. Silence. You're just as worthless. What good is your hindsight now? Why didn't you speak up earlier? No wonder your son met his demise at their hands. He is nothing but a little fool raised by a decrepit fool like you. He deserved to die. Tang Chuan's rage spiraled, and his words became careless. By the time he realized the gravity of his transgression, it was too late. The mention of Xie Jiaying's son was a line that could not be crossed, and Tang Chuan's insult was utterly intolerable. Fueled by rage, Xie Jiaying completely lost his composure, raising his hand to fire a shot that decisively obliterated Tang Chuan's head. Thus, the reign of a notorious drug lord and arms dealer came to an abrupt end. Xie Jiaying, how dare you harm my family's young master? I shall see you dead. A loyal subordinate of Tang Chuan was filled with fury, raising his gun to retaliate against Xie Jiaying. However, Xie Jiaying's assistant reacted swifter, pulling the trigger first and eliminating Tang Chuan's devoted follower. Witnessing this, others hastily aimed their weapons at the Tang forces. With their leader gone, the Tang troops were left bewildered and, in a moment of panic, surrendered their arms and crouched with their hands on their heads. Ultimately, Xie Jiaying employed both intimidation and persuasion, issuing empty promises and grand visions. Successfully incorporating the Tang troops into his ranks, he reflected deeply on his missteps, recognizing that the greatest blunder of this battle was failing to appoint a commander, allowing Tang Chuan to act erratically. When two individuals are in command, discrepancies inevitably arise, a grave error in military strategy. Fortunately, it was not too late to mend the situation. By consolidating and reorganizing his forces, the battle could continue. After a thorough inventory, he found that 220 men remained capable of fighting, while the rest were either dead or injured. Xie Jiaying sighed heavily. The 2 ambushes had cost his coalition over half its strength, an outcome he had not anticipated. Yet, do not celebrate prematurely. The true war was only just beginning. Chapter 56. The reserves are depleted. Although Xie Jiaying had never fought a battle, his decades of experience in business had been a continuous, smoke-free war, making him astutely perceptive and cunning, allowing him to quickly adapt. This time, he refrained from rushing forward, instead opting to split the convoy into pairs, maintaining a 10-meter distance as they advanced slowly. Upon encountering thickets and bushes, he learned from the Japanese tactic of firing a test shot first. However, he overestimated the situation. There were no suitable ambush points ahead, and Zhao would not resort to the same tactics again, leading to the decisive battle being positioned directly at the entrance of the air raid shelter. The entrance featured a singular road flanked by elevated terrain, a formidable barrier that could not be breached easily. As the enemy came into view, Zhao was fully prepared for a fight to the death. Dozens of well-trained police officers, alongside a couple of hundred elderly, women, and children, faced off against over 200 armed thugs, making the outcome uncertain. Xie Jiaying did not launch an immediate assault, but instead observed from a distance. Securing the entrance would allow them to charge in and wreak havoc. However, the entrance was barricaded with sandbags, and heavy weaponry was strategically positioned there, making a frontal assault exceedingly challenging. After much contemplation, he devised a clever plan and decisively made a phone call, then settled in to wait. Zhao suddenly sensed something amiss, as it appeared the enemy had become more cunning, complicating matters. Yet, she was not one to sit idly by. She instructed old Zhang to discreetly maneuver some personnel to the enemy's rear for an ambush, waiting for the right moment. After an hour, activity outside finally stirred. A series of rumbling sounds erupted, prompting Zhao Ying to grab her binoculars, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Good heavens, a bulldozer! Truly, the real estate moguls were resourceful. Nevertheless, she felt no concern, for her father had already deployed several snipers. Should the situation turn dire, they would play a pivotal role in reversing the tide. As the bulldozer arrived on scene, a lackey approached the driver and whispered a few words. The driver seemed to understand, nodding before charging ahead. At a distance of 300 meters, the sentinels opened fire, aiming to take down the driver. Unexpectedly, the bulldozer was outfitted with bulletproof glass. Ordinary rifles could not penetrate it. The driver, feeling triumphant, pressed the accelerator to the floor. However, before he could revel in his victory, a SWAT officer appeared, shouldering an RPG and firing without hesitation. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the bulldozer was rendered inoperable, blocking the road entirely. The coalition was left dumbfounded. While they could push a standard vehicle out of the way if it broke down, a bulldozer was beyond their collective strength. Xie Jiaying's expression darkened. His frustration simmered within. Initially, if everyone had simply pressed the accelerator, one of the vehicles would have surely broken through the blockade. Now, the road was completely obstructed, and he found himself caught in a trap of his own making. His cleverness had backfired. Zhao Ying could no longer contain herself, bursting into melodic laughter. She had initially worried that the enemy's convoy would forcefully breach the checkpoint, as the sandbags would not hold them back. Now, with the enemy's blunder, they were more helpful than the national soccer team. For the enemy to mount an attack, they would have to charge across 200 meters of open ground, becoming easy targets. Xie Jiaying, having lost patience, resolved to order a full-scale assault. Over 200 men shouted as they surged forward, only to suffer heavy casualties in the initial clash, prompting a hasty retreat. Xie Jiaying's face darkened to a deep scowl. He understood the disparity between a disorganized mob and trained elites, yet he had not anticipated the gap to be so vast. But having come this far, there was no possibility of retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he conceived yet another clever scheme and made another phone call. Within an hour, a small truck arrived at full speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a makeshift shield crafted from steel plates. He instructed all those armed with handguns to don the shields and lead the way. Though rudimentary, the shields were quite effective, easily deflecting bullets from rifles. Zhao Ying raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Director Zhao, smiling, asked, "What's the matter? Do you need your dear old dad to step in?" Mere child's play. Watch me," Zhao Ying retorted, rolling her eyes before summoning an aide to instruct him. "Implement Plan B." "Yes." The aide quickly departed to make arrangements. Old Zhao, curious, inquired, "What is Plan B?" Zhao Ying smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." Suddenly, several burly men appeared atop the high ground, each carrying a bucket of incendiary bottles, hurling them at the enemy. Flames engulfed the area. The enemy screamed in agony, thrown into disarray. Those wielding shields abandoned their comrades and retreated, exposing their backs. Consequently, those sheltered behind the shield bearers found themselves exposed to enemy fire. The sentinels seized the opportunity, unleashing a hail of bullets. The enemy fell like ripe grain, blood flowing freely. Following 2 failed assaults, the morale of the coalition plummeted, their spirits fractured and utterly exhausted. Xie Jiaying recognized that defeat was inevitable. Revenge was out of reach for the day. Reluctantly, he ordered a retreat, though he felt unsatisfied. He had succeeded in eliminating Tang Chuan and seized his resources and arms factory. With time to develop and grow stronger, he vowed to return with a vengeance. The battle finally concluded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, a grave issue loomed before them. Their ammunition reserves were nearly depleted. Although they had achieved a resounding victory with minimal casualties, they had also exhausted their resources, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. If the enemy were to strike again, what would they use to retaliate? Call for assistance from the neighboring armed police? What a joke! Would Zhaoing sacrifice her pride? Moreover, the situation on the armed police's side was no better. They all faced difficulties. As Zhaoing found herself at a loss, old Zhao cheerfully inquired, "What's the matter? Are you worried about the ammunition situation?" Zhaoing nodded, her brow furrowed. "This battle has nearly depleted our reserves. If they continue to attack, we will be in grave danger. Do you have a solution?" "Well, I have a rather unrefined idea." "If it's unrefined, then keep it to yourself." Zhaoing huffed. "I'm going to say it. Analyzing today's situation, I am certain the illegal arms factory is under Xia's control. Therefore, I plan to send someone to ascertain the location of their munitions factory and then lead a raid. Once we seize the arms factory, we will have a solid foothold." Old Zhao spoke with a serious demeanor. "Comrade Zhaoing, your thoughts are perilous and exceedingly irresponsible. If they possess an arms factory, it would undoubtedly be heavily guarded with formidable firepower. What do you intend to use for a surprise attack? Or shall we wait here to meet our demise?" "Not quite. I assume the CF family will not return in the immediate future. We can seek outside assistance." "Assistance? From the armed police?" Zhaoing rolled her eyes, resolutely opposed to capitulating to her sworn enemy. "Certainly not. I have a more suitable candidate in mind." Old Zhao smiled mysteriously, saying no more. Chapter 57. The Fish Heist. Xie Jiaying, having suffered a defeat, was dejected and silent. His remaining troops were equally disheartened, utterly dispirited. On their return journey, they took a shortcut along the Riverside Avenue. To their surprise, the area was bustling with activity. Vehicles lined the roadside, and a dense crowd was fervently engaged in something that resembled a treasure hunt. Xie Jiaying, curious, inquired of his assistant about the commotion. The assistant, unsure, disembarked to investigate. It turned out that the river had recently dried up, leaving some fish gasping for air in the mud. They were being dug up to dry for future consumption. Tonight was likely the last opportunity, for if the sun were to blaze down tomorrow, the mud would dry completely, and the hidden fish would decompose and stink. Upon learning the situation, Xie Jiaying felt a sense of astonishment. He had not anticipated that ordinary folk had such avenues. Had he known earlier, he would have dispatched people to fish as well. The assistant smiled. "Mr. Xie, it's not too late. There are plenty of fish here." Xie Jiaying paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "You are absolutely right. All these fish belong to us. But Mr. Xie, they may not relinquish them willingly." "Ha ha ha. No matter. Anyone who dares to resist shall be executed on the spot. Moreover, we can recruit a band of followers from here. With food secured and manpower at our disposal, vengeance will be at hand." He envisioned himself commanding thousands in an assault on a fortified bunker in a not-so-distant future, filled with boundless ambition. He hastily ordered everyone to disembark and seize the fish. Rat-a-tat-tat. The assistant fired a few shots into the air, capturing everyone's attention. Xie Jiaying took up a megaphone and proclaimed loudly, "Greetings, everyone. I am Xie Jiaying, chairman of Xie Real Estate. I hereby declare that all the fish in your possession now belong to me. Anyone who disputes this may step forward." Observing that all present were armed, only a fool would dare to oppose him at such a moment. Since no one spoke, he took their silence as acquiescence, thanking them for their generous contributions. The crowd murmured in resentment, seething with anger, but unable to voice it. Xie Jiaying continued now. "For my second announcement, Xie Real Estate is hiring in large numbers. We seek the young and industrious, with provisions for food and shelter. Those willing to join, please step behind me." The crowd exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves about whether to join Xie Real Estate. A bold individual at the front called out, "Mr. Xie, what will the recruits be doing?" Without hesitation, Xie Jiaying replied, Certainly not ordinary work. We are in apocalyptic times. NCA real estate must expand to contend with other factions for supremacy. I believe all of you are ambitious individuals, unwilling to live a life of mediocrity. I offer you an opportunity. Follow me, and I shall lead you to conquer the world. His words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Soon, hands were raised in enthusiastic agreement. Mr. Xie, I want to join. I believe in you, Mr. Xie. Count me in. Me too. In a matter of moments, over 30 individuals chose to join Xie Real Estate, willingly offering up their fish. Xie Jiaying was pleased, immediately painting a grand vision for them, promising that they would achieve great things in the future. The remaining individuals, although tempted, refrained from joining. Some had families to care for, while others were already aligned with different factions. Seeing so many unwilling to recognize the opportunity, Xie Jiaying became incensed and ordered the confiscation of their fish. The opposition, fearing for their wealth, dared not resist, helplessly watching as their beloved catch was seized by the bandits. As barrels of fish were loaded onto a small truck, Xie Jiaying beamed with delight, instructing his men to expedite the seizure of all the fish along the Riverside Avenue. Everything proceeded smoothly, momentarily distracting them from the pain of their earlier defeat. Just as Xie Jiaying reveled in his triumph, a commotion erupted in the distance, escalating into a fierce argument. Bang! A gunshot shattered the celebratory atmosphere. Frowning, Xie Jiaying inquired, "What is happening up ahead?" The assistant promptly went to ascertain the situation. It turned out that the fish-collecting team had encountered formidable resistance. The opposing group was numerous and fierce, exuding an air of readiness to fight. Suddenly invigorated, Xie Jiaying thought, if he could recruit this band of fierce individuals, his power would swell rapidly, bringing him closer to avenging his grievances. Filled with excitement, he ran forward to greet his warriors. Tonight marked the first team-building event for the Battle Song base, so Yangshao naturally brought along his entourage. While his younger brothers fished in the dried-up riverbed, they set up a barbecue on the shore. Several generators provided power, while a dozen fans blew at full blast, offering a slight reprieve from the heat. Dozens of grills were filled with an array of fish, shrimp, crabs, and clams, creating a dazzling spectacle. The women tended to the grilling, while the children frolicked about, the atmosphere joyous and carefree, allowing everyone to momentarily forget the sorrows of the apocalypse. However, a gunshot interrupted this blissful scene. In the distance, a heated argument erupted, prompting Yang Xiao to send someone to investigate. Upon learning that someone was attempting to steal fish, he was taken aback. Did no one inform them that the Battle Song base had reserved this area for the evening? The underling reporting the situation, looking embarrassed, explained, "Yes, we informed them, but they claim to have never heard of us and referred to the Battle Song base as some trivial matter. They are part of the Aishang group." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow in intrigue. "Oh, quite bold. Let's go see." With nothing pressing to occupy his time, it was better to indulge in some amusement. Upon hearing that a fight was imminent, Tian Kikai became exhilarated, quickly returning to the vehicle to don her combat attire, eagerly pursuing Yang Xiao with her weapon in hand. Li Xin and the 5 maidservants hurriedly followed, as it was their duty to protect Tian Kikai. Lu Rian called out to Tian Kikai's retreating figure, "Kikai, your fish is burning." Without looking back, Tian Kikai shouted, "Flip it for me. I'll be right back." Such is her nature, always restless. Lu Rian smiled helplessly, assisting her by flipping the grilled fish. Zhang Yuan, concerned about the unfolding situation, said to Lu Rian, "I'll go take a look, just in case someone gets hurt." Lu Rian nodded, "Yes, go ahead, and be careful." Understood. Zhang Yuan gathered a few female nurses and took a medical kit as she hurried off. Watching them depart, Lu Rian sighed, "Alas, none of them are the type to sit still." Su Rue smiled, "Let them be. With Yang Xiao around, they'll be safe." Indeed, Lu Rian cast aside her distractions and focused on grilling fish. Chapter 58, The Second Bloom. The Xie family's troops and the Battle Song members stood facing each other. Guns drawn, the atmosphere charged with tension. Aside from the initial warning shot, neither side dared to fire, just as both parties were on the verge of a violent clash. Xie Jiaying finally arrived at the scene. His commanding presence, honed from years in power, momentarily stunned the members of Battle Song. The leader, San, narrowed his eyes, his demeanor cautious, and warily asked, "Who are you?" Xie Jiaying, with a smile, replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xie Jiaying, chairman of Xie Real Estate. May I ask how to address you? Just call me San." Thus, the two men met, an encounter of fates. "I have heard that there was a minor altercation between your subordinates and mine. I sincerely apologize. It is a failure of my oversight. I hope you, Brother San, can forgive me." Noticing the other party's willingness to admit fault, San decided to take advantage of the situation and withdraw gracefully. "It's nothing. As long as your men do not provoke us, all will be well." Asan was indifferent to how the CF family's forces pilfered from others. As long as they did not harbor ill intentions towards him, everyone could coexist peacefully. Xie Jiaying, still wearing a broad smile, extended an olive branch to Asan. Brother Asan, I perceive that you and your companions are truly remarkable individuals, talents not to be overlooked. It would be a disservice for you to merely catch fish here. Why not join us at Xie Real Estate and partner with me to conquer the world? The future holds limitless potential. Asan regarded him with a look of incredulity, unabashedly retorting, conquer the world? With your motley crew? You would be better off returning home to suckle. Laughter erupted among the members of the battle song. Their leader could carry a Gatling gun and a box of ammunition. Yet he had never boasted of conquering the world. So how could these ragtag misfits possess such audacity? Faced with such scorn, Xie Jiaying's face turned a deep shade of anger, the humiliation of his recent defeat flooding back. He glared at Asan, teeth clenched, you insolent wretch. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. The power of the CF family is beyond your comprehension. Asan dismissed him with a scoff. In this apocalypse, what use is your so-called power? Do you still expect your former connections to support you? Do you see this formidable weapon in my hand? In this world, whoever wields a gun is the true leader. What are you even worth? Speak again, and I shall deliver you a peanut. Unable to contain his fury, Xie Jiaying erupted, shouting, you seek death. Attack them. With that command, gunfire erupted instantly. Asan, not one to be trifled with, retaliated fiercely, igniting a fierce gun battle. Tian Kikai, arriving just in time, commanded her female guards to take cover at the riverbank and opened fire on the enemy. As the shots rang out, the members of Battle Song swiftly entered combat mode, rushing to provide support. Seeing the opposing numbers swell, Xie Jiaying realized the precariousness of his position and ordered a tactical retreat. Yang Xiao, spotting several former soldiers of Tang Chuan among the enemy ranks, approached them with his knife. The former soldiers recognized him instantly, their faces drained of color, screaming in terror as if they had seen a ghost. Enraged, Xie Jiaying seized one of the former Tang soldiers and pummeled him, cursing, what are you howling about? Stop this nonsense. That man is a monster. We must flee before it's too late. Xie Jiaying frowned, looking up at Yang Xiao, utterly dumbfounded. There he was, striding forward with his knife, completely unfazed by the hail of bullets, as if in an unassailable realm. What manner of creature was he? Why were the bullets ineffective against him? No, I don't know. A few days ago, Tang Xiao led us to attack a small compound, and we provoked him, nearly leading to our annihilation. Is that true? There is no time to explain. Let us run, urged the former Tang soldiers. Witnessing his men fall one by one, Xie Jiaying gritted his teeth and reluctantly issued the retreat command. His subordinates, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily jumped into vehicles, turning sharply and fleeing. A few who failed to board desperately chased after them, with only one managing to escape with his life. Feeling somewhat deflated after such an easy victory, Tian Kikai lamented. Alas, there wasn't a single worthy opponent. Yang Xiao chuckled softly and playfully patted her head. You're quite boastful. If you're so formidable, why not ascend to the heavens? Tian Kikai, with her eyes twinkling, stuck out her tongue, giggling. Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. By the way, what shall we do with this person? Yang Xiao turned to the captive, coldly inquiring. Who are you? The captive trembled and quickly revealed all he knew. Upon hearing his tale, Yang Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The Xie Real Estate, in collusion with Tang Chuan and the city management team, had attempted to assault the air raid shelter to capture his wife, but had suffered a crushing defeat, losing many men. Xie Jiaying had eliminated Tang Chuan, absorbed his subordinates, and seized his supplies, including an underground weapon workshop. You have audacity, daring to attack my wife in my absence. It seems Xie Jiaying and the city management team cannot be spared. Tian Kikai looked at him with suspicion. Do you have a new wife now? Yang Xiao nodded solemnly. Yes, we share a bond forged in the interrogation room. We are as good as brothers. Tian Kikai scoffed. Isn't it the other way around? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. She interrogated me. Shouldn't she then be responsible for me? Tian Kikai rolled her eyes, countering, if you're so capable, bring her back so I can see. Yang Xiao, brimming with confidence, replied, rest assured, it's only a matter of time. Tian Kikai puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Where are you going? None of your concern. I burn my fish. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Xiao smirked. That girl has finally come to her senses. I thought she only liked women. Asen suddenly interrupted Yang Xiao's musings, asking, Boss, what shall we do with this captive? Yang Xiao pondered for a moment. Let us take him back as a laborer. He might be useful later. Understood. Asan immediately took the captive away. Zhang Yuan was busy directing the female nurses in treating the wounded. Upon seeing Yang Xiao approach, she smiled wryly. It seems we must hasten to recruit more medical personnel. Otherwise, if a large-scale battle erupts, we won't be able to care for the injured. Yang Xiao affectionately touched her cheek, his expression softening. You truly have a kind heart. In these times, medical supplies are precious, and other bases leave the injured to fend for themselves. Yet you devote yourself to healing them. You are indeed a wasteful lady. Hee. I am doing this to help you strengthen your cause. Most of the injured we treat will be eternally grateful, loyal to you, and our base will grow stronger. Indeed, you speak wisely. Chapter 59, The Umbrella Plan. After being thoroughly humiliated, Xie Jiaying returned to the base, seething with anger. He summoned several female secretaries to vent his frustration. So, I want a son. You all must give me a son. The desire for an heir became his obsession. Xie Jiaying yelled incessantly, his madness intensifying. This continued until dawn, tormenting everyone around him, yet he remained invigorated. Early the next morning, he wasted no time resting and immediately instructed the former soldiers of Tang Chuan to help him seize Tang Chuan's assets, supplies, subordinates, weapons. In the underground armory, all were gathered under his command. He even laid claim to beautiful women, including Tang Chuan's cousin, Lin Fong, to ensure the continuation of the Xie family line. Tang Chuan had left 10 men to guard the headquarters, 20 at the armory, and dozens of craftsmen. Now, all of this was in Xie Jiaying's possession, significantly boosting his confidence. However, as he reveled in his triumph, Captain Song called to hold him accountable, casting a shadow over his joy. This battle had not only cost him dearly, but it also resulted in heavy losses for Captain Song, who was bound to demand an explanation. Suppressing his fury, Xie Jiaying endured half an hour of insults before he could no longer contain his murderous intent. He sincerely apologized to Captain Song, admitting his mistakes, and informed him that Tang Chuan had left behind numerous valuable resources, proposing a meeting to discuss how to divide these spoils. In a cunning move, Xie Jiaying exaggerated the amount of supplies, hoping to entice Captain Song to bring more men to assist in the transport. Upon hearing of the potential spoils from Tang Chuan, Captain Song's demeanor shifted to one of eagerness, readily agreeing to the meeting, unaware that a trap awaited him. Xie Jiaying provided an address, a secret warehouse belonging to Tang Chuan, falsely claiming it was overflowing with supplies that needed to be removed before they spoiled. Captain Song, oblivious to any ulterior motives, believed that a mere developer lacked the audacity to engage in cunning games with a powerful official like himself. Thus, he summoned all his subordinates, a total of 150 men, to serve as laborers. Upon their cheerful arrival at the warehouse, they were captivated by the sight of numerous supply crates, their eyes glistening with greed. However, Xie Jiaying's men had long been lying in wait around them, and as they remained absorbed in the crates, a decisive order was given to eliminate Captain Song. Even in death, Captain Song could not fathom how a mere businessman like Xie Jiaying dared to strike against him. Yet, Xie Jiaying had no desire to entertain such a foolish query. Instead, he mocked, "The Qing dynasty has fallen, yet you still cling to dreams of a celestial empire. Don't you think you deserve to perish?" With that, Captain Song coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining 150 men were thrown into a panic. Armed with only a handful of weapons, they dared not resist. Consequently, Xie Jiaying effortlessly subdued them, significantly bolstering the strength of his forces. The cessation of water and electricity posed an insurmountable challenge that all survivors were compelled to confront. The upper echelons of the Warsong base convened a meeting to address the issues of water and power. As individuals of modern civilization, they were unwilling to regress to primitive living conditions, nor did they wish to exist like nocturnal bats. To resolve these pressing matters, an intense discussion ensued. Some proposed venturing outside to procure generators, as many as possible, despite the looming issue of fuel consumption. Others suggested seeking solar panels for installation to harness solar energy. But the lack of skilled installers and uncertainty about where to find solar panels presented significant obstacles. Beyond these options, there were no viable alternatives, as the city's entire electrical system was utterly incapacitated. After prolonged deliberation, no concrete plan emerged, causing considerable frustration among the attendees. Yang Xiao lightly tapped the table, calling for silence. The once boisterous meeting room fell into an immediate hush, everyone anxiously turning their gaze toward him. "I have an unrefined idea that you may wish to consider." Aunt Wang immediately beamed with flattery, exclaiming, "Leader, please share, we are all ears." Yang Xiao cast her a sidelong glance and continued, "Firstly, diesel is challenging to procure, so I am personally more inclined towards solar energy. Secondly, if we are to utilize solar power, we must also employ solar panels to create a vast canopy over the Warsong base, allowing everyone to engage in activities both day and night." Aunt Wang instantly agreed, "The leader is right. I support this." Some higher-ups disapproved of Aunt Wang's sycophantic demeanor, but chose to feign ignorance rather than confront her. Tian Kikai raised her hand to ask, "The idea is commendable, but pursuing it presents us with two major challenges. First, where do we source so many solar panels? Second, erecting a massive canopy over the entire base is a monumental task requiring a professional construction crew and substantial steel. How do we address this?" Yang Xiao regarded her with appreciation, acknowledging her astute questions. "Indeed, our immediate priority is to recruit individuals with the relevant expertise." Tian Kikai looked bewildered. "Isn't our primary task to resolve the materials issue first?" Yang Xiao shot her a look. "I have the materials. You need only find the right people." "Oh, I nearly forgot about that. Brother, you're incredible." Tian Kikai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Aunt Wang confidently declared, "Leave the recruitment to me. I shall rally those chatty women to assist in finding talent." Those aunties were exceptionally well informed, knowing precisely which families had puppies. Yang Xiao nodded in approval. "That's a good idea. Everyone can leverage their connections. For every successful referral, I will reward you with 30 gene of food." Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the crowd as they began to scheme. If they could present their friends and relatives as candidates, they could amass a considerable food supply. However, I advise against any underhanded tactics. Should I discover that your referrals are subpar, the referrer will face a double penalty. With that, any nefarious thoughts were swiftly extinguished. Ensure rigorous vetting. We must not allow genuine talent to slip away nor allow charlatans to pass. Yang Xiao trusted their judgment, as this matter was closely tied to their own interests, and he was confident they would not be negligent. Now, let us deliberate on whether this grand canopy should be large enough to cover the entire base or designed as smaller canopies sufficient to shield the apartment buildings. The attendees exchanged glances. Given a choice, they would prefer Yang Xiao to utilize the materials to create a vast temperature-controlled greenhouse, akin to a spacious, cool high-speed rail station. However, this was evidently unrealistic due to the lack of technical expertise. Lu Rian raised her hand to speak. "If the sunshade is constructed too large, the technical demands will be exceedingly high, and it will have to endure immense pressure. Therefore, I believe it would be best to create smaller canopies to cover the apartment buildings. This would reduce technical complexity, lessen pressure, ensure adequate light, and facilitate airflow." Ultimately, the assembly approved Lu Rian's proposal to construct a large canopy for each building. As for the water issue, Yang Xiao assured them that he would find a solution. With that, the meeting concluded successfully. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly, yet it remained stiflingly hot. Compounding the discomfort was the power outage, plunging the base into darkness and amplifying feelings of unease. This situation felt reminiscent of ancient times. No lights, no fans, and as soon as dusk approached, everyone was compelled to return home to sleep, a most trying experience. Darkness often breeds crime, prompting everyone to secure their doors and refrain from venturing outside, no matter how unbearable the heat inside their homes. Children cried out in distress, only to grow hotter and more agitated, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and sleep. The security personnel patrolled the base in small groups, each wielding powerful flashlights, intermittently illuminating the darkened apartment buildings, offering a modicum of comfort to the residents. Just as everyone was preparing to force themselves to sleep, a rumbling sound of machinery echoed through the neighborhood. Those near the source of the noise grew curious and stepped onto their balconies. To their astonishment, the plaza of the community was aglow with brilliant lights, illuminating the entire area. Several excavators were at work, accompanied by a group of shirtless men laboring diligently. Some residents, driven by curiosity, sought to inquire about the happenings below. However, the excavators were too loud for them to hear, prompting them to grab their flashlights and descend for a closer look. At that moment, Ah-san was playing the role of foreman, earnestly directing the workers. A middle-aged man approached and asked, "Ah-san, what are you all doing?" Ah-san replied with a cheerful grin, "We're constructing a water tower." "A water tower?" Ah-san beamed with pride. "Yes, once it's completed, everyone will be able to come here to collect water. Of course, it won't be free." "Really?" The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Ah-san, how will the water fees be calculated?" Ah-san shook his head. "I can't say for certain. The leader will announce it later, so please be patient." "That makes sense. I'll help out too." Others who had come to observe also expressed excitement and rolled up their sleeves to lend a hand. Although everyone had stockpiled water, it was merely an illusion of abundance, as it would quickly deplete within a month. Thus, they all hoped the water tower could be completed swiftly so that they would no longer have to worry about their daily water supply. With so many people volunteering to assist, Ah-san readily assigned them tasks. The water tower could not occupy the entire plaza, as Yang Xiao intended to construct a stainless steel water tower with a capacity of 2 cubic meters. The structure would be rectangular, measuring 10 by 10 by 20 meters. Currently, they were busy laying the foundation, creating 1-meter-high concrete pillars to support the water tower. Around the square, workers were diligently driving piles and erecting iron columns, with plans to weld a colossal sunshade crafted in the shape of a Wi-Fi signal to shelter the water tower. This sunshade, designed with 3 layers of insulation and topped with photovoltaic panels, would be replicated throughout the entire base. Although the endeavor demanded considerable materials, its superior insulation ensured a comfortable living environment. The prospect of a hopeful life filled everyone with enthusiasm and vigor, leading to a bustling atmosphere of industriousness. As time passed, an increasing number of residents voluntarily descended to lend a hand, transforming the construction site into a lively scene. Just as the heat became unbearable, Aunt Wong led a group of women pushing carts filled with chilled mung bean soup. "You've all worked hard. Come and have some refreshing mung bean soup." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, flocking towards her in frenzy. Aunt Wong playfully scolded, "Hold on. There's water over there. Wash your hands first. We don't want you all looking like beggars. No need to rush. Everyone will get their share. Form a line, and no shoving. Whoever pushes will be sent away." The authority of a neighborhood committee director was evident here. Those who disobeyed would be left out. Everyone, being civilized, accepted the need to queue. "By the way, Director Wong, does this mung bean soup cost anything?" Aunt Wong replied with conviction, "Of course it does. There is no such thing as a free lunch. However, our leader has said that since you've worked hard, this mung bean soup serves as a reward for you." "Well, that is wonderful. Our leader is truly benevolent." The knowledge that hard work could yield free mung bean soup only fueled their motivation further. Soon after, more residents arrived carrying several horn fans, cranking them up to blow refreshing air towards the construction site, instantly dispelling the oppressive heat. The presence of the horn fans attracted even more residents seeking relief from the warmth. Consequently, the crowd swelled, with everyone pushing forward, severely impeding the progress of the work. No one wished to leave such a pleasant spot, and no amount of urging seemed to move them. In exasperation, Aunt Wong reported the situation to Yang Xiao. As the leader of the battle song base, he was not inclined to be harsh on his subordinates, so he sent over a dozen horn fans and a diesel generator. Amidst the roaring winds, the residents were finally liberated from the sweltering heat. Everyone returned home to fetch their mats, finally able to enjoy a comfortable night's sleep. However, a larger crowd meant more trivial issues. It was one thing for children to relieve themselves inappropriately, but when adults began to do the same, it was truly disgraceful. Was it really necessary to save a bit of water for flushing? Apparently, it was. With nature's call being urgent, it was impractical to stop them. This issue needed an early resolution. Aunt Wong once again passed this problem to Yang Xiao. Stunned, Yang Xiao exclaimed, "Relieving themselves in public? That's unacceptable. We can't allow this to happen. How about we build a public restroom?" "A public restroom? That is a feasible suggestion. Let us combine a shower facility, a restroom, and a biogas pit, ensuring we maximize resource efficiency." "All right, I'll get right on it." Aunt Wong's efficiency was commendable when she focused, and she quickly identified a suitable candidate. The man, surnamed Su, was a skilled mason adept in various tasks, from constructing houses to digging latrines and building biogas pits. After hearing Aunt Wong's requirements, he immediately envisioned a rough blueprint in his mind. "Sister Wong, what do you think of this?" He produced a ballpoint pen and a small notebook to sketch. "We select a relatively open space, dig a biogas pit first, then build the restroom atop it, with a public shower adjacent to utilize the shower water for flushing." "That's a brilliant idea. Yang Xiao should be pleased. I'll consult him tomorrow." "Great." The next morning, Aunt Wong promptly conveyed old Su's concept to Yang Xiao, seeking his input. Yang Xiao found the idea commendable and nodded in agreement, suggesting, "The community has a septic tank. With slight modifications, it can be transformed into a biogas pit, saving substantial manpower and resources." All right, Aunt Wong left in high spirits. A few days later, 3 unexpected visitors arrived at her home: Policewoman Zhao Ying, Officer Zhang, and Director Zhao. Yang Xiao had never met Director Zhao, but he had fond memories of the enthusiastic Officer Zhang and was eager to welcome them inside. A refreshing chill enveloped them as Policewoman Zhao exclaimed, "How delightful. Is this air conditioning? How is it still cooling?" Old Zhao remarked, "I had heard you constructed a safe house, but I didn't anticipate the cooling effectiveness to be so remarkable. You're truly a forward-thinking young man." Yang Xiao smiled, inquiring, "And who is this?" Officer Zhang cheerfully introduced, "Yang, this is our Director Zhao, and this is our Captain Zhao, whom you have met." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. "You both share the surname Zhao?" Old Zhao chuckled, "I'm her father." Chapter 61. The old ginger is still spicy. After breakfast, the women, except for Tian Kikai, obediently retreated to their rooms to allow the men to discuss serious matters. Old Zhao got straight to the point, stating, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here today to propose a transaction. A transaction? Please elaborate. Yang Xiao's interest was piqued. Old Zhao, with a serious demeanor, said, I've heard you possess a considerable stockpile of firearms and ammunition. I'd like to purchase some from you. That's absurd. Absolutely not. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Director Zhao, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. Old Zhao ignored his protests, continuing, Rest assured, I'll take them for free. I'll offer you substantial compensation in return. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, realizing he could no longer maintain the facade, and decided to be candid. Is it really appropriate for someone of your standing to approach an ordinary citizen to purchase such items? It's not about appropriateness. We are in extraordinary times that warrant extraordinary measures. With the higher-ups turning a blind eye, I cannot simply watch my subordinates fall into peril. You speak with sincerity. Yet I am curious about what you intend to offer in exchange and how much you wish to procure. With Old Zhao's admission, Yang Xiao felt no need to conceal anything further. Old Zhao's expression turned serious as he stated, I've heard you're currently recruiting veterans. How about I provide you with a regular army unit? Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, his heart racing. Are you joking? I'm quite serious. It won't hurt to tell you that most military units are currently in a state of neglect. Yang Xiao interjected, so they're left to fend for themselves? Old Zhao shot him a glare, well said, but refrained from saying that again. As he noted, many military units are facing the dire situation of self-sustainability. They often receive only a month's supply of military provisions, after which they must fend for themselves. Right now, they can restrain themselves, but once they exhaust their supplies, they will transform into terrifying demons, wreaking havoc. So what is your point? Yang Xiao maintained a calm exterior while feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Old Zhao glanced at Yang Xiao, then at Tian Kikai, his gaze sharp. Once they go rogue, your place will undoubtedly become their primary target. This was an undeniable truth, as the substantial resources in her possession were no secret, and many factions were aware of it. However, it was rumored that the Battle Song base had acquired a Gatling gun, which temporarily deterred any potential thieves. Tian Kikai gasped, her face pale as she nestled into Yang Xiao's embrace, trembling. Brother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Yang Xiao gently reassured her, patting her back. In truth, he felt a sense of unease himself. While he could handle a disorganized mob, facing off against a regular army would likely lead to disastrous consequences. Although he possessed spatial abilities that could absorb attacks, utilizing this power required energy. If the enemy simply wore him down, once his energy was depleted, his fate would be sealed. Old Zhao donned a benevolent smile once more. Hey, young man, are you starting to feel a bit anxious? Yang Xiao's expression darkened as he silently regarded him, choosing not to respond. Thus, in order to safeguard your life and those of your charming companions, I believe it would be prudent for you to seriously contemplate my proposal. After a moment of deep reflection, Yang Xiao let out a heavy sigh. Very well. Please elaborate on the situation regarding that regular army. Ha, young man, you are quite astute. I appreciate your perceptive nature. Old Zhao, feeling quite pleased, then launched into an elaborate account of the regular army. There was originally a reinforced regiment of 2,000 stationed outside the city. On the very night the apocalypse erupted, amidst rampant fires, all the soldiers of this regiment devoted themselves to disaster relief efforts. They mobilized in units of squads, scurrying through every corner of the city, tirelessly working without rest. That night, they made tremendous sacrifices, and fewer than 200 soldiers survived the ordeal. From the regiment commander down to the company leaders, nearly all perished, leaving only one company commander who had been knocked unconscious by falling debris. Subsequently, that commander managed to consolidate the remaining personnel, barely maintaining a company structure. They paid a heavy price, but received scant rewards. Abandoned by their superiors and scolded by those below, the world showed them no mercy, forcing them to seize the mountains and live by their wits. Yang Xiao promptly interrupted, Hold on, no need to make it sound so tragic. After all, everyone has their struggles. Please get to the main points. Old Zhao, unfazed and with a steady demeanor, cleared his throat. Ahem. The crux of the matter is that the company commander is an old acquaintance of mine. We share a good rapport. I can facilitate an introduction and persuade him to join your ranks. Yang Xiao regarded him skeptically. Are you certain he won't come to usurp power? Old Zhao's expression soured at the suggestion. Hey, what kind of talk is that? If he intended to seize power, he would simply march his troops over here. Do you think you could withstand that? There seems to be some merit to that argument. Since he is your acquaintance, why not simply ask him for equipment? You speak so lightly of it. Currently, resources are our lifeblood, and their equipment is theirs. Do you truly think I would risk our survival for theirs? Old Zhao's clever manipulation of concepts left Yang Xiao utterly speechless. You make a compelling argument. I find myself unable to retort. Ha ha ha. The policewoman laughed, her smile dazzling. Yang Xiao was momentarily mesmerized until a sharp pain in his arm jolted him back to reality. Tian Kakai, pouting, glared at him fiercely. Ahem, in that case, I must ask Director Zhao to act as an intermediary. However, I wonder what kind of compensation you expect once the deal is successful? Old Zhao, no fool himself, responded without hesitation, 200 rifles, 10 machine guns, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, and 10 boxes of grenades. Yang Xiao, without a moment's thought, flatly rejected impossible. Feel free to negotiate, Old Zhao replied. Adhering to the principle of having the price, Yang Xiao instinctively countered, at most half. Old Zhao slapped the table. Deal? I've recorded this. Anyone who reneges shall be cursed with misfortune. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, his face paling. Damn it, I've been duped. Ha ha, young man. You are quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. Old Zhao chuckled with glee, resembling a cunning old fox. Yang Xiao, feeling rather disgruntled at having been bested by this old fox multiple times, found solace in the fact that this was his future father-in-law, treating it as a form of betrothal gift. After reaching a preliminary agreement, Old Zhao promptly contacted his old acquaintance. The company commander, a straightforward individual, immediately rushed over upon hearing Old Zhao mention a significant opportunity. During the wait, they remained busy. Zhao Ying, with a hint of implication, inquired, I heard you plan to build a water tower? Yang Xiao nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Chapter 62, Bad News and Good News. Zhao Ying's expression grew somewhat complex. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke. Have you seen the news? Just before the apocalypse, the Great Lakes in North America dried up overnight. Yang Xiao nodded. Having seen the sensational reports, yes, it was all over the place. What about it? Zhao Ying sighed, alas. I've heard that the water in the Great Lakes is heavily contaminated with heavy metals, far worse than even the Ganges. The fish there are inedible. Besides being incredibly foul, they carry numerous carcinogenic substances. Yang Xiao was momentarily dumbfounded. All his efforts to drain the Great Lakes were aimed at establishing his own power base. And now this distressing news? The water was severely polluted and undrinkable, and the fish were carcinogenic? Had he known, he would have gone for Lake Baikal instead. But alas, there is no remedy for regret. Lake Baikal should be nearly dry by now, but it would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. He had missed his chance. His heart sank, feeling utterly despondent. Damn it. Seeing his distress, Zhao Ying felt a sense of satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter. However, the issue of water was relatively easy to resolve. With a few purification processes, it could be made drinkable, as that was precisely the function of water treatment facilities. But those carcinogenic fish were another matter. They couldn't be consumed, and discarding them seemed wasteful. Please, do not add insult to injury. Yang Xiao shot her a glare. Even if she was to be his future wife, he couldn't indulge her. Fortunately, from her words, he gleaned a sliver of good news. Once the water was purified, it could be safely consumed. As for the fish, he planned to use them to wreak havoc on those who bore him ill will. Ahem, Captain Zhao, do you happen to know what filtration processes the water treatment plant employs? Zhao Ying appeared somewhat troubled. I'm not quite sure, but I know a technician at the plant. If you need, I can help you get in touch with him. Please do. Ahem, I have a bit of necessity. After all, you've seen that I'm constructing a water tower. I can't very well provide everyone with unclean water. Can I? All right. Out of kindness, I shall help you make the connection. Zhao Ying stifled a laugh as she dialed a number. After a brief conversation, she covered the phone and said to Yang Xiao, he wants to speak with you. Very well. I shall speak with him. Taking the call, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. Hello, this is Wang Qiu, the technical director of the water treatment plant. My cousin mentioned you wanted to establish a water treatment facility. Is that true, cousin? Yang Xiao shot a glance at the party in question. Zhao Ying turned her face away, her eyes darting. Ahem, don't mind her nonsense. I merely wish to build a water tower, but the water source is somewhat contaminated. So I intend to invite a technical expert to handle it. No matter, it's all the same. How dirty is your water source? It's not from a cesspool, is it? What nonsense are you spouting? My water source is clean and sanitary. Well, it's akin to the water quality of the Great Lakes, not the Ganges. Can you manage? The other party fell silent for a moment. That shouldn't be an issue. As long as we have the materials, we can purify even the dirtiest water. But I must clarify. I can work for you, but you need to ensure the living conditions for my family. Of course, I can arrange jobs for your family to ensure they are self-sufficient. That is splendid. Thank you. May I ask if you have any sunburn ointment? My wife accidentally got sunburned while foraging for food yesterday, and her condition is somewhat dire. Yes, just bring her over, and I assure you, she will be well taken care of. Excellent. I am immensely grateful. I shall repay your kindness with actions in due course. After hanging up, Zhao Ying immediately sent her older cousin a location pin. Yang Xiao's lips twitched. I find your cousin rather peculiar. Zhao Ying rolled her eyes. That is quite normal. There aren't many normal people in the technical field. All right, you're right. The conversation had come to an awkward halt, leaving Yang Xiao momentarily speechless, prompting him to enlist his little assistant. Tian Kikai, unable to bear Yang Xiao's burning gaze, took over the conversation. Sister Zhao, I did expect you to be so young and yet have such an extensive network. Zhao Ying smiled slightly. It's nothing special, just acquaintances, pure coincidence. As the conversation threatened to dwindle, Tian Kikai endeavored to spark new topics. We are currently in the process of recruiting various talents, such as medical personnel, engineers, construction teams, and so forth. Do you happen to know anyone? Zhao Ying pondered for a moment before turning to the ever-reticent Old Zhang and inquiring, do you have any acquaintances within these professions? Old Zhang chuckled. I have encountered few in the past, but their contact numbers were retained during case investigations. I am uncertain how many of them are still reachable now. Well, why not contact them one by one? Zhao Ying suggested. All right, I shall give it a try. Old Zhang produced his mobile phone and opened his contacts. Yang Xiao, out of curiosity, leaned in for a glimpse, only to be met with a bewildering list. The notorious dog thief, Zhang Dazeng, the frequent victim of undergarment theft, Li Kuo, the caretaker Lu Ermezi, and the habitual battery thief, Zhou. Old Zhang made calls one by one, but each attempt resulted in failure. Finally, he reached the contractor Boss Li, who had been apprehended at a bathhouse twice. I got through. A disgruntled voice responded, Hello, Officer Zhang, in this apocalyptic world. Do you still intend to invite me for tea? Old Zhang burst into laughter. Boss Li, you jest. I actually need your assistance with something. Oh, as long as it's not trouble for me, I'm all ears. Whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Ha. Boss Li is magnanimous. A brother of mine is constructing a base and requires a construction team. Are you interested in taking this job? What is the scale of the project? What is the compensation like? The other party's tone was eager, clearly excited. Old Zhang handed the phone to Yang Xiao, allowing them to negotiate directly. Yang Xiao, un ser fait, articulated his demands and quotations on the spot. After a fruitful discussion, the other party promised to bring a 100-man construction team that very night. Zhao Ying, wide-eyed, stared at Yang Xiao. You truly intend to provide an umbrella for every building? Yang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my base cannot be subpar. It must allow me to live comfortably. Do you have that many materials? Of course, and if that isn't sufficient, I can always raid the steel market. Zhao Ying's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 63. Successful Recruitment. An armored vehicle, weary from travel, approached the Warsong base. Halting before Yang Xiao's villa, 6 soldiers disembarked, led by none other than Old Zhao's old acquaintance, squad leader Hong Zhong. After exchanging pleasantries, they quickly got to the point. Hong Zhong now commanded 188 warriors, and his demands were modest. He merely wished for his men to have their fill. However, Yang Xiao offered generous terms. Not only would meals and accommodation be provided, but also a monthly supply of 150 pounds of food and purified water. Hearing such bountiful provisions, Old Zhao was tempted to bring all his belongings and join them. Hong Zhong, filled with gratitude, felt tears welling in his eyes. But we are currently facing a predicament. The soldiers have been tirelessly engaged in rescue operations, leading many to suffer from sunburn. Due to a lack of medication, they have not received timely treatment, resulting in severe skin ulcerations. I require a batch of medicines, including antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, disinfectants, and sunburn ointments. If you don't have them, we'll need to search for them ourselves, and cannot come to you just yet. Yang Xiao smiled. I possess all those medicines in abundance. Just bring your men over. Hong Zhong was overjoyed, grasping Yang Xiao's hands with fervor. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I deceive you? Just wait a moment. I'll fetch the medicine. Yang Xiao rose and entered his bedroom, retrieving the medications from his space and filling a large bag. Upon seeing the medicines, Hong Zhong was moved to tears, the rugged man breaking down like a child. Old Zhao glanced over, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm quite curious as to why all these medicines are of Japanese origin. The labels were all in Japanese, incomprehensible to the average person. Ahem, contraband. Let us not dwell on the details. I see. Old Zhao elongated his tone, implying much. Hong Zhong handed the bag of medicine to a guard, his expression serious as he instructed, Xiao Si, you and the others need to take these medicines back to Deputy Platoon Leader Zhang. He will know what to do. But Squad Leader, your safety. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Moreover, this will soon be our home. How could I encounter misfortune in my own house? Enough with the fuss. Ensure the medicines are returned safely. Understood. We will complete the mission. The 5 guards saluted before hastily departing in the armored vehicle. Since the transaction was not yet finalized, Yang Xiao naturally would not settle the outstanding payment with Old Zhao, even if he were to become his future father-in-law. While the sun was still mild, Yang Xiao took them for a stroll around the neighborhood. The water tower in the square had been completed, yet it had yet to be filled. The large iron umbrella was still under construction, with the 4 main support beams erected, and workers were currently welding the umbrella frame. Hong Zhong inquired, General Yang, are you planning to construct an iron canopy? Yang Xiao nodded. Precisely, it will be a gigantic umbrella, akin to Wi-Fi signals, with 3 layers of insulation. Hong Zhong chuckled awkwardly. What a bold design. It sounds quite intriguing, but surely it cannot be very effective. After all, it's not localized high temperatures that a mere umbrella can resolve. It was understandable that he harbored such thoughts, given his lack of knowledge about the specific circumstances. Yang Xiao replied with a smile, an individual umbrella cannot provide insulation. But what if an entire community is shielded by this enormous iron umbrella? Would that not yield better results? Ah, you mean to erect an umbrella for each building? Exactly. Hong Zhong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, unsure of what to say. Such a colossal undertaking would demand an immense amount of manpower and resources, an unfathomable prospect. The air was filled with the sound of fans blowing as many gathered under the trees, enjoying the respite from the heat, embodying a scene of tranquility. Zhao Ying gazed on, lost in thought, murmuring, this place will likely become a senior activity center in the future. Tian Kakai beamed with pride, of course. After all, this is a water tower. People will come here to collect water, and the numbers will naturally swell. Suddenly struck by an idea, Tian Kakai whispered, Sister Zhao, why don't you move over here? We have plenty of vacant rooms in our house. Zhao Ying shot her a disdainful look. What do you take me for? Imagine the air conditioning at night. The shelter is also quite cool. Plus, we have ice cream. Zhao Ying retorted, an ice-cold cola. I don't care. Zhao Ying gritted her teeth. Tian Kakai, refusing to relent, continued to tempt her. There are also lobsters, king crabs, fresh vegetables and fruits, a swimming pool, and breakfast with bread, fried dough sticks, and milk, along with various snacks. Zhao Ying was on the verge of collapsing, glaring fiercely at her. Shut your mouth. If you mess with my resolve, I'll deal with you. Why so fierce? Smile more. It would be a shame to waste such a beautiful face. You're one to talk. Zhao Ying shot her a look of exasperation, unable to find a retort. As they continued their stroll, the group arrived at the 2 burnt-out apartment buildings, falling into silence. Director Zhao sighed, reflecting, alas, natural disasters are merciless. Who knows how many splendid high-rises have turned to ashes? Hong Zhong sighed in agreement. Indeed, countless innocent lives have perished in the flames, and many heroes have sacrificed themselves to save others. The situation here is relatively good. Other places have seen far more than just 2 buildings reduced to rubble. Yang Xiao spoke calmly. The primary reason these 2 buildings caught fire is that they house shops and contain a lot of flammable materials. As they walked, the sun began to rise higher. Those working wrapped up their tasks, and those seeking shade hastily retreated to the underground garage, even taking the fans along. By midday, Hong Zhong's soldiers arrived, weary from their journey. For armored vehicles, 8 main battle tanks, and 18 transport trucks, these were all that Hong Zhong had managed to hide at great risk. The rest had been confiscated by higher-ups. A beleaguered reinforcement unit remains with but a handful of personnel and meager possessions, a truly disheartening sight. Vehicles are parked beneath the trees, and all the injured have been carried from their transports and accommodated in the several villas at the back, which were once occupied by the leaders of various factions. After Yang Xiao eradicated those leaders, only 1 villa remains occupied by Aunt Wang, while the others stand vacant, now repurposed for the care of the wounded soldiers. Due to a lack of water, it has been an extended period since anyone has had a proper bath, and a foul odor permeates the air. Yang Xiao, feasibly displacé, promptly filled the water tower with ice. The ice melted swiftly under the scorching sun, transforming into cool, clean water. All right, everyone go wash up. What is this stench? Upon hearing this, a cheer erupted from the crowd, and they hastily erected curtains for privacy before rushing in, singing joyfully as they cooled off. Chapter 64. A Magical Transformation. Old Zhao, however, wore a pained expression, lamenting, you wasteful child. Those ice blocks are precious. How can you squander them so? Hong Zhong shared his sentiment, questioning, isn't there well? Why waste ice? Yang Xiao merely smiled, saying nothing. After all, it was just ice. He possessed a complete set of ice-making equipment in his space, and he was not concerned about such trifles. Once washed, the soldiers appeared revitalized and handsome. 100 or more muscular men standing together, almost akin to a bodybuilding competition. Yang Xiao strolled among them, declaring his position as the leader of the base and familiarizing himself with their faces. They were all aware of the circumstances, and no one opposed him. Frankly, he was now their benefactor, their lifeline, and they would have to heed his commands henceforth. Naturally, this submission stemmed from Yang Xiao's life-saving actions for their comrades. Otherwise, they would not have yielded so easily. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Yang Xiao could discern their inherent pride, yet he remained unconcerned. Welcome to the War Song base. For now on, we are family. Your mission is to protect the base, strengthen your own capabilities, and eliminate all adversaries. As for weapons and equipment, I will not interfere with what you currently possess. Simply inform me of your needs. I may not have nuclear aircraft carriers, but I can provide ample light and heavy machine guns and conventional artillery. A bold soldier boldly inquired, "Do you have tanks, Chief?" This question elicited suppressed laughter from the others, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Zhao Ying shot him a disapproving glance and whispered, "I told you not to brag. Now your boast has backfired. Let us see how you handle this." Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, are you concerned about me?" As if. Who would care about you? Zhao Ying retorted, glaring at him before stepping back. Yang Xiao paid no mind and turned to the eager soldiers, smiling. "I do, in fact, possess tanks, though they may not be as fine as yours and are few in number. I fear you might mock me if I revealed them." The soldier immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Rest assured, Chief, we are all professionally trained. No matter how ridiculous the situation, we will not laugh." Yang Xiao surveyed them, pondering that these hotheads were far too restless. If he did not show them some authority today, they might truly believe Yang was easy to bully. Very well then. Watch closely. The cement road in front of the villa was wide and shaded by trees, with few vehicles in sight. Yang Xiao flicked his wrist, and almost like magic, produced a smoke grenade, tossing it into the distance. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to expect. As the smoke dissipated, a tank stood quietly in the middle of the road, leaving everyone dumbfounded, as if witnessing the supernatural. "Is that a Type 10? Hong Zhong recognized it instantly, his face a mask of astonishment. "Let me try it." "Me too. Wait for me." 3 tank soldiers rushed forward, effortlessly starting the tank. After a few minutes, the tank halted beneath a tree, and the 3 crew members leaped down, rushing to Hong Zhong, brimming with excitement. "Report, Company Commander. It's real." Hong Zhong kicked him in frustration. "I'm not blind. Do you think I can't tell the difference? You've grown too bold, starting the tank without permission. Do you even acknowledge me as your company commander?" The soldier cheekily replied, "Hey, it's not our regiment's tank. Get lost." At that moment, the gazes of everyone shifted toward Yang Xiao, now infused with awe, reverence, and curiosity. Yang Xiao smiled apologies. "I was just a bit restless and performed a little magic trick. I hope I didn't frighten anyone." Hong Zhong chuckled. "Not at all. That was an excellent trick. Please do it again." Old Zhao remarked, "You truly have some tricks up your sleeve." It seems that anyone who contemplates attacking the Warsong base must first weigh their own strength. However, that tank is too conspicuous. Anyone can identify its origin at a glance. To avoid unnecessary complications, I suggest you modify it slightly so it's not easily recognizable. Upon hearing this, Hong Zhong seemed to have an epiphany, his mind racing. He stared at Yang Xiao, stammering Yu Yang Xiao Muralis Milet nonchalantly. Noting that Director Zhao was astute, they should cover it with a cloth and modify it by nightfall. It was getting late, so he grabbed a few sturdy men to fetch ingredients for lunch. Zhao Ying observed his departing figure, a peculiar glint in her eyes. Old Zhao leaned in close, grinning. "So what do you think? I told you this kid is extraordinary." Zhao Ying rolled her eyes, scoffing. This was entirely predictable. Today merely confirmed it. Hong Zhong pulled Old Zhao aside, asking gravely, "Old Zhao, what is your take on this matter?" Old Zhao shrugged. "What else is there to think? Just consider that tank as smuggled goods." Hong Zhong shot him a glance. "Would you dare say that to the customs officials?" Old Zhao chuckled. "Oh Hong, broaden your horizons. If strange occurrences can make the Great Lakes disappear, what is so unusual about a wild tank appearing here? Is there a problem?" "Not at all." Hong Zhong looked bewildered. "Ah, that actually makes sense. I find myself unable to refute it." Old Zhao added earnestly. "So, at times, one must play the fool. If you weren't so steadfastly righteous, you might have at least been a deputy regiment commander by now." Hong Zhong bristled. "Deputy commander? Who needs that?" "Well, thankfully you're a company commander, so you've saved your life. Work hard at the Warsong base, and you could become the Minister of War. You seem quite envious of my position. Why not apply for the head of security?" "Oh, I'm too old. It's time for me to retire." "What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm not ambitious?" "I never said that. You drew your own conclusions." "You." Hong Zhong, unable to counter him, huffed off to drill the soldiers. "Gather. Everyone, assemble. Attention." Seeing his ire, Zhao Ying curiously inquired, "Old Zhao, what did you say to Uncle Hong? Look how furious he is." Old Zhao remained unfazed. "Nothing serious. I was just pointing out his flaws. He is too petty. He deserves to be vexed." Zhao Ying's eyelids twitched, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just then, a few sturdy men returned, carrying a hefty pig weighing over 300 pounds, along with various fruits, vegetables, scallions, ginger, garlic, spices, and rice. The soldiers standing at attention discreetly peered over, their mouths watering with desire. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed a warm meal of rice, the last being before the apocalypse. Chapter 65, An Uninvited Interruption. Hong Zhong scolded them for their lack of ambition before announcing dismissal. The soldiers erupted in cheers, rushing to lend a hand. Some set up tents, while others moved pots. Stoves, fetched water hoses from Yang Xiao's house, carried large fans, and arranged tables and chairs. The crowd bustled about in an orderly manner, their faces adorned with smiles. The hefty pig before them appeared as if it had been electrocuted, still warm to the touch. After enduring the onslaught of wild tanks, the sudden appearance of this wild boar elicited far less curiosity among them. They simply wished to expedite its journey to the pot for a peaceful end. The cooks sharpened their knives, first preparing to bleed it out. Once the water boiled, they began to scrape off the hair, followed by eviscerating it for processing. Edible parts were saved while inedible scraps were discarded into the biogas pit, a testament to resourcefulness. The master chef's knife skills were impressive. In no time, the pig was meticulously disassembled. Bones simmered for broth. Offal was used for porridge, and the head along with the trotter was prepared for braising. Half an hour later, the porridge was ready, and the soldiers eagerly sampled the delicacy. A few children, attracted by the fragrant meat porridge, gathered with wide eyes, salivating profusely. Zhao Ying, feeling pity for them, was overtaken by maternal instincts and beckoned them over to share a meal. Observing their ravenous consumption, she felt a pang of sympathy and lamented. What a pitiful bunch of children. They ought to be free from worry about food and clothing. Yet, Tian Kakai scoffed, Sister Ying, don't be deceived by them. Why do you say that? They're just so young. How could they harbor any ill intentions? Hee, you may not know, but our base has a children's hall specifically for accommodating kids under 14, providing them with free meals. 3 meals a day, all with meat, and far more nutritious than what you have. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's expression darkened, and she found these mischievous children to be not at all pitiable, but rather somewhat detestable. However, since the gates had already opened, it was unreasonable to drive them away. Fortunately, there weren't many children under 14 in the entire community, and distributing a bowl of porridge to each would suffice. Yet, despite her irritation, she had to admit that the establishment of the children's hall indicated that Yang Xiao was a man of responsibility and foresight. As long as these saplings were nurtured, there was hope for the future. This fellow does have his merits. Soon, the dishes were ready. Potatoes stewed with pork, pork braised with vermicelli, stir-fried vermicelli with carrots, carrots fried with fatty pork, deep-fried pork belly, and pork belly served with taro, along with taro stewed with salted fish. A single pig had produced an array of 8 exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, greatly enhancing their appetites. There was beer in the cold storage, and Yang Xiao ordered 100 cases to be brought out for their enjoyment. The sweltering heat rendered even the bullhorn fan ineffective. So Yang Xiao had several large water buckets brought in and filled with ice. Any unconsumed beer could be chilled in the buckets, and those suffering from the heat could refresh themselves with ice water, providing a cooling respite. The communal meal was hearty and lively. At the main table, Old Zhao and Hong Zhong reveled in their drinks, while Tian Kikai engaged Zhao in casual conversation about the intimate matters of young women. Yang Xiao, curious to eavesdrop, found himself thwarted in his attempts. Since he was denied the chance to listen in, he interrupted their conversation, inserting himself into Zhao Ying's discourse. Given that Zhao Ying was currently enjoying the hospitality of his generosity, it would be impolite to refuse his engagement. Yang Xiao voiced his perplexities. In light of such a catastrophic event, surely the government must have established shelters or similar facilities. Zhao Ying nodded in affirmation. Indeed, they exist, and they are quite substantial, encompassing top talents from various fields. Your father, being a director, surely has a place reserved for your family. So why haven to you gone? Zhao Ying's tone turned slightly irritable. Why should I go? Oh, come now. I have beer. Please share your story. Yang Xiao poured her a glass, his curiosity piqued. Zhao Ying shot him a glare, downed her beer in one go, and began recounting. Shelters indeed existed, and Old Zhao had 3 spots available, ample for their family of 3. Initially, many lower-level officials held allocations, but these were seized by the powerful. In moments of life and death, people naturally wished for their loved ones to be saved, leading to the appropriation of slots intended for lower officials. However, those loved ones also had their own circles, desiring the same for their kin, resulting in a scramble to secure the remaining allocations. Once someone took the lead in such self-serving behavior, countless others would follow suit. Ultimately, the promised prioritization of elite talents and pillars of the state devolved into the preservation of royal relatives. To ensure their quality of life, these aristocrats would undoubtedly seek to bring along numerous beautiful men and women for their enjoyment, thereby further encroaching on the limited allocations. For them, the apocalypse merely meant a reduction in their operational sphere, indulgence would persist unabated. Officials of Old Zhao's rank would find themselves at the bottom of the hierarchy in the elite-dominated shelters, likely relegated to laborious tasks for survival. Should such a time arise, his precious and beautiful daughter would be subject to unimaginable perils. Rather than endure servitude in a shelter, he would prefer to carve out his own domain and live freely. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao was not surprised, as he had encountered similar rumors in his previous life. The elite enclaves were far more unsavory than Zhao Ying envisioned. However, one matter had long eluded his understanding, prompting him to inquire, "May I ask, where are the official safety bases located?" There are many, some constructed by local governments, like air raid shelters or underground tombs. There are also national-level shelters, primarily divided into two types: overlooked islands and the Taklamakan Desert. Yang Xiao interrupted her. "Wait, what did you say? Are you implying that there are shelters in the Taklamakan Desert?" Zhao Ying nodded, her expression serious. "I can responsibly tell you that the largest shelter in our country is located in the Taklamakan Desert, and it is currently undergoing expansion. In the future, it will become the largest base for the continuation of humanity, bar none." Yang Xiao's lips twitched. "Are you sure you haven't had too much to drink? It's a scorching apocalyptic world. With a global water shortage, building a refuge in the desert seems like digging one's own grave." Zhao Ying laughed derisively. "See? If you had paid attention in geography class, you wouldn't be in this predicament. That desert was once an ocean in prehistoric times, and after eons of transformation, it became a desert. Surveys indicate that there are over 200 trillion cubic meters of fresh water below 1,000 meters deep, equivalent to 10 times the water storage capacity of the Great Lakes. With such an abundance of fresh water, can you fathom how many people it could sustain?" "Wow!" Yang Xiao gasped in astonishment. This was new information to him, or else he would have ventured there in his past life. "Surprising, isn't it? You should be shocked." Yang Xiao continued, "If there is no shortage of water, why aren't you going there? Indeed, if the Northwest has such an abundance of fresh water, why haven't you made the move?" This question momentarily stunned Zhao Ying, who then regarded Yang Xiao with a look of incredulity, tinged with a hint of pity. "Didn't I just mention? My father is a high-ranking official locally, but before royal relatives, he is merely a cog in the machine, who would willingly abandon a high-quality life to go suffer there. Moreover, most of the powerful have already congregated there, and no base can accommodate them all. Thus, they are currently expanding rapidly while gradually relocating the remaining royal relatives. Only after the higher-ups are settled will they begin to accept ordinary people." Yang Xiao's lips twitched. What a cruel piece of news. By the time they were capable of sheltering ordinary folks, it was likely that those ordinary folks would be mostly gone. Zhao Ying nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Who can say otherwise? It's unfortunate that they weren't born under a lucky star." Yet, setting aside personal feelings, at least some humans have survived, allowing the species to continue. Yang Xiao smiled. "We need to be overly melancholic. We can establish a large safety base ourselves." "Indeed, you are correct. The responsibility of preserving the flame of humanity's existence will now rest upon your shoulders." With that, Zhao Ying downed half a can of ice-cold beer, her cheeks flushing slightly from a mild inebriation. Yang Xiao refrained from responding. He had no intention of shouldering such burdensome responsibilities. However, upon reflection, he realized that this was essentially about the matter of a beautiful woman having a child, which seemed not so different from his current endeavors. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ying had already downed 2 cans of beer, her mind slightly clouded. She gazed at Yang Xiao with fervent eyes, her enchanting allure palpable as she exhaled softly. "By the way, you still owe my family a favor." When did I ever owe anything?" Yang Xiao was somewhat bewildered, assuming she was merely intoxicated. "Don't be incredulous. Do you recall that batch of supplies you procured before the apocalypse? If it hadn't been for me urging you to inform my father, do you think those greedy aristocrats would have simply overlooked you?" "What do you mean?" Yang Xiao's expression sharpened, beginning to take her words more seriously. Zhao Ying flashed a seductive smile, ready to clarify his confusion. "What else could it mean? Did you think no one was overseeing your extensive procurement within the country? My father discreetly shielded you, convincing the elites that you had already donated all your supplies. Otherwise, you would have been whisked away for questioning long before you realized it. Fortunately, luck was on your side. The apocalypse erupted before they could react, allowing you to slip through the net." A chill ran through Yang Xiao, a wave of dread washing over him. He believed Zhao Ying's claims wholeheartedly. In his past life, he had heard that following the outbreak, the authorities swiftly seized control of all major supply depots, granaries, docks, wholesale markets, logistics centers, and storage facilities. Ordinary citizens were left to scavenge remnants from places like shopping malls, supermarkets, small convenience stores, and farmers markets. Had Yang Xiao not possessed the donation certificate signed by Old Zhao, Individuals would have approached him in the days leading up to the apocalypse, coaxing him to surrender all supplies, promising a life free of worry. If he had refused, the consequences were all too clear. Thus, he indeed owed a debt of gratitude to the father and daughter duo. The lunch was thoroughly enjoyable, everyone slightly tipsy, and they dispersed in search of places to rest. Others were assigned to the basement of the villa, where they were kindly provided with electric fans. Zhao Ying, however, was pulled into Yang Xiao's villa by Tian Kikai, who claimed they were going to enjoy the air conditioning but insisted on washing up first. Yang Xiao instantly discerned Tian Kikai's intentions and promptly interjected, "Let go of that policewoman. Allow me to take over. Get lost." Both shouted in unison before hand in hand entering the bathroom. Yang Xiao spread his arms in resignation, saying, "All right, you came to my doorstep. Don't blame me for not warning you later." Glancing around the now empty living room, where the women had all retired for a nap, he contemplated randomly entering a room for some company when Bai Jia emerged from the adjoining chamber. Freshly washed, she radiated an alluring scent, donning an apron. As she walked past Yang Xiao, she playfully brushed against him, flashing a bewitching smile. "Darling, I'm preparing a pot of hangover soup." Yang Xiao stole a glance at her smooth back, raising an eyebrow. "Do you need my assistance?" "Absolutely. Some ingredients are placed too high for me to reach." "No worries, I can manage." As night fell, a rumble of machinery echoed. Bosley had arrived with his 100-member construction crew, equipped with excavators, cranes, hoists, and other heavy machinery. Old Zhang, being acquainted with Bosley, accompanied him for the reception. To welcome their arrival, Yang Xiao had a pig slaughtered, which brought tears of gratitude to the construction crew. Soon after, Wang Qiu arrived with his family of 5, his wife, daughter, and parents, 2 SUVs laden with luggage. Zhao Ying and her father, along with Yang Xiao, welcomed them and arranged accommodations in one of the villas. Wang Qiu expressed immense satisfaction with the arrangements, showering them with thanks. During dinner, Wang Qiu suggested that Yang Xiao send someone to transport equipment and materials from the water treatment plant, which could save a great deal of trouble. Yang Xiao had no objections and dispatched someone with Wang Qiu to the facility after the meal. Meanwhile, Bosley's construction team began their work, eager to complete their tasks promptly. With matters settled here, it was time for Zhao Ying and the others to return. They had previously agreed on the weaponry and gear, ensuring nothing was amiss. On Liu Rian's suggestion, Yang Xiao generously provided them with some fresh fruits and vegetables. Intending to entice Zhao Ying, let her indulge her cravings. If she desired more in the future, she would have to seek out Yang Xiao. Due to the large quantity of supplies, Yang Xiao dispatched a truck to assist with transportation, accompanied by a tank for protection. Meanwhile, an unexpected visitor arrived at the air raid shelter. Director Zhao's old adversary, Captain Li, made an unannounced visit, bringing along a truckload of ammunition. Having heard that old Zhao's resources had been depleted, he worried that his rival might perish in the next battle. He sought to offer support without explicitly stating it, hence the ruse of exchanging supplies. However, he was taken aback when he waited for quite some time without seeing old Zhao. As night fell, he decided to unload the ammunition, planning to return the next day. Just as the vehicle reached the base entrance, they spotted a tank. The father and daughter exchanged glances and promptly reversed back into the base. The tank slowly entered the compound, followed by a police car and a military truck. The commotion quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Chapter 67, Confronting Old Foes. Old Zhao stepped out of the vehicle and walked straight toward Old Li's car. Old Li followed suit, both exuding tension as they locked eyes, ready to clash. Zhao Ying glared at a woman who was her equal in every regard, coldly demanding, "Li Man, what brings you here?" This was the girl with whom she had engaged in countless brawls since childhood, both of them possessing fiery tempers. Li Man sneered, "Hey, I heard you were beaten into submission by a ragtag group and nearly met your demise. I came to see if it was true. You might be disappointed. As you can see, we are doing quite well." "Oh, really? I heard you've exhausted your resources. If they were to strike again, you'd surely be left waiting for death. Why not plead with me? If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I might grant you a few boxes of ammunition." "Cut it out. We've already secured our supply of equipment." "Is that so? Congratulations, then. You get to live a little longer." "Thank you for your kind words." The two women exchanged barbs, neither willing to concede, sparks flying between them. Fortunately, the director's wife arrived just in time to defuse the brewing crisis. Upon learning that the other party had come to deliver ammunition and had waited for quite a while, old Zhao felt immensely embarrassed. Zhao Ying's face flushed with shame, but the prospect of apologizing to Li Man was out of the question. Old Li broke the tension first, scoffing, "Since you've already found your ammunition supply, I assume you no longer require our assistance. We'll be taking this ammunition with us." Old Zhao scoffed, his demeanor haughty. "Anything delivered to my territory belongs to me. If you want to take it back, you'll find it impossible, but I want to take advantage of you." I'll fill your truck with supplies later, lest others malign me. Who do you think you are? Acting so arrogant. Are you itching for a fight? Come at me. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. As they hurled insults and engaged in a scuffle, the atmosphere ignited. Li Man provocatively glanced at Zhao Ying, beckoning with her finger. Hey, little girl, come spar with me. Zhao Ying cast her a sidelong glance, caressing her rounded belly, and smiled. Sorry, I just ate too much. I'm not suited for vigorous activity right now. You. Li Man fumed, her teeth gritting in frustration, wishing she could pummel her. Ignoring her, Zhao Ying turned to old Zhang and commanded, Go, fill their truck with supplies. Don't let them feel underestimated. Also, give them half of our fruits and vegetables, so they know just how well we're living. Old Zhang's lips twitched as he pondered how these two individuals, despite their evident concern for one another, insisted on exchanging such harsh words, which inevitably led to their confrontations upon meeting. However, their private grievances were of no concern to him. He preferred to focus on organizing people to work diligently. Zhao Ying approached the back of the truck, retrieved a box of Fuji apples, and bit into one, relishing its crispness. Apple! Exclaimed Li Man, surprised as she hurried over to grab one for herself. After taking a bite, she exclaimed, I thought I'd never have the chance to taste apples again in this lifetime. This flavor is truly nostalgic. She promptly grabbed another and called out towards the arena. Dad, have an apple. Upon hearing the mention of apples, Old Li abruptly lost all desire to fight, shoving old Zhao aside to catch the apple with precision. Crisp. This tastes delightful. Let's move a few more boxes later. Old Zhao felt a surge of displeasure, questioning why he should allow Old Li to take more. Miser. Old Li was too engrossed in his apple to pay him any heed. The two pairs of fathers and daughters settled upon a large stone, munching on their apples. Old Li, while chewing, inquired, Have you established contact with the military district? No, that is Old Hong's soldiers, Old Zhao replied. Oh, aren't they supposed to be so impoverished they only have dried, salted fish left? How'd they come by apples? That's a long story, Old Zhao admitted, recounting the events surrounding Hong Zhong's defection to the Zhanga base. Ah, so that's the community where the girl hoarding over 500 million in supplies resides. They sure are bold to shelter a regular army. Don't they fear being overrun? Huh, you underestimate their leader. Don't let his harmless appearance fool you. He is ruthless when it comes to killing, Old Zhao mused, harboring suspicions that the deaths of over 300,000 people prior to the apocalypse were somehow linked to Yang Shao, despite lacking concrete evidence. Defeating that ragtag group, led by Tang Chuan, doesn't warrant such praise, does it? Old Li scoffed, thinking a young man's capabilities could only go so far. His understanding of Yang Shao limited to superficial details. Li Man interjected, Dad, have you forgotten that on the day Xie Jiaying fled back, she encountered the Zhanggu base personnel and got beaten up? Right? So they've won 2 battles already. They must have some skills, Old Li conceded. As Zhao Ying gasped in astonishment, Xie Jiaying got beaten again? Indeed. I heard the Zhanggu base folk were grilling fish by the river when Xie Jiaying and her crew attempted to steal their catch, and well, they got a beating for it. Zhao Ying burst into laughter at the mental image, her mirth causing her to shake uncontrollably. Li Man, curious, asked, You spent so much time to Zhanggu base today. You're not developing feelings for Yang Shao, are you? Zhao Ying pouted, her expression one of mock resentment. Nonsense. Who would fancy that scoundrel? A fickle-minded cad. Oh dear, it seems our Zhao the police flower is on the verge of being plucked. How delightful. Zhao Ying shot her glare. Shut up. Are you looking for a fight? Li Man, undeterred by the threat, chuckled. I'm just curious about that fellow. He made a substantial supply haul, including fresh fruits and vegetables. Want to know? You could always check it out for yourself, Zhao Ying suggested. True. It seems we ought to investigate. Who knows? We might even reap some benefits, Li Man acknowledged. Their conversation meandered through various topics until the truck was filled with supplies, prompting Old Li and the others to take their leave. With their mission accomplished, the tank and truck departed. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The Sunshade project was completed, featuring 3 layers of insulation, with the top layer adorned with solar panels. From a distance, the entire community appeared to be blanketed by enormous sunshades, a truly magnificent sight. Numerous nozzles were affixed to the sunshades, programmed to release artificial rain every 3 hours for 10 minutes, maintaining optimal temperature and humidity within a base. The greenery was also expanded with the planting of more flowers and trees, ensuring air quality. The base's walls were reinforced and heightened, with numerous firing points established to significantly enhance security. Building 18 was officially designated as the War Department, serving as both a workspace and accommodation. The passage outside the War Department was transformed into a photovoltaic carport, filled with tanks and transport vehicles. Most of the villas were vacated, reserved for the base's senior officials and those who made significant contributions. The water supply system was installed, originating from Yang Shao's villa, purified through 4 stages to yield drinkable water, which ultimately flowed into the central square's water tower. The Zhangge base underwent a remarkable transformation. The living conditions became refreshingly comfortable, better than before the apocalypse. When Bosley received the final payment for the project, he was overwhelmed with emotion. He had initially considered merely providing work meals as a generous offer, never expecting the promised remuneration. Yang Shao's adherence to his word profoundly moved the entire construction team, fostering their loyalty and admiration. Consequently, they chose to remain, hoping to join the Zhangge base. Given the base's pressing need for personnel, they readily accepted, thereby establishing a new department, the engineering department. Yang Shao also introduced the Zhangge card system, akin to a campus card. Electricity, water, food, and other supplies would all require card transactions. Each member of the Zhangge base would receive a guaranteed 50 points monthly, with varying contributions earning additional points. A pricing list was also established. Electricity was 0, 5 points per kilowatt, water 1 point per liter, rice 2 points per pound, vegetables 4 points per pound, and pork 8 points per pound. The community buzzed with life, both day and night. To prevent idleness, Yang Shao tasked the External Affairs Department with issuing missions, encouraging everyone to venture out for supplies and return to exchange for points. Points were akin to lifeblood, resulting in a fervent competition for assignments, as everyone feared being overlooked. The outside world was perilous. Some factions, having exhausted their food supplies, resorted to hunting humans. Thus, for safety, teams formed, renting handguns from the War Department. Energy sources were invaluable, promising high returns, prompting many to target gas stations. Liquefied petroleum gas, coal, and various metals were also sought after. As long as they could bring them back, they could exchange them for points. The Zhangge base personnel moved like locusts, seizing anything useful in their path, even pilfering doors and windows from others' homes. However, a grim reality loomed. Energy sources such as oil, gas, and coal had been largely depleted. On a brighter note, the citywide blackout rendered microwaves, induction cookers, and electric frying pans as unwanted refuse, making them affordable for the residents. These brand new appliances were transported back to the base in droves, significantly boosting everyone's points. It was a golden age of opportunity, with diligence. Even the dimmest of minds could amass a fortune. Yang Shao welcomed all, as long as it wasn't junk. One day, Yang Shao crouched in a standoff with a ferocious tabby cat when he heard the distinct sound of footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found Zhao Ying and Li Man approaching. Li Man had visited the Zhangge base half a month prior, forming a favorable first impression of Yang Shao. Subsequent visits for exchanging supplies further solidified their acquaintance. Yang Shao smiled, rising to kick the tabby cat aside. Meow. The tabby, thoroughly enraged, prepared for a fierce clash. Yet, Yang Shao tossed a fish towards it, immediately diffusing the tension. Li Man teased, "You're quite generous, tossing such a large fish without a second thought." Yang Shao shrugged. "What can I say? I have plenty of fish." Do the two lovely ladies have business with me? Can't we come without a reason?" "Of course not. Please. Gumin, your presence is a splendid addition to my grand villa. Only you would say that." Li Man cast him a sidelong glance before leading him into the villa. Zhao Ying stole a glance at the tabby cat that had just finished its meal and was now licking its paws. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to capture the creature and strode directly toward the villa's bathroom. She turned on half a barrel of tap water, squeezed some shower gel into it, and then unceremoniously shoved the tabby cat into the tub. Meow! The cat emitted a pitiful wail, thrashing desperately, but unfortunately, its cries fell on deaf ears. Hearing the cat's anguished sounds, Yang Shao's lips twitched, unsure how to respond. Li Man smiled and remarked, "Don't mind her. She just enjoys tormenting small animals." Yang Shao awkwardly chuckled, refraining from engaging further. "So, may I inquire about the purpose of your joint visit today?" "We've brought a truckload of coagulants to exchange for 10 tons of purified water. The air raid shelter has water seeping in, but it cannot be consumed directly. Hence their visit to Yang Shao for a trade." "That sounds agreeable." Yang Shao nodded in assent. "Thank you. Additionally, I must convey some news, perhaps unwelcome." "Oh, do share." To Yang Shao, as long as it wasn't news of a military invasion, nothing else could be deemed truly bad. Li Man gathered her thoughts and continued. "Do you recall the individual named Tang Chuan, the one you defeated in a hasty retreat? When he and Xie Jiaying conspired against Zhao Xianyu, an internal conflict erupted, leading to Tang Chuan's demise at Xie Jiaying's hands. And then, upon hearing of Tang Chuan's death, his father, Tang Rishan, vowed to eliminate everyone who had harmed his son. He contemplated bringing over 10,000 private soldiers across the border to exact revenge, but was dissuaded by the military. I thought he would be more formidable." "Is that all?" Yang Shao scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Li Man chuckled softly and elaborated, "Do not underestimate Tang Rishan in his quest for vengeance. He amassed troops at the border and personally led 300 elite soldiers across clandestinely. His primary target for revenge is undoubtedly Xie Jiaying, with you likely being the second. Why would he seek me out? I am not the one who killed his son. He did strike his son. All right, I admit to that." Yang Xiao could not be bothered to argue further. Li Man pressed on. His expedition here is certainly not solely for avenging his son. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Could it be he seeks to establish dominion? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Should he vanquish Xie Jiaying and recruit those henchmen, he would gain a foothold. My father believes that while internal strife is our own affair, Tang Rishan represents an external threat. We must unite to thwart him. What is your perspective? Just 300 men? Even with Xie's rabble, they cannot stir significant trouble. Currently, the Warsong base boasts regular troops, tanks, Gatling guns, grenades, and an array of artillery. Dealing with Tang Rishan would be a matter of moments. Chapter 69, The Old Fox. A police flower, a little devil. Daring to harm my son, seeking death. The internationally wanted criminal Tang Rishan, in his pursuit of vengeance for his son, undertook a lengthy journey across the seas. Upon arriving in Tianyi City, he refrained from immediate retribution, opting instead for a steady accumulation of power. He seized a residential complex as his base, subjugating the hundreds of survivors within to serve his whims. Simultaneously, he dispatched scouts to gather intelligence and plunder resources from smaller bases while infiltrating Xie's properties, the air raid shelter, and the Warsong base for information. As both Xie and Warsong were recruiting, he effortlessly placed his spies among them and swiftly acquired foundational intelligence regarding both factions. Currently, Xie's forces exceed 1,000, though composed of a disorganized rabble. They operate an underground munitions factory, producing firearms and ammunition at full capacity, ensuring nearly every member is armed. By pillaging and raiding, they have amassed ample supplies, capable of sustaining themselves for a year and a half. Xie Jiaying has demonstrated some skill, leveraging the resources left by my son to expand rapidly, now ranking among the top powers in Tianyi City. The situation at the Warsong base astonished him further. With its picturesque environment, plentiful resources, and comprehensive living facilities, it also boasted a regular army and hundreds of tanks. This was a formidable adversary he wished to avoid, especially since his son had only suffered a single defeat there. Victory and defeat are common in warfare, after all. Yet the enticing conditions and the allure of numerous exquisite beauties tempted him to take risks. After careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to conquer the Warsong base, but not just yet. Once his power reached a certain threshold, he would issue a command for a full-scale assault. The air raid shelter was not recruiting, so he refrained from infiltrating it. However, one of his subordinates managed to capture a spineless individual, successfully extracting a wealth of intelligence. Over 200 individuals, nearly all armed. They hoarded 40 million in supplies before the apocalypse, cultivated farmland, and even raised fish. These people are not entirely useless. If not for external interference, they might just survive this apocalypse. Alas, you have taken my precious son from me. All he knew was that his son had been killed while attacking the air raid shelter, thus implicating it in part for the tragedy. Yet upon hearing of the air raid shelter's close ties to the Warsong base, he felt disheartened. Cursed be it. Why does Warsong's name pervade every corner? Do they intend to thwart me at every turn? Nevertheless, he resolved to let them revel for a while longer. He would eventually eliminate them all. His current mission was to absorb smaller factions, gradually amassing power, then leverage his numerical advantage to consume Xie's properties before ultimately setting his sights on the Warsong base. Next stop, Qingshan Village. This urban village, densely packed with buildings, cast shadows in many areas, maintaining a generally cool ambience. Once favored by university graduates seeking rentals, the rapid economic growth in recent years led many to relocate, leaving the village somewhat desolate. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, numerous landlords recruited their tenants into small factions, scavenging for resources, digging wells, and keeping an ear to the ground for news, all in the name of self-preservation, resulting in infrequent conflicts. Among them was an elderly man named Imbai, a landlord. Last year, both his son and daughter-in-law perished in a car accident, leaving him with only his 2-year-old granddaughter. And from then on, they depended on one another. This old man was no ordinary figure. He was a master of poison, the very one who had imparted the art of poison-making to Yang Xiao in a past life. It was through his expertise that he had managed to survive for so long in the brutal apocalypse. Today, as usual, he strolled through the village with his granddaughter, promoting photosynthesis. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire and agonized screams echoed from the village entrance. His heart sank. This couldn't be good. Stealthily, he approached, pulling out his binoculars to observe. What he saw was shocking. A large group of armed individuals stormed into the village, entering residential buildings, committing acts of arson, murder, and theft with a brutality that was appalling. This is dire. These savages intend to massacre the village. He realized the danger and knew he had to flee. Though numerous factions existed in the village, their total number was limited and none possessed firearms, rendering them incapable of a fight. He swiftly scooped up his granddaughter and raced back home, frantically stuffing as much food as possible into his vehicle. Once the car was filled, he secured his granddaughter in the passenger seat and prepared to escape through another exit. Just as he believed he would make a clean getaway, he was halted at the village's edge. A dozen armed men stood in his path, each wielding a firearm. Should he attempt to force his way through, death would be certain. Reluctantly, he parked the car by the roadside, exited, and raised his hands in surrender. Upon witnessing the other party's readiness to fire, he hastily exclaimed, "Hey, young man, please refrain from shooting. I am merely an ordinary old man, posing no threat." Observing his seemingly harmless demeanor, coupled with his elderly appearance, those blocking the road instinctively relaxed their guard. The leader inquired, "Old man, what is your intention?" "Ah, I can no longer remain here. I find myself in dire straits, and I am on my way to seek refuge with my son-in-law." The old man wore a broad smile, exuding a friendly aura. "I see," the leader responded. "What do you have in that vehicle?" "Oh, just some food and daily necessities." "Young man, do you smoke?" "I have a pack of cigarettes in my left pocket." Upon hearing this, the assailants immediately cast greedy glances at him. The leader eagerly reached into the old man's pocket and indeed found a pack of cigarettes. After breaking the seal and having a couple himself, he shared them with his companions, leaving only 3 remaining. The old man produced an antique lighter and enthusiastically lit their cigarettes. As they reveled in the smoke, a conspiratorial smile crept across the old man's face. "Hey, young man, may I ask, what is it you are engaged in?" The leader scoffed. "Old man, are you feigning ignorance? Don't tell me you are not fleeing for your life. Indeed, your insight is impressive. You have seen through my ruse." "Ha ha, old man, you flatter me." With the pretense laid bare, the old man no longer held back, expressing his curiosity. "What motivates such a grand assault on our humble village? We are a poor place, lacking in resources and sparsely populated." The leader exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly replied, "Considering your perceptiveness, I shall divulge the truth. Our faction is known as the Tang sect, led by Tang Rishin. We are currently recruiting and expanding our influence. The assault on the village is merely to establish dominance and facilitate recruitment." The leader, now somewhat intoxicated by the smoke, rambled on, divulging everything he knew to the old man. Chapter 70, Deception and Warfare. The Battlesong Base? The old man gleaned significant information from the Tang sect disciple, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Just then, the group of Tang sect disciples suddenly clutched their chests, suffering excruciating heart pain, their heads throbbing, blood streaming from their orifices. "What have you done?" "Oh, nothing much, merely added a little something to the cigarettes," the old man chuckled, bidding the Tang sect disciples farewell on their final journey. Subsequently, he stuffed their firearms into his vehicle and rifled through their belongings, taking all useful items before departing with satisfaction. Previously uncertain of where to escape, he now had a destination. "Come, Susu, grandfather will take you to a wonderful place." "Yes, wherever grandfather goes, I shall follow. Susu is such a good girl." "Hold on tight. We are off to the Battlesong Base." "Yay, to the Battlesong Base." The little girl, blissfully unaware of the gravity of their situation, was simply delighted. After the massacre orchestrated by the Tang sect, all the elders and children in the village perished, leaving behind only the young and women. In the aftermath of their terror, these individuals were now compliant, allowing Tang Rishin to easily incorporate them into his ranks. Just as he prepared to leave, a Tang sect disciple rushed over in a panic, breathlessly reporting, "Tang, Boss Tang at the East Gate, all our brothers are dead." Tang Rishin's expression hardened as he coldly demanded, "What did you say?" "They're all dead, over a dozen of them, all having bled from their orifices." "Fool! Go and see." Tang Rishin promptly led his men to the East Gate. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of his comrades, a wave of dread washed over him. After careful examination, he discovered that the assailant had laced the cigarettes with a potent poison. What a formidable toxin, colorless and odorless, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. In the past, he had contemplated using poison to eliminate rivals. However, such rare and lethal substances were exceedingly scarce, leading him to prefer firearms for resolving conflicts. Had he encountered this poison master in his earlier years, he would have spared no effort to recruit them. Now, however, he had unwittingly made a deadly enemy. Without even knowing their identity, and panic seized him. Unable to contain his frustration, he kicked the lifeless bodies on the ground, venting his wrath. Incompetent fools! Offending a master of poison, You truly deserve your fate. The other Tang sect disciples, witnessing the disrespect towards their fallen comrades, felt a surge of indignation but dared not voice their discontent. Meanwhile, the old man drove furiously along the road, arriving at his destination half an hour later. Before him stood colossal black mushrooms, awe-inspiring in their grandeur. Is this the Battlesong base? What a splendid place. As the vehicle approached the base's entrance, soldiers halted them. Stop. Who are you, and what brings you here? Mistaking the military attire for a government-established refuge, the old man replied, Ah, comrade, I have heard that the Battlesong base welcomes talented individuals, and I have come seeking refuge. The soldier scrutinized him before inquiring, You consider yourself talented? Hee. Do not let my age fool you. I possess genuine skills. Ha ha. Pray tell, what unique abilities do you possess? Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall enlighten you. Come closer. Do you see this powder in my hand? The old man opened his palm, revealing a mound of white powder. As the soldiers leaned in closer, he blew forcefully. Several soldiers, caught off guard, inhaled and promptly succumbed to dizziness, collapsing into a deep sleep. The remaining soldiers immediately aimed their weapons at the old man, demanding, What have you done to them? Raising his hands in a placating gesture, he cheerfully responded, No need for alarm. They have merely succumbed to my sleeping powder. They will awaken in a few hours. Is that true? The soldiers examined their comrades, confirming they were alive, which eased their apprehension. The duty officer inquired, So, your skill lies in the use of sleeping powder? Ha, one might say so. Do you think my modest talent is worthy of your admiration? Sensing the old man's ambiguous intentions, the officer regarded him as a potentially dangerous figure, yet recognized his genuine abilities. After some deliberation, he decided to report the occurrence to higher authorities. Upon receiving the report, the squad leader personally arrived to assess the situation. Finding the old man somewhat troublesome, he hesitated to make unilateral decisions and reported the matter to Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong subsequently informed Yang Xiao of the incident. What did you say? An old man adept in using sleeping powder? Could it be him? Yang Xiao immediately thought of the old man who had taught him poison-making in his previous life, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Let us head to the main entrance. He swiftly jumped into a jeep and sped away. From a distance, he recognized the old man. Indeed, it was the old man. He never anticipated they would reunite so swiftly in this life. In their previous existence, they had not met until a year later, when the old man was fiercely protective of his granddaughter, driven to desperate measures to secure enough food and water for her survival. Eventually, Yang Xiao had rallied a group of survivors to assault the affluent district, leading to their disbandment, and the old man had met a tragic end. Now, encountering him once more stirred profound emotions within Yang Xiao, though he maintained a facade of calm. Approaching the old man, he bypassed pleasantries and got straight to the point. Old fellow, I hear you're quite skilled with sleeping powder. Let me experience it for myself. The old man regarded him with disdain. Young man, are you certain? Yang Xiao nodded. Yes, employ any trick you wish. As long as I fall victim, I promise you a feast of food and drink thereafter. Truly? Absolutely. Ha! Then I shall not hold back. A man must keep his word. The old man's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and he swiftly scattered a handful of powder. Yang Xiao smiled faintly, holding his breath as a folding fan materialized in his hand. A powerful gust of wind swept through, scattering the medicinal powder. A few unfortunate spectators, utterly captivated by the spectacle, failed to evade the onslaught and collapsed instantly. Observing his opponent effortlessly neutralize his attack, the crafty Yin expressed surprise. What a remarkable fellow. Behold my technique. He then removed his foul-smelling shoes and hurled one directly at Yang Xiao's face. Yang Xiao skillfully waved his folding fan to deflect the first shoe, causing powder to disperse in all directions. In the next moment, he slightly tilted his body, narrowly evading another flying shoe. Believing that Yin had exhausted his tricks, he was about to declare victory, only to discover Yin had appeared behind him like a specter, pressing a stick against his lower back. Young man, it's time to concede. Yang Xiao's lips twitched in irritation. You old rascal, we agreed to use poison, yet you resort to underhanded tactics. This is merely the art of war, Yin chuckled. For the sake of ample food and drink, who cares for fair play? Chapter 71, The Beloved. Quite right. The art of war indeed, you've won. Yang Xiao conceded with good humor. Then about that promise of endless food and drink? Rest assured, I shall not forget you. Splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Yin, as in the dark clouds of a stormy day, and my given name is Bai, derived from the famed Yishur Bai. I specialize in the arts of poison making and usage, and I eagerly anticipate your guidance in the future. I am Yang Xiao, leader of the Battlesong base, and I welcome you aboard. The two shook hands and exchanged knowing smiles. Yin felt an uncanny familiarity with the young man before him, but could not place where he had seen him before. Come with me. Yang Xiao glanced at the small child seated in the passenger seat, smiled at her, and then led the way. Yinbai hurried to keep up, eventually arriving at the villa district. After disembarking, Yang Xiao pointed to the villa behind them, saying, "You shall reside in that villa. Choose any room you prefer." Yinbai was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Am I to occupy such a large villa alone?" Yang Xiao nodded. "If you feel lonely, I can arrange for a few young women to assist you with your meals and daily needs." Ah, splendid. Though Yinbai had lost much of his vigor, he remained true to his original inclinations, still drawn to the beauty of youth. Yang Xiao regarded him with disdain. "Look at your aspirations. Come inside, let us dine first. I will take you over afterward." "Ha ha, I shall not hold back then." Upon entering the house, a refreshing breeze greeted them, causing Su Su to widen her eyes in surprise and exclaim, "Wow, how cool. Is that air conditioning, Grandpa?" "It's air conditioning." The little girl had not enjoyed such luxury in a long time and was bouncing with excitement. The commotion caught the attention of the women in the living room, who gazed at Su Su with avaricious eyes. Lu Ru Yen was the quickest to react, swiftly kneeling before Su Su to stroke her little face. "What an adorable little girl. Whose is she? Little sister, you're so cute. What's your name? How old are you?" Faced with this pack of women, Su Su felt a bit overwhelmed and quickly hid behind Yinbai, peeking out shyly. Yinbai, beaming, announced, "This is my granddaughter. Her full name is Yin, but we call her Su Su. She is almost 3 years old." Almost 3. No wonder she is so adorable." "Isusu tiristi. Sister will get you a cup of milk tea." "Isusu hoi. Sister will fetch you an ice cream." "Come here, Su Su. Sister will give you some fruit." The little girl quickly became the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of women, basking in their affection. Yang Xiao chuckled helplessly. "All right, let us take Su Su for a bath first. Dinner will be ready soon." "I'll do it." Tian Chi eagerly raised her hand, then scooped up the little one and dashed off. Lu Ruyin hurried after her, exclaiming, "Wait for me. Do you even know how to bathe a child with those clumsy hands?" The other women, unable to secure a turn, could only relent. Yang Xiao turned to Yinbai and asked, "How about you? Would you like to wash up too?" The elder had a rather strong odor, likely due to several days without a bath. Yinbai chuckled awkwardly. "I think I'll head back to wash. It's rather inconvenient with so many women around." "Fair enough. I'll take you over." "All right." On the drive, Yinbai found a change of clothes for Su Su and then accompanied Yang Xiao to his villa. After leaving Yinbai behind, Yang Xiao sought out Aunt Wang, requesting that she arrange for 2 capable young women to care for both Yinbai and Su Su. Conveniently, there were 2 attractive young women in the office who immediately volunteered upon hearing the need for maids. Yang Xiao refrained from agreeing immediately, instead looking to Aunt Wang. She understood and presented their information, revealing that they had recently escaped from Shiliting due to a burgeoning tyrannical force known as the Tang sect. They've been conquering smaller factions and enslaving everyone. We did not wish to sit idly by, so we seized the opportunity to flee. The Tang sect. Yang Xiao pondered, recalling a previous mention of Tang, Ritian by Li Man, and a sense of clarity washed over him. It seemed inevitable that the battle song would clash with the Tang sect, but he was unconcerned. They were merely a disorganized rabble. "Very well, then follow me." Yang Xiao took the 2 beautiful women with him, too lazy to inquire about their names. "Thank you, Mr. Yang." "Thank you." They expressed their gratitude, filled with excitement. Within the battle song base, being a maid was a highly desirable position. Not only did they receive far better treatment than elsewhere, but they also lived in close quarters with the higher-ups, sharing meals and accommodations, which could lead to significant opportunities. Thus, the applicants for maid positions were typically young and attractive women. Upon returning to Yinbai's villa, he had already bathed and changed into clean clothes. Seeing Yang Xiao return with 2 lovely women, Yinbai's eyes lit up as he unabashedly admired them. Not bad, not bad. Such figures and faces, truly exceptional." Yang Xiao rolled his eyes in disdain, as if you have any right to judge. Yinbai chuckled. "Such beauties are a joy to behold every day. As long as you're happy." The 2 women blushed at the old man's blatant compliments. Yinbai directed them to choose their rooms before exclaiming, "Your base is quite impressive. This large iron structure, while costly to maintain, offers remarkable insulation. And it can even generate electricity. What a brilliant design. Indeed, it can even induce artificial rain, raining for 10 minutes every 3 hours. That explains the vibrant life and fresh air in this community. However, with water scarcity affecting so many, while countless perish from heat and thirst, you utilize water for artificial rain. It's truly a case of the wealthy living lavishly. What is wrong with that? How can I not rejoice? A wealthy life is infinitely preferable to dying of thirst." Yinbai wasn't a saint. As long as he was comfortable, he cared little for the struggles of others. "Just know that," Yang Xiao replied with a faint smile, leading the way as mealtime approached. Yinbai hurried to keep pace, puzzled. Why do I feel you're particularly attentive to me? Is there something you desire? Yang Xiao shot him a look. What? Do you think I'm after you for your days without a bath? Yinbai replied earnestly. That one tea work. Perhaps you're fond of that. Get lost. Your fluster indicates I've struck a nerve. Do you possess any self-awareness, you old codger? Do you not have a sense of propriety? Having an elder in the house is akin to possessing a treasure. Let Su stay the night at my place. No, I was merely joking. You're young and cannot take a joke. Can you? Chapter 72. The Fish Purification Project. After a bath, Su soon found herself embroiled in yet another whirlwind of events. The reason? Lu Ruyan believed that such a cute little one deserved a bun hairstyle. And the other women concurred, for a bun was undeniably adorable. Some individuals find the single bun hairstyle aesthetically pleasing, while others prefer the double bun, leading to a stalemate between the two factions, each staunchly defending their views. Ultimately, Tian Kikai intervened to mediate, proposing a compromise, 3 buns. Initially, the women were swept up in excitement and agreed without much thought. However, once the 3-bun hairstyle was completed, everyone was left speechless. Susu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, pouting with a sense of grievance, wanting to cry but holding back the tears. Just then, Yang Xiao and Lao Yinbai returned. Upon seeing their little darling sporting the unconventional 3-bun hairstyle, Lao Yinbai was both amused and bewildered. Yang Xiao simply smiled in resignation, saying nothing and inviting everyone to dinner. In the past, Susu would lie in her grandfather's arms while waiting to be fed, but this time she found herself in a dilemma. 8 beautiful aunts, Lu Ruyan, Su Rue, Zhou Pi by Yi, Zhang Yuan by Jia, Su Mi, and Tian Kikai, were all vying to hold her, while her grandfather was left out of the equation, leaving her uncertain about whom to choose. In her moment of confusion, Yang Xiao picked her up. Come, uncle will feed you. Thank you, uncle. I want meatballs. All right. Ignoring the resentful glances from the table, Yang Xiao focused solely on feeding the little darling. In his previous life, this little one was quite attached to him, often expressing her cravings, yet she had never tasted them. In this life, he intended to ensure she had her fill. Here, this is green pepper stir-fried with shredded meat. This is salted fish braised eggplant. Have a sip of mushroom soup. Be careful. It's hot. Uncle will blow on it for you. Seeing the two interact, as if they were father and daughter, brought a pang of envy to several women. How outrageous. We treat the little darling so well. Why does he get to reap the rewards? They felt unwilling to concede and plotted to snatch the little darling away. The meal concluded amidst laughter and joy. And once Susu was full, she grew drowsy and fell asleep in Yang Xiao's arms. Observing this, the women promptly whisked the little darling away, claiming they were taking her to sleep on the big bed. Who knows if that was the truth? Only 2 people remained in the living room. Lao Yinbai, chuckling, offered Yang Xiao a cigarette, but Yang Xiao merely glanced at him and declined. No need to test me. This little bit of poison cannot harm me. Tisk, how boring. Lao Yinbai put away the toxic cigarette and inquired, you must have invested a considerable amount of effort into this base, haven't you? Yang Xiao nodded. It's manageable. I'm quite curious about how much ignorance you possess to squander resources so recklessly. A great deal, enough to last several lifetimes. Lao Yinbai gasped, genuinely interested in the specifics, though he refrained from probing further. Even if you have ample resources, you shouldn't construct it this way, should you? Creating a paradise and sheltering so many people. Aren't you afraid something might go wrong? Yang Xiao smiled. There won't be any problems. I'm the heart of this entire base. If anything were to happen to me, they would revert to the apocalypse. And what do you seek in return? Joy. Lao Yinbai, do you prefer the apocalypse or the old days? That's a no-brainer. Of course, I prefer the old days, despite the numerous constraints. At least there was no worry about food and safety was guaranteed. Yang Xiao sighed. Indeed, few enjoy living in the apocalypse, myself included. That is why I have created my own paradise. A paradise devoid of people would be a desolate ghost town, which is why I have welcomed so many. Each day, filled with happiness and liveliness, is quite satisfactory. Lao Yinbai shook his head, not entirely comprehending, but offering his support for Yang Xiao's endeavors. If you hadn't built this paradise, Susu and I would have suffered greatly, so I must thank you. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, just verbal gratitude? What else can I offer? I'm an old man. Should I dismantle myself to fashion you a chair? Lao Yinbai feigned indifference, displaying a carefree attitude. Yang Xiao smiled. I don't require your life as repayment. I only need your assistance with one matter. That sounds reasonable. What is it? I will do my best to help. Just wait. Yang Xiao headed to the kitchen, opened the freezer, and retrieved a fish, placing it in front of Lao Yinbai. This fish has long lived in water with severely elevated levels of heavy metals, exuding a foul odor and harboring carcinogenic substances within. I initially intended to dispose of it or gift it to an enemy. However, reconsidering, I find such an action wasteful. Please help me devise a method. Perhaps to separate the harmful elements from the fish meat? Lao Yinbai's expression darkened, indignantly retorting, I am Lao Yinbai, not an immortal. You might as well stop dreaming. Yang Xiao chuckled, don't be so quick to reject. I have a bold idea that requires a volunteer for experimentation. Noticing Yang Xiao's seriousness, Lao Yinbai became more attentive. What is the idea? Please elaborate. Yang Xiao, fully engaged, explained, I drew inspiration from the purification process of tap water. If heavy metals can be separated from water, why can't we purify fish meat in a similar manner? Lao Yinbai's mouth twitched, not outrightly dismissing the idea. It sounded plausible. Continue. Yang Xiao pressed on. What if we grind the fish meat in a powder and utilize a substance similar to a coagulant to absorb the harmful materials? Wouldn't the resulting fish meat be edible? Lao Yinbai's eyelids twitched. Your idea is indeed imaginative. Theoretically, it is feasible, but the practical difficulty is considerable. The key lies in identifying the adsorbent material. What exactly would it be? Yang Xiao shrugged. I have no idea, which is why I'm asking you to research it. He had caught so many fish from the Great Lakes. He was unwilling to let his efforts go to waste, hence the solution. Lao Yinbi pointed to First, this substance must be non-toxic, and secondly, it should have a strong affinity for heavy metal elements. Yang Xiao quickly inquired, so do you have an idea? Lao Yinbai nodded, then shook his head. I can't articulate it clearly at the moment. I need to think it over. However, I currently lack the necessary medicinal materials. Yang Xiao interrupted. You need not worry about the materials. Whatever quantity you require, I can provide. He had thoroughly ravaged the medicinal market in Tokyo, so he was not lacking. Really? Lao Yinbai's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course, I can even build a dedicated laboratory for you, fully equipped with all the necessary apparatus, allowing you to focus solely on this project in the future. Lao Yinbai rejoiced. Ha ha ha, that sounds splendid. Chapter 73. The police flower comes for a summer retreat. Without further ado, Yang Xiao immediately instructed Hong Zhong to prepare a floor in the War Department for Lao Yinbai's laboratory. Upon learning that this research pertained to the future food supply for everyone, Hong Zhong was invigorated, eager to complete it that very day. Yang Xiao told Lao Yinbi, let me know what experimental equipment you need. I will deliver it, or I can send someone to a private research facility to collect everything for you. We'll discuss that later. Let us first inspect the site and see what modifications are necessary. Lao Yinbai glanced towards the direction where his precious granddaughter had been taken, realizing that reclaiming her tonight was unlikely, and he could only sigh in resignation. Yang Xiao smiled, saying nothing, and led the way. The two arrived at the War Department, guided by soldiers to the parking lot. The space was vast, without walls, making it ideal for conversion into a research facility. Lao Yinbai nodded, very satisfied with the location, and instructed them to expedite the renovations. Yang Xiao promptly arranged for the construction team to begin work overnight, aiming to complete the research facility within 3 days. Lao Yinbai stayed at the site to oversee the renovations according to his preferences. Yang Xiao departed the underground facility and returned home to rest. At this moment, Susu lay soundly asleep on the big bed. Several women had gathered together, chatting and occasionally poking the adorable little face, filled with joy. Upon opening the door and witnessing this scene, Yang Xiao chuckled helplessly, thinking, you adore her so much. Why not have one of your own? Bai Jia smiled charmingly, saying, having children is not something we can decide for ourselves. It ultimately depends on your capabilities. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering how this woman dared to openly provoke her. Truly, it was as if 3 days of neglect had led to her audacity. If that is the case, let's find a place to contest. I shall let you experience the ferocity of the lightning 5 whips. Zhou Pei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, what? You intend to take on 5? How arrogant. Count me in. And me, cried another voice. I must join as well. It was inevitable that a group brawl would include her. Ultimately, a team composed of Bai Jia, Bai Yi, Zhou Pei, Su Rue, and Zhang Yuan stepped forward, ready to embrace Yang Xiao's challenge. Lu Rian's relatives had yet to depart, so she refrained from participating, remaining behind to entertain Su Su. Tian Kakai had not yet broken through that barrier, leaving her only to stare in wide-eyed silence. Sumi, being the discreet type, could only watch the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Yang Xiao felt a shiver run through him, immediately aware of a twinge in his lower back. However, having come this far, retreat would only provide these women with a source of amusement. Thus, to uphold a man's dignity, he resolved to fight to the bitter end. It was all Zhou Pei's fault, and she would surely be his primary target. After the group departed, only 3 women and a small child remained in the room. Tian Kakai, seemingly out of words, suddenly mentioned Xia Yubing. Who is Xia Yubing? Lu Rian's gaze turned sharp. What? You don't know her? Tian Kakai appeared somewhat bewildered. Should I know her? Who is she? That's strange. Before the apocalypse, Your brother was hoarding supplies like mad. And I saw you and Xia Yubing frequently helping him inventory the goods. This person exists? Lu Rian racked her brain, firmly convinced she had never encountered this woman. Tian Kikai thought for a moment, and an epiphany struck her. Ah, I remember. You two always came at different times, so it's perfectly normal that you haven't met her. By the way, that young lady is absolutely stunning. She just graduated from university, a financial whiz, and she should have been with your brother for quite some time. She used to be Yang Xiao's good neighbor, always keeping tabs on what he was up to. Is that so? Lu Rian ground her teeth, feeling a sense of betrayal. Yet upon reflection, she realized that her own clandestine interactions with Yang Xiao before the apocalypse left her with no grounds for judgment. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for Yang Xiao's simultaneous liaisons. She would definitely have to confront him about it later. Noticing that the powder keg had been ignited, Tian Kikai smirked mischievously before adopting an innocent demeanor, rolling off to play with Sumi. The following morning, Bosley delivered a detailed list to Yang Xiao, outlining the renovation materials and quantities needed for the laboratory. Yang Xiao prepared the materials as per the list and arranged for them to be sent to Bosley. Susu sported a new double-bun hairstyle, exuding an air of vitality. After finishing breakfast, Yang Xiao intended to take the little girl for a stroll. However, several women vied for the opportunity to carry her, leaving Yang Xiao empty-handed. Passing by the children's hall, he heard the raucous sounds of over 100 little ones. Reveling in their glee, Susu gazed longingly inside, her large eyes filled with desire. Lu Rian smiled and asked, "What's wrong, Susu? Do you want to go to kindergarten?" Susu nodded eagerly. Shall I take you in a play?" "Yes, yes." Lu Rian waved to Yang Xiao before cradling Susu and entering the children's hall, with the other women quickly following suit. Yang Xiao could only manage a wry smile. Lamenting, "Alas, my position in the family seems to be precariously teetering." Of course, this was merely a jest. Regaining his composure, he continued his leisurely stroll. When the patrol team encountered him, they excitedly greeted him. Soldiers saluted him with standard military decorum. Aunt Wang approached him with enthusiasm to report on her work. Other members of the base regarded him with admiration. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again standing before the two chart apartment buildings. Staring at the ruins for a prolonged period, a novel idea suddenly sprouted in his mind. Just then, an ethereal female voice floated from behind. "What are you gazing at? Are there treasures hidden among these ruins?" Yang Xiao turned around to find it was Captain Zhaoing. "Zhao, you've come quite early. Do you have any instructions?" Zhaoing shot him a disdainful glance. "No, I merely came to escape the heat." Since the renovation of the War Song base was completed, Zhaoing had become a regular visitor, often seeking refuge from the sweltering weather. "Is it very hot outside?" "It's nearly 50 degrees. Would you say it's not hot?" "Well, it certainly is quite warm." Just as he was about to say more, the time for artificial rain arrived. With a loud rush, the overhead sprinklers unleashed a torrent, drenching the entire complex in a deluge. Yang Xiao's lips twitched as he glanced around, searching for shelter. Unfortunately, the nearest refuge was the very derelict buildings before him, and with no other choice, he dragged Zhaoing inside. Zhao Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, her initial resistance fading as she allowed him to pull her along. Yang Xiao retrieved a towel from his space and teased, "You truly are a timely rain." Zhaoing shot him a fierce glare, but did not respond. Resuming their earlier conversation, "You were staring at these two dilapidated buildings in a daze. What were you thinking?" Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. "I was considering that since these two buildings can no longer serve as residences, could they possibly be transformed into farmland? Experts advocate for rice cultivation on mountainous terrain. Is it so outrageous to think of growing rice on a building?" "Huh." Zhaoing considered him mad. Chapter 74, The Rice Growing Plan on Buildings. The more Yang Xiao contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, and he excitedly shared his whimsical ideas with her. For instance, if they install glass, they could convert these two buildings into greenhouses, then seek fertile soil to lay atop the structures. Wouldn't that just be farmland? Zhao Ying's face was a picture of astonishment, wanting to refute him, but also finding his reasoning compelling. "Wait, let me sort through this." Yang Xiao, with eager anticipation, inquired, "So what do you think? Is it feasible?" Zhao only shook her head. "I don't know. First and foremost, we must consider the current load-bearing capacity of these buildings. After the fire, they have become hazardous structures, with a risk of collapse at any moment. It seems unlikely they could be converted into farmland." "That is true. If the buildings were to collapse, it would be a loss." Yang Xiao mused, and suddenly his eyes brightened. "I've got it. If these two won't work, we can find a half-finished building." "A half-finished building?" "Exactly. Boss Su has constructed so many half-finished buildings. We could pick one to experiment with. What if it succeeds? That does seem worth a try." Zhao Ying was clearly intrigued. If this plan were viable, they could cultivate a significant amount of grain, allowing more people to survive and potentially restore a semblance of human civilization. Without further ado, she promptly called Old Zhao and relayed Yang Xiao's ideas to him. Old Zhao was thrilled and expressed a desire to come over for a discussion. Yang Xiao hurriedly asked, "So what did your father say?" Zhao Ying beamed. "My father said this matter holds a certain feasibility, but can't be clearly explained over the phone. He needs to bring over a few experts in related fields to discuss it with you." All right then. 10 minutes later, the artificial rain ceased. The air in the community was fresh and the temperature pleasant, perfect for a date. Occasionally, couples could be seen strolling together, reminiscent of the beauty of life before the apocalypse. Observing this scene, Zhao Ying smiled. It seems the living conditions here are quite good. People even have the leisure to fall in love. Yang Xiao smiled back. Most are just cohabiting like that woman over there. Did you see her? Her former husband was a university teacher who was stabbed to death while hoarding supplies during the outbreak. Later, Aunt Wang turned to a life of vice. And when she was caught, she was forced into the trade. Eventually, after I took over the community, she turned her life around and found a burly partner from the Foreign Affairs Department. Unfortunately, her partner met with misfortune on his first outing for supplies, clashing with other factions and was subsequently killed. That's incredibly tragic. That's just the tip of the iceberg. After the demise of her new partner, the woman received a substantial sum in compensation, which she promptly used to adorn herself in an exquisite new wardrobe, only to subsequently entangle herself with another young man from the Foreign Affairs Department. Zhao Ying felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing that the unfolding drama would become even more melodramatic. Before long, that young man too met a tragic end, falling victim to a stabbing, allowing her to claim yet another compensation. This marked her fourth man, seemingly the most resilient, having lasted a week thus far. Zhao Ying's mind swirled in confusion, unsure of how to respond, ultimately exclaiming, "What a chaotic circle you belong to." Yang Xiao chuckled. "I cannot speak to the chaos, but many women in our base are thriving through such means." Zhao Ying furrowed her brows in doubt, questioning, "Do you not disapprove of such detrimental trends?" Yang Xiao retorted, "Why should we intervene? Detrimental trends, you say? Can you truly bear to witness them?" "I can, and I rather endorse them." Zhao Ying shot him a disapproving glance, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. Yang Xiao continued, "Let me put it this way. Men cannot exist without women, and women cannot exist without men. This is an undeniable truth. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Ying nodded, patiently awaiting his elaboration. Once a man enters a relationship, should he not assume responsibility and strive for a better life? Most men would. Indeed, precisely, he affirmed, a man's endeavors are not solely for his small family, but also contribute to the greater good of the base. Hence, I wholeheartedly agree. As for women, consider them as a driving force propelling men forward. Zhao Ying listened, caught in a haze of understanding, as if grasping the concept, yet simultaneously baffled. Once her thoughts crystallized, she frowned disapprovingly. "You are merely obfuscating the issue. You have yet to answer my earlier question. Will you not intervene against this detrimental trend?" Yang Xiao smirked, thinking that dealing with a police officer was indeed no easy task. Ahem, their connection is founded on mutual affection. A beautiful thing. How could it be deemed detrimental? A mere evasion. Zhao Ying, uninterested in further debate, resigned herself to the situation. After a while, 2 police cars entered the community, carrying none other than Old Zhao and Old Li, accompanied by several bespectacled elderly gentlemen, with Li Man among them. Upon spotting Zhao Ying and Yang Xiao in close proximity, Li Man was immediately struck by a competitive spirit, rushing to position herself beside Yang Xiao, appearing even more intimate while casting a challenging glance at Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying muttered under her breath, "Nuts, must everything be a competition?" and instinctively edged a bit closer to Yang Xiao. Director Zhao cheerfully introduced the newcomers to Yang Xiao, among whom were 2 seasoned agricultural experts with 4 decades of experience and 2 senior engineers. After hearing Yang Xiao's proposal regarding the vertical farming of rice, the agricultural experts expressed their agreement, but also offered their modifications. They argued that vertical rice cultivation was impractical due to severe water shortages. Rice requires copious amounts of water and is too heavy for typical buildings to support. They suggested instead the cultivation of drought-resistant rice along with high-yield crops, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Yang Xiao, confident in his water resource management, expressed his primary interest in whether the unfinished buildings could be transformed into greenhouses. The senior engineers indicated that, theoretically, it was feasible, although it had never been attempted. It bore similarities to container gardening, making it worth exploring. After measuring the temperature within the derelict structures, the agricultural experts confirmed that the conditions were indeed suitable for crop cultivation. Although these buildings could not be converted into farmland, they could be repurposed as chicken farms, capable of housing up to 100,000 chickens, provided the feed was sufficient. Furthermore, the chicken manure could be utilized as fertilizer, yielding dual benefits. The agricultural experts' insights bolstered Yang Xiao's resolve to transform the unfinished buildings into farmland. The next step was a field inspection to ascertain the specifics of the renovation. With family members offering to provide meals, Yang Xiao requested Aunt Wang to arrange a lavish banquet to warmly host these esteemed individuals. Following a hearty meal, Yang Xiao drove his modified vehicle, ferrying the group to the nearest unfinished building, flanked by 2 tanks for protection. Chapter 75, The Unfinished Building. The closest unfinished building to the battle song was a 20-kilometer journey away, typically requiring at least half an hour to reach by car, longer in the event of traffic. However, with clear roads and no traffic lights, they arrived at their destination in just 10 minutes. This area was on the outskirts, characterized by inconvenient transportation and sparse population. What lay before them was a small, overgrown community of unfinished buildings, consisting of 9 structures, all unadorned shell units. The site was littered with construction debris and remnants of household waste. According to Old Zhao's account, this community had been abandoned for 10 years. The developers had initially targeted this desolate area, seeking to profit from its low land prices. They later hired internet trolls to spread rumors of insider information, claiming the government would soon construct a subway, thus inflating property values. Misled by the convincing narratives and recognizing the significantly lower prices than in the city, naive citizens invested their hard-earned savings. After securing their funds, the developers promptly withdrew the majority of their workforce, leaving only a small contingent to delay progress. Eventually, work ceased altogether. Soon after, the developers declared bankruptcy and the community entered the liquidation phase, with hopes of resuming construction fading. The aggrieved residents had persistently petitioned and litigated to no avail, leaving them in limbo until the present day. The veteran agricultural expert lamented, "Alas, this is the blood and sweat of the common people. Have their consciences been devoured by wolves?" The group fell silent, unable to respond, the atmosphere thick with solemnity. As Yang Xiao kicked a plastic bottle that clattered across the desolate pathway, he surveyed the unfinished buildings, stating with deep conviction, "The fundamental cause of these unfinished buildings lies with both parties in the transaction." Li Man, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Xiao elucidated, "It's quite straightforward. If the buyers were not so eager and refused to accept pre-sale properties, there would not be such a proliferation of unfinished buildings." Zhao Ying raised an eyebrow. "Could you provide an example?" "For instance, once a developer acquires land, they must seek a bank loan to construct buildings, correct?" "Indeed, continue. Typically, developers sell homes while constructing them, often selling out before completion. With funds in hand, their ambitions swell, prompting them to continue purchasing land and building more properties. This cycle can yield countless developments, much like the notorious Mr. Su. And the consequence? The root cause of this predicament ultimately lies with the homebuyers. Their acceptance of pre-sales and payment enables developers to recoup their investments, allowing them to continue operating with little to no capital. Should the financial chain falter, all properties would be affected. If consumers resolutely resisted pre-sales and insisted on purchasing completed homes, many issues could be avoided. Ultimately, it all boils down to the gullibility of the common people. If everyone were a bit more astute, waiting for tangible results before investing, who could still exploit them? Zhao Ying shot him a skeptical glance. "So you consider yourself clever?" Yang Xiao shrugged. "I was once naive, having been harvested as chaff a few times. After suffering significant losses, I learned to be wise." A hearty laugh erupted from Li Man arriving at a building entrance. Zhao Ying's gaze sharpened as she intently remarked, "Wait. There are signs of habitation here." Her investigative instincts on high alert, Zhao Ying remained vigilant. Old Zhao chuckled lightly. "No need for alarm. People have lived here for quite some time." It turned out that the aggrieved residents, weary of unfulfilled complaints and unwilling to forfeit their hard-earned money, had moved in. Although the units were unfinished, they provided at least some shelter from the elements. "Can people actually live in this place?" The group was taken aback, all sharing the same question. Without water or electricity, how had they survived? Old Zhao smiled mysteriously, saying, "You'll find out shortly." He then called out loudly to the upper floors, "Xiangzi, are you home?" After a moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared on the balcony of the 16th floor. Waving and shouting, "It's Director Zhao. Please wait a moment. I will lower the lift." A small iron cage, suspended by a steel cable, began to descend slowly. Old Zhao grinned broadly and confidently stepped into the cage, securing his grip with both hands, shouting, "Lift off." The cage then ascended gradually, and upon reaching the 16th floor, the middle-aged man extended a hook to latch onto the cage. The onlookers were left speechless, momentarily a loss for words. and could only give a thumbs up. Impressive. The cage then lowered again, and old Zhao leaned out halfway, calling down, "Who is next?" Seeing the hesitation among the crowd, young Xiao smiled nonchalantly, saying, "I shall go." He then stepped into the cage amidst the astonished gazes of the others and ascended slowly. Once both men had safely landed, the others eagerly looked to take their turn. Zhao Ying intended to be the third, but was preempted by Li Man, leaving her with no choice but to watch in frustration. That insufferable woman. Always wanted to steal the limelight. She wished she could kick her. Li Man seemed to sense Zhao Ying's resentment, sticking her tongue out playfully before bursting into raucous laughter. After several trips, everyone was transported to the 16th floor, and they all felt a thrill from the experience. At this moment, Ziyang's family approached, a middle-aged woman, a youthful lad, and a graceful young lady. Old Zhao, with a serious demeanor, introduced, "Allow me to formally present comrade Lu Xiang, our hero in the war on drugs. He once battled ferocious drug traffickers, losing a hand in the process, which forced him into retirement. Yet this remains his highest honor." The three accompanying him were his wife and children. Upon seeing his mechanical hand, the crowd instinctively felt a surge of respect. Li Man and Zhao Ying raised their hands in a solemn salute. Lu Xiang merely smiled serenely, saying that it was all in the past and that they should come inside. As they entered the living room, they encountered a modest sofa, a simple coffee table, a few plastic stools, and 2 fans set to maximum speed, yet the heat was still unbearable. 2 elderly experts settled onto the sofa, loosening their clothing and taking out towels to wipe off sweat. The middle-aged woman brought over several glasses of water, smiling, "Please, everyone, have some water to quench your thirst. It has been filtered and is very clean." "Thank you," Li Man said, taking a gulp and instantly feeling refreshed. Zhao Ying, curious, inquired, "Uncle Lu, how did you manage to pull us up just now?" Lu Xiang chuckled, "I used a hoisting motor right over there on the balcony." The crowd turned to see an iron frame with a pulley system and a motor on the balcony, realization dawning upon them. "So that was the method. Do you usually use this to send up daily necessities?" Lu Xiang nodded. "Yes, without an elevator, we have to create our own. While this method does carry some risks, as long as one is cautious, it generally avoids mishaps." Through casual conversation, they learned that there were a total of 38 households residing here. Most of them were migrants from rural areas who had exhausted their savings, only to find themselves in a half-finished building. Unwilling to accept defeat, they moved in regardless. Lacking electricity, they spent money on solar panels and generators. Without running water, they secretly dug wells and purchased water purifiers. What about the absence of elevators? Well, nearly every household possessed a hoisting motor. Due to the inconvenient transportation and sparse population, communal purchasing was the norm. Having previously worked as a police officer, Lu Xiang had gained considerable respect in the neighborhood, so he typically organized these group purchases. The first day of every month was designated for communal buying, where residents would submit their shopping list to him. After tallying the required quantities and estimated costs, Lu Xiang would collect the money, enlist 2 helpers, and they would set out to procure the goods. The residents ensured he was compensated for his efforts, and in addition to this, they cultivated vegetables and raised chickens, living a secluded existence. The most significant impact of the apocalypse on their lives was the oppressive heat. During the sunlit hours, they often retreated to the basement for relief. Since the apartments were bare, they cooled off quickly at night, making their living conditions somewhat more tolerable than in conventional neighborhoods. Lu Xiang cheerfully remarked, "As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Were it not for this being a half-finished building, it would likely have been looted long ago." Old Zhao responded with a smile. "Now, not only is there no one to disturb you, but you also have no mortgage to repay. You must be overjoyed." To be honest, Lu Xiang admitted, "I feel that life now is far more comfortable than it was before the apocalypse. At least I have no burdens." Due to frequent group purchases, when sales and promotions occurred, they would stock up, ensuring that nearly every household had enough provisions to last a year and a half. However, old Zhao's demeanor shifted as he became serious, saying, "Ziyangzi, although your current life is carefree, what will happen once your supplies run out? Will you still be able to survive?" Concerned, Lu Xiang sighed, "Alas, what can I do? The world is in chaos, resources are scarce, and violence is rampant. My situation is already much better than many others. But what if one day this place is discovered? How will you protect yourself then?" This posed a grave concern. As the resources in the city dwindled, survivors would inevitably expand their search for sustenance, leading to their discovery. Once it was known that they had stockpiled supplies, the outcome would surely be bloodshed. "Director Zhao, I really don't know what to do. If you have any ideas, please share them. I will heed your advice." Lu Xiang said, his gaze resolute, casting the dilemma back to his former leader. Old Zhao chuckled, chiding, "You rascal, ever the clever one. All right, I'll get straight to the point. I came to find you today to offer you a clear path forward." "A clear path?" Lu Xiang asked, puzzled. Old Zhao gestured towards Yang Xiao, smiling. This young man is quite remarkable. If you trust me, you should align yourself with him. And who is he? Yang Xiao smiled. Introducing himself, I am Yang Xiao, the leader of the battle song base. Lu Xiang politely smiled, realizing, so it's Leader Yang, my apologies. Yang Xiao nodded. Getting to the crux of the matter. Let me be frank. I plan to convert this area of unfinished buildings into farmland. Since you reside here, if you are willing, you could serve as my agricultural officer. Transform this into farmland. Lu Xiang frowned slightly, struggling to comprehend, as poverty limited his imagination. Just as Yang Xiao was about to elaborate, Lu Xiang's daughter, Lu Zaimei, interjected, Dad, why are you so slow on the uptake? It's the vegetable garden that Granny Wang and the others set up on the first floor of Building 3. Lu Xiang suddenly understood, smacking his thigh. Oh, so that's what it is. You know, it actually sounds quite promising. The two elderly experts were filled with excitement, rushing in without hesitation to examine the garden. Lu Xiang, puzzled, asked, what are those two doing? Old Zhao chuckled, explaining, these gentlemen are agricultural experts. Seeing such a lush garden in this apocalypse is akin to witnessing the hope for humanity's survival. Naturally, they are ecstatic. I see. So your plan is to convert all the unfinished buildings into farmland? Yang Xiao nodded, then shook his head, yes and no. How exactly should we proceed with the transformation? I would like to hear the opinions of the two esteemed experts, Lu Xiang remarked, in full agreement. Indeed, witnessing their fervor and determination, it was evident they were true experts. It would be prudent to heed their counsel. Yang Xiao lightly nodded and inquired, by the way, how is it that a heroic figure in drug enforcement like yourself resides in an abandoned building? Has the state not made appropriate arrangements for you? Lu Xiang smiled and replied, there are countless unsung heroes who have sacrificed in silence. What am I in comparison? To be alive is already a stroke of fortune. Moreover, I chose this community myself, thus I must see this path through to the end. Yang Xiao nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, you are quite the man. Lu Xiang laughed heartily. Ha ha, you have a way with words. At that moment, a fierce voice echoed from a distance. Who are you? Trespassing in my vegetable garden? The group turned to see an elderly lady with hair as white as snow, brandishing a hoe and approaching with a fierce glare. Get out of my vegetable patch at once. If you don't, I'll hoe you down. Lu Zaimei, startled, rushed to intercept the enraged grandmother. Grandma Wang, please don't be impulsive. It's my father and his friends. They're just looking, not stealing vegetables. Squinting her eyes, Grandma Wang finally recognized Lu Zaimei and immediately softened her demeanor. Oh, it's you, the girl from the Lu family. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you craving some greens? Just wait, I'll pick some for you. The sudden transformation of her expression left everyone astounded. Lu Zaimei clarified, Grandma Wang, you've misunderstood. They're merely observing, not harvesting. Grandma Wang responded, somewhat confused. Oh, not harvesting? Then what are they looking at? They are agricultural experts, here to assess the quality of your crops. What? Experts have come. Quickly, take me to see them. I haven't seen experts in decades. Grandma Wang's impression of experts harked back to a time when they were truly dedicated to their work and held in high regard by the populace. Chapter 77. The plan proceeds smoothly. After meticulous analysis, the two elderly experts unanimously concluded that the abandoned building could be transformed into farmland. They noted that the vegetables in the garden below appeared wilted, a consequence of high temperatures and dry air. They proposed converting the abandoned structure into a sealed greenhouse to prevent moisture loss and regulate temperature. Due to the insufficient light within, they suggested planting shade-loving plants inside, while sun-loving varieties could flourish in the sunlit areas outside. Their numerous suggestions indicated their genuine concern for the project. Yang Xiao, King agricultural expert himself, found it challenging to grasp much of the information. Thus he devised a clever solution. Gentlemen, once the greenhouse is established, would you consider serving as technical advisors here? The remuneration would be at the highest standard of our base. The two men hesitated, somewhat embarrassed. You overestimate our role. Farming requires only experience, not technical expertise. It would be wasteful for us to guide you here. Indeed, we are both at a stage of life where leaving something for future generations is our greatest aspiration. There is no need to squander resources on us. Unaware of the extent of Yang Xiao's resources, they assumed there would not be much. He needed to sustain such a large operation, and any assistance would be beneficial as long as they could leave something for the next generation. Such was the simplicity and integrity of the former experts. Yang Xiao smiled and said, no matter, I am always generous towards those with true talent and knowledge. Furthermore, this greenhouse is merely a pilot project. Should it prove successful, we will undertake further transformations, and I shall inevitably require your assistance. Since you put it that way, we shall shamelessly accept your offer. Thank you, Director Yang, for your generosity. The two elderly experts had families of their own. and any opportunity to earn resources to take home was welcomed. Old Zhao cheerfully remarked, "Since we VE made a decision, let us discuss how to proceed with the transformation. First, we need to communicate effectively with the property owners here. Their strong support would be invaluable." Yang Xiao nodded, "Yes, indeed." Ahem, Director Zhao makes a valid point. I would trouble Brother Xiang to gather everyone. I have something important to share. Of course. Lu Xiang did not inquire further and instructed his son and daughter to notify everyone to assemble. Approximately half an hour later, everyone had arrived. Nearly 200 individuals of all ages, curious about the important announcement Lu Xiang had to make. Lu Xiang called for silence and introduced Old Zhao as position, as well as the two agricultural experts and Yang Xiao, the leader of the Zhangguo base, emphasizing their intention to convert the area into a vegetable greenhouse. A lively discussion ensued as everyone weighed the pros and cons, offering their insights. If the transformation succeeded and they could receive some of the produce, it would be a collective joy. However, concerns arose. What if the crops failed? Would it affect their feng shui? Would it impact their lives? Would they use their well water? Each had their own apprehensions. After they had deliberated, Yang Xiao gestured for silence. Everyone, I understand your concerns. I solemnly assure you, the greenhouse project will not only leave your lives unaffected, but will also bring you substantial benefits. A young man queried, "What benefits do you speak of?" "Indeed, what advantages does the greenhouse project hold for us?" An elder interjected, "Certainly, the produce we cultivate will be shared with you," Yang Xiao replied, causing an uproar of excitement among the crowd. "Please, everyone, let me finish. While you will receive a portion of the harvest, it will not be freely given. You must join my base and adhere to my arrangements." This declaration caused a wave of discomfort among the crowd, their brows furrowing in discontent. Yet, due to their trust in Lu Xiang, they refrained from direct confrontation. A woman inquired, "What does joining your base entail, and what are the benefits?" "Joining my base requires no monetary contribution. Only your loyalty is needed. In return, you will receive the protection of the Zhangguo base and enjoy its foundational benefits." A soldier stepped forward and loudly enumerated the basic welfare benefits of the base. For instance, each month, members would receive 50 points redeemable for any goods. Points could be earned through work, task completion, and contributions. Essentially, points equated to currency, capable of purchasing all necessities. Children under 14 could attend the children's program, with provisions for meals and housing, as well as classes taught by instructors. The base also provided medical care free of charge. Each benefit was compelling, stirring the hearts and aspirations of the people. When they heard about plans for sunshades, artificial rain, and temperature control, the excitement became palpable, their joy uncontainable. Thus, all present unanimously supported the transformation of the area into a vegetable greenhouse. After securing the owner's agreement, Yang Xiao pressed further, proposing another request. To facilitate management and reduce costs, I hope everyone can relocate to one building. This statement left the crowd momentarily stunned, followed by hushed discussions. Lu Zaimei asked, "Brother Yang, why must everyone move to one building? Isn't it fine as it is?" Yang Xiao replied with a smile. "I intend to install an elevator in that building and make some minor renovations." As soon as he finished speaking, hands shot up in agreement. "I am in favor." Others soon followed suit, expressing their approval. Why would they refuse an offer to enhance their living conditions? It was merely a move. After all, they were all in unfinished houses, so relocating would bear no loss. Lu Xiang hesitated for a moment and cautiously inquired, "So, what about the property rights?" Lao Zhao chuckled and replied, "You rascal, why indulge in foolishness at such a time? We are in an apocalypse now. Who cares about property rights?" Lu Xiang awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, I was being foolish. After being exploited and oppressed for so many years, I've lost all my spirit." Lao Zhao patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "You must stand tall from now on. The defense of the greenhouse base will be entrusted to you." Lu Xiang immediately felt a surge of fervor. Saluting with his mechanical hand, "Yes, Director Zhao, I promise to accomplish the task." "Ha ha ha, you don't need to assure me. Just promise your base leader." "Yes, Leader Yang. Rest assured, I, Lu Xiang, will risk my life to ensure the safety of the greenhouse base." Yang Xiao's lips twitched slightly. "It's not that serious. I will distribute weapons to you and send some people to assist." "Thank you, leader," Lu Xiang exclaimed with immense joy. Chapter 78, Persuasion to Advance. Subsequently, Yang Xiao instructed 2 senior engineers to commence their work. After more than 2 hours of on-site surveying and calculations, they finally completed their task and presented their renovation plan. The renovation scheme for base number 2 was vastly different from that of base number 1. In addition to sealing each apartment building with double-glazed glass, the iron structure was also modified. Previously, due to a lack of professional technical personnel, it had taken on a parasol-like shape. With the expertise of 2 senior engineers, the task became considerably simpler, yet somehow more intricate. They designed a colossal iron canopy capable of enveloping the entire base number 2. The technical complexity was comparable to constructing a high-speed railway station. In their words, since the materials are free and abundant outside, we might as well take bold risks. The next morning, Lao Zhao and the others returned. After breakfast, the two engineers submitted their design sketches, resembling a yurt, with each apartment building serving as a foundation to support this immense yurt. This yurt featured 3 layers of sun protection, with solar panels covering the top and an automatic sprinkler system in place. The exterior was constructed of glass, ensuring ample light while regulating temperature and humidity. Yang Xiao's lips twitched. This design was quite audacious, certainly requiring a considerable investment of time. Wasn't it? If it took a year and a half, what significance would it hold? The engineers awkwardly smiled and candidly stated, that depends on how much manpower and resources you are willing to invest. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated, and asked, how can we complete it within a month? The two engineers exchanged glances and provided a standard answer. Assuming materials are sufficient, approximately 700 people will be needed. That many? Yang Xiao found himself in a quandary, silently tallying the personnel at his base. During this time, he had recruited nearly 400 veterans, over 30 lagging police officers, a dozen firefighters, and various talents from numerous fields. The engineering department had not expanded its recruitment as there had been no prior plans for renovating unfinished buildings. Now, the total number of people at the base had surpassed 2,000, with women and children accounting for over 60%. 700 personnel were indeed a tall order. Director Zhao queried, what's wrong? Is there a shortage of manpower? Yang Xiao nodded, not denying it. Indeed, there aren't enough. The total number of able-bodied men in the entire base is less than 800, and they all have their own duties, making it difficult to mobilize such a large number in a short time. Director Zhao chuckled. I happen to have an idea, but it depends on your willingness to use it. Oh, do tell. Since you lack manpower, you can recruit externally. I have some connections with the president of the second construction company. If you can entice him, future large projects will be a breeze. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's gaze sharpened, staring intently at him as he coldly asked, are you plotting against me? The air suddenly grew tense, and Lao Zhao's expression turned serious as he instructed those present. You all step outside for a moment. I need to speak with him. The women looked at Yang Xiao, who nodded, before they rose to leave. Soon, only 3 individuals remained in the room. Yang Xiao, Lao Zhao, and Lao Li. Lao Zhao shot Lao Li a glare. Aren't you going to leave? Lao Li, appearing indifferent, replied, you two carry on. I'm just a bystander. Lao Zhao, exasperated, muttered, such pride. Fine, do as you wish. He then turned to Yang Xiao, asking earnestly, young man, do you wish to change this world? His opening line reeked of the old charlatan's charm. Yang Xiao's lips twitched as he found himself at a loss for how to communicate with this grandiose speaker. Lao Li rolled his eyes and interjected, you old coot, can't you be more straightforward? Let me clarify. Lao Zhao feels discontented with the previous circumstances. Now is an opportunity, and he hopes you can change the world, establish a fairer order, and create a more perfect society. Lao Zhao kicked out, missing his target. Have you had steel rods implanted in your brain? Speaking so directly, how can young people accept it? Lao Li retorted, isn't that better than your incessant nonsense? Lao Zhao defended his position. How can you call it nonsense? What I employ is rhetoric. Do you understand? Lao Li scoffed. In the end, isn't it just nonsense? The two continued their banter, while Yang Xiao's expression darkened. All right, I understand your intentions. However, I must be frank, I do not believe I possess such immense capability. I just want to manage my base well and enjoy being a local sovereign. Lao Zhao nodded in agreement. A beautiful aspiration, yet reality is often harsh. Oh, why do you say that? Yang Xiao sensed that the two were concealing something, seemingly conspiring against him. Lao Zhao took a moment to gather his thoughts before lamenting, alas, this situation is ultimately of your own making. Me? Yang Xiao looked bewildered. Lao Zhao nodded earnestly, explaining, yes you, because before the apocalypse, you procured 150 billion worth of supplies domestically. While I managed to suppress the news for now, it will eventually reach the higher-ups. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's expression sharpened, his heart racing as he gestured for him to continue. This quantity of supplies seemed insignificant compared to what it once was, not worthy of the attention of the powerful. But now, the world was in dire need of resources, and even the elites were feeling the pinch. Although they were not concerned about food and drink, their insatiable greed persisted. When they eventually gathered their wits and began to account for resources, you would undoubtedly become the center of their scrutiny. That was 150 billion worth of supplies. Such a colossal temptation could easily mobilize an entire battalion against you. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, filled with skepticism regarding Lao Zhao's words. Hey, don't doubt it. Do you comprehend the allure of such a massive stockpile? Once they set their sights on you, they will stop at nothing to uncover the location of those supplies. Even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you will only have 2 choices: either obediently comply with their demands or retaliate and profit from it. Damn it! Yang Xiao could not help but utter an expletive, although he possessed spatial abilities that rendered him nearly invincible. Facing a regular army would only lead to his demise. This was precisely why he refrained from provoking the military during his plundering in North America. If he did not wish to draw the military's attention, he would have to flee with his entire family. Yet a life on the run was not the existence he desired. He now found himself in a dilemma, beginning to regret his earlier greed. Damn it, it's all the supply's fault. Yang Xiao's mood was tumultuous, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. Chapter 79, The Hidden Dragon and the Young Phoenix. Lally wore a look of schadenfreude. You can only blame yourself for being too conspicuous. If you had hoarded a few million worth of supplies, no one would have bothered you. Unfortunately, your ambitions were too grand, making it difficult to avoid attention. Yang Xiao shot him a fierce glare and tossed a banana at him. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. I'm already frustrated. Old Zhao wore a visage of amusement and consoled. Thus, from the very beginning, you have embarked upon an irreversible path. If you desire to lead a tranquil life, you must continually enhance your influence and overall strength. One day, when you find yourself standing atop the pinnacle, equipped to challenge those individuals, only then will you earn the right to be among them, free from exploitation and oppression. Yang Xiao, with an expression of intrigue, remarked, "Is it truly appropriate for someone of your stature, a director, to utter such words?" Old Zhao burst into hearty laughter. "What does a director matter? I'm nothing more than a refugee now." Yang Xiao, with a peculiar glint in his eyes, queried, "Why do I sense a deep-seated resentment within you?" Old Zhao merely shrugged, taking a bite of an apple, as if struck by an uncomfortable truth. Oldly chuckled and explained, "Of course, he harbors great resentment. In the past, his achievements were commendable, and he was on the brink of a promotion. Yet, an influential figure parachuted in, usurping his position and relentlessly suppressing him. If you were in his shoes, would you not feel similarly aggrieved? How could that be? I am an honest person, one who does not retaliate or engage in verbal conflict." Yang Xiao forced a smile, knowing he would never complain. He preferred to settle scores in the moment. He cared little for the distinction between the privileged and the common. If it came to it, he would resort to poisoning, ensuring that no one would have an easy time of it. Old Zhao lamented, "This world is rife with injustice. It is the ordinary people who always suffer. You too are an ordinary person. Do you not yearn to fundamentally alter this reality? The opportunity lies before you, if you merely nod. I shall spare no effort to assist you in forging a fairer and more just world." Oldly eagerly chimed in, "I can also help you assemble a force, guaranteeing an expansion to 200,000 within a year. At that point, even the military would think twice before daring to provoke us. Isn't that even more ostentatious? You two are practically hoping the higher-ups take notice of me sooner rather than later, aren't you? Your perspective is rather narrow. As long as you do not engage in actions that harm their interests, they will not unjustly target you. On the contrary, once your base expands to a significant scale and can adequately accommodate more refugees, they will recognize your value. At that juncture, not only will they refrain from targeting you, but they will also provide assistance within their means. You may request personnel or supplies, and they will oblige." Yang Xiao darkly inquired, "Is this not treating me as a mere tool?" Oldly countered, "Would you prefer to be a mere instrument or a figure of absolute power?" Yang Xiao's bravado diminished slightly, and he timidly asked, "Yet, we cannot simply suffer in silence, can we?" Old Zhao spoke earnestly, "Do not be deceived by the current chaos. The higher-ups are merely biding their time, preserving their strength. Once they stabilize their rear, they will strike with unrelenting force to eradicate the elements of rebellion in this land. If you wish to avoid retribution, you must demonstrate your value, ensuring they dare not move against you. Despite the multitude of lives lost in this calamity, no amount of death can shake the foundations of the upper echelons. Consider the ancient times when, following the Chu-Han contention, the Han dynasty began with merely over 10 million people and yet persevered. As long as the sun continues to rise and set, as long as the earth does not explode, humanity shall not face extinction. While the two elders imparted a wealth of wisdom, it could be distilled into 2 points: recruit individuals and foster development. In time, the battlesong base would evolve into the second largest base, second only to the official one, boasting a population of over 1 million, all venerating him as a deity beyond anyone's reach. Yang Xiao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure, and replied in a calm tone, "Your points are well taken, yet I harbor no grand ambitions or lofty aspirations. For now, I wish only to manage my base diligently, taking one step at a time. Matters of the future can wait. Indeed, he declined, rejecting the notion of becoming a tool of the ruling class. However, this statement, when heard by Wu Long and Feng Chao, morphed into, manage the base well, one step at a time. This was akin to building high walls, accumulating provisions, and biding one's time for ascendance. The two exchanged glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Well, it seems this lad possesses a keen self-awareness, understanding the necessity of low-profile development and strength accumulation. Thus, they resolved to exert all efforts to assist him, gathering various talents to forge a formidable empire amidst the apocalypse. Ahem, Yang Xiao, my air raid shelter has recently become quite infested with mosquitoes, so I plan to have Ying stay with you for a few days. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Old Zhao grinned at Yang Xiao, the implication clear. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Yang Xiao was taken aback, feeling as though old Zhao was attempting to sell his daughter. Yet he refrained from voicing this thought, for he had long coveted Zhao Ying's presence. Ahem, we are all quite familiar. If she wishes to stay, let her. I have spare rooms at home. Yang Xiao's heart soared with joy. Who else would occupy the vacant rooms, if not for a few lovely ladies? Ha ha. Then it settled. No problem. The two shared a conspiratorial smile, each with their own agendas. Old Li felt a twinge of envy, pondering whether his own daughter, who was no less than Zhao Ying, could also be considered. Ugh, no. No. He certainly would not sell his daughter. He then called on the individuals waiting outside to continue discussing the engineering plans. Old Zhao promptly contacted the head of the second construction company, explaining the situation and facilitating a meeting between him and Yang Xiao. Thanks to Old Zhao's prior groundwork, the second construction company was easily brought on board. Once the plan was finalized, the engineering team promptly set out to transport steel to Battle Song Number 2. Yang Xiao refrained from personally delivering the materials, partly due to laziness and partly to provide the workers with tasks. If he completed everything himself, what purpose would the workers serve? Wouldn't it be better to operate as a lone wolf? The engineering department's transport vehicles had been modified for enhanced insulation, and the air conditioning could function adequately, allowing for normal operations even during the midday heat. To prevent damage to the ground within the community, Yang Xiao specifically chose to place the steel outside the complex. The engineering team had cranes and gantry cranes, making loading a trivial matter. The personnel from the second construction company also set out, equipped with even more impressive machinery, heading directly to Battle Song Number 2. Following Old Zhao's advice, Yang Xiao ordered the engineering team to connect the water supply to Base Number 2 directly from the main Battle Song headquarters. They aimed to minimize reliance on groundwater to avoid excessive extraction leading to localized collapses. If the main Battle Song headquarters suffered misfortune, it would pose significant trouble. Chapter 80, The Arena of Women. Zhao Ying seemed to have anticipated that one day she would become Yang Xiao's companion, showing no signs of resistance as she quietly packed her belongings to move in. The selection of her room was rather intriguing. She chose the third floor while Yang Xiao occupied the first. Why opt for the third floor when there were rooms available on the second? Yang Xiao felt a hint of disdain, yet he could not voice his thoughts. Little did he know, Zhao Ying's choice to reside on the third floor was motivated by the convenience of accessing the rooftop. Ever since Zhao Ying moved in, Li Man began to visit promptly before lunch every day, feasting before retreating to the guest room for rest. The once desolate rooftop had suddenly transformed into a lively gathering. The women at home frequently rushed to the rooftop, each appearing to be quite exhilarated. Initially, Yang Xiao remained indifferent, uninterested in the events unfolding above. However, curiosity gradually peaked within him. When he inquired, they remained tight-lipped, prompting him to investigate for himself. One afternoon, while Yang Xiao was napping in Lu Ruyan's room, the alarm suddenly rang. Lu Ruyan jolted awake, instinctively leaping up, hurriedly freshening up before dashing upstairs. Yang Xiao called out, "Hey, where are you going?" "Nothing. You just sleep." These women had grown increasingly mysterious lately, leaving Yang Xiao feeling restless, and he resolved to uncover the truth. Quietly, he crept up the stairs to the second floor, faintly hearing the cheers and screams of numerous women, causing his brow to furrow. What on earth were these madwomen up to? His curiosity intensified, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to uncover the unfolding events, prompting him to ascend to the third floor. The shrieks grew ever closer, seemingly emanating from the rooftop. Upon finally reaching the rooftop, the scene that met his eyes left him utterly astounded. An empty rooftop had been transformed into a makeshift arena. How absurd! Even more astonishing was the sight of Li Man and Zhao Ying engaging in a fierce bout, surrounded by a throng of women who screamed with unrestrained excitement. Yang Xiao's lips twitched uncontrollably, his mind racing amidst a torrent of bewilderment. What on earth was happening here? The moment Tian Kikai spotted Yang Xiao, She rushed over to link her arm with his, her face alight with enthusiasm. Brother, you're here. Quick, place your bets before the outcome of their match is revealed. What on earth? Yang Xiao exclaimed, utterly bewildered, his worldviews seemingly shattered. Place your bets now, or they LL determine the victor soon. The fervor radiating from her made Yang Xiao unable to resist, giving her a playful flick on the forehead. Ouch, why are you hitting me? Tian Kikai pouted, her expression one of mock dismay. Yang Xiao gently pinched her cheek and asked with a smile. So what is going on here? Oh, as for them. Ever since they moved in, it's been like this. They have to fight every day. Otherwise, they feel restless, Tian Kikai explained. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Were they akin to cats and dogs, compelled to brawl upon meeting? Isn't that a bit extreme? Indeed, initially, they only laid down a few wooden boards to prevent injuries. But when you were away inspecting the second base, they had the War Department install a proper arena, and now they're having the time of their lives. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes as Tian Kikai dragged him towards the betting table. The odds for the red team were 11, while the blue team had odds of 10.95, with the house taking a cut of 0.05 per round. Tian Kikai, the dealer, was clearly adept at generating wealth. With anticipation glimmering in her eyes, she urged, brother, place a bet. I recommend you back the blue team. Li Man is slightly stronger than Zhao Ying. With utmost seriousness, Yang Xiao declined, stating, I abhor gambling and vice. Tian Kikai countered, a small wager brings joy. The minimum is 1 point, and the maximum is 10. There's no way to go bankrupt. Perhaps not, but I still prefer to distance myself from gambling and vice. Yang Xiao reiterated. Regardless of whom he backed, he risked offending the opposing side. Not wanting to complicate matters, just as he was about to win over a beautiful lady, he remained resolute. Tian Kikai, sensing his disinterest, pouted and turned her attention back to the arena. At that moment, the battle between Zhao Ying and Li Man had entered its final phase. Both combatants, their energy nearly depleted, seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they prepared to unleash their final moves to determine the victor. With a resounding impact, both fighters struck each other, staggering backward and collapsing onto the ground. Li Man retreated 5 steps, while Zhao Ying fell back an additional half step, resulting in a slight victory for Li Man by E. Acting as the referee, dashed onto the arena, her excitement palpable as she began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The winner is Li Man. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Yang Xiao observed the scene, feeling an unfamiliar detachment. Previously, these women had exuded grace and poise, appearing ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. Today, however, they were wild and exuberant. Zhao Pei clutched Tian Kikai in excitement, exclaiming, yes, I won again, little rich girl. Pay up. After losing her bet on Li Man the previous day, today's turn of fortune filled her with glee. Why rush? Do you doubt my integrity? Tian Kikai replied, collecting all the red team's chips before reimbursing the blue team's bets. Ultimately, she found herself at a loss of 3 points, her expression turning sour. Darn it, these clever women all bet on Li Man to win. I suppose I'll need to change my strategy for the future. Initially, everyone had underestimated Li Man, believing the policewoman to be superior. But after several days of sparring, they discovered that Li Man was only marginally stronger than Zhao Ying, resulting in a steady shift towards betting on her. With Li Man performing as expected, slightly edging out her opponent, both fighters were assisted off the arena to recuperate. Zhang Yuan hurried over to examine them, finding nothing but superficial injuries that could be soothed with a bit of ointment. The next match was set to feature 2 female guards. Yang Xiao remembered they had arrived with Bai Jia. One was named Li Xian, but he had forgotten the other's name. Their fighting techniques clearly indicated they were not novices, piquing Yang Xiao's curiosity. He seized the opportunity to inquire with Tian Kikai. Had they trained before? Tian Kikai, counting her winnings, replied, Zhao Ying and Li Man have opened a training class to teach them combat skills. Ah, I see. So, have you signed up for the training as well? Of course. This fairy is now extraordinarily formidable, she boasted, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her biceps, albeit only slightly developed. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, exasperated. However, he was surprised to learn that Zhao Ying and Li Man had established a women's combat training program. If they expanded their recruitment efforts to cultivate more capable fighters, the overall combat prowess of the base would undoubtedly improve. This was a promising idea. He would discuss it with them in the near future. Lost in thought, Lu Ruyan settled beside him, linking her arm with his, her eyes glimmering with allure as she breathed softly. What are you pondering? Yang Xiao smiled. Oh, nothing much. This arena you've set up is quite impressive. But don't you fear that fighting every day may strain your relationships? Lu Ruyan smiled seductively. Not at all. Everyone knows their limits. Then I shall rest easy. In the backyard of Yang Xiao's home, a multitude of fish for foot therapy swam in a continuously flowing pool. equipped with a filtration system to ensure pristine water quality. The family often indulged in soaking in the pool, scrubbing away dirt to feed the fish. During moments of boredom, they would play with the fish to pass the time. Having concluded the exhilarating women's arena matches, the next event promised to be a thrilling pool party. A lively group of women, clad in bikinis, frolicked in the pool, showcasing their stunning physiques unabashedly. Soft cushions, lounge chairs, tables laden with fruits, drinks, and snacks adorned the poolside, as the ladies savored culinary delights while playing, resembling a vibrant garden in full bloom, laughter echoing like the rustling of flowers. Little Su, donning a duck-shaped float, splashed joyfully in the water, her laughter ringing out. The fish playfully nipped at her hands as she tried unsuccessfully to catch them. When frustration set in, the little girl chased after the fish with wild abandon. In a moment of distraction, she tumbled overboard. Before the women could react, Yang Xiao leapt into the pool, swiftly rescuing the little girl. Su, spluttering and wiping water from her face with her chubby hands, let out a wail after a few coughing fits. Su, it's all right, don't cry, Yang Xiao soothed, cradling her as he brought her to the edge of the pool. The other women rushed over, their hearts aching at the sight of the distressed child. After much coaxing, they finally calmed her down, only for Lu Ruyin to swoop in and whisk the girl away. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her gulp down any more water, Yang Xiao cautioned. Without looking back, Lu Ruyin replied, got it. I'll keep a close watch on her this time. Yang Xiao chuckled, allowing them to take care of the little one. As most of the women gathered around Sumi passed by Yang Xiao, playfully tugging at his sleeve. With a flirtatious gesture, she beckoned him closer, licking her lips enticingly. I need to freshen up. Could you help me find an outfit? Before Yang Xiao could respond, she sauntered into the house. With a mischievous grin, he felt a rush of excitement. He had just the perfect bunny girl costume he wanted someone to try on. After dinner, the women divided into small groups. Some strolled leisurely, others played cards, while a few engaged in mahjong. On the living room sofa sat 4 individuals. Yang Xiao, Su, Zhao Ying, and Li Man Zhaoing appeared to be sulking, offering Yang Xiao the cold shoulder, huffing as she played with Su, seemingly harboring some unspoken grievance. Yang Xiao felt perplexed. He couldn't recall having offended her in any way, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Upon casting another glance at Li Man, one could observe her demeanor akin to that of an onlooker, eagerly awaiting the impending clash between the two. Yang Xiao rolled his eyes and inquired, why haven't you returned home yet? Typically, after dinner, Li Man would take her leave, yet tonight, she showed no intention of departing, which piqued his curiosity. Li Man offered a slight smile, nonchalantly replying, I shall be staying at the residence of the little affluent lady tonight. Yang Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Tian Chi was rather adventurous in her pursuits, alternating her stays, having already spent the night with all the women in her vicinity. Now it seemed she had set her sights on Li Man. Nonetheless, he bore no objections, as Tian Chi belonged to him, and therefore, whatever was hers was also his. By the way, I have a query for you, he continued. I heard you've initiated a women-s combat training program. Are there any plans for expansion? Li Man raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of expansion. Yang Xiao nodded. Indeed, I intend to establish a female battalion, with you overseeing the training, enabling them to serve as bodyguard for my future wives. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying cast a glance back at him. Her earlier annoyance significantly diminished. Li Man smiled faintly and retorted, why should I assist you? Yang Xiao chuckled. Mutual assistance, of course. If you feel inadequate, perhaps we can entrust this task to Ying instead. Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she readily agreed, absolutely, I'll take on this responsibility. My skills surpass hers, and I assure you, I will train a cadre of exceptionally skilled female special forces. Li Man immediately objected, indignant at the thought of delegating the task to Zhao Ying when she had not yet spoken. Zhao Ying shot her a glance, dismissively asserting, your skills are lacking. Li Man narrowed her eyes defiantly. Are you referring to yourself? As the two appeared on the verge of another altercation, Yang Xiao hastily intervened. Ahem. Let us all remain calm and hear me out. The two women exchanged glares and simultaneously turned their heads away. They were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. How about this? He proposed. I will recruit 200 girls for each of you to train, and we shall see who produces the more exceptional soldiers. I agree. Sounds good. Thus, the matter was settled, and the two locked gazes, exchanging silent challenges, sparks flying between them. After the evening's entertainment concluded, the women indulged in some fruit before retreating to their respective chambers, leaving their doors unlocked, anticipating a certain someone's visit. Tian Chi enthusiastically ushered Li Man home, with Li Xian and the others trailing behind. Su Rei took Su away, as her relatives had arrived, finding it more comfortable to snuggle with the little bundle for sleep. In the living room, Only Zhao Ying and Yang Xiao remained. As Zhao Ying prepared to rise and head to bed, Yang Xiao grasped her small hand. "What are you doing?" she asked, a mixture of anxiety and anticipation coursing through her cheeks aflame and her heart racing. Yang Xiao smiled gently, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "May I come to your room tonight? I have an important matter to discuss." Zhao Ying's face reddened further, her heart racing even more fervently. She pinched his arm sharply, declaring, "You better be clean, or don't even think about entering my room." With that, she bolted away. Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, finally comprehending why she had been so irritable that evening. Alas, it is my fault for being so careless and allowing her to see things she shouldn't have. Yet, relief washed over him, for they had finally reached this point. With a grin, Yang Xiao hurried into the bathroom of his bedroom, thoroughly cleansing himself to ensure no lingering scents remained. The following morning, all the women had risen, except for Zhao Ying. "Liu Ruyan gently to get at Yang Xiao," inquiring with a smile, "Where is Ying Ying? Why hasn't she gotten out of bed yet?" Yang Xiao scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. "She must be too exhausted. Let her sleep a bit longer." Zhang Yuan stifled a giggle behind her hand, teasingly remarking, She must be worn out by someone, right? Since she is unwell, we shouldn't disturb her. Please bring her breakfast later." "Sure," Yang Xiao nodded, accepting the task without protest. After finishing breakfast, he ascended the stairs with a bowl of meat porridge. Zhao Ying was feeling exceptionally fatigued, as if her bones were about to crumble, showing no signs of wanting to rise. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she groggily opened her eyes, immediately recognizing Yang Xiao's silhouette and blushing furiously as she pulled the blanket over her flushed face. "You annoying pest, what are you doing here? Get out and let me rest." Zhao Ying, unwilling to concede defeat, had desperately tried to prove her capabilities the night before, only to suffer a comprehensive defeat. In that moment, she was overwhelmed with shame and frustration, feeling unworthy to face anyone. Yang Xiao chuckled. "Oh dear, do you think you're an ostrich? Baring your head means no one can see you? You want to talk?" Zhao Ying revealed a portion of her head, her large, watery eyes glaring at him fiercely. "Ahem, I've left your breakfast here. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Yang Xiao, feeling his pulse quicken at her expression, hurriedly made his exit. Zhao Ying giggled, burying her head back into her pillow. Returning to the dining area, Yang Xiao found Li Man also partaking in breakfast. But Tian Chi was conspicuously absent. He inquired, "Where is the little affluent lady?" Li Man replied casually, "She is too tired. She won't be getting out of bed anytime soon." "Is that so?" Yang Xiao paused, the implication of her words weighing heavily on him. Could it be? What else with that look? Li Man shot him an annoyed glare. "Ahem, never mind. Continue with your meal. I shall go check on the little affluent lady." Yang Xiao sensed something was amiss with Li Man, prompting him to hasten to Tian Chi's room. Upon entering, he found Li Xian and the other four beauties enjoying breakfast. They greeted Yang Xiao's sudden appearance with warm hellos. "Where is Chi?" he asked. "She is resting in her room. I'll go fetch her for you." "No need. I'll see her myself. You all carry on." "All right." The five beautiful women did not impede his progress, instead wearing expectant expressions. Knocking softly, he heard a lazy yet alluring voice from within. "Who is it?" "Your dear brother has come to see you. The door is unlocked. Do come in." Yang Xiao opened the door and was taken aback by the disheveled sight before him. "Goodness, did your plumbing burst?" Tian Chi weakly shook her head. "Is it the air conditioning that has broken?" Tian Chi shot him a withering glance. "That is not sweat. Oh, now I understand." Yang Xiao smiled gently, settling beside her on the bed and instinctively pulling her into his embrace. "What happened? Did you encounter a formidable opponent?" Tian Chi nodded. "Yes, Li Man is too strong. I had no chance to retaliate, only able to defend passively." Yang Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "So formidable? Are you injured? Let me see." "Stop it. I need to sleep." Tian Chi wriggled out of his embrace, rolling away and cocooning herself in 2 layers of blankets, resembling a silkworm. Yang Xiao chuckled helplessly, realizing his plans for the day would have to be postponed, and he took his leave. As he opened the door, he was met by 5 pairs of beautiful eyes. The 5 women straightened up, glancing around with nervous anticipation. Yang Xiao smirked, teasingly stating, "I never would have guessed you all had a penchant for eavesdropping." Li Xian chuckled awkwardly. "You've misunderstood. We were merely passing by." "Yes, just passing by," the other 4 beauties quickly echoed in agreement. Yang Xiao playfully lifted Li Xian's chin with his finger, flashing a charming smile. "You all are quite mischievous. Be careful, or I might have to punish you with a lightning-fast whip." Li Xian's eyes glazed over, her breath fragrant. "Then what are you waiting for? We eagerly await your punishment." "Enchantress, I'm quite busy today. I'll deal with you another time." Yang Xiao planted a quick kiss on the Xin's alluring red lips before strolling out of the villa with nonchalance. The five beauties immediately erupted into animated chatter, their excitement palpable, akin to individuals under the influence of a stimulant. Initially, they had deemed themselves too proud to share a man with Bai Jia, but now, they realized it was too late to catch up. Fortunately, an opportunity had presented itself today, and they were poised to seize it. With a little more effort to stoke the flames, success was surely within their grasp. Mr. Lu Sun once remarked that a woman contending with a group of men endures great torment, whereas a group of women dealing with a single man share in the joys. At this moment, they began to fantasize about the scene of pinning Yang Xiao down to the ground, unable to suppress their gleeful cackles. Upon returning home, Yang Xiao announced his intention to inspect Base 2 and inquired who among them wished to accompany him. However, one after another, they lamented the oppressive heat outside and expressed their reluctance to venture out. Only Li Man, displaying commendable courage, declared her willingness to join him despite the sweltering conditions. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement, pleased by her resolve. Inside the spacious modified vehicle, the air conditioning provided a refreshing respite. The two engaged in light banter until Yang Xiao abruptly exclaimed, I never expected you to be quite formidable, managing to win over Tian Kikai. At this, Li Man raised an eyebrow and teasingly responded, What, are you interested in trying your hand as well? Oh, are you playing with fire? He retorted, and if I am, can you not handle it? She fixed him with a piercing gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity, and her tone dripping with provocation. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, feeling an unexpected flutter of insecurity. Ahem, I'm driving, don't distract me. Li Man, with a sultry glance, queried, What, if Zhao Yin can play? Why can't I? In that moment, Yang Xiao jolted, his hand slipping on the steering wheel, nearly veering off the road. Must you be so competitive? Do you really need to turn everything into a contest? Li Man pouted and turned her head toward the window, huffing, What is it to you? I intend to compete with her. Caught between elation and trepidation, Yang Xiao thought that to let such an enticing prospect slip away would be foolish. Yet, he could shake the feeling of exploiting someone's vulnerability. Ahem, you're a good girl. Are you daring to give me a good girl card? No. I meant to suggest, why don't we cultivate our feelings first? Oh, are you two quite close? Of course. We shared the bond of being in the interrogation room together. Ha ha ha. So you have that particular inclination. How about we find a private room, and I interrogate you? He remarked, eyeing the vehicle approvingly. Stop joking. You're a lady of privilege, a second-generation official. I'm just a sea king with numerous women around me. Can't you see? I don't mind, as long as you can be there when I need you. Li Man's gaze bore into him, her eyes smoldering with intensity, as if they could ensnare his very soul. Yang Xiao snapped back to reality after a few seconds, quickly changing the subject. Ahem, hold on tight. I'm about to accelerate. The atmosphere within the car became oddly charged and intimate, setting hearts aflame. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at Base 2, and Yang Xiao hastily exited the vehicle. He opened the trunk and beckoned several workers to unload the drinks. Both Old Zhao and Old Li were present. Upon seeing Yang Xiao's vehicle, they set down their work and approached. Old Zhao, scanning the area for his daughter, inquired, Why are there only the two of you? Where Essing? Haha. It seems Old Li's daughter is more popular. Old Li provocatively shot back. Chapter 83. The pure white moonlight turns dark. In defense of their daughters, Old Li and Old Zhao soon found themselves embroiled in another quarrel. Yang Xiao felt a headache coming on, hesitating whether to intervene. Yet, Li Man appeared utterly unfazed. Dragging Yang Xiao to inspect the worksite, the construction team was bustling with fervor, the roar of machinery resonating throughout the base. Tower cranes hoisted bundles of steel to the rooftop, where no work was done during the day, awaiting the night shift. Beneath the community's walls, numerous workers labored to dig foundations and construct frames for glass walls. Sand, gravel, and cement, once exorbitantly priced, were now available for the taking. The head of the second construction unit, surnamed Huang, was a flexible individual capable of quickly finding his place, diligently serving as Yang Xiao's subordinate, and was currently enthusiastically guiding him through the site. Mr. Huang, have you encountered any difficulties during the construction process? Huang patted his chest and confidently assured him that no troubles had arisen, urging him to rest easy. Yang Xiao mused that with Old Zhao and Old Li overseeing the operation, it was unlikely anyone would dare to cause trouble. Are there enough workers? Haha, more than sufficient. Most of them are novices. They can merely assist with menial tasks. The skilled work must be left to professionals. Indeed, that is a prudent approach. You all must endure some hardship here, and I'll ensure you are well rewarded upon completion. Haha, it's no trouble at all. This is our duty. After dismissing Mr. Huang, Yang Xiao continued his inspection and spotted Lu Zaimei distributing drinks to everyone beneath Building 3. Upon noticing Yang Xiao's arrival, the girl promptly abandoned her task and dashed over, her face alight with innocent joy. Brother Yang, you're here. Is it hot? Let me get you a drink. Yang Xiao smiled. No need. I merely came to check in. You continue with your work. Hee, I'm not busy. How about I keep you company? Sisterly one team mind, right? Lu Zaimei playfully winked at Li Man. I don't mind, Li Man replied with a slight smile, clearly unperturbed by the young girl's exuberance. That's great. Lu Zaimei then linked her arm with Yang Xiao's, as close as siblings. Li Man furrowed her brow, contemplating whether this young girl, still so innocent, could harbor any ill intentions. You little rascal, aren't you hot? Hee, with Brother Yang here. I'm not hot at all. Yang Xiao chuckled in resignation. After roaming around, they returned to the foot of a building, where Old Li and Old Zhao had finished their quarrel. They were now sulking, sitting back-to-back in silence. Li Man chuckled lightly. Oh, finished arguing? If you're done, have some water. She fetched 2 bottles of drinks from a nearby box and distributed them. Yang Xiao, curious, asked, why are they so competitive with each other? Li Man pondered for a moment and recounted the love-hate entanglements of Old Li and Old Zhao during their youth. Yang Xiao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. So, that white moonlight chose to marry a wealthy man to prevent the two from continuing their rivalry, only to pass away shortly after due to IDS. Li Man nodded. Yes, that is precisely it. Is there a problem? Ahem. Yang Xiao cleared his throat, hesitantly suggesting, is it possible that the white moonlight regarded you both merely as fish in a pond, while secretly courting that diamond bachelor? As soon as he spoke, Old Li and Old Zhao shot him glances filled with murderous intent. Kid, you'd better rephrase that, or don't blame us for being merciless. My fists are itching. I think you're asking for a beating. Yang Xiao jolted, quickly pulling Li Man in front of him as a human shield. Why don't you both calm down and let me analyze this? I want to listen. Xiao Chui is so pure and kind. How could you so maliciously speculate about her? The 2 old men seemed somewhat deranged. Yang Xiao, facing the mounting pressure, explained, think about it. She had just married when she succumbed to AIDS, which implies the disease had been lurking in her body for quite some time. It's evident she had begun to engage with others long before, hence becoming infected. As for you 2, she likely viewed you merely as backup options, presenting herself as a virtuous maiden in your presence, while secretly indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle. Such individuals are now referred to as green tea bitches. You're talking nonsense. Xiao Chui isn't that kind of person. Both old men were furious, ready to unleash a mixed martial arts showdown. Li Man shot them a fierce glare. What are you doing? Step back, or I'll have no choice but to turn against you. Humph. Old Li reluctantly retreated, plopping down on the ground. Old Zhao also calmed down, sitting on the ground as well. After a moment of silence, Old Zhao inquired, Kid, do you have any alcohol? Yang Xiao nodded yes. Do you prefer white or green? Of course I want the white. Haha, here you go. Yang Xiao casually produced 2 bottles of Nihilishin and tossed them to his companions. The 2 men, in perfect unison, twisted off the caps and gulped down generous swigs. In truth, they had long contemplated this indulgence, reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, it represented their cherished memories and youthful dreams. Gulping down their drinks, Yang Xiao felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, poised to intervene, but Li Man grasped his arm, shaking her head in silent protest, urging him to refrain. With a resigned shrug, Yang Xiao extracted a packet of local delicacy, groundnut cakes, and tossed them to the duo. Here, a perfect accompaniment. Old Li grinned widely, exclaiming, what a delightful treat. Old Zhao added, indeed, it's a rare treasure. It's been years since I savored this. Wonder if it tastes the same as it did in my youth. Subsequently, the 2 shared a knowing clink of their bottles, each reaching for a groundnut cake, which crunched delightfully. It was a harmonious scene, yet Yang Xiao felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid, sensing the absurdity of the moment. Before long, Old Li and Old Zhao had consumed 2 gin of Nihilishin each, polishing off the entire packet of groundnut cakes. Then, in a drunken stupor, they embraced and began singing mountain songs, attracting a curious crowd. Should we escort them back? Yang Xiao inquired of Li Man, only to find her filming the spectacle, her face alight with excitement and laughter. No need to worry about them. Uncle Lu will take care of it. With that, she resumed filming, as if they were not her own fathers. Yang Xiao's lips twitched, caught between speech and silence, ultimately exclaiming, you truly are a model of filial devotion. Eventually, with the help of onlookers, Old Li and Old Zhao were hoisted into a vehicle and taken back to the Song of War base. With an abundance of lovely young ladies at home, it was only natural that the 2 inebriated men would not be permitted to stay. Thus, Yang Xiao escorted them to Hong Zhong's villa. Hong Zhong regarded the duo with disdain, initially contemplating abandoning them in the yard. However, His conscience got the better of him, and he instructed the soldiers to carry them into the bedroom. Chapter 84. Good Buddies. The following morning, Hong Zhong was awakened by the raucous sounds of a fierce brawl. Oh no, something has gone awry, he thought to himself, hastily rising from bed and darting out of his room. Upon reaching a guest room, the commotion grew even louder. He opened the door to peer inside, only to have a child's shoe fly towards him. Goodness, had he not been quick on his feet, the shoe would have struck him squarely in the face. Inside, two bare-chested men were grappling with one another, hurling insults in the process. Old Lee, did you take advantage of me last night? Nonsense. How dare you turn the tables? Those two rows of bite marks on my chest. Are they not your doing? Hong Zhong shielded his face, his eyes watering from the spectacle. He summoned a guard, inquiring, what on earth is happening? Who arranged for them to share a room? The guard looked bewildered. Wasn't it you who ordered them to be carried into the bedroom to rest? I certainly did not instruct you to put them in the same room. With so many vacant quarters in the house, they could have been divided into 8 different rooms. Why toss them into one room, let alone the same bed? Faced with such an interrogation, the guard hung his head in dismay, mumbling, but you didn't say to separate them either. Do you dare to speak back? Get outside and do 200 push-ups. Yes, sir. The guard, looking relieved, hastily exited the scene, eager to escape. Observing the two locked in a heated duel, Hong Zhong hesitated to intervene, fearing he might become a casualty of their brawl. He pondered briefly, then an idea struck him. He called out cheerfully towards the living room. Xiaoying and Xiaoman, just in time. Your fathers are in here. Hearing their daughters' names, Old Li and Old Zhao immediately ceased their altercation, scrambling to dress themselves in a flurry. Old Zhao, struggling to pull on his trousers, shouted in a hushed tone to Hong Zhong, Old Hong, buy us a minute. Old Li, quicker on the draw, was already fastening his belt. Casting a challenging glance at Old Zhao, I only need 30 seconds. Once they had dressed and checked their reflections for any signs of disarray, reassured of maintaining their paternal dignity, they exhaled with relief. They then resumed their nonchalant demeanor, stepping out of the room with confident smiles. Old Zhao scanned the living room, puzzled by the absence of his daughter. Where's Yingying? Old Li, equally perplexed by the absence of Li Man, turned to Hong Zhong with questioning eyes. Only when they caught sight of Hong Zhong's suppressed grin did they realize they had been played. Well played, Old Hong. Have you desire for some sparring? Hong Zhong chuckled. Let us not be hasty. You two seem to revel in your camaraderie. I prefer not to break up a pair of lovebirds. Shut it. Old Li huffed, sinking into a chair and pouring himself a glass of water, which he downed in one go. Parched. What transpired last night? How'd I end up in your house? Old Zhao followed suit, gulping down his own drink, equally bewildered. Hong Zhong smirked in disdain. You two drank yourselves into oblivion. Yang Xiao and Li Man dumped you here and left. At this revelation, the two recalled their indulgence of 2 gene of annihilation each and realized they had indeed lost consciousness. The thought of having embraced and kissed another man left them both feeling nauseous, and they rushed to the bathroom to purge their stomachs. Hong Zhong, even more repulsed, contemplated whether he should replace the toilet. After a considerable time had passed, the two emerged, having rid themselves of their stomach contents, their faces pale. Old Zhao shouted, Where's Yang Xiao? That rascal is utterly out of line. I am now his father-in-law. Old Li chimed in, and what of that wild girl, Xiaoman? Is she too busy consorting with Yang Xiao to care for her own father? Hong Zhong shrugged. I don't know. They're probably at Yang Xiao's place enjoying breakfast. You should head over. The mere thought of the delectable breakfast at Yang Xiao's home made their stomachs rumble with hunger. Old Zhao strode out with purpose, while Old Li mused. I'll go find my daughter. Observing the two with their valid reasons to seek breakfast, Hong Zhong felt a pang of envy. Why don't I have a daughter? Everyone in the base knew that the food at Yang Xiao's home was exceptional. Today's breakfast featured steamed dumplings, soup dumplings, cold noodles, pumpkin porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and milk. Su clutched a fried dough stick in her left hand, a soup dumpling in her right, and a straw in her mouth for milk. Slow down, don't choke. Yang Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair, his face aglow with tenderness. Brother, I want to visit Grandpa, Su said sweetly. Recently, Grandpa Yin had scarcely returned home, spending most of his time in the lab, busy purifying those heavy metal-laden fish, thus entrusting Su to Yang Xiao. The little girl had been having a blast, surrounded by beautiful older sisters who doted on her, the center of attention. Today, this carefree little darling finally remembered that she had a grandfather, a truly remarkable feat. Yang Xiao smiled gently. All right, Su, finish your breakfast first, and then your brother will take you. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, as Old Li and Old Zhao seemed to be competing to see who could enter the house first. They glanced into the living room, confirming that their treasured daughters were present, and then proceeded to grab bowls and chopsticks, showing no sign of hesitation. Li Man smiled slightly, teasing, feeling sober now? Old Li's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. I'm quite alert now. I could down another 2 gene of Nihilantian without a second thought. You wish. Do I need to remind you how precious food is nowadays, let alone alcohol? Li Man showed no mercy. If only alcohol could be converted back into food. I would have confiscated all of it yesterday. Holy scowl, bah. I'll just grow my own crops, and then I can brew as much as I want. Lu Rian smiled. Surely we can't have Uncle Li toiling in the fields. That would be such a waste of talent. Xiaoman, you should also consider Uncle Li's feelings. It's merely a bit of alcohol. Don't take it too seriously. Once the greenhouse renovation is complete, we'll have endless supplies of grain for brewing. Old Li chuckled. It's still my dear niece who speaks so enticingly. From now on, Xiao Man will be entrusted to your tutelage. Haha, Uncle Li is just joking. Enjoy your dumplings. Li Man deftly picked up a steamed dumpling and stuffed it into her father's mouth. Yang Xiao, having had his fill, set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and slowly remarked, I am considering starting a purified water factory and an ice-making plant. What do you all think? At this proclamation, the dining table fell silent, with only the little girl diligently savoring her soup dumplings. Old Li, still smiling, responded, that's a splendid idea. However, I'm quite curious as to what has prompted such a thought. Everyone cast puzzled glances in his direction. Chapter 85. The formal incorporation of the father-in-law. The folks at the Battlesong base were exceedingly proactive, tirelessly scouring for supplies day and night. The evenings were manageable, as long as they brought enough water. However, during the day, the sun blazed fiercely, and the unmodified vehicles turned into veritable greenhouses. This significantly dampened everyone's enthusiasm for venturing out. Consequently, Yang Xiao resolved to encourage everyone to slightly modify their vehicles by adding an icebox on the roof, a stainless steel container for ice cubes. They would produce ice cubes from purified water, urging everyone to fill the icebox with ice cubes each time they set out. This innovation would shield them from the sun, greatly reducing the interior temperature of the vehicle, and the melted ice could be utilized as drinking water, an ingenious twofold benefit. Upon hearing Yang Xiao's brilliant idea, the crowd fell into contemplation once more. Old Zhao nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Yang Xiao's proposal, affirming its feasibility. In such weather, ice cubes were indeed more cost-effective than water. If the price is right, I shall procure some for myself as well. However, he had yet to join the Battlesong base, and thus could not simply take resources, he could only trade. Old Li's expression grew concerned. The allure of ice cubes is far too great. We must exercise caution. The conditions here are already enviable. Introducing ice cubes may provoke other factions to unite and fight fiercely against us. This statement plunged Yang Xiao into deep thought, his countenance turning grave. Although he currently possessed a small regular army with decent equipment, a good tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. If other factions were to truly ally against him, his base could very well be engulfed in flames of war. Though he was confident in ensuring his safety, watching his hard work go to ruin would be a heartbreaking sight. What suggestions do you have? Old Li and Old Zhao exchanged glances, each discerning cunning in the other's eyes. Old Zhao cheerfully suggested, I recommend you recruit soldiers and expand your armaments immediately. Old Li concurred, indeed, when your forces are strong, it would be prudent to take the initiative, eliminating any who dare to resist, thereby claiming the entirety of Tianhe City for yourself. Yang Xiao shot them a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, and then you too will return to your old professions, aiding me in maintaining law and order? Ha ha! The two erupted into laughter, leaving the conversation hanging. After all, one was the head of public security and the other was the captain of the armed police. Who better to entrust law enforcement to than them? Tian Kakai chimed in with her perspective. I think Uncle Li's suggestion is excellent. Since we're going to make a move, let us do it grandly, rather than constantly being on guard against other factions. It is far better to take the initiative and eliminate all hostile forces, leaving only my brother's voice in Tianhe City. She spoke from experience, having faced intrusions at her doorstep multiple times, even returning home once to find it ransacked. The thought alone incensed her. Yang Xiao once again fell into contemplation, clearly in alignment with the notion of taking the initiative. Having lived 2 lives, he understood well that survival in a resource-scarce apocalypse necessitated confrontation. Either you strike first, or you become the target. There's no avoiding it. Previously, he had to guard against his neighbors stealing from him. Now, he had to be wary of other factions attempting to seize his community. Rather than remaining perpetually on the defensive, it would be far more advantageous to launch an offensive, compelling others to be wary of him. Very well. From this point forward, you two shall merge your bunkers into the Battlesong base. Old Zhao will take full charge of the security division, while Old Li will join the War Department. The War Department will temporarily establish 2 regiments, with Hong Zhong as the commander of the 1st regiment and Old Li leading the 2nd. I will allocate a capacity for 20,000 men. You are to recruit and train your own soldiers. Old Zhao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. He vowed that it was not merely for the sake of enjoying breakfast regularly, but rather to become a formidable support for his beloved daughter. Old Li was equally delighted, but quickly donned a pained expression, complaining, "Why is my allocation only for 10,000 men?" Yang Xiao shot him a glance. "I currently possess equipment for only 20,000. Old Li's spirits dampened a bit. "Oh, well then, 10,000 will suffice for now." Zhao Ying raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "You mentioned having equipment for only 20,000. Does that imply there will be more in the future?" Yang Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes. I have a weapons production line that can manufacture some rifles and pistols." "What did you say?" Zhao Ying's professional instincts kicked in, her gaze sharpening. Yang Xiao Alquardli Chuklet. "Ah, don't jump to conclusions. These were gifts from foreign friends. They had their guns pointed at my head. I had no choice but to accept." "Foreign friends? They must be from our iron brother, right?" Old Zhao asked with a knowing smile. Clearly recalling the incident where the arms dealer from their iron brother had interacted with Yang Xiao, only for both him and his factory to vanish without a trace. Thus, it became evident that this generous brother had gifted him the arms factory. Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on details. We should discuss where we ought to establish the arms factory. Naturally, the more discreet the better. Ideally, it would be situated in some secluded mountain nook. Alternatively, one could consider the opposite approach. Often, those seemingly ordinary yet not very famous mechanical factories could very well house significant military operations. "Oh, so your bunkers are the most suitable?" Old Zhao shook his head. "Not suitable. The location is no longer discreet." Old Li, unable to hold his tongue, interjected. "Could it be that you are being overly cautious? We're not researching some secret weapon. We are merely producing ordinary firearms and ammunition. I believe it can be established within the War Department building." "That seems to hold some merit." "Very well. We shall set it up in the War Department building. You both can discuss this with Old Hong. I am off to take the little one for a stroll." Yang Xiao picked up Su Su and headed for the door. Old Li quickly called out to him, "Wait, you haven't specified how large the factory should be." "Old Zhao knows. Just ask him." Yang Xiao's figure vanished at the doorway. Old Li turned to Old Zhao, asking, "Old Zhao, do you know?" "Of course, it has already made the news." Old Zhao nodded, then popped a dumpling into his mouth. "What?" Old Li was somewhat perplexed. "Never mind. Let us go find Old Hong and have a chat." Old Zhao finished his bun, casually grabbing a yushao as he strolled out the door. "Hey, wait for me." Old Li hastily grabbed a yushao and hurried after him. Li Man twitched at the corner of her mouth. Such embarrassing antics. Zhao Ying nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, it is quite shameful." Yang Xiao remarked, "Your father knows." "So what does he know?" "The scale of the arms factory. Didn't you hear clearly?" "Was that the question I was asking?" "Wasn't it?" "Zhao Zainyu. Do you wish to fight? You think you can take me? Let us go to the rooftop, if you dare." "Who is afraid of whom, you brat?" In a moment, they had shifted from amicable to confrontational, a scene everyone had grown accustomed to. Chapter 86. Wealth and Nobility in the Laboratory. Old Inbai was wholeheartedly focused on concocting potions. Just then, a youthful voice interrupted him. Grandpa. Old Inbai immediately set aside all his tasks, removed his gloves, and joyfully scooped up Su Su. "Ah, my precious granddaughter, you finally remembered your grandpa." Giggling, the little girl, aware of her previous oversight, simply laughed without responding. Yang Xiao inquired, "How's the progress coming along?" Old Inbai shot him a glance. "Do you think this is cooking? It doesn't happen that quickly." Yang Xiao said nothing further, walking to the workbench and lifting a vial of reagent to his nose, catching a whiff that sent a slight buzz through him. "Poison?" Old Inbai nodded graciously, conceding, "Indeed, the conventional methods have proven ineffective, hence I intend to combat poison with poison." "Are you certain this won't result in fatalities?" Yang Xiao queried. "Well, you could always test the efficacy on a few unfortunate souls you find disagreeable," he suggested with a wry smile. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow, silently giving a thumbs up. Truly, it was a clever plan. The conversation took a sudden turn as Old Inbai cryptically remarked, "A few months ago, the water supply facility in our town was poisoned, resulting in the demise of over 300,000 people overnight. A remarkable feat, indeed." "Oh, what insights do you offer?" "Insights? I hesitate to claim, yet that poison appears strikingly familiar. It bears a high resemblance to a toxin I'm currently researching, although my formulation is not yet perfected. That individual has undoubtedly refined the poison to a remarkable degree. My admiration is genuine." "Ah, Induet impressive, Yang Xiao acknowledged. Old Inbai suddenly fixed him with a piercing gaze. "I heard you were in that vicinity at the time, were you not?" Yang Xiao shrugged. "All right, I confess, it was indeed I who administered the poison." Old Inbai appeared unfazed, having already surmised the truth. "I am quite curious. How did you come to develop that particular toxin?" "I learned from you, of course." "Young man, I may be aging, but I am not foolish enough to be misled. You shall not deceive me. Yang Xiao raised his hands in surrender. Very well. Let's change the subject then. Old Imbai erupted in laughter. Haha, you rascal. All right, let me inquire about something else. How exactly is that poison concocted? Yang Xiao replied with a smile. It's quite simple. You merely need to add some thunder vine and Sichuan black medicine. Old Inbai's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that straightforward? Indeed, it is as simple as that. You have overcomplicated the issue. Get lost, get lost. I must try this at once. Old Inbai shoved Su Su into Yang Xiao's arms, urging him to leave as he hurried to validate his findings. Yang Xiao tossed him a small vial. Here are some completed samples for your reference. Ha ha ha. I commend your conscience. Just do not test the poison on yourself, Yang Xiao cautioned. As if I need your advice. I know my limits. After departing the laboratory, Yang Xiao strolled through the neighborhood with Su Su. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a crowd, fervently gathered, seemingly up to something. Su Su chirped innocently. Brother, what are they doing? It looks so lively. I'm not sure. Let us go take a look. Okay. Yang Xiao approached, and the crowd parted to allow him passage. In the center, a burly man was sharpening a knife, while another held an iron rod. Beside them, a cage contained a large white dog, evidently pregnant and nearing labor. Are you planning to slaughter this dog? Yang Xiao inquired. The butcher looked up upon recognizing Yang Xiao, promptly setting aside his knife and greeting him with a smile. Yes, I was fortunate to find it at a hardware store yesterday. With my large family, I cannot afford to keep it, so I decided to put it down. It's about to give birth. It would be a shame to kill it now. Alas, it cannot be helped. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet, and there's not enough food to sustain it. Once it gives birth, it will be even harder to care for. Upon hearing the butcher's intent to kill the dog, Su Su's eyes filled with tears as she implored, Brother, this dog is so pitiful. Can we take it home? Yang Xiao gently pinched her little nose, smiling. This dog belongs to someone else. We must have their consent to take it home. I see. Uncle, could you give us this dog? Huh? The butcher found it hard to refuse such an adorable girl. However, it was a considerable amount of meat. How could he simply give it away? Noticing the butcher's hesitation, Yang Xiao promptly offered. I'll give you 100 coins for this dog. What do you say? The butcher's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, it's a deal. Then have it delivered to my home. Sure thing. The butcher called someone to help carry the cage as they followed Yang Xiao. After the transaction was complete, the butcher released the dog and cheerfully carried the cage away. Upon hearing the commotion, the women in the house came out and were astonished to see the nearly laboring white dog lying on the ground. Wow, is this a Samoyed? No, this is a white Tibetan Mastiff. See its yellow ears? I see. It looks like it's about to give birth, but it appears quite weak. It might have a difficult time. Perhaps it is starving. I'll prepare a bowl of meat porridge to feed it. Soon, a fragrant bowl of meat porridge was placed before the white Mastiff. The dog perked up immediately, devouring the porridge voraciously. One bowl was not enough, and soon another was served. It consumed 3 hearty bowls before finally feeling satisfied. Oh, after its meal, the white Mastiff circled around Yang Xiao, rubbing against his legs affectionately. Yang Xiao chuckled, bemused by its loyalty. Such is the simplicity of a rural dog. Whoever provides it with food earns its allegiance. Let us give it a name. How about by Mao, white fur? That name is too casual. Let us call it by Qi, white honor. That name is too harsh. Let us stick with by Ma, white horse. Ahem, let us name it Fu Gue, wealth. As soon as the name was uttered, everyone turned to Lu Ruyan in unison. Sister, why Fu Gue? Lu Ruyan explained, you see, its fur is white, and its ears are yellow. Historically, yellow and white have symbolized gold and silver, representing wealth. Thus, calling it wealth is fitting. However, since wealth sounds less appealing, Fu Gue is quite nice. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. The name is indeed pleasant, but it may provoke ire. Why? If you name a dog Fu Gue, how will those who share that name feel? Ah, if they insist on competing with the dog, what can I do? Lu Ruyan shrugged. It's settled then. The women then began bathing the dog in the courtyard, enjoying themselves immensely. Zhang Yuan called a veterinarian to perform a full checkup on Fu Gue, followed by Duer Ming and preparing for its delivery. Chapter 87. The Armed Helicopter Debuts. Since adopting Fu Gue, the household has become even more vibrant. The women in the house would rush to keep an eye on Fu Gue whenever they had a spare moment, seemingly eager to witness the birthing process. Unfortunately, the dog was quite protective of its privacy and refused to oblige. On the 3rd morning, Tian Chi woke up the earliest, rushing to the doghouse in her eagerness without even washing up. Upon peering inside, she was astounded to discover that Fu Gue had already given birth to 4 puppies, 1 black, 1 yellow, and 2 white. Ah! Her shriek startled all the women awake. Lu Ruyan was the first to rush out, her voice laced with urgency. What is wrong? What happened? The other women soon followed suit. Tian Chi, beaming with delight, pointed at the doghouse and exclaimed, "It's happened. Fu Gui has given birth to 4 puppies." "Really? That's wonderful. Let me see. Wow, such adorable puppies. I want to pet them. But why is there one black and one yellow? Did Fu Gui cheat? It's unfaithful. The doghouse is a mess." Fu Gui, as if understanding the conversation, appeared somewhat embarrassed, lowering its head and avoiding eye contact. Tian Chi gently poked the little black puppy's head with her finger, smiling, so soft. "Fu Gui is so inconsiderate, giving birth without informing us, even after we've cared for it these past few days. But considering it has had 4 adorable puppies, let us forgive it." Yang Xiao, awakened by the commotion, wandered into the living room, only to discover the cause of the uproar was Fu Gui's litter. Yet witnessing their excitement over such a trivial matter, he could only smile wryly. "What are you all so idle about, making such a fuss over this? You wouldn't understand. This is quite significant. All right, as long as you're happy." Yang Xiao, uninterested in debating with them, turned and retreated to his room to wash up. After breakfast was prepared, Su Su finally awoke. "It has come to my attention that Fu Gui has welcomed a litter, and the little girl, sans shoes, is dashing about with wild abandon. Observing her unsteady gait, one cannot help but feel a pang of concern, as she seems poised to topple at any moment." Su Su, tempted to reach for a puppy to play with, was halted by Lu Ruyen. The puppies, still in their infancy, must not be played with, otherwise Fu Gui might develop a disdain for them. In her youth, she too had experienced the care of puppies. If they were handled too soon after birth, the mother dog would reject them, or worse, abandon them entirely. "Ah, very well." As the family joyfully encircled the puppy den, a mournful gaze shot through the door. Yang Xiao, sensing something amiss, looked up to see a tabby cat turning away, its silhouette tinged with loneliness. This creature, having roamed the wilds for so long, must have thought it was destined for the stew pot. He smiled and, from his spatial storage, tossed a small carp towards the entrance. Meow. The tabby cat's spirits soared, momentarily forgiving their previous transgressions. Yet, even a single carp was insufficient to satisfy the voracious appetite of the burly feline. After devouring the fish, it strutted with an air of pride beneath the dining table, weaving around Yang Xiao's feet, determined to charm him. Yang Xiao raised an eyebrow and teased. "Oh, is this not our dear, burly brother? Where have you been gollyvanting these past few days?" Meow. The brother suddenly displayed an unexpected docility, catching Yang Xiao off guard, who had no choice but to present a larger fish to appease him. Old Li and Old Zhao arrived punctually to share breakfast, under the pretense of reporting on their work while checking in on their daughter's well-being. They had contacted numerous veterans through various channels, estimating that approximately 1,000 would respond to their summons within the next 3 days. These veterans maintained connections with others, and once the benefits of the Zhangguo base were confirmed, they would rally their comrades to join. In less than half a month, they were confident that a force of 20,000 could be assembled. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement, permitting them to proceed as they saw fit. Director Zhao hesitated, then quietly inquired, "Well, my good son-in-law, do you require firefighters?" "Indeed, it concerns a dilapidated air raid shelter not far from our own, where over 30 firefighters reside. They have been laboring without preparation for supplies, relying on us to exchange work for provisions. Now that Old Li and I have shifted positions, they're in dire straits." Speaking of firefighters, Yang Xiao recalled the night of the solar storm, when they traversed both water and fire, unwavering even in the face of sacrifice. If the base were to expand and strengthen, a fire department was essential. They could manage the arrangements. "Understood. We shall handle this matter with utmost diligence." After breakfast, Yang Xiao conducted another inspection of Base 2. He spent the day playing with the young Lu Zaimei and returned in the afternoon. He watched them spar on the rooftop and then enjoyed a pool party, a true visual feast. After dinner, Xia Yubing contacted him via satellite phone, expressing her fear of intruders attempting to breach their door. Yang Xiao reassured her, saying he would come to her aid immediately. The original plan was to retrieve her in 3 months, by which time the women at home would have been secured, and Xia Yubing would pose no threat. However, he was compelled to alter his plans, intending to eliminate Xia Yubing first before bringing her back. He promptly called Hong Zhong, instructing him to find 2 helicopter pilots to meet him at the community entrance. Afterward, he rushed outside, waving his hand to summon an armed helicopter from his spatial storage. The glaring crimson hue of the aircraft was rather striking. Pondering for a moment, Yang Xiao retrieved a can of paint, gave it a shake, and sprayed it over the bold red spot. At that moment, Hong Zhong emerged with 2 soldiers, witnessing this scene and momentarily freezing in disbelief. "Why, Yang, this is a helicopter. Can't you tell?" Yang Xiao glanced back at them before continuing to spray. "I can see that." Hong Zhong's lips twitched, internally shouting, "Is that what I meant? I wanted to ask where you got this contraption. ISNT, this a fine day." One soldier, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the type of aircraft. Hong Zhong Shamaglair, signaling him to keep quiet. Oh, it's done, Yang Xiao declared proudly after finishing the paint job. Now, can you still identify which helicopter this is? The three men were left speechless, their faces a portrait of incredulity. All right, let us board the helicopter and retrieve my girlfriend who has wandered astray. The trio had anticipated a significant and secretive mission for the night, only to discover it was a quest to fetch a romantic partner. However, with the leader's order issued, they had no choice but to obediently board the helicopter. As they watched the helicopter ascend, Hong Zhong remained rooted in place, feeling a surge of adrenaline. Old Li and Old Zhao appeared beside him at some point, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed skyward. I never imagined that lad possessed an armed helicopter. He truly is a talent, Old Li remarked with a grin. Indeed, just look at whose son-in-law he is. Old Zhao added with pride. Chapter 88. Luring the snake from its hole. The news of Yang Xiao's departure from the Zhangguo base aboard a helicopter was swiftly relayed by the undercover agents planted by various factions. Some forces, sensing an opportunity, began to stir, eager to exploit the situation for their gain. If they could incite a rebellion among the three generals of Zhangguo, the base would change hands. In their estimation, since Captain Li and Director Zhao had always been at odds, exacerbating their conflict would be half the battle. Coincidentally, a formidable faction had set its sights on Old Li and Old Zhao, deploying their own agents to meet them individually, aiming to exploit their discord to incite rebellion. The agent meeting Old Li approached from his perspective, suggesting that with Zhaoing now entangled with Yang Xiao, Director Zhao's status would inevitably rise, overshadowing Old Li. Would Old Li not become an easy target for ridicule? Thus, for the sake of his own interests and those of Li Man, the agent advised Old Li to act decisively while the leader was away from the base, dispatching someone to quietly eliminate Hong Zhong, while simultaneously targeting Director Zhao and Zhaoing. By doing so, he could usher in the forces behind the agent to take control of Zhangguo, thereby becoming a celebrated hero, second only to none. Old Li, listening patiently to the agent's proposal, refrained from giving a direct answer, instead indicating a need for contemplation. Once the agent departed, he swiftly dispatched someone to discreetly follow the agent, intent on uncovering any accomplices for a comprehensive takedown. Meanwhile, Old Zhao also met with an agent, whose suggestions mirrored those of the previous one. He urged Old Zhao to leverage his daughter's position to mobilize Zhangguo's forces for a surprise attack on Old Li and Hong Zhong, assuring him that their demise would place the entire base under his control. In time, Old Zhao could welcome a new master to Zhangguo, becoming a celebrated figure himself. Old Zhao perceived that the agent's reasoning was rather misguided. If he gained actual control over the base, why would he need to acknowledge a new master? Wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to assume the role of the leader himself? Nonetheless, he was curious to ascertain whether the agent had any accomplices, so he refrained from acting hastily and instead assigned someone to monitor the agent closely. Before long, scouts reported back that the agent had met with a woman. Their public persona was that of a married couple, but in reality, they were both undercover agents. Similarly, the agent that Old Li was following was also posing as a spouse. The two pairs of faux couples held clandestine meetings to discuss their progress. The three generals convened to strategize on how to unearth the remaining undercover agents. It was unfathomable. One faction had inserted 4 agents, perhaps even more. Such audacity. Did they consider this place a communal dining hall? From the moment the base decided to recruit extensively, they had anticipated that rival factions would inevitably infiltrate their ranks. It was unexpected that those amateurs would act so recklessly. Not only had they infiltrated with multiple undercover agents, but they also allowed them to meet privately. Were they not inviting a complete takeover? As for how to deal with the 4 infiltrators, they were unable to make a decision and could only keep a watchful eye, awaiting Yang Xiao's return for a personal resolution. Regarding the extraction of the other infiltrators, their plan involved increasing the number of security personnel, enhancing patrols, and observing closely. Given their limited resources, they presently lacked more effective strategies. In a sudden shift of conversation, Old Hong remarked to the two, "From what those infiltrators suggest, they desire our base to descend into chaos, allowing their superiors to reap the benefits from the turmoil. Why not turn the tables and stage a performance for them, luring their forces into the open so that we can annihilate them in one fell swoop? What they do not take the bait," came the retort. "Then we shall dispatch our troops to eliminate them. The men can be taken as laborers, and the young women distributed among our soldiers as wives. In this apocalyptic era, how many young women remain untainted? I certainly do not mind the dirt. Of course, I do not mind. It is not I who am choosing a bride," he chuckled. This statement was half-truth, as they indeed wished to provide each of their soldiers with a beautiful young wife, albeit their means were limited. As for the issue of cleanliness, in this end-of-the-world scenario, Having women at all was a blessing. Who could afford to be picky? Thus, the three solidified their combat plan and commenced their performance. Not long after, gunfire erupted at Old Lee's residence, followed by his furious roar. Damn it, who the hell has the audacity to urinate at my doorstep? What? That old bastard Zhao is behind this? Come on, let's go and castrate him. In a fit of rage, Old Lee rallied dozens of soldiers and charged towards Old Zhao's home. Coincidentally, gunfire erupted at Old Zhao's place as well, accompanied by his furious curses. Which scoundrel has stolen my liquor? Step forward, I guarantee I won't kill you. What? It turns out it was that worthless Lee. Let us go and take him out, he declared, leading dozens of officers toward Old Lee's abode. The two factions met at Old Hong's doorstep, exchanging insults from a distance of over 100 meters. This spectacle drew a crowd, with many pointing and discussing the unfolding drama, eager to learn the backstory. Upon discovering that the commotion stemmed from a trivial matter, the onlookers' expressions were quite amusing. Amidst the shouting, Old Lee, disregarding martial decorum, suddenly shot at Old Zhao. The bullet struck, staining Old Zhao's chest with blood. The sight horrified the spectators. The internal strife between the two high-ranking officials had resulted in a fatality. A significant matter indeed. Instantly, the officers on the other side turned furious and retaliated with gunfire. Old Lee, unable to evade, was struck in the thigh. Thus commenced a chaotic gunfight, sending the gathered crowd fleeing in terror. The hidden infiltrators were ecstatic, promptly relaying this explosive news to their superiors. Some factions, upon receiving the message, hesitated to act, knowing that with Hong Zhong still intact, the strength of the Warsong base would not be significantly diminished. However, there were also audacious factions, such as the instigating Spark base, the nearby Prosperity base, and a gang of ruffians known as the Wild Wolves. The leaders of these three factions perceived this as a rare opportunity. They aimed to seize the Warsong base that very night. As a result, they mobilized most of their forces, setting their sights on the Warsong. At a crossroads 3 kilometers from the base, the three factions unexpectedly encountered each other. After a moment of surprise, they quickly understood the situation and held a brief discussion regarding the distribution of benefits. The Spark base, being the most powerful and deploying the largest number of troops, demanded 70% of the spoils. The other two factions, naturally unwilling to concede so much to the Spark base, engaged in negotiations. Following a heated debate, they ultimately agreed on a distribution plan that satisfied all parties. Resources, women, and labor would be divided equally. The Warsong base would be apportioned into 4 parts, with the Wild Wolves and Prosperity base each taking 1 share, while Prosperity base claimed 2. Once the distribution plan was established, the three factions combined their forces, united in their assault on the Warsong base. Chapter 89. Full Blood Revival. At this moment, the gunfire within the Warsong base had ceased. The three generals were gathered in the conference room of the War Department. Both Old Lee and Old Zhao had not taken the time to change their clothes, the conspicuous stains of red dye marking their attire. Despite their earlier fierce exchange, they had merely used blank rounds, enough to mislead the infiltrators. Upon realizing that the infiltrators had sent word outside, they immediately mobilized all soldiers and officers for a comprehensive sweep of the base, ensuring not a single one escaped. This unexpected windfall exceeded their expectations. They had initially aimed to ensnare the Spark base, but inadvertently managed to uncover a significant number of infiltrators, 30 in total. Furthermore, this operation implicated over 20 factions. However, according to reports from the frontline scouts, only 3 factions dared to take action. The enemy's total numbers were approximately 600, with 12 AK-47s, 36 handguns, and a remainder armed with controlled knives. Old Lee scoffed, "Humph, with such meager strength, they dare to attack us?" Old Hong sighed. "What a pity we did not catch a big fish. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It will serve as excellent practice for the returning veterans to regain their touch." Old Zhao furrowed his brow. "I am quite curious. Where did they acquire their firearms?" Old Lee shot him a glance, teasing, "You really don't know? Think carefully, who was it that had you under pressure before? Are you referring to Tang Chuan and Xie Jiaying?" Old Zhao suddenly realized, connecting the dots. It seemed he was indeed the one orchestrating events from the shadows. After killing Tang Chuan, Xie Jiaying had seized control of his underground arms factory and had been producing weapons ever since. "If I were him, I would also trade weapons for supplies with other factions." Old Hong interjected, "But I fear it is more than mere trade. He might have covertly supported numerous factions. And it's possible that this attack is just a test of our strength using pawns." At this, Old Lee grinned widely. "Well then, let us casually send some people to spar with them, while letting the opposition think we are low on ammunition, merely a hollow shell. Once this news reaches back, their superiors will certainly become anxious." Old Zhao and Old Hong's eyes lit up, giving him a thumbs up. "Brilliant. We can let them fight while shouting that we're out of ammunition, making it a bit harder for us to win. Agreed, then it is settled. The three promptly arranged the combat strategy, dispatching 300 soldiers to intercept the enemy. The two sides encountered each other at a corner, immediately opening fire. Though every soldier at Warsong was armed, they employed precise shots, conserving ammunition. The leaders of the Allied forces, hearing the sparse gunfire, quickly deduced that their adversaries were low on bullets, filling them with elation. They shouted, "Brothers, hold on. Their ammunition is running low." Indeed, it was not long before they observed many soldiers from Warsong stowing their guns in favor of composite crossbows. Haha, I told you they were low on ammo. Did you all see that? Let us give it our all. When they run out, we'll charge in and finish them off. The morale of the Allied forces soared, their excitement palpable. The battle raged for half an hour, and as both sides expended their ammunition, they transitioned to close-quarters combat. The soldiers of Warsong, fully equipped with bulletproof vests, were impervious to blades and had received professional training, easily handling two foes at once. On the other hand, the Allied forces, despite their numerical superiority of 2-1, suffered from inferior equipment and a lack of protective gear, finding themselves at a disadvantage. In just a few minutes, their numbers dwindled by half, severely impacting their morale. Realizing the dire situation, the leader of the Spark base recognized the tide had turned. They could no longer continue the fight and needed to retreat. However, having finally initiated a large-scale war, he was unwilling to retreat in disgrace, especially after suffering considerable losses. Casting a glance across the battlefield, he noticed the leader of the Wolf Gang embroiled in a fierce struggle, and a nefarious scheme quickly took root in his mind. He stealthily approached and shouted, "Brother Wolf, do not panic. I am here to assist you." Then, he darted behind the wolf and delivered a swift kick to the hollow of his knee. The wolf was taken aback, instinctively collapsing to the ground. The soldiers of the battle song, engaged in combat with him, seized the opportunity, raising their sabers to strike at the wolf's face. With a scream of despair, the wolf cursed his ancestors, unable to die with his eyes closed. Starfire, an adept actor, witnessed the wolf's demise and immediately feigned grief, shouting, "Brother Wolf, I shall avenge you." The sudden display of emotion momentarily stunned the battle song soldiers, who then beheld Starfire charging at them with a blade. They had no time to counterattack and could only raise their hands to defend. Fortunately, their muscular build and the dullness of the opponent's weapon allowed them to withstand the blow, as the blade became lodged in their bone. Enraged, the soldier kicked Starfire to the ground and prepared to strike. Just in time, two members of Starfire arrived, blocking the attack and successfully rescuing him. At that moment, commotion arose from the direction of the battle song base, indicating the arrival of reinforcements. Reluctantly, the Allied forces had to retreat. The soldiers of the battle song pursued for a short distance before reluctantly sounding the retreat. Participants returned to tend to their wounds, while others ventured out to clear the battlefield and collect the bodies. Soon, the tally of their achievements emerged, over 400 enemies slain. The losses were manageable, with 6 lives sacrificed and more than 50 wounded. The High Command of the War Department immediately convened a post-battle meeting to summarize their operational experiences. The hospital became bustling with activity, and with insufficient personnel, Zhang Yuan brought her female aide to assist. Aunt Wang, along with her team, went to soothe the public's concerns to prevent any unrest. That night, the battle song base operated with diligence and order. On the other side, the news of the wolf's death plunged the remaining members of the Wolf Gang into deep sorrow. They clamored for revenge, but Starfire intervened, cautioning that although the battle song was out of ammunition, they still had many men and should not act recklessly. Sensing hesitation among the Wolf Gang members, he took the opportunity to extend an olive branch, inviting them to join the Starfire base. Though fewer in number, the Wolf Gang members were fiercely devoted, which Starfire admired. Hence he offered them a generous proposition. After a brief deliberation, the Wolf Gang members agreed to join Starfire. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the leader of the Prosperity base promptly suggested taking their leave. However, Starfire's men blocked their path and sincerely invited them to join the Starfire base as well, promising to grow stronger together and create a new era of glory. The atmosphere was charged. Any indication of dissent from Prosperity would result in immediate bloodshed. Reluctantly, he consented to join. Thus, the Starfire base was revitalized once more. Chapter 90. Farewell to Xia Yubing. On the eve of the apocalypse, Xia Yubing was fortuitously invited by a friend to nearby Bailiu City, a mere 200 kilometers from Tianyi City. A military helicopter could reach the destination in less than an hour. Upon learning that Yang Xiao was coming to pick her up, Xia Yubing was overwhelmed with excitement, embracing her best friend in jubilant celebration. "Chong Chong, we are saved. My boyfriend is coming to get me." Her friend shot her a look of exasperation and corrected her. "It's Chong, not Chong. Call me Ling Chong." All right, Chong Chong. Xia Yubing giggled, her spirits unyielding. The two were college classmates, sharing a dorm and kindred spirits, which naturally forged a deep friendship. Ling Chong's family owned a modest clothing factory, making her somewhat affluent, though not comparable to the likes of Tian Kikai. By the way, is your boyfriend really reliable? I can't shake the feeling that he might be deceiving you. Xia Yubing immediately retorted, her expression stern. You mustn't say such things about him. Ling Chong teased. Oh, getting defensive already? He hasn't even won you over yet, and you're so devoted. Xia Yubing blushed, playfully admonishing, stop it. If you keep this up, I won't talk to you. Ling Chong sighed dramatically. Ah, the folly of women in love is truly concerning. Recently, Xia Yubing had been in frequent contact with her boyfriend, often extolling his virtues to Ling Chong, who felt her ears might develop calluses from hearing about him. The tales of last-minute shopping sprees for supplies and extravagant expenditures to create a safe haven seemed like mere flights of fancy from her naive friend. However, Xia Yubing's claims of her boyfriend ruling an entire community and transforming it into a paradise, with living conditions surpassing those before the apocalypse, began to stretch credulity. In Ling Chong's view, individuals during an apocalypse were often selfish, with no one willing to assume the role of a savior, as those who did typically met grim fates. Even if a savior did exist, they would likely be a character from an official narrative, not an ordinary person. Even if, hypothetically, her boyfriend did rule the entire community, he would only need to dangle a small amount of resources to motivate his subordinates to toil for him. There would be no need to turn the community into a utopia. Greenhouses, shade umbrellas, artificial rainfall, consistent power and water supply. Did he think himself a deity? Setting aside whether he could even accomplish such feats, the mere construction materials would amount to a staggering sum, requiring specialized personnel, equipment, and a large labor force. Could he truly manage all that? In summary, Ling Chong fundamentally disbelieved in the extraordinary capabilities of Xia Yubing's boyfriend. However, it was likely true that he possessed a significant stockpile of supplies, which meant she would soon be tied to Xia Yubing, sharing both fortune and adversity. With this thought, she adopted a pitiful demeanor and said to Xia Yubing, Bing Bing, will you abandon me? Xia Yubing reached out to gently caress her friend's cheek, smiling. What nonsense are you thinking? Didn't I already say that I'll take you with me when the time comes? Hee hee, you're so kind. But what if your boyfriend disagrees? Disagree? If he dares to disagree, then I shall not let him leave. Oomph. Xia Yubing placed her hands on her hips, feigning a stubborn demeanor. Ling Chong pretended to panic, saying, What? You're going to let a man stay here? What if he has ill intentions towards me? A weak woman like me could never contend with him. Xia Yubing smiled sweetly. Then you should just submit to him. Huh? Do you even hear the nonsense coming out of your mouth? Uffed. Weren't you just saying that it's normal for capable men during the apocalypse to have several women? Why is it suddenly unacceptable when it comes to you? I was just saying that. How can you take it seriously? But I'm taking it seriously. What should we do? Shut up and forget it. Hey, hey, hey. After nearly 50 minutes of flight, the helicopter finally reached the designated coordinates. However, the surrounding landscape was mountainous, with no flat area for landing, leaving the pilot somewhat vexed. Yang Xiao, noticing the delay in landing, inquired what's wrong. The pilot, wearing a troubled expression, replied, President Yang, there's south no place to land in this area. Yang Xiao's demeanor remained calm, as he stated, Then we shall not land. I will jump down, and you can return to base. What? Both pilots were taken aback. Yang Xiao reiterated, What are you confused about? Did you not hear me? I want you to fly back to base directly. After all, there were two stunning beauties waiting for him, and he had no desire to be accompanied by two third wheels. But what about you, President Yang? No need to worry. I will return in a couple of days. All right, please hold on, President Yang. I will try to lower the altitude, and then you can climb down the ladder. No need. Just as the words left his mouth, Yang Xiao leaped from the helicopter. From a height of over 100 meters, without a parachute or any cushioning zone, he leaped into the abyss. President Yang. The two pilots shouted in unison, their hearts lodged in their throats, as they frantically searched for a landing spot. The radio crackled to life with Yang Xiao's voice. I have landed safely. You may return. You nearly scared us to death. Please take care, President Yang. Indeed. After watching the helicopter depart, Yang Xiao dialed the satellite phone to reach Xia Yubing. Filled with elation, Xia Yubing quickly coordinated her location and rushed out to greet him. Ling Chong, unable to quell his concern for her, followed suit. Since the apocalypse erupted, the two had seldom ventured beyond the confines of the air raid shelter. Just days prior, they had stepped outside for some fresh air, only to be spotted by a gang of thugs. The marauders had sprinted toward them with the fervor of starving wolves, prompting a hasty retreat. This incident had compromised their position. The thugs had attempted to break down their fortified door, but fortunately, the reinforced alloy entrance proved resilient, forcing the assailants to retreat temporarily. Thus, They aimed to bring Yang Xiao back before any further complications arose. At a nearby pavilion, Xia Yubing finally encountered the man she had longed for, and with unrestrained excitement, she flung herself into his embrace, stirring a fragrant breeze. "Oh, you finally come. I miss you so much." Yang Xiao gently caressed her delicate back, smiling. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. My initial plan was to return in 3 months. Although I have arrived a tad earlier, it should suffice." He turned to the other enchanting beauty and offered a courteous smile. "Greetings, you must be Ling Chong. I am grateful for your care of my girlfriend during these times." Ling Chong returned the smile. "It's nothing. In truth, it's my fault. Had I not summoned Bing Bing, you wouldn't have had to endure such a long separation and risk your safety to fetch her. I'm sincerely sorry. Such words are unwarranted. Without you, Bing Bing might have faced numerous dangers. I owe you a heartfelt debt of gratitude." His sincerity was palpable, yet he was preoccupied managing the affections of Lu Ruyin and Su Rue. Thus, entrusting Xia Yubing to Ling Chong felt like the most prudent choice. Ling Chong smiled, accepting the unspoken bond of gratitude. As they exchanged pleasantries, Xia Yubing glanced at the time and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been out for over 10 minutes. We must hurry back." Yang Xiao inquired, puzzled, "What is the matter?" Ling Chong explained, "Didn't T Bing Bing inform you? We've attracted the attention of a gang of thugs. Just before your arrival, they were furiously attempting to break down our door. We only had the chance to come out and meet you when they momentarily retreated. We should return home before they come back." Unfazed, Yang Xiao asked, "How many are there?" Ling Chong shook her head, uncertain. "I'm not sure. There were approximately 10 who first spotted us, and at least 30 or more came to break down the door." Yang Xiao nodded slightly, understood. "You need not worry. Should they dare approach, I will ensure they do not return." Ling Chong rolled her eyes, her tone urgent. "All right, we know you are formidable. Let us head back before it's too late." Yang Xiao, however, responded with a calm smile. "It is already too late." No sooner had he spoken than flashlight beams pierced the darkness, accompanied by raucous sounds. "Boss, they're at the pavilion ahead." "Haha, you've done well, my friend. You'll take the lead." "Thanks, boss." Ling Chong, now frantic, clutched Xia Yubing's arm and exclaimed, "Bing Bing, they've discovered us. What should we do?" "I don't know. Yang Xiao, what should we do?" Xia Yubing, equally distraught, placed all her hope in Yang Xiao. He gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her. "Do not fret. I will handle everything. You two stay back, lest you be frightened." "What?" Ling Chong began to protest, but was stunned into silence as she witnessed Yang Xiao charge forward, brandishing a gleaming knife. Can he truly contend with so many alone? Under the moonlight, Ling Chong estimated that there were at least 30 adversaries. Xia Yubing took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, and declared resolutely, "I trust him." Ling Chong questioned, "But what if he fails?" Xia Yubing smiled gently. "Then I shall accompany him into the afterlife." "What?" Her earnest gaze left Ling Chong speechless. Was there truly another option? Their provisions were dwindling, and retreat was not an option unless she wished to be toyed with by those vile men. Ling Chong fervently shook her head. No, I refuse. I would rather die." She had gleaned enough about these ruffians to describe them succinctly: depraved, inhuman, and utterly devoid of morality. As Yang Xiao approached the enemy, he appeared ready to be torn to shreds at any moment. Ling Chong, despair etched on her face, turned to Xia Yubing and pleaded, "Bing Bing, please grant me a swift end if it comes to that. I fear pain." Xia Yubing nodded solemnly. "I will do my best." Ling Chong shot her a glare, about to voice her discontent when a piercing scream shattered the air. She turned abruptly to witness one man collapsing in a pool of blood. In a flash, Yang Xiao had cleaved another's head in twain. "Dare to harm my brother? I will have you killed." The assailants surged forward, clawing and snapping at Yang Xiao. His lips curled into a disdainful smile, brimming with contempt. "A pack of rabble. Mea scoundrels." With a swift motion, Yang Xiao swung his blade, the air slicing around him. Under the moonlight, a silvery gleam flickered as he severed the leading thugs in two. Witnessing the agonized writhing of their dying comrades, the remaining thugs finally regained their senses. Terrified, they began to retreat, drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. "A ghost! A ghost! Run!" A panicked voice rang out, and chaos ensued as they fled, wailing in despair. Yang Xiao made no attempt to pursue. Instead, he smiled faintly and drew a handgun. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, prompting the thugs to flee with reckless abandon, fearing for their lives. With a single magazine containing 15 rounds, he struck true with each shot. 10 fell dead on the spot, while 5 others fled, gravely injured. Having dealt with the lackeys, Yang Xiao turned back toward the pavilion, his smile still serene, yet now it sent a chill down the spines of those present. Ling Chong involuntarily shivered, instinctively stepping back with Xia Yubing. You aren't becoming a bloodthirsty maniac, are you?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes, retorting, "Do I appear insane to you?" Well, if we can still converse normally, it should be fine. Ling Chong offered an awkward chuckle. Xia Yubing leaped into Yang Xiao's embrace. Oh, I was truly worried for you. I'm so relieved you're safe. Yang Xiao smiled gently, rest assured. I shall not allow anyone to harm you. Yes, yes, Xia Yubing's eyes glistened with tears, touched by his words. Ling Chong, feeling like an unwelcome third wheel, coughed. Ahem, shall we head home now? Indeed, let us go. This time, no one obstructed their path, and the trio safely returned to the air raid shelter. The shelter was neither too large nor too small, encompassing around 100 square meters. It featured 3 rooms, a hall, a kitchen, and a bathroom, along with a well, a generator, surveillance cameras, and ventilation ducts. In ordinary times, it would have made for an excellent summer retreat. Yang Xiao regarded the space with admiration, astonished that a young woman could have planned so meticulously. You must have invested considerable thought into this shelter. Ling Chong nodded, her face beaming with pride. Of course. I spent a staggering 20 million on the renovations. Just look at this door, 20 centimeters of solid steel. The walls are also reinforced with 10-centimeter thick steel. The outside world desires to breach our sanctuary. They would have to excavate the mountain and cut through steel to do so. However, you lack sufficient provisions and have no space to cultivate vegetables or grains. Yang Xiao's words doused her hopes with cold water. Oomph, what an unromantic brute. Ling Chong pouted, her face clouded with displeasure, yet she refrained from retorting. Xia Yubing offered a resigned smile, gently reassuring her. Fear not, my little bug has performed admirably. Do not belittle yourself. Hee hee, it's always pleasant to hear you speak, Bing Bing. Ling Chong's frown transformed into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from her stomach, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Could you ask your boyfriend if he has eaten? Shall we prepare something to eat first? Xia Yubing nodded and turned to Yang Xiao, inquiring, have you eaten yet? Yang Xiao smiled slightly, shaking his head, not yet. However, I brought some ingredients with me. Can you cook? What did you bring? Their eyes were wide with curiosity and anticipation. Yang Xiao casually picked up a piece of red cloth from a sofa. Covering one hand with it, watch closely. I will perform a magic trick for you. Ling Chong's cheeks flushed anew, wishing to reclaim her belly wrap, but feeling too shy to voice it. Chapter 92, Candlelight Dinner. Yang Xiao, oblivious to Ling Chong's fluster, focused on his magic. He blew gently over his right hand and instinctively sniffed. What a delightful fragrance. What could it be? Ling Chong's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson as she urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. Xia Yubing merely smiled, her gaze playful. Finally, Yang Xiao discerned the belly wrap covering his hand, his face reddening as he feigned calmness. Ahem, pay attention. He lifted the belly wrap, revealing a bag of provisions. The 2 women stared in astonishment, their eyes glued to the bag as they watched Yang Xiao extract 3 frozen steaks, 3 packets of pasta, 2 eggplants, a carrot, an onion, a broccoli, and a bottle of fine red wine. How about steak for dinner tonight? That sounds wonderful. The 2 women gazed at Yang Xiao with bright eyes, as if they had stumbled upon treasure, their spirits soaring. I will prepare the steaks, you both just sit tight. Ling Chong, ecstatic, quickly repacked the ingredients and cheerfully headed to the kitchen. In the living room, only the love-struck pair remained, exchanging glances filled with unspoken affection, seemingly having already agreed upon the evening's agenda. After a considerable wait, dinner was finally ready. Xia Yubing brought over 3 elegant wine glasses, pouring red wine, and the trio joyfully partook in a candlelit dinner. Following their meal, they engaged in light conversation, naturally gravitating towards the topic of the thugs they encountered that evening. From what they knew, that group had originally been working at a nearby construction site. In the early days of the apocalypse, they were relatively well-behaved, with no reports of them committing any outrageous acts. However, as resources dwindled and life grew increasingly challenging, and with the authorities turning a blind eye, they abandoned their last vestiges of civility. They initially looted nearby shops, amassing supplies that sustained them for a time. But as their resources were depleted, they turned their attention towards the residents. At first, they displayed a semblance of conscience, leaving some provisions for others. Yet, as rival factions encroached upon their territory, both sides suffered heavy casualties. In their struggle for survival, they cast aside their final traces of humanity, morphing into demons. Those who had previously bullied them were met with merciless retribution. The men were brutally slaughtered, transformed into cured meats. The women were captured and toyed with until death, their remains also rendered into meat. Children who wasted food were likewise turned into provisions. They had amassed enough meat, yet their bloodlust spiraled out of control, seemingly for the sake of killing itself. Some police officers who had distanced themselves from the organization, upon hearing of their heinous acts, rallied to eliminate them. Yet, these thugs fought like wild beasts, fearless and ferocious, charging into the fray with reckless abandon. Ultimately, they emerged victorious, establishing dominance over the area, and even adopting a fearsome name for their faction, the Cannibalistic Legion. The thugs they encountered that night were, in fact, affiliates of the Cannibalistic Legion. In their desperation to survive, they willingly aligned themselves with this nefarious group, capturing individuals to offer as tributes. If they captured men and children, they would butcher them outright. Women, however, were first subjected to torment until they perished before being butchered. Their methods were brutally savage and inhumane. Recently, after exhausting the commercial and residential areas, they had set their sights on this location. The air raid shelter was relatively concealed and well camouflaged. Without a guide, it was challenging to locate. It's all my fault for insisting that Bing Bing accompany me for fresh air. Otherwise, we wouldn't have exposed our location. Ling Chong lamented, filled with self-reproach. Xia Yubing comforted her. Do not blame yourself, little bug. If anyone is to blame, it is merely our unfortunate luck. Who could have anticipated their early search of the mountain? Ling Chong gazed at Yang Xiao with pleading eyes. You are here to take Bing Bing away. Could you possibly take me along as well? I don't want to stay here alone. I'm so frightened, Hua. Yang Xiao's lips twitched. He thought to himself how adept she was at acting. Her tears flowed effortlessly, a talent wasted if she did not pursue a career in acting. However, he refrained from outright rejection, as even a small cup from Bai Jie was fair game. How could he let such a gem slip by? Yet, he could not easily acquiesce, lest his assistance appear too trivial. Ahem, while I empathize with your plight, I too have my own difficulties. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, Ling Chong felt genuine urgency, her eyes reddening as she asked, You truly cannot take me with you? I beg of you. As long as you agree to take me, I will do anything for you, even if it means. Even if it means what? Ling Chong's cheeks warmed as she mustered her courage to say, Even if it means being your little. I seek no title. I shall not compete with Bing Bing for your affection. I only wish for you to take me with you and grant me a chance to live. Little bug. Xia Yubing's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced her for comfort. She had never witnessed Ling Chong so humbly pleading, and her heart ached for her. Yang Xiao feigned a sigh. I shall ponder it further. Upon hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up. Then please consider it carefully, and do not make a hasty decision. Ling Chong was elated, nearly leaping into action if not for Xia Yubing's presence. Yang Xiao nodded, smiling gently, Eat understand. It is getting late. Let us wash up and retire for the night. Ling Chong quickly interjected, You both go ahead. I'm not in a rush. Xia Yubing's face flushed as she pushed Yang Xiao towards the bathroom door, shyly saying, You go first. Yang Xiao flashed a charming smile, taking her hand and asking, How about together? Xia Yubing's face reddened further as she playfully hit him. Stop it. The little bug is watching. Ling Chong, ever perceptive, chuckled. I didn't see anything. You two carry on. Yang Xiao grinned triumphantly. Did you hear that? She saw nothing. I'll go get some clothes. Was her excuse, as Xia Yubing turned to flee. Yang Xiao saw through her little ruse, but made no effort to stop her. Such playful reluctance was far more entertaining. He had anticipated Xia Yubing would vanish without a trace. Yet to his surprise, she returned. You. Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking how bold she was. Xia Yubing's face was flushed as she softly murmured, My head itches. Could you help me wash my hair? Yang Xiao's lips curled upward. Sure. I promise to make it satisfactory. Chapter 93. Silence, please. The following morning, Yang Xiao awoke to the sight of a delicate sleeping beauty beside him, instantly invigorated. Oh please. Not now. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer. Xia Yubing firmly resisted, refusing to cooperate. After a prolonged struggle, yielding no results, Yang Xiao finally relented. Very well. It seems that this young lady has truly exhausted her capabilities. Yang Xiao had no choice but to begrudgingly let her off the hook for the time being. After rising and refreshing himself, as he passed by Ling Chong's room, the door unexpectedly swung open. A delicate, fair hand reached out and, in a surprising turn of events, pulled Yang Xiao inside. Hush, don't speak, kiss me. Ling Chong pressed Yang Xiao against the wall, standing on her tiptoes to execute a wall slam. The poor soundproofing was to blame. She had been restless all night. The seductive sound from next door had her heart in turmoil. Just as she was preparing to finally rest in the morning, the noise from next door resumed, causing her great distress. Seizing the moment when Yang Xiao was caught off guard, she mustered her courage and awaited her opportunity to capture the true instigator. Once she had Yang Xiao in her grasp, she could legitimately leave this wretched place and embark on a delightful life. However, witnessing this audacious and uninhibited behavior from the young lady, Yang Xiao could not afford to concede defeat. He was determined to impart a profound lesson, ensuring she would behave more decorously in the future. As the sun climbed high in the sky, Ling Chong had completely lost her will to fight and could only surrender. Yang Xiao's lips curled into a smug smile. I expected you to be quite experienced given your boldness. Yet it turns out you are but a novice, requiring me to guide you hand in hand. Ling Chong shot him a sidelong glance, exuding charm. Oh, how you flatter yourself. I've heard that women are generally more adept in these matters. Yet you resemble an indomitable bull. Honestly, have you taken some sort of drug? Yang Xiao smirked. What need have I for drugs? Do not dare compare me to those incompetent fools. If I lacked a modicum of skill, how could I possibly keep the women in my household in line? Ling Chong's eyelids flickered, her tone tinged with displeasure as she queried. What, do you have many women at home? Yang Xiao nodded, unreservedly counting on his fingers. Not too many, just 10 official partners, 5 casual ones, and 1 in training. Plus the 2 of you. That makes a total of 18. They all get along splendidly, like sisters, and enjoy each other's company daily. The 10 official partners included Lu Ruyan, Su Rui, Zhou Pei Yi by Yi, Zhang Yuan, Tian Chi Chi, Sumi by Jia, Zhao Ying, and Li Man. The 5 casual partners were Li Xan, Yin Qing, Chen Shu, Meng Ying, and Su Hui, though he had yet to fully engage with them. The 1 in training was Lu Zimei, still in her developmental stage, making her difficult to handle. He mentally reviewed his list to ensure he had not overlooked anyone. Alas, having so many women is not always a blessing. Sometimes, one can forget just how many there are. Thus, he secretly vowed that these 2 would be the last. Should he fail to keep that promise, he would swear again. Ling Chong's lips twitched in disbelief, her mind racing. So, you intend to form a football team? Initially displeased. Upon hearing the tally of 18, her attitude shifted to indifference. On one hand, she admired his ability to manage so many women, which spoke to his strength. On the other, his capacity to provide for them indicated considerable wealth. Since they all coexisted harmoniously, she felt it prudent not to be petty, lest others misconstrue her as self-righteous. Yang Xiao embraced her, a genuine smile gracing his face. Forming a football team could indeed be beneficial. However, your current numbers conveniently divide into 3 volleyball teams, ensuring there will be no dull moments ahead. Ling Chong playfully pinched him, her gaze filled with mock reproach. You're quite considerate, thinking of us so much. I truly appreciate it. Well then, how do you plan to repay me? He teased. Shall I offer myself to you? In that case, I shall graciously accept, he replied. How annoying. Bing Bing is still next door. Your earlier reckless demeanor hardly suggested any concern about her presence. Yang Xiao was unperturbed by Xia Yu being next door, for when she had begged for mercy the previous night, she had mentioned seeking Ling Chong's assistance in sharing her burdens. The words spoken in earnest could not be taken lightly. You scoundrel, how dare you mock me? I shall bite you. She growled playfully, mimicking a dragon's roar. Enraged, Ling Chong's face flushed crimson as she lunged at him. By midday, both ladies remained ensconced in bed, forcing Yang Xiao to take it upon himself to prepare a meal, serving it to them with the utmost care. Truly, they were both gluttonous and playful. Yet, he had no choice. Being a good man who cherishes his family meant he must indulge his women. The afternoon sun blazed mercilessly, the heat at its peak. Yang Xiao stepped outside, sitting directly under the scorching rays. It felt as though he were immersed in a furnace. Within minutes, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him. After completing a warm-up, he harnessed his spatial powers to erect a protective shield. The dense purple rays were absorbed by the barrier, and he sensed his abilities gradually enhancing, his physical strength incrementally improving. It became evident that his prior assumptions were correct. His abilities appeared to be a mutation developed by humanity to adapt to their environment, which could be gradually strengthened through efforts to assimilate into the prevailing conditions. This was the essence of survival of the fittest. He could not ascertain whether others had awakened their powers, but regardless, he was determined to continually elevate his prowess. Only when he reached a level of strength capable of disregarding nuclear threats could he relax and indulge in worldly pleasures. How he wished for a shortcut to enhance his abilities. Currently, aside from absorbing ultraviolet rays and engaging in combat, there seemed to be no other viable paths. He had previously attempted that route. Practical experience could indeed bolster his powers, yet there were limits. Defeating weak opponents yielded little in terms of experience. Absorbing ultraviolet rays appeared to be a steady path to advancement, albeit a sluggish one. The only remaining method involved utilizing spatial power to absorb damage, such as for firearms. However, his ammunition reserves were limited, and he was reluctant to waste them. It seemed another trip abroad was necessary, while life was still manageable. He planned to deplete their ammunition stockpile on a future excursion. However, the timing was not right. He needed to eliminate the threats surrounding the Battlesong base and incorporate the entirety of Tianhe City into its domain, allowing the base to operate autonomously before he could comfortably venture out. For now, he would focus on diligently enhancing his strength. Yang Xiao closed his eyes, contemplating the essence of space. He remained in this meditative state until the sun dipped below the horizon, the last vestiges of twilight fading. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, fixating on a withered tree 100 meters away. As his gaze sharpened, a frigid, killing intent erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, the tree split in two, as though severed by an unseen force.